Changqing traverses the fantastical realm, awakening the multitude blessing system, and begins his invincible journey by marrying the future Empress. Insufficient aptitude? Ding. Congratulations, host. A child has been born, awakening the Xianxia Shirley body, returning the host's chaos sword body. Insatisfactory technique? Ding. Congratulations, host. A child has been born, possessing the supreme celestial bone, returning the host's volume of supreme divine powers. No trump cards? Ding. Congratulations, host. A child has been born, possessing the Zhuke bloodline, rewarding the host with a Hellfire True Phoenix mount, whose power rivals that of a peak emperor. Thus, several years later, what is the deal with that Gu family? Even a mere servant is an emperor, and now a 3-year-old child possesses the strength of a transcendent being. Chapter 1. A declining family awakens the system. In the southern Xian divine continent, in the spirit domain, within the Han-Qin Empire, at the Gu family estate, Gu Changqing gazes at the bustling courtyard of the Gu family, filled with clusters of the younger generation. Yet, he stands alone, leaning against a pillar, feeling somewhat out of place. 17 full years have passed since Gu Changqing arrived in the Tianxian continent, and he has now turned 17. Body refinement, true spirit, tribulations, king realm, emperor, venerable, emperor realm. This is the cultivation system of the Tianxian continent, with even higher levels beyond the emperor realm, yet beyond Gu Changqing's reach. In the Han-Qin Empire, reaching the tribulation realm qualifies one as a powerful figure. Most elders in the major sects reside within this tier. As for the king realm, that represents the ancestral level of the prominent sects and families. Gu Changqing has been practicing since the age of 5, and he has never dared to slacken in his cultivation. Among his peers, he has worked harder than anyone. At 17, he has reached the first level of true spirit, unparalleled among the younger generation of the Gu family. However, in the broader context of the Han-Qin Empire and the entire spirit domain, he is but a speck in the vast ocean, a grain of dust, inconspicuous and insignificant. I've embarrassed the predecessors among the time travelers. While other time travelers are born with supreme bones or chaos bodies, often accompanied by an elder or a golden finger system, what do I have? Nothing at all. I haven't even glimpsed a system or golden finger. Well, perhaps it is good to live a mundane life. Though I say it is fine, there remains a hint of reluctance in my tone. Yet, no matter how much I begrudge it, it is of no use. I can only resign myself to fate. Young master, someone from the Jiang family has arrived. The head of the family requests your presence. A servant appeared beside Gu Changqing, bowing respectfully. Jiang family. Gu Changqing was taken aback. Ah, right, I almost forgot. I am not completely without resources, for I have a wife of sorts. The Jiang family, Jiang Baiwei. Unlike the Gu family, which is merely a small border town in the Han-Qin Empire, the Jiang family is one of the 3 great families of the Han-Qin Empire, boasting no fewer than 5 king realm experts, and their ancestor, known as Jiang Tianwang, strikes fear across Han-Qin, being a perfected king realm cultivator with 1 foot in the divine king level. The king realm is further divided into 3 tiers: Xianwang, Tianwang, and Xinwang. Those at the Tianwang level are positioned at the pinnacle of the Han-Qin Empire's hierarchy. One side represents one of the 3 great families of the Han-Qin Empire, while the other is a small family from a border town, with the strongest among them being Gu Changqing's father, Gu Yuan, at the 6th tribulation of the tribulation realm. 2 seemingly unrelated families possess an extraordinary connection. The Gu family's ancestors once experienced a period of immense glory. During that time, the Gu family produced countless strong figures, being one of the sacred clans of the spirit domain, giving rise to divine emperors. Back then, the Jiang family was merely one of the many vassal forces of the Gu family. Yet, that was over tens of thousands of years ago. With the passage of time, 8,000 years ago, the Gu family encountered a great crisis, losing all their top experts, and more than half of their clan's techniques and treasures were destroyed, leaving only fragmented remnants. Since then, the Gu family began to decline gradually, and they have not produced any powerful beings above the emperor realm in generations, with their bloodline strength diminishing with each passing generation, leading to the present day when their bloodline power is barely perceptible, nearing extinction. To reignite the bloodline power, there is but one solution. A member of the Gu family must ascend to the emperor realm. Yet, for the already declining Gu family, how incredibly challenging is that? The ancestors of the Gu family had made efforts. Over 3,000 years ago, they wagered all their resources in an attempt to cultivate an emperor, but regrettably, they failed. Once one of the tyrants of the spirit domain, the Gu family has now fallen into obscurity, gradually forgotten. Today, the Gu family is merely a family from a small border town in the Han-Qin Empire, barely sustained by Gu Yuan, the sixth tribulation expert, eliciting sympathy. Conversely, the Jiang family, once a vassal of the Gu family, has been thriving for centuries, reaching its zenith after the emergence of Jiang Tianwang a century ago. Currently, Jiang Tianwang is but a step away from the Divine King realm. Once he breaks through, even the Hanqin royal family will have to show deference to the Jiang family. Since the last king realm expert of the Gu family fell, the ties between the Jiang family and the Gu family have become increasingly tenuous. Regardless of how glorious the Gu family once was, that is now in the past. The present Gu family is merely a small clan without any king realm experts. It is entirely natural for the thriving Jiang family to look down upon the Gu family. The reason they are willing to marry Jiang Baiwei, the daughter of the clan leader, to Gu Changqing is not out of nostalgia, but rather because the Jiang family owes a debt to the Gu family. This is a debt of gratitude that has lingered for over several centuries. The Gu family has never brought it up or utilized it in all these years. Until recently, seeing that none among the fourth generation of the Gu family show potential to break into the tribulation realm, Gu Yuan, Gu Changqing's father, finally grew anxious. At this rate, let alone rising again, in a few generations, the Gu family might cease to exist altogether. Currently, the Gu family has only Gu Yuan as a tribulation realm expert. Among the three generations, Gu Changqing's talent is considered decent, but merely decent. It is likely that he will only reach the 9th level of true spirit, and as for breaking into the tribulation realm, it seems nearly impossible. Thus, this marriage proposal came into being. Son, the future of the Gu family relies on you. I, your father, have found you a splendid bride, the daughter of the patriarch of the Jiang clan. For her sake, I have invoked the favor owed to our family by the Jiang ancestors. Give birth fiercely, have dozens of children. These were the exact words of Gu Changqing's father. To have dozens, good heavens, is he treating himself as livestock? After hearing the family servant's words, Gu Changqing rose to his feet, preparing to head to the reception hall. However, just as he stood up, an inexplicable sharp pain suddenly pierced through his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host. The more children, more blessings system has awakened. Gu Changqing. That melodious ding, which he had yearned for since childhood, had never resonated until now. And now it actually rang? Gu Changqing felt as if he were in a dream, finding the situation somewhat surreal. Damn, my system has finally arrived. It was not easy, but this was perhaps a tad too late, wasn't it? He was already 17 years old, having spent 17 years in this world. However, what exactly is this more children, more blessings system? Gu Changqing examined the system's functions carefully and soon understood. The system had but one function, to create offspring. The greater the talent of the children born, the higher the rewards Gu Changqing would receive. Furthermore, there was an achievement system. Giving birth to the 10th, the 100th, or the 1,000th child would yield corresponding achievement rewards. Gu Changqing finally comprehended why the system did not appear earlier or later, but chose to manifest precisely when he was about to marry and have children. Had he known it would be like this, he would have told his father at the age of 10. Oh no, 10 is a bit exaggerated. He would have said it at 15. By the way, system, other systems have beginner's gift packs. You should have one too, right? Yes. A simple word that made Gu Changqing's face break into a beaming smile. Detected that the host has 3 unopened beginner's random gift packs. Would you like to open them? Open. Chapter 2. The Imperial Stage Techniques and the Extermination Sword Formation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Imperial Stage Heart Technique, the Tai Xian Classic. Open a second one. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Imperial Stage Alchemy Technique, the Dan Emperor's Heart Sutra. Upon witnessing the 2 items he had just unveiled, Gu Changqing could not help but exclaim in astonishment. 2 techniques, both of the Imperial Stage. It is no wonder Gu Changqing felt such exhilaration. The term Imperial Stage signifies a profound echelon in this realm. The hierarchy of techniques is delineated as human, earth, heaven, king, emperor, sovereign, and finally, the emperor. The Gu family's primary cultivation method, the fragmented Gu family's heart technique, is merely of the king stage. While this is commendable, being a relic passed down through generations, is still a remnant. One must recognize that many king-level factions possess only king stage techniques, and although the Gu family lacks a king realm powerhouse, they do hold a king stage technique. Even in the zenith of the Gu family's glory, thousands of years ago, the complete version of their heart technique was only at the sovereign stage. This implies that the 2 techniques Gu Changqing has now acquired surpass the sovereign stage techniques once practiced by the illustrious Gu clan at their peak. Imperial stage techniques are the pinnacle of what could possibly exist within the imperial court of the emperor. Initially, Changqing harbored slight grievances regarding the system's belated emergence. However, all his discontent and dissatisfaction have vanished in an instant. The rewards it has bestowed are indeed overwhelming. Changqing examined the two techniques resting within the system's realm with great care. The Taixin Classic, created by the Xian Emperor, comprises 4 volumes, each enhancing the speed of spirit energy absorption and cultivation exponentially. The Dan Emperor's Heart Sutra, crafted by the Qingmu Dan Emperor, chronicles his lifetime of knowledge and unique alchemical methods, as well as the recipes for all the elixirs he has ever concocted. A cursory glance revealed an abundance of recipes, including many that have long been lost to time. Open the 3rd gift pack. Changqing had no intention of saving the last pack. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a tremendous stroke of luck, drawing the Celestial Stage technique, the Extermination Sword Formation. Celestial Stage? The Extermination Sword Formation. After consecutively drawing 2 Imperial Stage techniques, Changqing presumed, according to the law of conservation of luck, that he would likely not procure any more valuable items. Yet, who could have anticipated that the 3rd draw would yield something not only equal to the previous 2, but even more extraordinary? Celestial Stage? The highest tier of techniques Changqing was aware of was the Imperial Stage, leading him to wonder if this Celestial Stage was indeed above the Imperial Stage. The system's voice suddenly resonated, providing clarification. Indeed, above the Imperial Stage lies the Sacred Stage, and beyond that is the Celestial Stage. What a revelation! It is no wonder the system issued a special notification. This truly is an extraordinary stroke of luck. The Extermination Sword Formation, drawn in his 3rd attempt, is an astonishing entity of celestial proportions. A Celestial Stage Sword Formation. According to the system's introduction, the exquisite sword array was created by the Celestial King of Kangwu, who once utilized this formation to defy the Celestial Emperor while in the realm of the Celestial King. The higher the grade of the spiritual swords that constitute the array, the greater the lethality it possesses. Changqing felt somewhat disoriented. Concepts such as Celestial Kings and Celestial Emperors were beyond his comprehension, as the highest realm he was aware of was merely the Imperial realm. However, it was evident that Celestial Kings and Emperors must exist at a level far superior to that of the Imperial realm. With such a sword array at his disposal, what formidable talents or fated children of heaven could withstand even a few moments within the exquisite sword array, regardless of their superiority in rank? Master? A servant's voice jolted Changqing back to reality. Clearing his throat, he recognized that it was not the time to ponder over the 3 foundational techniques. The Zhang family had arrived, presumably to discuss matters pertaining to the wedding, and he should make his way there. Following the servant, he soon arrived at the reception hall. Before he even entered, Changqing sensed an unsettling atmosphere. His father, Gu Yuan, sat at the main seat, his expression far from pleasant. What was initially agreed upon concerning Jiang Baiwei had now transformed into Jiang Lianxin. This was surely problematic. Why has the clan leader made this change without my consent? I shall confront him, Gu Yuan declared. The elder from the Jiang family shook his head and replied, Master Gu, it would be prudent to refrain from further agitation. This is the clan leader's decision. Why does he not come to speak with me directly? Why send you? Gu Yuan retorted with a cold smile. The current clan leader of the Jiang family had 2 daughters, the eldest, Jiang Baiwei, and the younger, Jiang Lianxin. If it were the previous Jiang Lianxin, Gu Yuan would have been entirely agreeable. But the present Jiang Lianxin was merely a helpless individual requiring servants even for the most basic of tasks. Jiang Lianxin was once the most extraordinary genius of the Jiang family, endowed with a natural spiritual bone. Had she not met an untimely end, she would have had the potential to ascend to the Empress realm. From the moment of her birth, she received the finest training from the Jiang family, with countless resources dedicated to her development. She did not disappoint them, having tempered her body at 6, awakened her true spirit at 10, and by the age of 16, she had stepped into the realm of tribulation. At merely 16, she achieved what many could only dream of throughout their lifetimes. Such talent was undeniably remarkable. It is worth noting that the strongest member of the Gu family, Gu Yuan, who is also Changqing's father, was only at the 6th level of the Tribulation Realm. However, shortly after she entered the Tribulation Realm, a significant event transpired, one that altered Jiang Lianxin's life forever. During her training in the outside world, she encountered a saintess from the sacred land of Kanglin, beyond the empire. The Saintess proactively challenged Jiang Lianxin, but was decisively defeated by her overwhelming strength. While the Saintess remained silent, her guardian, citing the severity of Jiang Lianxin's attack, retaliated against her. Despite her prodigious talent, Jiang Lianxin was merely at the Tribulation Realm and stood no chance against the guardian who had reached the Heavenly King realm. In a single strike, Jiang Lianxin suffered grave injuries, her spiritual bones shattered, and her body severely wounded. As a prodigy upon whom the Jiang family had pinned their hopes, Jiang Lianxin naturally possessed a guardian. Yet, how could her protector compare to those of the Kanglin's sacred land? Although Jiang Lianxin's guardian was also a king, he was merely at the early stage of the Xianqing realm. The disparities between each level in the King realm are immense. The difference between the Xianqing and the Tian King is profound, and even more so between the Tian King and the Shen King. In the presence of a formidable Tian King, Jiang Lianxin's Xianqing guardian stood utterly powerless. The Kanglin Saintess observed all of this, but chose not to intervene, allowing her own guardian to render Jiang Lianxin incapacitated. From that moment forth, Jiang Lianxin, the most resplendent and illustrious talent of the Jiang family, was reduced to a mere shell, eliciting profound lamentations from countless onlookers. Confronted with the colossal force of the Kanglin's sacred land, despite their rage and resentment, the Jiang family dared not voice a single complaint. The Kanglin's sacred land was simply too formidable. There was more than one sovereign. The Jiang family, and indeed the entire Han Empire, seemed insignificant as ants before such might. Regarding the shattering of Jiang Lianxin's spiritual bone, the Jiang family had made earnest efforts. Even the Jiang king personally ventured beyond the empire to seek out various alchemists and healers, including several esteemed fourth-grade alchemists. Yet, they found themselves utterly powerless to remedy Jiang Lianxin's injuries. The fracture of her spiritual bone could only be mended by an existence at the level of a celestial emperor or by enlisting the aid of an esteemed alchemist. However, neither celestial emperors nor esteemed alchemists were accessible to a minor imperial family like the Jiangs. Even a mere meeting was beyond reach, let alone soliciting their assistance. Thus, they were resigned to their fate. Jiang Lianxin, once viewed as the hope for the Jiang family's resurgence, was now rendered incapable. This event dealt a significant blow to Jiang King, who subsequently announced his seclusion, withdrawing from family affairs. Gu Yuan sighed. While he empathized with Jiang Lianxin's plight, it did not compel him to consider her as a potential bride. What he sought was a woman capable of aiding the Gu family and ensuring its legacy. With Jiang Lianxin's spiritual bones shattered and her talents diminished to that of an ordinary person, what potential could a child born from her possess? In contrast, Jiang Baiwei, though her talents paled in comparison to the former Jiang Lianxin, surpassed the current Jiang Lianxin by manifold degrees. Among the younger generation of the Jiang family, Jiang Baiwei undoubtedly stood as the most gifted individual. The Jiang family's sudden reversal of their decision surely harbored deeper reasons. Gu Yuan, after a moment of silence, inquired if he could be informed of the cause behind the Jiang family's abrupt change of heart. The elder of the Jiang family merely shook his head, stating that in due time they would come to understand. With that, the elder rose and departed, soon vanishing from the Gu family's hall. Within the hall, the senior members of the Gu family were engulfed in indignation, Gu Yuan included, yet they were left powerless. The Gu family, in its current state, lacked the qualification to negotiate terms with the Jiang family. Even if the Jiang family chose to disregard the favors of the past, what could the Gu family do? The times had indeed changed. The Jiang family, at present, is merely a small clan devoid of even a dark king. Gu Yuan reclined in his chair, and it seemed as though he had aged several years in an instant. Alas, alas! At that moment, Gu Changqing entered. Observing his son, Gu Yuan managed a bitter smile. You have seen it for yourself. Qing'er, the Jiang family is unlikely to agree to the marriage of Jiang Baiwei, preferring instead to offer Jiang Lianxin. It is my inadequacy. If you are unwilling, we shall abandon this union, and I shall seek another wife for you in due course. Jiang Lianxin, who among the young elite of the Han Empire is unaware of her. Once the dream goddess of countless young talents and noble science, she possesses a beauty that seems to have stepped forth from a painting, with unparalleled innate gifts that surpass the empire. Yet now, she is but a cripple. As the eldest son of the Gu family, I surely should not be reduced to marrying a woman of such diminished capacity. At this moment, however, Gu Changqing's attention was not on his father, but rather upon the virtual screen before him. The list of potential brides. Jiang Baiwei, Earth spirit body, purple grade 2. Eldest daughter of the Jiang family. Jiangming, martial arts prodigy, green grade 9. Daughter of the second elder of the Jiang family. Changqing, of mediocre talent, white grade 6, a branch family illegitimate daughter of the Jiang family. Jiang Lianxin, ice sacred bone, gold grade 1, currently shattered but reparable. With restorative elixirs. Tai Xian refining bone pill, 9 crossing life bone pill, heaven's soul melding blood pill. Golden aptitude. Gu Changqing's heart jolted. The system had previously elaborated on the grading of aptitude, ranging from low to high. Black, white, green, blue, purple, orange, gold, and red. Each color is further subdivided into 9 tiers, from 1 to 9. Generally speaking, purple aptitude holds the promise of aspiring to the rank of emperor, while orange talent possesses the potential to strive for the status of a venerable. As for gold, the stature of an emperor, incredibly, the Jiang family has grossly underestimated Jiang Lianxin's talent, mistakenly believing she harbors a spirit bone, unaware that it is in fact a sacred bone, a being that, as long as it does not fall, holds the hope of transcending to the realm of emperors. The distinction between spirit bone and sacred bone may seem but a single character's difference, yet the gap is monumental. A spirit bone merely aspires to the emperor rank, while a sacred bone is destined for imperial greatness. Father. Gu Changqing excitedly interrupted his father. I may actually marry a future empress. Jiang family. Oh, Jiang family. What a splendid turn of events this is. What a masterful exchange you have orchestrated. You have effectively gifted me a future empress. Let it be known, there shall be no turning back. Whoever reneges shall be deemed a coward. Though Jiang Lianxin's ice sacred bone is currently in a shattered state, this poses no concern for Gu Changqing, who possesses the Dan Emperor's Heart Sutra. The system has even kindly provided him with a plethora of elixirs capable of restoring the ice sacred bone. While most of these remedies may have long been lost to time, it matters not, for within the Dan Emperor's Heart Sutra lies the formulas for these lost elixirs. As long as the medicinal herbs can be procured, one can concoct the elixirs oneself. Gu Yuan was startled by the sudden rise in volume from his son, Gu Changqing. Surely, this son of his could not have been affected by the recent reneging of the Jiang family. Just as he was about to express his concern and offer some words of comfort, Gu Changqing impatiently interjected. I have agreed to the Jiang family's terms. I will marry Jiang Lianxin, and I desire no one else. Gu Yuan furrowed his brow. Qinger, but Jiang Lianxin is a waste. Father. Gu Changqing fixed his gaze upon his father, his eyes filled with determination. The existence of a system, of course, was not something he could disclose to his father. Gu Changqing could only do his utmost to ensure that Jiang Lianxin would come to the Gu family as his wife. Very well, then, let it be Jiang Lianxin. At that moment, Gu Changqing began to comprehend why the Jiang family had suddenly changed their stance. The Wu Tu spiritual body. The Wu Tu spiritual body possessed a violet aptitude and the potential to ascend to the ranks of emperors. It is a spiritual constitution that awakens postnatally upon birth. It may awaken throughout one's growth, but there is also a chance it may never awaken. Jiang Baiwei, it seems, had only recently awakened her Wu Tu spiritual body. It is no wonder the Jiang family had a sudden change of heart. Had Jiang Baiwei not awakened the Wu Tu spiritual body, her qualifications would only afford her the possibility of aspiring to the king's realm. However, with the awakening of the Wu Tu spiritual body, it signified potential for imperial ascension. To the Jiang family, she was not vastly inferior to Jiang Lianxin. Thus they could not possibly let her go. Jiang family, I must sincerely thank you. Although Jiang Baiwei did not arrive, you have sent me a Jiang Lianxin who possesses golden qualifications. Gu Changqing was deeply moved. Look at the Jiang family. They are indeed benevolent. Fearing that he might marry someone lacking in talent, they instead presented him with a destined empress, one who embodies the stature of an emperor. However, it must be said, if Jiang Lianxin remained in the Jiang family, her Xianbing holy body would likely remain unrepaired for a lifetime. Thus, for Jiang Lianxin, this too could be seen as an opportunity. The moment Gu Changqing beheld Jiang Lianxin's qualifications, he even contemplated the names of their future children. Gu Changqing could hardly believe how extraordinary their offspring would be. While his own talent was rather average, his wife's qualifications were nothing short of remarkable. A golden holy body. Moreover, with the presence of the system, although his current aptitude may be lacking, the future surely holds promise. At that time, any child he and Jiang Lianxin bore would likely possess the demeanor of a great emperor. Chapter 3. future Empress Xianxia, breaking through 3 realms. In the eastern region of the Han Empire, 1,000 miles away from the Gu family, there lay the Jiang family. Within an elegant courtyard sat an exceptionally beautiful young girl. Her eyes sparkled like water as she quietly occupied a stone seat in a pavilion by the pond. Gazing at the fish swimming below, her expression tinged with a hint of sorrow and melancholy. The girl was named Jiang Lianxin, once the most resplendent jewel of the Jiang family. Now, however, she was a mere shadow of her former self, requiring the assistance of servants even to walk. The sound of footsteps echoed, shattering the tranquility of the surroundings. The newcomer was also a woman, possessing beauty that, while not quite rivaling the unparalleled allure of Jiang Lianxin, was nonetheless striking, sharing several resemblances with her. Jiang Lianxin turned her head, momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the visitor, but she quickly regained her composure. She had expected a servant to assist her back to her chambers, only to find that it was not a servant, but rather her half-sister, Jiang Baiwei. Zhan Yunkong, the current patriarch of the Jiang family, was also the father of both Jiang Lianxin and Jiang Baiwei. Jiang Lianxin's mother was Jiang Yunkong's third wife, who passed away shortly after giving birth to her, while Jiang Baiwei's mother belonged to the second wife. Although they were blood sisters, their relationship had always been strained. Jiang Lianxin, with her cool demeanor, devoted herself to her cultivation and had few friends, while Jiang Baiwei had harbored jealousy towards her since childhood. She envied the preferential treatment their father showed Jiang Lianxin, the resources of the clan that were directed towards her, her beauty, her talents, and everything else. This jealousy had twisted her visage into something unrecognizable. Gazing at the somewhat desolate young woman, Jiang Baiwei felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. This day had been long awaited. The clan leader has decided to marry you off to that useless scion of the Gu family, she declared. Once the brightest talent of the Jiang family, a goddess in the dreams of countless admirers, was now to be wed to the heir of a declining family. How ironic. In truth, Gu Changqing, while not a genius, certainly could not be deemed worthless. However, to Jiang Baiwei, he was merely a minor noble from a border town, a designation that she believed rendered him beneath contempt. Any direct descendant of the Jiang family, by mere virtue of their lineage, far surpassed him in talent. Jiang Lianxin, subjected to such ridicule by her own sister, remained unperturbed, her beautiful eyes devoid of any ripples of emotion. Have you come here to mock me? If so, there's truly no need. I am but a waste now, a person who requires assistance even for the most basic of needs. Deriding a waste offers little fulfillment. Jiang Baiwei's lips curled into a slight smirk. How could you think such a thing, my dear sister? I am here to express my gratitude. If it weren't for your sudden descent into disability, I might very well be the one marrying that useless Gu heir. Shouldn't I thank you for this? She continued, however. Let us be honest. A waste marrying a waste is truly a perfect match. Jiang Lianxin regarded her calmly. No need for thanks. Surely, you must feel a sense of indignation, don't you? Once the greatest talent of the Jiang family, the daughter of the clan leader, now destined to become the wife of a mere minor noble. A man who pales in comparison to any random direct descendant of the Jiang family. Jiang Baiwei's fair features began to twist with discomfort. The more tranquil Jiang Lianxin appeared, the more irked she became. This was not the reaction she desired. Leaning against the stone pillar, Jiang Lianxin observed the fish in the pond. There is no reason for indignation. I am merely a waste now, someone who requires support, even a walk. What right do I have to look down upon others? The fact that others do not disdain me is already a stroke of fortune. In the following days, the Gu family and the Jiang family finalized the marriage arrangements, with the wedding set to occur a week later. The Gu family immediately began preparations. During this time, Gu Changqing was not idle. Alongside his cultivation, he contemplated the matter of reconstructing Jiang Lianxin's sacred bones. Numerous elixirs capable of reshaping Jiang Lianxin's sacred bones were recorded in the Dan Emperor's scriptures. Yet most of the required medicinal materials were exceedingly rare. Even a prominent family like the Jiang family, standing atop the Han and Qin empires, could not gather them, let alone a smaller clan like the Gu family. Fortunately, fortune smiled upon them. After extensive searching, Gu Changqing finally discovered a rare elixir named the 7 Xian Revival Pill, a sacred medicine for reconstruction. The 7 Xian Revival Pill, created by the Qingmu Dan Emperor, is classified as a 4th-tier elixir, though its primary, guiding, and auxiliary ingredients are merely 3rd-tier. To concoct a 4th-tier elixir without a 4th-tier primary ingredient is nearly impossible, yet under the mastery of the Qingmu Dan Emperor. It became a reality. Moreover, the 3 required medicinal materials were not overly precious. Gu Changqing promptly dispatched individuals to procure them. In terms of his cultivation, Gu Changqing made remarkable strides, shattering multiple realms in just under 7 days, advancing from the 1st to the 4th level of true spirit. Such rapid progress was astonishing. Was this the essence of imperial-level techniques? However, Gu Changqing remained unaware that the Xian Emperor was no ordinary sovereign. The techniques he devised were far from typical imperial-level practices. Merely mastering the initial section allowed him to absorb spiritual energy at a rate exponentially greater than before, perhaps dozens of times faster. It was unfathomable to consider how extraordinary his cultivation speed would become upon completing the subsequent sections. Furthermore, Gu Changqing began to grasp the fundamentals of the extermination sword array. The 4 swords comprising the array were somewhat inferior. One was 3rd tier, while the other 3 were 2nd tier. Yet, these are the finest swords Gu Changqing could procure. A day prior, he had ventured into the city specifically to test the might of the extermination sword array. The results left him astounded. Upon activating the array, Gu Changqing felt as though he were the sovereign of this realm. Within the array, he believed he could easily defeat even his father, a 3rd tribulation realm expert. Such exaggeration, the enhancement he experienced surpassed even that granted by the Taishan scriptures. Without the extermination sword array, Gu Changqing might have been able to contend with opponents 1 or 2 realms above him due to the Taishan scriptures, but facing a significantly stronger adversary, particularly one at the 1st tribulation realm, would result in his swift demise. The chasm of difference between realms is not easily bridged, especially since Gu Changqing had only just begun to cultivate the 1st section of the Taishan scriptures. Yet, the formidable extermination sword array could completely compensate for this so-called disparity. As the sword formation emerged, Gu Changqing, situated within its confines, experienced no change in his realm. However, the sword techniques he employed were significantly enhanced by the formation, resulting in a dramatic increase in power. This augmentation could range from 200 to 500, or even 800 to 1,000, leaving Gu Changqing unable to ascertain the precise extent of the enhancement. The degree of this power boost was intrinsically linked to the quality of the 4 spirit swords that constituted the formation. Merely a 3rd-tier spirit sword combined with 3 2nd-tier swords formed the formidable extermination sword formation, and the enhancement was already so fearsome. One could only imagine the potential if 4, 5, or 6-tier sword were utilized. Suddenly, Gu Changqing felt an overwhelming sense of impoverishment. If only he possessed sufficient spirit stones, he could easily replace all 4 foundational swords with 3rd-tier ones. On the day of the grand wedding, Gu Changqing was to wed Jiang Lianxin. The Gu family residence was adorned with vibrant decorations, filled with guests, and the atmosphere was exceptionally grand. However, nearly all the attendees were invited by the Gu family. The Jiang family, on the other hand, sent only 3 representatives, an elder, a maid, and Jiang Lianxin herself. Notably absent was the patriarch of the Jiang clan, Jiang Lianxin's biological father. This clearly indicated the Jiang family's lack of regard for the marriage. Not only did the patriarch fail to attend, but no high-ranking members of the clan were present. Only a common elder was dispatched. During the ceremony, Gu Changqing laid eyes on Jiang Lianxin, and his heart stirred. She was truly an unparalleled beauty. The surrounding Gu family members and guests were equally captivated by her stunning visage. Many younger attendees envied Gu Changqing for being able to wed such a celestial beauty, wishing they could gnash their teeth in jealousy. However, a subtle sorrow lingered on the girl's face, imparting a sense of melancholy. There was no dramatic scene of elopement or regret under the officiant's guidance. Gu Changqing gently took Jiang Lianxin's delicate hand, and they bowed to the heavens and the earth, proceeding smoothly through the rituals. Yet, Gu Changqing noticed a small detail. The severity of her injuries was alarming. Indeed, he could sense that Jiang Lianxin struggled even to walk, as they knelt to pay their respects. He felt her hand clutching his tightly, trembling not from anxiety, but from excruciating pain. Surely, she was enduring considerable suffering within. Nevertheless, she remained silent, resolutely completing the ceremonial rites alongside Gu Changqing. After the wedding, the Jiang elder did not linger and departed promptly. Jiang Lianxin, holding Gu Changqing's hand, gazed at the elder's retreating figure and offered a self-deprecating smile, her expression tinged with desolation. On this day of her nuptials, certain realities had indeed caught her off guard. She had never anticipated that on her wedding day, her own father would refuse to attend. Even in his state of ruin, she still remained his biological daughter. It is often said that powerful families are devoid of affection, and at this very moment, Xianxia truly comprehends this sentiment. Once she loses her worth, she realizes she is regarded as less significant than even the most mediocre scion of her clan. Changqing, sensing his wife's sorrow, gently placed his hand upon her shoulder, embracing her tightly. From this moment on, you shall be my wife, Changqing. The Jiang family may forsake you, but I shall not. Turning to gaze at the man with whom she would spend her life, Xianxia felt a surge of emotion and slowly leaned into Changqing's embrace. At this juncture, she felt utterly abandoned by the world. Her biological father refused to attend her wedding, and her mother had long since departed from this realm. All she hoped for was that her husband would not find her burdensome. Her health was precarious, limiting her ability to contribute to their union, and she relied on Changqing for care. Though the Gu family lacked for servants, she brought along a personal maid. Yet, a maid could not be at her side at all times, leading to various inconveniences. Over time, it was inevitable that Changqing might perceive her as a nuisance. A sense of guilt lingered within her. The Gu family, though not a grand lineage, held a prominent position in Jianglin City. She was hardly a normal person. Changqing had far better choices, yet chose to marry her. Her plight had spread throughout the Han Empire, and Changqing could not possibly be unaware. Still, he willingly took her, a woman deemed useless. Amidst her gratitude, guilt also weighed heavily upon her. On their wedding night, lying in bed, Xianxia's face flushed as her hands anxiously clutched her garment. The thought of what might transpire next made her cheeks grow even warmer. This was her first experience of such intimacy, and she felt lost, unsure of how to proceed. However, when Changqing joined her in bed, he merely held her, refraining from any further advances. My husband? Xianxia questioned, puzzled. Be at ease, my dear. Your health is fragile. Engaging in marital relations is ill-advised for now. We shall discuss it at a later time. As she looked into the eyes of the man before her, her eyes brimmed with tears. Since her fall from grace, this was the first time she felt genuine concern from someone. The so-called care from her father and the clan elders was merely an interest in her talents, not in her as a person. Changqing's concern, however, was for her very being. Yet, she feared that even in the future, her health would not improve. This was a lifelong predicament. Rest now. You will be well again, Changqing reassured her, gently ruffling her hair. This was no empty comfort. During these days, he had been diligently searching for medicinal herbs, almost gathering enough to concoct the 7 revitalizing pill. Once he succeeded in crafting this elixir, Xianxia would be able to restore her sacred bones. Then, the time for consummation would not be delayed. Moreover, at present, Xianxia, whose sacred bones have shattered, possesses talents that are inferior to those of an ordinary individual. What if she were to inadvertently conceive a child of mediocre aptitude? Would she forfeit the rewards bestowed by her system? Of course, this is merely one of the reasons. The primary concern lies in the apprehension that Xianxia's current physique may not withstand the strain. Even the act of kneeling during their wedding ceremony exhausted her considerably, let alone the prospect of consummation. Since the moment Xianxia became his spouse, Changqing has regarded her as his beloved wife rather than a mere vessel for procreation. He has observed the Jiang family's attitude towards her today with keen awareness. The fact that her biological father did not attend the wedding speaks volumes about Xianxia's predicament within her family following the ruin of her sacred bones. Now that she has married into the Gu family, if he does not cherish her, who will? If he does not care for his own wife, who will? Intimacy is an inevitable aspect of their relationship. There is no need to rush into it within a day or two. Chapter 5. Reconstructing the Sacred Ice Bones. The following morning, Changqing received word that the herbs he had requested Elder 8 to procure had all been found. Elder 8, known as Gu Quan, oversees the alchemical affairs within the clan. However, after purchasing these herbs, Changqing's long-saved treasury had been nearly depleted. Despite being the eldest son of the Gu family, he is not yet the clan's patriarch and cannot directly access the clan's treasury. Thus, he had to finance the purchase himself. Having acquired the herbs, Changqing hurried back to his courtyard to commence alchemy. As it was his first attempt, he approached the process with caution, opting to practice with second and third-tier healing potions rather than immediately attempting the 7 revitalizing pill, despite having the experience of the Alchemy Emperor as Heart Sutra. He successfully crafted 1 7-pattern pill, 3 5-pattern pills, and 3 3-pattern pills, none of which were failures. The pills Gu Changqing concocted were called Yuan Recovery Pills, a second-tier restorative potion, which is among the most common and popular elixirs in the marketplace. The alchemy techniques of the Qingmu alchemy emperor are indeed extraordinary. Gu Changqing had observed others in the art of alchemy, yet the methods employed by the Qingmu alchemy emperor differ significantly from those of ordinary alchemists. They utilize a pattern level. The success rate for creating pills at this level is something even a 4th-grade pill king would find challenging to achieve. The grading of alchemists parallels that of potions, ranging from 1st to 9th grade. Generally, a 4th-grade alchemist is referred to as a pill king, holding a status comparable to that of a king-level expert, if not more esteemed. 5th-grade pill emperors, 6th-grade pill lords, 7th-grade pill emperors. And their ranks are akin to cultivation realms, yet alchemists possess a level of nobility far exceeding that of their king-level counterparts. After successfully crafting 2nd-tier potions, Gu Changqing proceeded to attempt 3rd-tier potions, still experiencing little pressure. Ultimately, he turned his gaze towards the herbs required for the 7th Xian revitalizing pill. Let the alchemy commence. While he felt no strain during the crafting of 2nd or even 3rd-tier potions, this time, as he embarked on creating a 4th-tier potion, Gu Changqing finally sensed his mental energy teetering on the brink of exhaustion. It is nearly at its limit. The reason I am currently able to refine the 4th-grade elixir lies in my identity as a traveler, which endows my spiritual power with an innate strength far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Of course, the immense spiritual energy provided by the Taixin Classic also plays a significant role. The 4th tier is a realm reserved for the alchemy kings. This implies that, at present, Gu Changqing can barely be considered a half-alchemy king, with the materials Su Yuan grass, honeysuckle, and Xianling root. According to the alchemical formula, Gu Changqing methodically placed the herbs into the alchemical furnace, meticulously controlling the heat with his mental energy, not daring to relax for a moment. He possessed only this single batch of materials. Failure was not an option. An hour later, success. With a low exclamation, the flames extinguished, and the elixirs were complete. A total of 4 elixirs, 2 high-grade 4th tier, 1 medium grade, and 1 low grade, with no manifestation of elixir patterns. This indicates that refining 4th tier elixirs remains somewhat challenging for Gu Changqing at this stage. Nevertheless, the elixirs were successfully produced, although the absence of elixir patterns was somewhat regrettable. It represented the utmost limit of Gu Changqing's capabilities. After completing this batch of 7 Xian revitalization elixirs, Gu Changqing nearly succumbed to exhaustion, having expended an immense amount of spiritual energy. Lying on the ground, he breathed deeply before gradually rising and making his way to his room. At that moment, Jiang Lianxin had already awakened, standing with the support of a maidservant. Upon seeing Gu Changqing burst in, looking utterly fatigued, she immediately inquired, "My husband, what have you been doing? Why do you look so worn out?" Gu Changqing gestured for the maidservant to step out, then assisted Jiang Lianxin to the main hall. "Xianxia, do you desire revenge?" he asked, refraining from immediately presenting the elixirs. "Revenge?" Jiang Lianxin furrowed her delicate brow, fully aware of the implications behind Gu Changqing's words. The Kanglin's sacred land, Mu Yanran, and her protector. It would be impossible for her to claim she harbored no hatred towards them, although Jiang Lianxin possessed a calm demeanor. She was by no means a saint. This grudge was one she could never forget in her lifetime. However, she also understood the daunting difficulty of vengeance. The adversary was a saintess from the Kanglin's sacred land, while she herself was now but a cripple. How could she seek revenge? This elixir is called the 7 Xian Revitalization Elixir. Once consumed, it will enable the reconstruction of your shattered spiritual bones. Gu Changqing presented the elixir to Jiang Lianxin. 7 Xian Revitalization Elixir? Although Jiang Lianxin hailed from the prominent Jiang family of the Han dynasty, she had never heard of such an elixir. At this moment, she felt rather bewildered. She was acutely aware of the condition of her body. It was far more complex than a mere injury. Not even an alchemy king could remedy her plight. Yet now, Gu Changqing suddenly produced an elixir claiming to restore her shattered spiritual bones. It was no wonder Jiang Lianxin found it hard to believe. The assertion was rather outrageous. Nevertheless, she accepted the elixir from Gu Changqing's hand without the slightest hesitation and consumed it. In the early hours of the morning, the husband returned, breathless and weary, seemingly related to the elixir. Regardless of its efficacy, it was the thoughtfulness of the husband that mattered. However, with little hope, Jiang Lianxin swallowed the 7 Xian revitalizing pill, and a warm sensation rapidly coursed through her limbs, bringing an indescribable comfort. As time passed, she could distinctly feel that the shattered spiritual bones within her body were beginning to reshape themselves. Husband, this elixir. Jiang Lianxin gazed in astonishment at Changqing. She never anticipated that, while even the alchemist king could do nothing about her fragmented spiritual bones, Changqing could facilitate their reconstruction with just a single pill. This was utterly unbelievable. Let us not speak. Instead, focus on cultivating in conjunction with the elixir's potency. Changqing gently guided Jiang Lianxin to the bed. Despite the multitude of questions swirling in her mind, she forcibly suppressed them, closed her eyes, and began to circulate the core cultivation method of the Jiang clan. Half a day later, Changqing fed her the remaining 7 Xian revitalizing pills one by one. With each passing moment, Jiang Lianxin's condition improved remarkably. As the days slipped by, Changqing remained steadfastly by her side. With a soft sigh, Jiang Lianxin slowly opened her eyes, met by the sight of Changqing, who was vigilantly watching over her. Husband, she said, assessing her internal state, realizing that her spiritual bones had been fully reformed. Her cultivation had also returned to the first level of the tribulation realm. Overwhelmed with excitement, she embraced Changqing and kissed him. In that kiss, 1,000 words were exchanged. That night was destined to be one of wakefulness. The next morning, Changqing felt as if his body was on the verge of falling apart. Looking at Jiang Lianxin, who lay in his arms with a blissful expression, he shook his head. It seemed he would need to acquire some sacred bones, or he would truly be unable to endure this. Sensing movement, Jiang Lianxin rubbed her eyes and awoke. My dear, your sacred bones are astonishing. Jiang Lianxin's cheeks flushed crimson. However, she quickly realized something. Sacred bones? Husband, you must be mistaken. What resides within me are spiritual bones. What spiritual bones? How can spiritual bones cause such turmoil? What you possess is not merely spiritual bones, my dear, but genuine sacred bones, Xianbing's sacred bones. Chapter 6. The emergence of the exquisite sword array, Jiang Lianxin's astonishment. Sacred bones? Xianbing's sacred bones? No, husband. You must be mistaken. How could I possibly have sacred bones within me? Jiang Lianxin knew well the distinction between spiritual bones and sacred bones. They were worlds apart. Sacred bones were the hallmarks of prodigies, beings fiercely coveted even by the divine emperors. How could she possibly possess such esteemed bones within her? If it truly is the sacred bone, as she pondered, Jiang Lianxin found herself suddenly believing it. The thought of the 7 Xian revitalizing pill her husband had presented the previous day sparked a flicker of faith within her. Could it be that she genuinely possessed a sacred bone within her? Had it come from anyone else, she might have dismissed it outright, but coming from her husband's lips, she felt inclined to trust it. To her, Changqing was no longer just an ordinary young master of a minor clan. Rather, he was someone extraordinary. An ordinary young master could not mend the shattered spiritual bones within her. After all, even the Pill King was at a loss. However, she refrained from inquiring too deeply about the origins of the 7 Xian revitalizing pill, or why Changqing was so certain that her inner essence was a sacred bone rather than a spiritual bone. If he wished to divulge such information, he would do so in his own time. If he chose not to, there must be a reason behind it. My dear, with the reconstitution of your sacred bone, you are destined to become the future Empress. How could you possibly still regard me, a mere young master of small clan? Jiang Lianxin flipped over, pinning Changqing beneath her, her beautiful eyes locking onto his. Husband, I know you are merely jesting, but I must declare that everything I possess is a gift from you. Regardless of whether I become a celestial sovereign or an empress in the future, I will eternally be your woman, your wife. The once aloof Jiang Lianxin transformed into a figure of passionate tenderness in Changqing's presence. If I truly possess a sacred bone, then I shall protect you, my husband. I will be your sword. Whoever you wish for me to slay, I shall do so. In those few simple phrases lay the profound affection Jiang Lianxin held for Changqing. My dear, it is still early, perhaps we could. She understood the implication in Changqing's words, and with a soft body, she pressed down upon him, signaling that battle was imminent. By afternoon, both Changqing and Jiang Lianxin had risen. My dear, let us engage in another 300 rounds. Ah, husband, perhaps we should postpone until tomorrow. I am perfectly fine, but you, Jiang Lianxin's words caused 3 dark lines to materialize on Gu Changqing's forehead. What sort of talk is that? Once I attain the Supreme Bone's sacred body, you will see how it feels. I was referring to a serious battle of 300 rounds. Were your thoughts wandering? In the courtyard, Gu Changqing and Jiang Lianxin stood facing each other. He wished to test his current strength and ascertain his level. With Jiang Lianxin, who possessed the sacred body, he had the perfect subject for examination. True spirit against catastrophe realm. This was not arrogance. It was confidence. A certainty born from imperial tier techniques and the absolute assurance granted by the extermination sword array. Do not be deceived by his current cultivation of only the 4th layer of true spirit. Ordinary catastrophe realm cultivators were hardly worthy opponents for him. A serious battle, you say? Very well, dear husband. Would you like me to limit my realm to the 4th layer of true spirit? With the reconstitution of the sacred body, the confidence of the once prominent Jiang Lianxin had returned. It was not that she looked down upon her husband. Within the same realm, she had never encountered anyone who could withstand even 10 moves at her hands, not even the saintess of the Kanglan sacred land. At that time, Jiang Lianxin had defeated her in merely 5 moves. If such was the case within the same realm, how much more so was it for Gu Changqing, whose cultivation was far inferior, standing only at the 4th level of true spirit. In Jiang Lianxin's view, lowering her own level to that of the 4th level of true spirit felt somewhat like bullying her husband. Gu Changqing, feeling somewhat vexed, realized he was underestimated by his wife. It seemed he must demonstrate his true strength to Jiang Lianxin today. No need to hold back in the upcoming battle. Do not be deceived by my 4th level of true spirit. You may not truly be my match. Jiang Lianxin's cultivation was at the first tribulation of the tribulation realm. Yet, her strength was not significantly inferior to that of Gu Changqing's father, Gu Yuan, for she was a peerless prodigy endowed with sacred bones. Surpassing 3 or 4 levels was not a daunting task for her. Taking a deep breath, Gu Changqing's expression grew serious. Ascent, extermination, soit formation. Faced with a prodigy imbued with sacred bones, Gu Changqing did not believe he could conquer her solely with the meager enhancements of imperial-grade techniques. He needed the extermination sword formation. 4 spiritual swords flew from Gu Changqing's storage pouch, each landing at the 4 corners of the courtyard. In an instant, the surroundings vanished, leaving only a vast expanse of white. Extermination sword formation, complete. Be careful, my dear. With a flick of his hand, a spiritual sword materialized in Gu Changqing's grasp, and he swung it towards Jiang Lianxin with fierce intent. The 3 swords of breaking the clouds. The 3 swords of breaking the clouds was a primary offensive sword technique of the Gu family. Although it was merely of the low heavenly grade, the power it wielded, enhanced by the extermination sword formation, transcended that classification. Opposite Gu Changqing, Jiang Lianxin's expression grew increasingly grave. She realized she had underestimated her husband far more than she had anticipated. Moreover, what was the meaning of this sudden barrier enveloping the courtyard? In truth, she had once faced individuals of this cultivation level with ease, capable of dispatching them with a single sword strike. Even if they stood there and allowed her to strike, they could hardly inflict any harm upon her. Yet now, facing Gu Changqing and the sword that descended upon her, she sensed an ominous threat. A sword strike from the 4th level of true spirit could invoke a sense of danger within her. Even Jiang Lianxin found it hard to believe. Daring not to be careless, Jiang Lianxin raised her sword to meet the challenge. Chapter 7. The Daughter's Extraordinary Fate, returning the chaotic sword body. With a sharp clang, the sound of metal meeting metal echoed, and Jiang Lianxin let out a muffled groan, retreating several steps. For Gu Changqing, however, this was merely the beginning. A tempestuous flurry of sword strikes rained down upon Jiang Lianxin with relentless ferocity. Half a stick of incense later, when Gu Changqing's long sword rested against Jiang Lianxin's alabaster neck, she was utterly dazed. Had she lost? Moreover, she had been defeated by Gu Changqing, who was several realms beneath her. It is no wonder that Jiang Lianxin was so astounded prior to this moment. She had found no one in her realm who could rival her. Even when facing the holy maiden of the Kanglan sacred land, she had triumphed with merely 5 strikes. She had never envisioned that one day she would be bested by someone of a higher tier. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Had she grown weaker? Yet, this notion was swiftly dispelled. No, it was not her own weakness, but rather the overwhelming strength of her husband. A waste of talent? This was the term her sister, Jiang Baiwei, had used to refer to the young lord of a minor clan. Huh. If Jiang Baiwei were to discover that the so-called waste she spoke of possessed the prowess to effortlessly crush her, one could only wonder how she would react. Was Jiang Baiwei not relieved that she had not married into the Gu family, but rather Jiang Lianxin? How fortunate she felt now, only to potentially harbor regret in the future. Her husband was no mere scion of a small clan, but a true prodigy of extraordinary caliber, an existence even more monstrous than herself. In truth, Jiang Lianxin felt a twinge of relief. At least Jiang Baiwei had awakened her earth spirit body. Otherwise, she might have stolen her husband away. In the days that followed, Gu Changqing devoted himself entirely to cultivation. In the Tianqian continent, strength reigned supreme. Not only was he motivated to avenge Jiang Lianxin, but her predicament also instilled in him a sense of urgency. Talent is but an illusion. Was Jiang Lianxin not gifted? With her sacred bone, she held the potential to reach the emperor stage. Yet, in the end, she was rendered powerless. Had it not been for Gu Changqing, Jiang Lianxin would likely have remained in such a state for eternity, her sacred bone with little hope of restoration. The Tianqian continent was vast. Merely within the southern Xian divine continent, there existed thousands of realms, each populated by numerous sects and empires. The number of prodigies was staggering. Yet how many could truly ascend to the revered status of heavenly sovereign or emperor? Presently, Gu Changqing found himself still too weak. So weak, in fact, that he dared not share the techniques acquired from the system with his family. His current strength was insufficient to confront the potential crises that could arise should the techniques be exposed. Of course, amidst his cultivation, Gu Changqing did not neglect the pursuit of progeny. The courtyard he resided in was filled with revelry night after night. To grow stronger, one must produce offspring. With fervor, he engaged in this endeavor. At long last, one day, after Gu Changqing's diligent efforts, Jiang Lianxin became pregnant. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully causing Jiang Lianxin to conceive. Name: not yet determined. Gender: male. Innate fate: burning flame, spirit body, orange grade 3, sacred body descendant, purple grade 6. Orange grade 3, purple grade 6. An orange aptitude: a heavenly sovereign-s potential. His first son would be a future heavenly sovereign. Although he did not possess golden aptitude, Gu Changqing was already exceedingly satisfied. It is beyond my comprehension. My wife possesses extraordinary talents, yet I find myself lagging behind. Upon assessing my own aptitude, I discovered I am merely a green-level martial genius. The fact that I could father a son with the majestic orange aura of a celestial being is solely attributable to Jiang Lianxin. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Azure Fire Dan body, gold grade 1. Goodness, I have struck gold. I have begotten a son of divine stature and received a golden aptitude in return. The Azure Fire Dan body, a sacred physique for alchemy, boasts a 200 success rate in pill formation and significantly enhances the probability of producing pill pattern elixirs. It comes equipped with the Azure Lotus Heart Fire, which serves both in alchemical pursuits and combat. However, I must admit a tinge of disappointment. Although the returned aptitude is indeed golden, it is a Dan body. How much better it would have been if it were a martial physique. Nevertheless, it is still a golden aptitude. Just as I was wallowing in my slight discontent, I suddenly noticed an attribute bar beneath my son, gradually solidifying. A double blessing? Oh no, twins? My breath quickened. I am to be blessed with twins. Unnamed. Gender: female. Innate destiny: purple sky, thunder body, gold grade 9. Gu Changqing. Gold grade 9? Surely I'm not mistaken. This is the pinnacle of golden aptitude. Gold grade 9. An existence nearing the crimson quality, far superior to my wife's Xian water sacred body by several levels of supreme divinity. If the gold grade 1 Xian water sacred body harbored hopes of ascending to the emperor realm, then with a gold grade 9 aptitude, barring any downfall, my daughter is destined to become an emperor in the future. There is even a slight chance she may transcend the emperor realm. Previously disheartened by the return of Dan body aptitude, Gu Changqing was now engulfed in unbridled joy. At that moment, he began to tremble with excitement, as a realization dawned upon him. If my first son, possessing an orange grade 3 aptitude, has granted me a golden destiny, then, ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Chaos Sword Body, red grade 8. The Chaos Sword Body, a supreme celestial physique of swordsmanship, boasts a training speed of 2,000, a comprehension speed of sword techniques at 1,000, and an attack power of 1,000, Its understanding of sword realms also progresses at a rate of 1,000, with enhancements accompanying the host's ascension in rank. Changqing was utterly astonished. Truly astonished. A red innate destiny? My word. If memory serves, the highest aptitude displayed by the system is indeed red, is it not? Changqing was unsure if there existed an aptitude beyond the red level. However, as it stands, the red innate destiny and red aptitude are unequivocally the pinnacle of the system. The chaos sword body, coupled with the extermination sword array. Changqing could scarcely fathom the magnitude of power he would wield when both the chaos sword body and the extermination sword array are unleashed concurrently. My precious daughter, you are indeed a wonderful daughter to your father. All my labor over these past days, nearly exhausting me, has been worth it. It has all been worth it. With one son and one daughter, the son possesses the qualities of a revered one, while the daughter is destined to become a great emperor in the future. Changqing was exceedingly satisfied beyond measure. He even began to anticipate the arrival of a third child. Now, with his chaos sword body at the 8th rank and Jiang Lianxin's first-grade holy body, he no longer felt like a hindrance, but rather a formidable force in procreation. Changqing could hardly imagine how extraordinary their third child would be, perhaps even surpassing the red tier qualifications. 3 months later, as the day of Jiang Lianxin's childbirth drew near, Changqing had already chosen names for them. His daughter would be called Yunxi, and his son Qingchen. Yunxi would be the elder sister, while Qingchen would be the younger brother. Thus, it was a delightful decision. Over these 3 months, with the acquisition of the chaos sword body, Changqing's cultivation speed had accelerated dramatically. In just 3 months, he had progressed from the 4th level of true spirit to the pinnacle of the 9th level. He was merely a step away from the tribulation realm, showcasing astonishing advancement. Even Jiang Lianxin, who possessed the holy bone, was astounded by Changqing's terrifying cultivation speed. It is worth noting that even with her Xianbing holy bone, she had only managed to ascend 2 levels from the 1st to the 3rd of the tribulation realm during the same period. Though it is true that higher realms come with greater challenges, this disparity was rather outrageous. Jiang Lianxin's cultivation speed was already formidable, but in comparison to Changqing, she felt an inexplicable sense of defeat. Fortunately, he was her husband. My dear, I plan to venture into the myriad demon sea after breaking through to the tribulation realm. Changqing said to Jiang Lianxin after concluding his training. As his realm ascended, the resources available within their clan were insufficient to support his continued cultivation. The Gu family was merely a small clan, incapable of sustaining such vast consumption. This applied not only to him, but also to Jiang Lianxin. Had she been in the Jiang family, her cultivation speed would undoubtedly have exceeded what it was in the Gu family. Moreover, with the imminent arrival of their children, preparations for spirit elixirs and medicinal baths were in order. Upon their birth, with the elixirs, medicinal baths, imperial-grade techniques, and their innate talents, it would be remarkable. Previously, they were hindered by insufficient strength, limiting their ventures. Now, they were a mere step away from the tribulation realm. As for Changqing's actual combat prowess, he had yet to ascertain his strength relative to other formidable beings, as one could only gauge such abilities through confrontation. Additionally, over the past 3 months, aside from his cultivation, he had also dedicated himself to alchemy, successfully crafting numerous elixirs. Although constrained by the inferior quality of herbs within his clan, he nonetheless succeeded in concocting a considerable number of spiritual elixirs. With the enhancement from the Qingwadan body, most of the pills produced were of the Danwen grade, sufficient to yield a substantial sum of spirit stones. As for Xiner, being with child, she found it inconvenient to accompany her husband. Otherwise, she would have gladly joined him for a stroll. Jiang Lianxin nodded, gently caressing her slightly protruding belly, her face radiating pure happiness. Changqing smiled, embracing Jiang Lianxin and gently patting her shoulder, assuring her that after the birth of their 2 little ones, they would have ample time together. A week later, Changqing successfully broke through to the tribulation realm. For someone with the chaos sword body like Changqing, the barriers of the tribulation realm posed no challenge whatsoever. It was a smooth and effortless breakthrough, evoking a wave of envy from Jiang Lianxin. It is worth noting that in the Han Empire, reaching the tribulation realm placed one among the ranks of the strong. Next, he would need to endure 9 lightning tribulations, each more formidable than the last. Yet, with each tribulation overcome, one's strength would significantly increase. However, this realm is also the most perilous, beneath the wrath of the tribulations. One either survives to ascend to higher realms or faces the fatal consequences of failure. Thus, those in the tribulation realm dare not attempt a breakthrough lightly without certainty. After enduring the 9 lightning tribulations, he would ascend to the first stage of the king realm, the Xianxia realm, truly becoming a sovereign of his domain, capable of traversing the vast world and establishing his own sect as its leader. Before embarking on his journey, Changqing informed his father, Yuan, who did not impede his path. Yuan was aware of his son's current realm, as Changqing had not concealed his cultivation progress. He merely mentioned that he had seemingly awakened a particular talent, without delving into details about the rapid advancement. It was not that Changqing wished to withhold information. Rather, the matters concerning the system were secrets he could not divulge, even to Jiang Lianxin. It was not a matter of trust. It was simply his greatest secret, known only to himself. The Wanyao Sea, located to the south of the Han Empire, bordered by 7 or 8 other empires, including the Han Empire, is fraught with peril. It is home to numerous demon beasts of the king realm level, and even human king realm experts tread cautiously within its depths. However, this trepidation is primarily confined to the deep sea region, where demon beasts seldom venture into the shallows. Thus, the shallow waters have transformed into a paradise for countless martial artists, cultivators, and adventurers from the bordering empires, giving rise to several trade hubs. One of which is Haiyu Island. Haiyu Island is among the closest islands to the Han Empire and serves as Changqing's destination. Above the Azure Sea, Changqing traversed the air with remarkable speed, drawing the attention of numerous cultivators and adventurers below. Walking upon the air, a king realm expert, many felt a stir of awe in their hearts, simultaneously casting envious glances. In the realm of the Wang-level, one walks the earth with an aura of reverence, universally acknowledged as a formidable presence. Across the vast expanse of the southern Xian divine continent, these individuals are the epitome of true strength. The ability to traverse the air is a hallmark of a Wang-level expert. Only those capable of harnessing the elemental forces of the universe can achieve such feats. However, unbeknownst to many, Changqing is not a Wang-level practitioner. His ability to soar through the skies relies entirely on the extermination sword formation. Positioned within this formation, Changqing becomes the sovereign of this realm, rendering the act of walking on air effortlessly achievable. The sword formation moves in tandem with him, allowing Changqing to maintain the extermination sword formation continuously, thus emulating the flight of a Wang-level expert. The only drawback is the considerable consumption of spiritual energy required to sustain it. Nevertheless, Changqing finds the prospect of boarding the merchant ships tedious and slow. Should his spiritual energy dwindle, he can simply take a day or two to recuperate. Suddenly, while soaring through the skies, Changqing is startled by an ear-splitting roar. As he directs his gaze, he observes a colossal creature rapidly approaching from the convergence of sea and sky. It is a king-level demonic beast. Changqing is taken aback. He finds himself in a shallow sea region where the likelihood of encountering a king-level demon is exceedingly low. Indeed, the odds are akin to winning the lottery back on Earth, particularly in Huagua. Yet, even the slightest chance cannot be dismissed, and he never expected to encounter such a creature. Rather than fear, a thrill courses through him. Throughout his journey thus far, Changqing has faced numerous demonic beasts, most of which were at the true spirit realm, with scarcely a few at the robbery realm. He has long been eager to gauge the true extent of his strength and compare it to that of genuine Xian Wang-level experts. However, a suitable opponent had eluded him until now. As the 9th chapter unfolds in the Sea of 10,000 Beasts, he prepares to confront the Demon King. What is this? Umans. As the Demon King draws nearer, Changqing discerns that it is not merely wandering into the shallow sea, but rather pursuing a group of human cultivators. How outrageous! How could a king-level beast manifest in the shallow sea? What extraordinary fortune! Among the fleeing figures is a petite girl clad in green, her charm accentuated by a silver longsword slung across her back. As the Demon King closes in, despair begins to envelop her. The girl is named Huang Yingying, a disciple of the inner sect of the Dust Heart Pavilion, possessing a cultivation of true spirit 4th layer. Dust Heart Pavilion is a notable sect in the nearby waters, boasting considerable strength, with its leader being a half-step Wang-level expert, ranking among the top sects in the region. This time, the organization embarked on an outdoor expedition, dividing into over a dozen teams, with their group being one among them. The leader of the Changqing Pavilion placed great emphasis on this venture, assigning 2 to 3 Elder Guardians to each team. Under normal circumstances, the presence of Elder Guardians would imply a lack of danger. However, who could have anticipated that their team would encounter a king-level beast, a rarity in the shallow sea region? Not long ago, 2 Elder Guardians had attempted to sacrifice themselves to buy their disciples a moment's respite for escape. Yet, in a cruel twist of fate, these 2 elders found themselves utterly powerless against the beast, their efforts to resist rendered futile as they were obliterated in a mist of blood beneath a single claw. The disparity between the realms of the Elder Guardians and the king-level beast was insurmountable. Not even the Pavilion Master of Changqing could withstand the might of this formidable creature. Despair enveloped not only Huang Yingying, but also the other young disciples of Changqing Pavilion. Oh, I have just entered the inner sect, and a bright future awaits me. I do not wish to perish. With heavy hearts, they contemplated scattering in hopes that at least one might escape. The remaining Elder Guardian, with a soft sigh, halted his flight, choosing instead to confront the advancing beast. Elder Yang. No, cried several disciples of Changqing Pavilion in alarm. Elder Yang, known for his kindness and willingness to assist any disciple seeking guidance, was deeply cherished by the members of the sect. As he prepared to face the beast for their sake, many disciples could not contain their tears. How touching! Gu Changqing's voice emerged, not as mockery, but as recognition of the profound moment. No one wished for death, Elder Yang included, yet he charged forth unflinchingly for the sake of his disciples. Just as Gu Changqing's words lingered in the air, a brilliant white sword beam erupted forth, piercing through the void and reaching the beast in an instant. The beast sensed the impending threat, raising its massive arms in a futile attempt to block the strike. But, swish! The sword light sliced through the beast as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, carving a deep trench in the ocean behind it. The colossal form of the beast was cleaved in 2, staining the sea with its blood. At that moment, shock filled the eyes of Elder Yang, Huang Yingying, and the other disciples of Changqing Pavilion. Had a king-level beast truly perished? Just like that? This creature was an existence on par with human king-level warriors. Everything transpired so swiftly that they scarcely had time to comprehend it. All eyes instinctively shifted from the remains of the beast to the strikingly handsome young man clad in white, hovering in the air above. The sword strike, just now, was indeed delivered by him, a powerful being of the royal realm, standing upon the void, effortlessly severing the Demon King. Undoubtedly, this seemingly youthful figure is a formidable entity of the royal realm. What astonished Huang Yingying even more was the age of this royal realm expert. He appeared not much older than them, perhaps even younger. What manner of monster is this? In his 20s, a royal realm cultivator? A demon king of the Xianxia-level? How remarkable! In midair, Gu Changqing paid no heed to the astonished expressions of Elder Yang and the disciples of the Changqing Pavilion. As he gradually descended onto the surface of the sea, collecting the remains of the Demon King into his storage pouch. Though Gu Changqing's storage pouch was not small, it barely accommodated the remains of the Demon King, which were indeed treasures that could fetch a substantial sum of spirit stones. Gu Changqing himself was somewhat taken aback, though it was his own strength that surprised him. He had initially estimated his prowess to be at the early stages of a Xianxia realm. However, the recent battle made him realize that his actual strength might surpass his previous estimations significantly. The early stage of the Xianxia realm could hardly withstand a single strike from him. The chaotic sword body indeed underestimated you. At this moment, Elder Yang and the disciples of Changqing Pavilion finally emerged from their previous shock. Elder Yang hastily bowed and clasped his fists in gratitude, expressing his heartfelt thanks to Gu Changqing for his timely intervention. I am Yang Zhen, eternally grateful for your assistance, esteemed senior. Thank you for your great kindness. The disciples of Changqing Pavilion, including Huang Yingying, echoed their gratitude. They had just experienced a brush with death, believing they were doomed moments ago. Their luck today had been both extraordinarily unfortunate and fortuitous. Had it not been for this royal realm senior fortuitously passing through this sea area, they would surely have met their demise. This was a life-saving grace. It is but a trifling matter, Gu Changqing replied. Yet this place is stained with the blood of the Demon King, which may attract numerous beasts. It will be prudent for you to depart swiftly. After speaking, Gu Changqing did not linger, stepping forth and transforming into a streak of light, vanishing from the sea. Farewell, esteemed senior. Elder Yang had intended to offer valuable items in gratitude, but Gu Changqing had already vanished, leaving no opportunity for repayment. Huang Yingying gazed in the direction Gu Changqing had departed, her beautiful eyes filled with admiration. All along, she had believed her senior brother to be extraordinarily gifted, having cultivated to the 8th level of true spirit at merely 20. Among the young talents of nearby sects, he was indeed among the top echelon. Yet, compared to that white-clad youth, her recent journey had exposed her to a true paragon of excellence. In his 20s, a royal realm cultivator. Such a thought had never crossed her mind. Surely, this individual must be a prodigy on the Qingbang list. Only those remarkable geniuses could possibly reach the royal realm by the age of 20. Elder Yang spoke slowly, expressing his astonishment at having the opportunity to meet a prodigy from the Azure List. Azure List prodigy? What is the Azure List, Elder Yang? He raised his head, a glimmer of yearning in his eyes. The Spirit Domain Spirit List is a compilation that encompasses nearly all the prodigies within the realm, featuring 1,000 individuals. Those who make it onto the list are undoubtedly the creme de la creme, unparalleled geniuses among geniuses. 1,000 individuals? Is it so many? One disciple exclaimed in surprise. Elder Yang cast a sidelong glance at him, retorting, "Too many? Do you have any idea how vast the spirit domain is? How many people inhabit it? Take the Hanqin Empire, for instance. It alone boasts a population of hundreds of millions. And there are hundreds of empires like the Hanqin Empire within the spirit domain. Do you still think that's excessive?" The disciple was rendered speechless. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed insufficient, almost pitiable. Was that young man earlier a prodigy from the Azure List? Huang Yingying inquired. Most likely, but I cannot say for certain. After all, we are not in the interior, and my knowledge of the Azure List is limited. Chapter 10. An unfathomable sense of familiarity. Who is he? After several days of soaring through the skies, Gu Changqing found that his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. He sought out a ship bound for Sea Moon Island and descended onto it. It was late at night, and the deck was sparsely populated, thus attracting little attention. The vessel was vast, capable of accommodating nearly 10,000 passengers, equipped with various amenities such as inns, tea houses, gambling dens, and brothels. Gu Changqing reserved a splendid guest room to rest and planned to set off again once his spiritual energy was sufficiently restored. The following evening, Gu Changqing gradually opened his eyes, concluding his meditation. After consuming 2 third-grade spirit recovery pills, he had replenished a significant portion of his spiritual energy, and in a day or two, he would be ready to continue his journey. For one accustomed to soaring through the skies, the ship's pace felt unbearably slow. As dusk descended, the setting sun painted the sky in hues of crimson. The ship began to bustle with life, filled with singing and dancing. As the deck became crowded with revelers, Gu Changqing chose a prime location and ordered a sumptuous feast. Having not eaten for several days while on the road, he was not starving, but he found himself craving food. With some leisure time on his hands, he indulged in the melodies wafting through the air. Suddenly, Gu Changqing felt a twinge of nostalgia for his past life. On the second floor of the tea house, over 20 young men and women gathered, all adorned in garments embroidered with a common emblem, suggesting they hailed from the same sect. Many gazes were cast toward the second floor, filled with envy. These individuals were disciples of the Dust Heart Pavilion, renowned as one of the foremost sects in this maritime region. The Dust Heart Pavilion held a prestigious reputation. Disciples of the sect were revered wherever they went. Among the 20 or so gathered, one young girl stood out like a moon among stars. She appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years old, yet the others regarded her with an air of deference, indicating her elevated status. Gu Yuxuan, this time you have indeed slain a total of 23 sea demons, including 2 formidable beings at the 5th level of true spirit realm. It is evident that the top position is undoubtedly yours. Indeed, if the deputy pavilion master were to learn of this, he would be overjoyed. The flattery from those around her made the young girl feel somewhat elated. Although some of the compliments were a bit forced, she didn't mind, relishing in the sensation of being adored like a star surrounded by admirers. The girl's name was Gu Yuxuan, a core disciple of the Dust Heart Pavilion. However, her accomplishments alone would not suffice to elicit such adulation from the crowd. Gu Yuxuan held another identity. She was the daughter of the deputy pavilion master, who had no other children. Thus she had been showered with affection since childhood, surrounded by sycophants and flatterers. This had fostered a somewhat spoiled disposition in her character. As she scanned her surroundings and noticed the absence of a certain junior sister, Gu Yuxuan furrowed her brow slightly, her voice tinged with dissatisfaction. "Where is Gu Qing'e? Why hasn't she returned yet? Have I perhaps been too kind to that wretched girl lately? Just then, a modestly dressed young girl ascended the staircase. Although her attire was simple, it could not conceal her extraordinary beauty. Speaking of which, you're back? Gu Qing, how did the sales go? Gu Yuxuan observed the slowly approaching Gu Qing, a flicker of jealousy crossing her eyes as she sneered. Gu Yuxuan's demeanor instilled a sense of trepidation in Gu Qing, who timidly produced a storage bag from her arms and presented it to Gu Yuxuan, murmuring, I'm sorry, senior sister Gu, I only managed to sell 1/3. With a sharp slap, Gu Yuxuan struck Gu Qing across her delicate face. You can't even handle such a trivial matter. What use are you? Perhaps you should consider leaving. I shall inform my father that a waste like you only consumes resources in the Dust Heart Pavilion. Indeed, junior sister Gu granted you 3 days, and you've only sold 1/3. It's a pity that she trusted you with this task. Many around them echoed these sentiments, with several male disciples glancing at the battered Gu Qing with a hint of sympathy, yet none dared to speak up for her, only supporting Gu Yuxuan. 3 days prior, Gu Yuxuan had entrusted Gu Qing with a batch of materials obtained from slaying demon beasts, instructing her to sell them at the trading post on the ship. However, the quantity was indeed excessive. It was impossible to sell them all within 3 days. This was clearly an intentional attempt to make things difficult for Gu Qing. Everyone was well aware of this, yet no one dared to voice their thoughts, merely lamenting Gu Qing's misfortune in being placed in this group. Gu Qing was merely an outer disciple, while Gu Yuxuan was the deputy pavilion master's daughter. They understood perfectly well why Gu Yuxuan targeted Gu Qing. It was simply out of jealousy for her superior beauty. Moreover, Gu Yuxuan had recently developed a particular fondness for a senior brother in the sect, who happened to be a suitor of Gu Qing, further fueling Gu Yuxuan's discontent. I'm sorry, senior sister Gu. Holding her bruised cheek, Gu Qing's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. She felt deeply aggrieved, fully aware that Gu Yuxian was targeting her. Yet she found herself utterly powerless. She even had to apologize. The family had endured immense hardship to secure her position in the Dust Heart Pavilion. And should she withdraw, how could she face her family and her father? Thus, she could only endure. Oh, what a handsome young man. Gu Yuxian, initially intent on further tormenting Gu Qing, suddenly caught sight of Gu Changqing in her peripheral vision, and her eyes lit up. Gu Changqing was strikingly handsome, enjoying his drink and listening to music alone, drawing the attention of numerous young ladies. Upon noticing him, Gu Yuxian felt a stir in her heart. She was quite the beauty enthusiast, and her fondness for a particular senior in the sect was solely due to his looks. However, compared to Gu Changqing, that senior paled in comparison. This was the first time she had encountered a man of such exquisite beauty. Rising from her seat, Gu Yuxian descended the stairs. The disciples of the Dust Heart Pavilion exchanged glances, while Gu Qing let out a sigh of relief. Her gaze turned toward Gu Changqing, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of gratitude. If it weren't for Gu Yuxian's sudden change of focus, she feared she would have endured further torment. Gu Qing let out a soft gasp. It wasn't merely due to Gu Changqing's looks. Though undeniably handsome, she was not like Gu Yuxian, who was fixated on appearances. Instead, she felt an inexplicable familiarity with him. Was it a mere illusion? After scrutinizing Gu Changqing for a few moments, she realized she truly did not know him. It was their first meeting, so why did she harbor such a feeling? How peculiar. Chapter 11. The Gu Clan's branch, cousin Gu Qing. Young master, may I take a seat? Gu Yuxian had approached Gu Changqing's table, her previously haughty demeanor replaced by a sweet tone. Although she posed a question, she had already settled herself down. Gu Changqing glanced at her. No. With that, he turned his attention elsewhere, completely disregarding Gu Yuxian as if she were air. Huh? Gu Yuxian was taken aback. She had envisioned numerous scenarios, but none included such a direct dismissal. Her face flushed with alternating shades of anger and embarrassment. Gu Changqing's curt refusal had rendered her at a loss for words, effectively silencing all her prepared remarks. The commotion from the second floor had been too loud for Gu Changqing to ignore, and he saw no reason to engage with this headstrong girl. It would simply waste his time. Suppressing her rising fury, Gu Yuxian stood and departed. Upon returning to the second floor, her expression darkened as she glared at Gu Qing, who sat apart from the crowd. Anger surged within her. What makes you think you, a mere outer sect disciple, deserve to sit here? Get downstairs. Upon hearing this, Gu Qing silently rose and descended to the first floor, where she randomly chose a place to sit. Sister Gu, do not be angry. That insufferable boy truly lacks appreciation for the finer things in life. Indeed, Sister Gu's attention towards him is a blessing he does not deserve. Should he realize that you are the daughter of the Vice Master of the Dust Heart Pavilion, he would undoubtedly regret his ignorance. If not for the prohibition against fighting aboard the ship, I would certainly teach him a lesson on your behalf. A group of admirers began to console Gu Yuexian, and after a round of reassurances, her expression finally softened a bit. However, the scene that unfolded next caused her to completely lose her composure. She fixed her gaze intently on the first floor, where Gu Qing'er was seated. There, Gu Changqing had appeared before Gu Qing'er, and they were engaged in conversation. Gu Yuexian's chest heaved with indignation, clearly infuriated. The disciples of the Dust Heart Pavilion also witnessed this moment, rendered speechless. They found themselves at a loss for words when it came to comfort. This was rather humiliating. Just moments ago, Gu Yuexian had approached Gu Changqing, but he had barely acknowledged her, treating her as if she were invisible. Now, the same Gu Changqing, who had been dismissive towards Gu Yuexian, was actively seeking out Gu Qing. The resentment in Gu Yuexian's heart was palpable. Why? Why did all the men gravitate towards that insufferable girl? Brother Han was like this, and now Gu Changqing as well. Was it solely because she was more beautiful than herself? Down below, Gu Changqing had approached Gu Qing not merely for her looks. Though she was indeed lovely, she could not compare to his beloved Jiang Lianxin. What intrigued Gu Changqing was an inexplicable feeling he had towards Gu Qing'er. When Gu Qing'er was approached by Gu Changqing, she shrank back like a startled rabbit. Glancing at the second floor, where Gu Yuexian wore a visibly distressed expression, silently lamenting her predicament. "May I take a seat?" Gu Changqing inquired, observing Gu Qing'er's nervousness with a smile. "Yes," Gu Qing'er replied timidly. Once seated, Gu Changqing remarked, "You may find this hard to believe, but I sense a hint of familiarity about you, even though this is our first meeting." After speaking, he regretted his words, fearing they might be construed as a clumsy attempt at flirtation. It does feel somewhat familiar, but it's not a pretext. I genuinely feel a semblance of familiarity, which is quite peculiar given that this is indeed our first encounter. Gu Qing'er suddenly turned to Gu Changqing. "Do you feel the same, sir?" "I feel it too. Yet we have never met before. Might you be surnamed Gu?" Gu Changqing asked, as a thought struck him. Gu Qing'er nodded vigorously. "I am Gu Qing'er, Gu Changqing." He introduced himself. Gu Qing'er was taken aback. "You also share the surname Gu?" In light of this, the sense of familiarity between the two seems to be no mere illusion. Gu Changqing likely understands the situation now. The Gu Qing'er before him is not a direct relative. Yet she belongs to the same clan. The Gu family, during its most illustrious era thousands of years ago, boasted a direct lineage numbering in the tens of thousands, with even more branches. However, as time waned, the Gu family fell into decline, fracturing and dispersing throughout the spirit realm, with some branches even departing from it. Today, after millennia, the remaining branches of the Gu family are few, yet they still exist. The Gu family to which Gu Qing'er belongs is one of the former branches of the illustrious Gu clan. The Gu family in Jianglin City, where Gu Changqing resides, is also among them. Thus, does this mean that Brother Changqing and I share the same lineage? No wonder I felt an indescribable connection upon first seeing him. It turns out we share the same bloodline coursing through our veins. Gu Qing'er felt a surge of excitement. Her father had once mentioned the Gu clan to her, and it was from that moment she learned of the clan's former grandeur. However, her father also mentioned that the Gu clan now exists in only a few branches, the whereabouts of which remain a mystery. Perhaps they are the last of their kind. Over the years, her father had been seeking news of the Gu descendants, but to no avail. Ironically, she encountered a member of another branch first. The Han Empire? How distant. No wonder her father had been unable to gather any information. The Han Empire is far removed. During their conversation, Gu Changqing learned that the Gu family of which Gu Qing'er is a part resides on an island called Wanqin, and their strength pales in comparison to the Gu family of Jianglin City, lacking even a single transcendent expert. The strongest among them is Gu Qing'er's father, at the pinnacle of the true spirit 9th level, which is indeed rather disheartening. Subsequently, the two engaged in numerous discussions, and Gu Qing'er appeared exceptionally exhilarated. "I can hardly wait to share this news with my father. He would surely be delighted to hear of it." Meanwhile, observing the two engrossed in their cheerful conversation, Gu Yuexian from the tea house on the second floor became exceedingly vexed. With a flick of her sleeve, she retreated to her private chamber, preferring not to witness their apparent joy. In her mind, she began devising plans to torment Gu Qing'er, whom she deemed insufferable. That night, Gu Changqing and Gu Qing'er conversed for a long while, until the late hours, when Gu Qing'er reluctantly expressed her need to return. Brother Changqing, I must go back, otherwise. Sister Gu may become angry. Gu Changqing halted her, gesturing for her to remain seated. What difference does it make whether you return early or late? Even if you return early, do you think she will let you off the hook? Gu Qing'er fell silent, recognizing the truth in his words. Stay a while from now on. With my presence, no one shall bully you. As for the Dust Heart Pavilion, if they are of such character, then it is better to remain apart. Gu Changqing would undoubtedly not allow Gu Qing'er to return. Initially unaware of her connection to his clan, now that he is informed, he not only intends to prevent her from leaving, but he will also not let the matter of Gu Yuexian bullying her go unpunished. His clan members are not to be trifled with. However, Gu Qing'er hesitated. From Gu Changqing, she learned about the situation of the Gu family in Jianglin City. Although they are somewhat stronger than the Gu family from Wanqin Island, their strength is still limited, especially when faced with a formidable entity like the Changqing Pavilion. It is important to note that the Changqing Pavilion is protected by a powerful being at the Half-Step King realm. If she were to return, she would only endure bullying and humiliation, and she did not wish to implicate Gu Changqing or the Gu family in Jianglin City. There's no room for discussion. I will book a room for you next door, Gu Changqing asserted firmly, leaving no opportunity for Gu Qing'er to refuse. The following day, upon awakening, Gu Yuexian noticed that the disciples of the Changqing Pavilion had gathered, yet Gu Qing'er was conspicuously absent. Dong Hao, that little wretch has not returned since last night? Inquired a disciple named Dong Hao. Reporting to senior sister, Gu Qing'er has not come back. What a wretched girl. On her first day, she has already found someone to associate with. What a disgrace. Gu Yuexian was infuriated, having hardly slept the entire night. Ah! What has transpired to incite such anger in you, Xianxia? Come, share with Uncle Wang. An elder entered, observing Gu Yuexian's ire with amusement. This elder, known as Wang Zhong, served as the leader of Gu Yuexian's team during the Changqing Pavilion's training expedition. Unlike other teams that had 2 or 3 elder escorts, Gu Yuexian's group was accompanied by only 1 elder. However, Elder Wang's strength surpassed that of the combined might of 2 or 3 elders from other teams. This arrangement had been made personally by the Vice Pavilion Master, given that his daughter was part of this team. Uncle Wang, upon seeing him, Gu Yuexian adopted a look of grievance. It is Gu Qing'er. She spent the night with a man she just met and has not returned, bringing disgrace to the Changqing Pavilion. What purpose does her presence serve? Is she here to humiliate us? Oh, is that so? Wang Zhong scanned the room, noticing the nods of agreement from those present. Yet, he remained skeptical. He was well aware of Gu Yuexian's character, headstrong and spoiled. She often leveraged her father's position as the Vice Pavilion Master to act arrogantly within the sect. The words that escaped her lips were not necessarily the truth. Just then, the door swung open once more. Elder Young, why have you only just returned? The newcomers were another team participating in the training. If Gu Changqing were present, he would undoubtedly recognize them as the very individuals he had rescued not long ago. Where are the others, Elder Ruomei, Elder Ping, and the other disciples? Elder Wang inquired. Observing the mere handful of individuals remaining, Yang Zhen and Huang Yingying among them, with a sense of bewilderment. They have all perished, Yang Zhen replied, his voice heavy with sorrow. What? All deceased? The expressions of those present shifted dramatically. A team that once boasted at least 20 to 30 disciples had now returned with only a few. Such casualties were indeed grievous. What transpired? What occurred? The loss of dozens of disciples constituted a grave matter. It must be noted that this expedition had comprised the elite of the Dust Heart Pavilion, core members, inner disciples, and several outstanding outer disciples. Each life lost represented a significant blow to the pavilion, and the demise of so many would undoubtedly be a devastating setback. During our trials, we encountered a king-level demon. Yang Zhen recounted, his tone laden with regret. Elders Ruomei and Ping sacrificed themselves to buy us a moment to escape. A thunderous silence enveloped the room. What? A king-level demon? Old Yang, are you jesting with me? Wang Zhong's voice dropped to a somber tone. His disbelief was not rooted in a lack of faith in Yang Zhen, whom he knew to be a man of integrity, but rather in the sheer incredulity of the situation. How could a king-level demon manifest in the shallow sea region? I would never jest about such matters. Many witnesses were present, and it will not be long before the news spreads throughout the seas. But how did you manage to survive? Wang Zhong pressed further. If they truly had encountered a king-level demon, survival seemed implausible. A passing king-tier expert saved us, Yang Zhen explained with a bitter smile, burdened by the inability to protect the disciples of their sect. Otherwise, our entire team would likely have been annihilated. Wang Zhong sighed, placing a reassuring hand on Yang Zhen's shoulder. This is not your fault. A king-level demon poses a threat that even I, let alone you, would struggle to survive against. The fact that you are alive is a stroke of fortune. We must return to the sect immediately and inform the pavilion master. Just then, the door burst open, not gently, but forcefully. Gu Changqing entered, accompanied by Gu Qing. Ah, you shameless wretch, how dare you return, and with your paramour no less. Gu Yuexuan immediately spotted Gu Qing beside Gu Changqing. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Changqing struck out, delivering a resounding slap. Bang! The sound echoed as Gu Yuexian was sent flying, blood spilling forth, unable to even utter a cry of distress. The suddenness of this event caught everyone off guard. No one anticipated that Gu Changqing would dare to act against Gu Yuexian in the presence of elders Wang Zhong and Yang Zhen. Wang Zhong himself was taken aback. Once he regained his composure, his expression darkened considerably. Originally, his heart was already in turmoil due to the fall of a disciple. Now, someone had brazenly attacked a disciple of the Changqing Pavilion without a moment's hesitation, and that person was none other than Gu Yuexian, whom the Vice Pavilion Master had specifically instructed him to protect. If anything were to happen to Gu Yuexian, how could he possibly explain it to the Vice Pavilion Master upon his return? Just as he was about to take action, a single remark from Yang Zhen halted him in his tracks. "Senior, is it you?" Yang Zhen exclaimed, gazing at Gu Changqing in astonishment. The impression Gu Changqing left on him was indelible. With but a single sword strike, he had slain a king-level demon. It was utterly terrifying. Yet, he could not have anticipated encountering Gu Changqing once again in this place. "Senior?" Wang Chong queried, casting a puzzled glance at Yang Zhen, yet he refrained from advancing further. Yang Zhen's address of senior instilled a sense of foreboding within him. As an elder of the Changqing Pavilion, Yang Zhen had attained the 6th tier of the Tribulation Realm. Although he was not as formidable as Wang Chong, he was still worthy of being called senior. This esteemed individual was none other than the king-level powerhouse who had previously rescued them. Boom! The moment those words were uttered, a wave of shock rippled through the hearts of all present. Gu Changqing was a king-level powerhouse? What nonsense! Save for a few, including Yang Zhen and Huang Yingying. Everyone's initial reaction was disbelief. A king-level powerhouse in their 20s? Such a notion was utterly absurd. Gu Changqing recognized Yang Zhen and the others but chose to disregard them. His perception of the Changqing Pavilion had soured considerably. Behind Gu Changqing, Gu Qing'er was equally astonished, covering her mouth in disbelief. Brother Changqing, is he truly a king-level powerhouse? On the ground, Gu Yuexian slowly rose to her feet, still dazed from the slap delivered by Gu Changqing. The right side of her face was a gruesome sight, bloodied and swollen, as she clutched her face in disbelief. Had she truly been struck? Throughout her life, even her father had never laid a hand on her. Did you ever consider that such a day would come when you humiliated Xianxia? Gu Changqing advanced step by step toward Gu Yuexian. This esteemed elder, bang! Wang Chong was sent flying from the ship. To plead for her again would mean death. The disciples of Changqing Pavilion felt a shiver run down their spines. Elder Wang Chong, one of the most powerful elders of the Changqing Pavilion, could not withstand even a single move from Gu Changqing. They had completely come to believe Yang Zhen's earlier words. A king-level powerhouse. This young man was indeed a king-level powerhouse, a being more formidable than the pavilion master. For many present, it was their first time witnessing a king-level existence, and their hearts surged with tumultuous waves. How dare you bully my clan sister? How do you wish to die? Chapter 13. If he were still alive, I would annihilate the Changqing Pavilion. Clan sister? Gu Qing'er was indeed the sister of this king-level powerhouse. In that moment, everyone finally understood why Gu Changqing had chosen to stand up for Gu Qing'er. However, was Gu Qing'er's family not a small clan that had yet to produce even a single Tribulation Realm expert? How could one possibly be entangled with a warrior of the Wang Realm? Yet, irrespective of their disbelief, the truth lay bare before them. I was wrong, esteemed elder. I shall never dare again. I had no inkling that Gu Qing'er was your clan's sister, she sobbed. Gu Yuexian fell to her knees, repeatedly bowing in supplication, tears streaming down her face. Yet Gu Changqing remained unmoved. A swift thrust of a spiritual sword pierced through her, and the vitality within Gu Yuexian rapidly dissipated. Meanwhile, Wang Zhong, the elder of the Dust Heart Pavilion, who had been sent flying by Gu Changqing's strike, returned to the ship, his condition dire, grievously wounded. Gazing upon Gu Yueshuan's lifeless form, a tumult of emotions surged within him, yet he dared not utter a word. Gu Changqing departed with Gu Qing'er, but before leaving, he uttered a chilling proclamation. To raise such a daughter, her father must surely be a wretched being. I suggest your pavilion master eliminate him. Soon, I shall pay a visit to the Dust Heart Pavilion. Should that vice pavilion master still draw breath, the lives of everyone in the pavilion shall be forfeit. Such a statement sealed the fate of the vice pavilion master. Upon finishing his words, Gu Changqing and Gu Qing'er vanished into the air, leaving the members of the Dust Heart Pavilion in a stunned silence, too fearful to even breathe. Eyes darted among them, each reflecting a mixture of bewilderment and a hint of schadenfreude. Gu Yuexian had brought this upon herself. Her arrogance within the sect had oppressed many, who had remained voiceless in their indignation. Yet now she had encountered an insurmountable adversary. It could only be said that she deserved this fate. Elder Young Aproachet, casting a glance at Elder Wang Zhong. Are you unharmed? He inquired. Wang Zhong shook his head. I shall live. That esteemed elder showed restraint. Of course, he added otherwise. A mere 7th level Tribulation Realm practitioner would have stood no chance against a casual strike from a Wang Realm warrior. I am merely at a loss as to how I shall explain this to the Vice Pavilion Master upon my return. He had instructed me to look after Xianyuan. Old Wang, have you been struck senseless? What is there to explain to a corpse? A corpse? Wang Zhong suddenly realized, as if a veil had been lifted from his mind, recognizing the gravity of the situation. 3 days later, Gu Changqing and Gu Qing'er arrived at Haizhou Island. The island was modest in size, home to a singular city named Haizhou City. Their arrival was fortuitous, for in 2 days, the largest auction house, Haizhou Auction House, would host a grand event featuring a plethora of valuable items. The auction house was under the joint control of the 3 major semi-royal families of the island. Gu Changqing intended to attend the auction before accompanying Gu Qing'er back to the Gu family in Wangqin Island, passing en route by Dust Heart Island, where the Dust Heart Pavilion resided. His previous warning was no jest, should he receive word that the Vice Pavilion Master had survived or fled. The Dust Heart Pavilion would find no justification for its continued existence. Meanwhile, on Dust Heart Island, the esteemed master of the Dust Heart Pavilion, along with the Vice Master and the upper echelons of the sect, awaited the return of their disciples from their arduous training. Soon, as ships docked at the harbor, it became evident that the elder disciples had returned from their journey. The master of the Dust Heart Pavilion, clad in a blue robe, appeared youthful, perhaps around 40 years of age. His ascent to power was no ordinary tale, over 2 decades prior. The Dust Heart Pavilion was merely a modest sect among the Blue Tide Isles. Since his assumption of leadership, the sect had flourished remarkably, transforming from an obscure entity into one of the most formidable sects within the archipelago. He had become something of a legend, and with his youth, the prospect of him reaching the realm of kings in the future seemed plausible. The Vice Master, known as Gu Ming, an elderly man with hair as white as snow, was at the pinnacle of the 9th realm of tribulation, second only to the Master in strength. Today he was in high spirits, having finally located the spirit what his daughter had requested for decorating her room. He eagerly anticipated her return to surprise her with the find. As a father who had longed for a daughter in his later years, he cherished his only child, Gu Yuexian, indulging her every whim. Her capricious nature was largely attributed to Gu Ming's excessive pampering. As the disciples and elders returned, Gu Ming soon spotted Elder Wang and hurried over. Elder Wang, you have finally returned. Where is Xian? Come quickly, I have prepared a surprise for her. Recently, she had been persistently asking for a piece of primordial spirit wood, and after much effort, he had finally procured it. Wang looked at the excited old man and shook his head. Primordial spirit wood? Just perfect for crafting a fine coffin for your daughter. Huh? Gu Ming was momentarily taken aback, unsure if he had misheard. A coffin? What do you mean? Wang, however, paid him no mind, turning his attention to the master and the other high-ranking members of the Dust Heart Pavilion. What are you waiting for? Prior to his return, Wang had sent word ahead to the master, fearing Gu Ming might flee. Should Gu Ming escape, the entire Dust Heart Pavilion would be doomed. A sudden sense of dread surged within Gu Ming, prompting him to retreat. But then, bang! The master of the Dust Heart Pavilion, positioned beside Gu Ming, delivered a powerful strike to his back. Poof! A mouthful of blood spewed forth as Gu Ming stared in disbelief at the master. Why? I have devoted myself to the Dust Heart Pavilion for all these years, never once doing anything to betray it. Why? Because your precious daughter has attracted the attention of a formidable being, a king-level powerhouse. The Master's expression remained calm, his voice icy and resolute. Moreover, this is no ordinary king-level expert. With a single stroke, he has slain a king-level demon, and at the tender age of approximately 20. He is acutely aware of the implications this entails. This king-level figure is not only exceptionally gifted, but is also likely to hail from a powerful faction, the sacred land of the divine court. It is only such esteemed forces that could nurture a prodigy of this caliber. To possess king-level prowess at the mere age of 20 is a terrifying prospect. I have long warned you that indulging your daughter in such a manner would inevitably lead to trouble, yet you chose to disregard my counsel. The king-level expert has stated that if you do not perish, then the hundreds of us within the Dust Heart Pavilion shall face annihilation. Thus, do not blame me. Place the blame squarely upon yourself and your precious daughter. And as for not having wronged the Dust Heart Pavilion, do you truly believe your own words? Do you think I am unaware of your clandestine dealings? Go and join your daughter in her fate. The elders of the Dust Heart Pavilion surrounded Gu Ming. Chapter 14. A remarkable presence arrives in the Sea of 10,000 Demons. In Sea Moon City, upon arriving at the island, Gu Changqing immediately sought out an inn, where he and Gu Qing'er settled in, with nearly 2 days remaining before the auction commenced. During this time, they could explore the island at leisure. Although Gu Changqing had been in this world for over a decade, it was his first visit to such a marketplace for cultivators and warriors, and he found it to be quite novel. After giving Gu Qing'er a few instructions and leaving her with a communication talisman, he departed from the inn, making his way toward the Sea Moon auction house. Gu Changqing possessed numerous elixirs and materials from the Demon King that he intended to consign for auction. Sea Moon City truly lived up to its reputation as a trading hub in the nearby maritime region. The streets were lined with vendors selling an array of weapons, spiritual herbs, and the pelts and bones of demonic beasts, creating a bustling atmosphere. Continuing down the street, he arrived at the Sea Moon auction house, situated at the city center, a tower rising over 30 zhang high. Welcome. Are you here to consign items, or? Upon entering the auction house, a manager greeted him with utmost warmth and courtesy. I wish to consign items. Please summon the head of your auction house, Gu Changqing replied. As the items he intended to consign, materials from the Demon King and numerous high-grade elixirs, were of considerable value and not within the purview of a mere manager. The manager's expression faltered slightly at Gu Changqing's words, and he forced a smile. May I inquire what you wish to consign? I am one of the managers here, and I can handle most transactions. Oh, can you indeed handle materials from a king-level demon? Gu Changqing inquired, casting a discerning glance at him. King-level demon? The manager hesitated, scrutinizing Gu Changqing deeply. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Gu Changqing wasted no time and directly tossed a storage bag. The manager caught it and probed within with his divine sense. Hiss! Upon discovering the massive corpse of a demonic beast lying within the storage bag, the manager inhaled sharply. I shall fetch the head of the auction house immediately. Please wait a moment. The voice of the person in charge trembled slightly as he returned the storage bag to Gu Changqing and called out to those nearby. Quickly, take this young master to the VIP room. Under the guidance of the staff, Gu Changqing was escorted to an elegantly adorned chamber. Before long, a captivating woman dressed in exquisite purple satin appeared in the private room where Gu Changqing was situated. My apologies for the delay, young master. I am Uzi, one of the directors of the auction house. The woman, appearing to be in her 30s, exuded an air of maturity, reminiscent of a ripe and luscious fruit that one could hardly resist biting into, her every movement brimming with allure. Even Gu Changqing found himself momentarily entranced. A séductive physique? Gu Changqing utilized his system to check, and indeed it was so. She possessed a natural seductive body, blue. While a seductive body is certainly alluring, it was not a high grade, merely rated blue. However, individuals endowed with such a physique are rare. Among countless millions, there might be but one. Those gifted with a seductive body are inherently suited for commerce and are often sought after as partners by many cultivators, making them a rare gem in the realm of mortals. If not for Mu Zi's birth into a semi-royal power like the Sea Moon auction house, she might have long been captured to serve as a concubine or furnace for others. Following their introductions, Gu Changqing swiftly got to the point and handed over the storage bag. Mu Zi appeared somewhat taken aback. Upon seeing her, Gu Changqing had only been momentarily dazed before regaining his composure. This level of self-control surpassed that of most young men she had encountered. Typically, those who first meet her are nearly overwhelmed by her charm, eager to devour her with their eyes. At just over 20, in the prime of youthful vigor, few could withstand her allure. As Mu Zi accepted the storage bag from Gu Changqing, she probed with her consciousness. Although she had been informed prior to her arrival, the sight of the colossal corpse of the Demon King still left her covering her mouth in astonishment. Despite being one of the largest auction houses in the nearby seas, the materials from the corpses of Demon Kings auctioned by the Sea Moon Auction House are exceedingly rare. The probability of encountering a Demon King in shallow waters is incredibly low. One would have to venture deep into the bending sea to hunt them. And among the entirety of the southern sea region of the 10,000 Demon Sea, few possess such capability. Even those at the King Realm are loath to tread into the depths of the sea, as it is the territory of demon beasts, and their forays often lead to dire consequences. Young Master Gu, may I ask, rather presumptuously, where you acquired this corpse of the Waterwolf King? Upon finishing her question, seemingly fearing Gu Changqing might misconstrue her intentions, Mu Zi added, I mean no offense, merely curiosity. If it is inconvenient for you to disclose, please disregard my inquiry. It was at this moment that Gu Changqing realized the name of the Demon King he had slain. With a smile, he replied, I killed it myself. Mu Zi rolled her eyes internally, pondering that if he preferred not to disclose the truth, he could have simply refrained from fabricating such an obviously implausible excuse. Mu Zi's reaction was anticipated by Gu Changqing. It was entirely reasonable for Mu Zi to harbor disbelief. Anyone else in her position would likely react the same way. Nevertheless, what Gu Changqing articulated was indeed the truth. Would her trust be more forthcoming if he were to disguise himself as a frail old man? Gu Changqing shrugged, opting not to elaborate further. The veracity of his words stood firm. Whether or not Mu Zi chose to believe was her prerogative. Beyond this, there existed an assortment of elixirs which would not be subjected to auction. Instead, he proposed that the auction house could offer a price, and if it was agreeable, he would sell directly to them. Gu Changqing then retrieved a storage bag and handed it to Mu Zi. Upon glancing into the bag, her previously calmed heart surged once more with excitement. Inside lay various calm elixirs, recovery pills, chi gathering pills, ice heart pills, and detoxification pills. The bag contained an impressive quantity of these items, but the true significance lay in their quality. Nearly all were of Danwen grade. Such elixirs were notoriously difficult to concoct. Even a high-ranking alchemist might struggle to produce Danwen grade pills when crafting lower-tier ones. Moreover, the elixirs within this storage bag boasted multiple intricate patterns, some even adorned with 8 or 9 patterns. The creator of this batch must surely be an alchemy emperor. An alchemy emperor? Were there any in the sea of 10,000 beasts? Historically, there had been, but for centuries, not only had there been a scarcity of alchemy emperors, but even alchemy kings were few and far between. Casting a penetrating glance at Gu Changqing, Mu Zi pondered whether he had stumbled upon a hidden cave left behind by some ancestor, finding both a complete Demon King's corpse and a substantial collection of Danwen grade elixirs. After calculating that there were 26 recovery pills, 3 with 8 patterns and 10 with 7 patterns, Mu Zi proceeded to make an offer. The auction house was willing to pay 53,000 low-grade spirit stones for the collection in Gu Changqing's possession. How did he find this proposal? Prior to his arrival, Gu Changqing had familiarized himself with various elixir prices, and Mu Zi's offer was far from trivial. As for the Demon King's corpse, if it were to be auctioned, the Haiwa auction house would take a 5% commission from the final sale price. What were Gu Changqing's thoughts on this? Rest assured, as long as you entrust it to Haiwa auction house, Zi will exert every effort to secure a price that satisfies you. Very well, Gu Changqing replied, uninterested in haggling over a trivial amount of spirit stones. This venture at sea had yielded an unexpected boon. The corpse of the Waterwolf King was worth more than all the elixirs in his storage bag combined. By the way, if there are additional Danwen grade elixirs, can your auction house accommodate them? Gu Changqing inquired suddenly before taking his leave. He currently had no elixirs on hand, but he was capable of concocting them. If Haiwa auction house could manage it, it would save him the trouble of seeking other avenues later. Do you have more with you? Mu Zi asked in surprise. The storage bag Gu Changqing had just given her already contained an ample supply of elixirs. Initially, it seemed that everything had been said, but from Gu Changqing's tone, it appeared he had more to reveal. No, but I can refine more. If your auction house can accommodate it, we might establish a long-term partnership. Mu Zi, in her heart, found Gu Changqing increasingly absurd, slaying demon kings and concocting second and third-tier Danwen-level elixirs. Did he truly believe himself to be a Dan Emperor? Very well. My esteemed young master, whatever you possess, the highway auction house can certainly handle. Elixirs, particularly those for healing, restoring spiritual energy, and detoxification, have always been in high demand. In the southern region of the myriad demon sea, with countless sects and practitioners, the demand for such elixirs is undoubtedly immense, ensuring that there would be no difficulty in selling them. That's splendid. Farewell. Without lingering, Changqing departed, leaving Mu Zi in a state of frustration. She shook her head as she observed his retreating figure. Her impression of Changqing was far from favorable, primarily due to his wildly exaggerated claims. One moment, he spoke of slaying demon kings, the next about refining Danwen-level elixirs. After Changqing's exit, an elderly man unexpectedly appeared behind Mu Zi. Elderine, the sudden appearance startled her, and she quickly bowed respectfully. The highway auction house is jointly controlled by 5 prominent half-king families, each possessing at least one half-king. The Mu family ranks second among these, boasting 2 half-kings, one of whom was the elder Yin present in the room. Xiao, what is your opinion of this individual? Elder Yin referred, of course, to the recently departed Changqing. Not much, just empty words, Mu Zi replied. Elder Yin smiled gently. You are mistaken. What he spoke may not be mere fabrications, but rather appears outrageous from your perspective. Huh? Mu Zi was taken aback. Not all of it is untruth. What do you mean? Just a day prior, I received news that a Xuanlong-level demon king had appeared in the southern region of the myriad demon sea, only to be swiftly slain by a passing king realm expert, reportedly with just a single strike. If I am not mistaken, the demon king in question is the same one contained within your storage ring. Furthermore, the elixirs he provided are indeed Danwen-level, rounded and plump, exuding a faint medicinal fragrance, clearly not aged for many years, but rather refined within the last 3 months. What? Mu Zi's face was a picture of shock. Was Changqing telling the truth? Had he not uttered a single falsehood? Had she merely deemed his claims too outrageous to believe, thus misunderstanding him? At merely 20 years of age, a king realm practitioner has emerged in the myriad demon sea. Elder Yin mused. Xiao, when this young master Gu returns, ensure you do not neglect him. Cultivating a good rapport with him would undoubtedly be a significant boon for our Mu family. Yin Taishang did not blame Mu Zi. Indeed, the situation was exceedingly bizarre. A 20-year-old at the king realm, an absolute prodigy, appearing in the diminutive one Yao South Sea. Yer understood that Mu Zi was still reeling from the shock. A 20-year-old powerhouse at the king realm was simply outrageous, while the southern region of the Wan Yao Sea was not devoid of talent, such as that young prodigy from the Zhenwu sect who reached the tribulation realm at merely 20. He was in an entirely different league compared to Changqing, an utterly different concept. Amidst the astonishment, there was also a tinge of trepidation. Would her earlier actions incite his displeasure? Xiao, if my memory serves me right, you are yet to be wed, are you not? You are not young anymore. This young Master Gu seems quite remarkable, indeed. Yin Taishang chuckled, causing Mu Zi's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Please, Taishang, do not jest. If what you say is true, you would never look my way. A naturally charming physique is a rarity. To marry such a person, even as a concubine, would be an immense opportunity for you. I shall take my leave. With that, Yin Taishang's figure vanished from the private room. Chapter 15. A 20-year-old at the king realm. Do you comprehend what this entails? Upon exiting the highway auction house, Changqing did not return directly to the inn. With over 50,000 spirit stones in hand, he intended to visit the market to procure some alchemical materials. 50,000 spirit stones constituted a significant sum. The entire wealth of the Gu family barely amounted to 5,000 spirit stones. Being an alchemist is indeed a lucrative profession. This fortune was largely thanks to the Dandi Heart Sutra and the Qing Huidan body. While alchemists do earn well, the rate at which they accumulate wealth cannot compare to that of Changqing. Presently, Changqing could craft 3rd-grade pills, nearly all of which were of the Danwen level. It was only when concocting 3rd-grade or even 4th-grade pills that most would fail to achieve the Danwen level, a feat challenging even for many 5th-grade Dan Emperors. Though Changqing was not a Dan Emperor, in the realm of low-tier pill crafting, even Dan Emperors could not surpass him. Half an hour later, Changqing had procured nearly all the spirit herbs he required, spending close to 20,000 spirit stones. He felt no regret about the expenditure. The more one spends, the greater the potential for profit. The value of the pills he could concoct from this batch of materials, after setting aside his personal use, would exceed 100,000 spirit stones. After completing his purchases, Changqing began to meander around the island and soon arrived at an establishment named Xianxia. It was said that Xianxia was the finest restaurant on Highway Island, unrivaled in its excellence. With a legacy spanning a millennium, its menu had been refined and developed by successive masters, offering not only delectable dishes, but also substantial benefits for cultivation. The ingredients were sourced from the various regions of the Wan-Yao South Sea, comprising rare and precious delicacies. Some have claimed that dining at Xianxia for a single meal could equate to a month of closed-door cultivation. Thus, while the dishes at Xianxia were indeed costly, there was ample justification for their price. The ingredients themselves are not inexpensive. Numerous cultivators flock to the Southern Sea, drawn by its reputation. The Listening Rain Pavilion consists of 4 floors, with the first floor being the largest, accommodating around 100 guests, accessible to anyone with sufficient wealth. However, ascending to the second floor and above requires more than just riches. One must reach the Tribulation Realm, specifically the 7th level or higher, to gain entry. The third floor is reserved for those at the threshold of the King Realm, while the 4th floor is exclusively for those who have attained the King Realm. Each floor features unique menus that are not available on the first, with the offerings becoming increasingly exquisite, culminating on the 4th floor with ingredients fit for a beast king. Changqing promptly reserved a private room on the 4th floor and sent a message to Xianxia, who was at the inn, inviting her to join him. After accumulating such a fortune in spirit stones, how could he not indulge himself? Furthermore, he wished to ascertain whether the culinary delights of the Listening Rain Pavilion were indeed as extraordinary as rumored, capable of compensating for months of arduous cultivation. Although Changqing had yet to reach the King Realm, his prowess surpassed that of a first-level King Realm cultivator, the Xianqing. After a brief assessment, Changqing was awarded a jade token marked with the character Tian for the 4th floor private room. The elder assured him that future visits would not require testing. He need only present the token. Should he discover rare ingredients in the future, he would be prioritized for notification, provided he remained in the Myriad BC. The proprietor of the Listening Rain Pavilion, a semi-king level expert, personally escorted Changqing to the 4th floor. Upon seeing him, the proprietor was momentarily taken aback. This King Realm elder appeared remarkably youthful. With utmost respect, he presented a jade token inscribed with the character Tian to Changqing before withdrawing. King Realm cultivators are a rare sight in the Southern Seas, and even at the Listening Rain Pavilion, only a handful might be received in a year, thus warranting special attention. As he departed, the proprietor specifically instructed the steward that all dishes ordered by Changqing would be offered at a 30% discount, a policy that would continue indefinitely. A 30% discount? The steward was taken aback. Such a reduction meant that the Listening Rain Pavilion would not only forego profits, but potentially incur losses. A 20-year-old in the King Realm. Do you grasp the significance? The proprietor remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the steward. A 20-year-old in the King Realm holds tremendous potential for ascending to the Emperor level. In the pavilion's long history, it had never hosted an Emperor-level cultivator. The presence of such a prodigy, if not befriended, would still be invaluable, as their frequent patronage would outweigh any amount of spirit stones. Meanwhile, Changqing spent considerable time inquiring before finally locating the Listening Rain Pavilion. Gazing at the resplendent, palace-like structure, she suddenly felt a wave of nervousness. Changqing? Just as she was about to enter, she heard someone call her name from behind. Turning around, she encountered a rather handsome young man approaching with a look of astonishment. Accompanying him were several young men and women. Changqing, is it truly you? After a brief moment of surprise, joy illuminated his face. He had not expected to encounter Changqing here. Su Sheng? Changqing was taken aback for quite some time before she recognized him. She had not anticipated encountering Su Sheng in this place. Wanqing Island is home to 3 prominent families. The Gu family, to which Changqing belongs, is one of them, alongside the Su and Chui families. Su Sheng, standing before her, is the eldest son of the Su family and one of Changqing's fervent admirers. Before Changqing visited the Dust Heart Pavilion, Su Sheng relentlessly pursued her, akin to a piece of chewing gum, following her daily and causing her considerable annoyance. It was only after she went to the Dust Heart Pavilion that she finally managed to shake him off. Later, she heard that Su Sheng had joined a major sect. Though she was not particularly interested in the details, Changqing harbored no feelings for Su Sheng. This had been the case before and would remain so in the future. Su Shitty, is this young lady your friend? A handsome young man approached from behind Su Sheng, wearing a gentle smile. His gaze was fixed on Changqing. with unabashed admiration evident in his eyes, clearly captivated by her beauty. Yes, indeed. Allow me to introduce, this is Senior Brother Tanjun, and this is... The look in Senior Brother Tan's eyes directed at Gu Qing'er caused Su Sheng to frown slightly. His Senior Brother Tan was known in the sect for his flirtatious nature, having caused distress to numerous junior sisters and brothers. Furthermore, his grandfather was a great elder in the sect, which allowed him to act with impunity, even earning the respect of the elders. Su Sheng instinctively wished to limit the interaction between Tan and Gu Qing, but recognizing each other made it inappropriate not to introduce them. Gu Qing'er observed the unfolding scene, but chose to remain silent. The way Senior Brother Tan looked at her made her uncomfortable. She had no desire to engage with such individuals. Noticing her discomfort, Tan smiled and said, "Since it has been a while since we last met, why not sit down and catch up? I have reserved a mystical room at the Listening Rain Pavilion. Why don't you join us, Sister Qing?" The mention of the mystical room attracted the attention of several onlookers. Being able to acquire a token for such a room implied that at least one formidable figure at the 7th level of the Tribulation Realm stood behind Tan, a level considered powerful throughout the entirety of the Wan Yao South Sea. Su Sheng and his fellow disciples were fortunate to be allowed into the second floor's mystical room at Listening Rain Pavilion thanks to Tan's influence. "May I inquire if you're Miss Gu Qing'er?" Just as Gu Qing'er was about to refuse, a maid descended from the second floor and addressed her. Realizing that this was someone sent by her brother Changqing to fetch her, she nodded in acknowledgement. "Esteemed guest, please follow me to the 4th floor." The maid gestured invitingly. Gu Qing'er looked at Senior Brother Tan and Su Sheng and softly declined, saying, "No, my brother is already waiting for me." With that, she did not linger and followed the maid to the 4th floor. The 4th floor? Senior Brother Tan's expression darkened, questioning whether he had misheard. Did the maid just say the 4th floor? Su Sheng and the others naturally heard the conversation clearly, and their hearts were stirred with tumultuous waves. Before arriving at the Listening Rain Pavilion, Senior Brother Tan had taken the time to enlighten them about the establishment's nature. Ordinary individuals, no matter how affluent, could only remain on the ground floor. Ascending to the 2nd floor required one to possess strength or have the backing of a formidable figure of at least the 7th level of the Tribulation Realm. The 3rd floor demanded one to be on the cusp of the King Realm. As for the 4th floor, only those with a direct connection to a King Realm powerhouse could gain entry. The most astounded among them was undoubtedly Su Sheng. He felt as if he were dreaming. He was aware of Gu Qing'er's family, a mere small clan on Wanqin Island, devoid of even a single Tribulation Realm expert. How could this be? Su Sheng was bewildered and perplexed, yet the reality before him left no room for disbelief. Chapter 16. The Impending Breakthrough. The auction begins once Gu Qing'er ascended to the 4th floor. All the dishes ordered by Gu Changqing have been served. Steamed longwin-tail fish, abyssal shark head, purple orchid ginseng, and South Region blue water demon flesh. Each exquisite delicacy was worth hundreds, if not thousands, of spirit stones. Gu Qing'er gazed at the delectable spread, swallowing hard. Many of these dishes she had neither tasted nor even heard of before. "Brother Changqing, how many spirit stones does this feast require?" Gu Qing'er hasted to lift her chopsticks, feeling as though this banquet was more valuable than herself. "About 2,000 spirit stones," Gu Changqing replied, placing a piece of longwin-tail fish into his mouth. 2,000 spirit stones. Gu Qing'er's hand trembled, nearly dropping her chopsticks. This was no mere feeling. This meal was indeed more valuable than her. During her time at the Dust Heart Pavilion, she could barely earn a few low-grade spirit stones a month. 2,000 spirit stones were astronomical figures for her. "Hurry and eat, or it will get cold. Don't be so astonished. Your brother Changqing is a King Realm expert. Is it excessive for a King Realm expert to spend 2,000 spirit stones on a meal?" Gu Qing'er was rendered speechless. Indeed, for a King Realm powerhouse, a few thousand spirit stones were hardly substantial. After the meal, Gu Changqing felt thoroughly satisfied. One must admit, the chef at the Listening Rain Pavilion was truly skilled. This meal was the most exquisite he had savored since arriving in this world. Initially hesitant to eat more, Gu Qing'er found it impossible to resist, as Gu Changqing persistently filled her bowl with food. The 2nd level of the Thunder Tribulation was approaching. Gu Changqing could distinctly feel his spiritual energy surging dramatically, reaching the spiritual realm's threshold. The 1st level of the Tribulation Realm was now complete. This meal was worth every spirit stone. Gu Qing'er, possessing only the true spirit realm, experienced even more pronounced effects. Originally at the 1st level of the true spirit realm, She had now broken through to the peak of the second level. Moreover, this was before the ingredients had been fully digested. Once digested, she would likely ascend to the third level of the true spirit realm. Xianxia was utterly stunned. Previously, each breakthrough she made would consume several months of her time. After advancing to the true spirit realm, her cultivation became increasingly arduous. She had remained in the early stage of true spirit realm for over 2 months without any hint of progressing to the mid-stage. However, unexpectedly, this meal propelled her directly from the early stage of true spirit realm to the perfect state of the second level. This implies that with just a few more meals, the possibilities could be limitless. Yet, one must not dwell too long on such thoughts. The efficacy of these ingredients is most pronounced only during the first consumption, with subsequent enhancements becoming progressively less significant, akin to the diminishing effects of medicinal pills used for cultivation. Xianxia felt a flush of color rise to her cheeks. How did her elder brother, Changqing, know what she was pondering? After their meal, Changqing and Xianxia returned to the inn, awaiting the day the auction would commence. In the following days, the highway auction house began an extravagant promotion of the Water Wolf King's corpse. The already bustling highway island attracted an influx of individuals, particularly those hailing from powerful factions in the nearby seas, including several half-kings. Changqing naturally welcomed this turn of events. More attendees meant higher bids. The day of the auction arrived. Changqing and Xianxia arrived early at the highway auction house. Without a VIP section, Changqing took a bidding number and joined the throng entering the auction hall. A vast tiered hall encircled the central auction platform. The auction house, though not large, could accommodate around 1,000 people. As one of the largest auction houses in the vicinity, it maintained high standards. Only those of considerable strength could gain entry. Those seated were all high-ranking figures from various factions in the nearby seas, stewards, elders, and even leaders of powerful factions. It was Xianxia's first encounter with such a grand spectacle, and she appeared like an inquisitive child, her eyes darting about in wonder. Holding bidding number 188, she quickly arrived at her designated spot under the guidance of a servant. As the curtain lifted, Mu Zi, adorned in a violet gown, stepped forward with a smile, gracefully making her way to the auction stage. Greetings, everyone. It has indeed been a while. Yes, it is I once more, serving as the auctioneer for this event. With her alluring figure, exposed jade-like shoulders, exquisite beauty, and an innate charm that captivated the audience, it stirred a palpable excitement within the auction hall. It was evident that some young lords had not come solely for the auction, but rather for Mu Zi herself. Changqing could distinctly sense that, with her arrival, the previously disinterested males seemed to awaken, their gazes sweeping over Mu Zi with an intensity that suggested they wished to consume her entirely. Now then, let us not squander any more time, Mu Zi declared, transitioning directly into the main agenda after a brief introduction. With a graceful wave of her hand, a delicate jade vial appeared on the auction table. The first item up for auction is the third-grade soul sculpting pill, featuring 2 intricate pill patterns, renowned for its remarkable efficacy in healing spiritual injuries. The starting bid is set at 300 spirit stones, and those in need may commence their bidding. Although the soul sculpting pill is classified as a third-grade elixir, the ingredients required for its concoction are exceedingly rare, rendering its price exorbitantly high, often rivaling that of certain fourth-grade pills. 800 spirit stones. As soon as Mu Zi uttered these words, a man in black, holding the bidding number 307, promptly intervened, increasing the bid by a staggering 500 spirit stones. Changqing cast a glance at him. It was evident that the man was suffering from severe spiritual injuries, and without treatment, he would likely not survive for long, which explained his urgency. 900 spirit stones. 1,000. The auction proceeded, yet Changqing remained disinterested. The second item, 3 formation flags, held no appeal for him. Having perused the auction list, he noted several items of interest, such as a third-grade spiritual sword, but it had yet to come into play. Currently, Changqing possessed 4 swords for his extermination sword formation, with only one being of the 3rd grade, while the others were all of the 2nd grade. 4th-grade spiritual swords were difficult to procure, and he intended to first assemble a complete set of 3 3rd-grade swords. Upon achieving this, his strength would significantly increase. However, to attain a qualitative enhancement, he needed to locate a 4th-grade spiritual sword. The third item at last piqued Changqing's interest, the blood spirit fruit. A 3rd-grade spiritual fruit that serves as the primary ingredient for the blood essence pill and, as an auxiliary, for beauty-enhancing pills. The opening bid is set at 1,100 spirit stones. Changqing, however, was aware of a third application for the blood spirit fruit, the 9 Revolutions purple gold pill, an ancient formula recorded in the Dan Emperor's Heart Sutra. Although Changqing himself had no use for the 5 great elixir, his soon-to-be-born children would undoubtedly require it. He was determined to ensure they excel from the very beginning. 1,500 spirit stones. Changqing raised her bidding number 188, placing Changqing's offer. In the auction for the blood spirit fruit, nearly all participants were women, their intentions clear. Who wouldn't wish to appear more beautiful and youthful? The woman holding the bidding number 258, a striking figure in blue, could be rated an 80 out of 100 by Changqing. For reference, Mu Zi would score a 91, Changqing a 95, and Jiang Lianxin would earn a perfect score without question. 1,500 spirit stones. Changqing continued to raise the bid. He was resolute in acquiring the blood spirit fruit. Number 188, 1,500 spirit stones. Is there a higher bid? Mu Zi recognized Changqing at a glance. Her heart stirring. 1,700 spirit stones. The woman with number 258 frowned slightly. Only Changqing remained in contention for the blood spirit fruit, which she was equally determined to obtain. The primary medicinal ingredient for the beauty elixir, along with its supplementary components, has been meticulously prepared. Even the alchemist has been secured. All that remains is this single blood spirit fruit. 1,700 spirit stones. How affluent indeed is Dong Yan. After all, one cannot expect anything less from the fiancée of the young master of the Mo family. The azure-clad maiden is not unfamiliar to many present. The Dong family of Haihui Island, while merely a minor clan with only 2 or 3 nascent realm cultivators, is not particularly formidable. However, Dong Yan's other identity is decidedly more significant. She is the betrothed of the young master of the Mo family, one of the 5 prominent semi-royal families on Haihui Island. This status alone is sufficient to deter countless factions, far more powerful than the Dong family, from offending her lightly. The 5 semi-royal families not only govern the Haihui auction house, but also exert control over the entirety of Haihui Island, overseeing all affairs therein. 2,000 spirit stones. Yet, Changqing remains oblivious to these intricacies. Even if he were aware, he would not care. He continues to raise his bid. 2,000 spirit stones. The boldness of Changqing's offer elicits astonishment. Truly, what wealth he possesses. The market price of the blood spirit fruit hovers around 1,500 spirit stones. Dong Yan's prior bid of 1,700 spirit stones was already markedly above market value. Though the blood spirit fruit is indeed rare, it hardly warrants a price of 2,000 spirit stones. It appears he is simply a man with too much wealth and too few outlets for it. 2,300 spirit stones. Dong Yan is determined. She has allocated 2,300 spirit stones for this blood spirit fruit. This is her absolute limit. Should her opponent raise the bid further, she will have no choice but to relent. Yet, she is unwilling to concede. How long has she prepared for this beauty elixir? The blood spirit fruit is scarce, and its next appearance is uncertain. Perhaps in 6 months? A year? Who can say? Esteemed sir, this fruit holds immense importance for me. Might you grant me a favor and allow me to acquire it? Seeing her financial capacity begin to falter, she resorts to veiled threats. Her words elicit mockery from many within the auction house. The Dong family? Merely a minor clan? What influence do they wield? Yet, who is unaware that Dong Yan is the betrothed of the young master of the Mo family? Rather than relying solely on the stature of the Dong family, she seeks to leverage the Mo family's power to pressure Changqing. In a hushed tone, a local cultivator beside Changqing advises him, "My lord, you do not seem to be from this island. The Dong family is insignificant, but Dong Yan is the fiancé of the young master of the Mo family. The Mo family is one of the 5 prominent semi-royal families on Haihui Island. To offend them over a mere herb would be unwise. Perhaps it will be prudent to withdraw." The individual known as Changqing did not strike one as a disciple of the Sea Moon Island, perhaps oblivious to Dong Yan's background, hence the cautionary remark. On the auction stage, Mu Zi observed the scene unfold without uttering a word. Logically, Dong Yan's brazen display of power had already violated the auction house's decorum. Yet, Mu Zi refrained from reprimanding her, choosing instead to watch in silence. This was not due to Dong Yan's status as the fiancé of the young master of the Mo family, but rather because her intent to warn was thwarted by Intai's intervention. The Sea Moon Island was rather small, with 5 families sharing a meager profit, it was indeed excessive. A single utterance instantly enlightened Mu Zi. In seat 188, Gu Changqing wore an impassive expression, unfazed by Dong Yan's threats. He held no fear of the Dong or Mo families, nor the 5 prominent royal clans of Sea Moon Island combined. 2,300 spirit stones. If there had been 2 blood spirit fruits available today, he might have conceded, allowing her to acquire one while he retained the other. However, the auction list contained but this sole item. Dong Yin desired it, yet so did Gu Changqing. What worth was her favor? 2,300 spirit stones. Were there no other patrons willing to bid higher? Mu Zi's voice resonated slowly. After a prolonged silence, she continued. 2,300 spirit stones. First call. 2,300 spirit stones. Second call. 2,300 spirit stones. Third call. Let us congratulate the guest in seat 188 for securing this blood spirit fruit at the price of 2,300 spirit stones. Watching helplessly as Gu Changqing claimed the fruit, Dong Yin felt her fury nearly reach a boiling point. Suppressing her wrath, she gritted her teeth and uttered, "Very well. I shall remember you." Gu Changqing did not even deign to cast a glance in her direction. Throughout the entire affair, he had regarded her with utter disdain. Were it not for his desire to avoid disrupting the auction and the impending sale of the Water Wolf King, which he intended to conclude, he would have easily silenced her insolence with a single blow. A mere insect dared to threaten him? Initially, it seemed that, with Mu Zi's decisive hammering of the gavel, the matter had drawn to a close. However, the arrival of a young man clad in a luxurious robe transformed the situation into something far more intriguing. It was Mo Haobai, the young master of the Mo family. Many began to observe with keen interest. A spectacle was about to unfold. Upon his entrance, Mo Haobai strode directly toward Dong Yan. "What brings you here?" Dong Yan's face lit up with surprise. Prior to the auction, she had invited her fiancé to attend, but he had declined, citing prior commitments. What had prompted his appearance now? "I came to see how things were after finishing my affairs," Mo Haobai replied, noticing the look of grievance on Dong Yan's face, and he was momentarily taken aback. "What is the matter? Who has wronged you?" Dong Yan cast a glance in Gu Changqing's direction. Mo Haobai's gaze followed hers, and he slightly furrowed his brow. "Tell me what transpired. Who dares to bully my woman? Are they tired of living?" With a face full of grievance, Dong Yan recounted the events to Mo Haobai, embellishing the tale somewhat. "Oh, how intriguing on Highway Island. There are still those who dare to disregard me. Mo Haobai and the Mo family." Mo Haobai patted Dong Yan on the shoulder, signaling her to take a seat, as he would handle the matter himself. Coincidentally, the next item up for auction was a spirit herb, precisely what Gu Changqing required. 5 launching herbs. Starting bid at 1,300 spirit stones. 1,500 spirit stones, Gu Changqing offered. 2,000 spirit stones, although many were poised to bid. Upon realizing that the one bidding 2,000 spirit stones was none other than the young master of the Mo family, Mo Haobai, they abruptly ceased. Casting another glance at Gu Changqing, they thought, let the show begin. They silently mourned for Gu Changqing. The youth was oblivious to the ramifications of offending the Mo family on Highway Island. He had secured the item, but would he be able to leave the island unscathed? Chapter 18. If you have the ability, bid again. 2,100 spirit stones. 2,500 spirit stones. As soon as Gu Changqing's voice fell, Mo Haobai's voice rang out. Gu Changqing glanced at Mo Haobai's position and the smug expression of Dong Yan beside him, seemingly taunting. "Aren't you wealthy? Go on, continue." Gu Changqing chose not to raise his bid further, but inquired, "Are you standing up for her?" Mo Haobai sneered, "If it's an auction, then naturally the affluent prevail. Go ahead, bid on. This young master possesses an abundance of spirit stones. Today, I shall ensure you learn a lesson on Highway Island. Not everyone is someone you can afford to offend. With me, Mo Haobai, present, if you manage to secure anything, it would indeed be a feat," with a chuckle. Gu Changqing brandished his sword, which seemed to materialize from thin air, and struck toward Mo Haobai's direction. The dazzling sword light illuminated half the venue, causing the auction's array runes to flicker wildly. Bang! Several protective talismans on Mo Haobai exploded. At a critical moment, he reacted swiftly, retracting his arm, or else that strike would have severed it. Even so, he broke out in a cold sweat. The audience in the auction hall was utterly horrified. No one anticipated that Gu Changqing would dare to strike directly in the auction hall, especially against Mo Haobai. the young master of one of the 5 great families of Haiwei Island. Feeling the terrifying residual energy of that strike, everyone felt their hearts tighten. This individual is formidable. Changqing refrained from delivering a second blow, instead observing the pale-faced, disoriented Mo Haobai. You possess great wealth? You have an abundance of spirit stones? Gulme. If you have the courage, bid once more. Changqing returned to his seat, growing increasingly impatient. From this point forward, should Mo Haobai dare to bid again, Changqing would strike him down. Boom! The entire auction house was engulfed in tumultuous waves of shock. You have the audacity to raise the bid once more. With that single utterance, Changqing's formidable presence was palpable, instilling a sense of dread among all present. Regardless of your status as the young master of the Mo family, dare to increase the bid, and I shall not hesitate to strike you down. As for Dong Yin, she had already collapsed to the ground, thoroughly terrified. Although Changqing's earlier strike was not directed at her, the residual force still left her paralyzed with fear. Had that blow been aimed at her instead of Mo Haobai, she could scarcely imagine the consequences, for she possessed far fewer protective talismans than he. What an embarrassment it was. Just moments ago, Mo Haobai had boasted that as long as he was present, Changqing would be unable to secure any item. The swift reversal of fate was resounding. It took Mo Haobai a considerable time to regain his composure from the earlier fright. His gaze fixed intently on Changqing, his expression a portrait of dismay. Yet, he dared not utter a single word. He could not risk betting on Changqing's reluctance to kill him. Observing his demeanor, Changqing discerned his inner turmoil and coldly remarked, I am Changqing. I shall remain on Ocean Moon Island for a day or two. Do not think for a moment that I will deny you the chance for vengeance. However, let me make myself clear. Should you fail to kill me, I shall eradicate your entire family. The audacity, such boldness was palpable, as everyone felt the sheer intensity of Changqing's arrogance. This was not merely a threat to Mo Haobai. It was a direct challenge to the Mo family, one of the 5 great semi-royal clans on Ocean Moon Island. At that moment, even the semi-royal powerhouses present felt a chill run down their spines. He was undoubtedly a ruthless individual to threaten one of the 5 great clans. Some of the semi-royals present questioned their own courage in the face of such a declaration. The Mo family ranked 3rd among these clans, boasting 2 semi-royal guardians. As the auction progressed, Changqing successfully acquired all the items he desired. Following the earlier incident, not only did Mo Haobai refrain from contesting Changqing's bids, but others also exhibited a degree of trepidation towards this formidable figure. Consequently, very few dared to challenge his offers. Mo Haobai and Dong Yin departed early, unwilling to endure further humiliation. Ultimately, the various items Changqing consigned, the remains of the Water Wolf King, its fangs, pelt, and internal organs, were sold for a total of 130,000 spirit stones. Changqing was highly satisfied with this outcome. Upon returning, Mo Haobai sought out his father. When had he ever endured such humiliation? If he did not reclaim his honor, how could he ever show his face on Ocean Moon Island again? However, the family patriarch remained remarkably calm upon hearing his son's grievances. Father? Mo Haobai, perplexed by his father's silence, cast a questioning glance at the head of the Mo family. Haobai, you're no longer a child. You're the heir of the Mo family. Yet, with your current demeanor, how can I trust you to lead our clan? Do not squander your days in frivolous company. It serves no purpose. Mo Haobai was taken aback, for he had not anticipated such an attitude from his father. The threat loomed not only over him, but the entire Mo family. This matter concerned the dignity of the Mo clan. If they did not counter this affront, what would remain of their authority? How would others perceive the Mo family? If anyone could dare to threaten them, to provoke them, what would that signify? Seeing the confusion etched on Mo Haobai's face, the head of the Mo family felt a deep sense of disappointment and guilt. He realized that in his years of dedication to clan affairs, he had neglected the nurturing and guidance of Mo Haobai. Use your mind wisely, for at 20 years of age, one should at least be at the initial or even mid-stage of tribulation. A sect capable of cultivating such prodigies could hardly be an ordinary force. Here, in Haiwei City, they dare to threaten the Mo family? Do you seek to court disaster or wish for the Mo family's downfall? The head of the Mo family, upon seeing Mo Haobai's bewilderment, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Haobai, it is time for you to mature. If the Mo family were to be entrusted to your care in this state, it would not be long before we are rendered insignificant in this realm. With that, he departed, leaving Mo Haobai in a state of shock. After his father's words, he regained his composure and reflected on the calm demeanor of Gu Changqing at the auction house, a chill running down his spine. To dare threaten him. To threaten the entire Mo family on their own turf. There could only be two possibilities. Either the individual completely disregarded the Mo family, or he was a fool, lacking in intelligence. Yet, could one who had reached the tribulation stage at such a young age truly be a fool? Mo Haobai suddenly felt a wave of foolishness wash over him. Chapter 19. The Ascendance of the Celestial Sword Array in the subsequent 2 days. Gu Changqing did not rush to depart. After retrieving the spirit stones from the auction house, he returned to the inn with Gu Qing'er. It was not out of desire to wait for the Mo family's retaliation. Gu Changqing was not so trivial. The affairs of the Mo family had long since slipped from his mind. He had never regarded them with any seriousness. If it had not come, it was fine. If they did, Gu Changqing would not mind seeing the Mo family erased from Highway Island. He was no naive saint. If the opportunity was granted, and they insisted on courting death, then he would oblige them. The reason Gu Changqing chose to remain on the island was for alchemy. With a substantial amount of alchemical materials at hand, he intended to complete his preparations before departing to avoid the inconvenience of needing to return for missing herbs. 2 days later, having finished his alchemical concoctions, he noted that the Mo family had made no move for retribution. On the day he was preparing to leave Highway Island with Gu Qing'er, suddenly, the serene sky above the island darkened, shrouded in ominous mist. From afar, dozens of figures clad in black descended, riding flying demonic beasts, arriving above Highway City. These individuals were all at the cusp of the royal realm. At the forefront stood 2 venerable figures, an elder shrouded in black robes and another clad in white, both emanating an aura as profound and unfathomable as an abyss. Gu Changqing, possessing keen perception and formidable spiritual awareness, discerned at a glance that their cultivation level surpassed that of the ordinary half-kings by a considerable margin. The thought of a perfected half-king stirred within him. Such a state was but a step away from the realm of kings. In the southern expanse of the myriad demon seas, they represented the pinnacle of power, nearly invincible in the absence of a kingly presence. With a retinue of over 10 half-kings, it was evident that they were no nameless faction. As the figures in black descended, they enveloped the entirety of Changqing Island in a shroud of black mist, simultaneously orchestrating a formidable sealing formation. The black-robed elder gazed downwards impassively. Both he and the white-robed elder hailed from the southern domains of the myriad demon seas, specifically from an exceedingly powerful sect, known as the Wuyue Xian sect. Although the Wuyue Xian sect lacked any king-level masters, both elders stood at the pinnacle of the half-king realm, bolstered by a following of more than 10 half-kings. In comparison to the 5 major half-king families of Highway Island, the Wuyue Xian sect was evidently far superior. The 5 major families collectively boasted a considerable number of half-kings, around 8 or 9, but most were in the mid-stages of half-king, with only 2 reaching the late stages, and none attaining perfection. Soon, Xianxia Island was thoroughly sealed off, the dense black mist creating an impenetrable barrier. When an unfortunate soul at the true spirit realm attempted to leave the island, he collided headfirst with a mist-laden sky, and a chilling scream echoed as he was swiftly extracted by the black-robed elder, leaving behind a desiccated corpse and a single storage pouch. Witnessing this harrowing scene, panic ensued among the island's inhabitants, their terror palpable. What was happening? Why had the island been sealed? As external cultivators prepared to depart, urgency gripped them. In a flurry, nearly 10 figures surged forth from within Highway Island, revealing themselves as the formidable half-kings of the 5 major families, their identities recognized by the cultivators within Highway City. The leader of the 5 families, the patriarch of the Wang family, emerged, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized the black-robed encroachers. These individuals were clearly not harboring benign intentions. With a furrowed brow, the Wang patriarch addressed the foremost black-robed elder, his voice weighted with concern. "What is your intent? Hand over the items." The elder in the sky intoned languidly. "What do you mean, esteemed elder? I do not comprehend. What items?" The black-robed elder's gaze sharpened. "Do not feign ignorance. The Xingyuan Island. Are you aware? Xingyuan Island." The Wang patriarch maintained a composed facade, yet his heart quaked with disbelief. How is this possible? How could they know? It was revealed that not long ago, the Wang patriarch had unearthed a jade tablet within the ruins of a place known as Shengming Island. which was tied to a fallen king-level master from the southern myriad demon seas, likely serving as the key to unlocking a hidden abode. Upon acquiring the key, he refrained from mentioning it to anyone, not even to his closest kin. How, then, did these cloaked figures come to possess such knowledge? Logically, it should be impossible. What does this signify, Elder Wang? The semi-monarchs from the other prominent families on Ocean Moon Island turned their gazes towards Elder Wang, bewildered by the unfolding events. Clearly, they were unaware of the key to the cave of the Wang realm's formidable expert and found themselves unwittingly embroiled in this enigma. Although the 5 semi-monarch families of Ocean Moon Island shared common interests, their relations were far from amicable. The gathering of cloaked figures in the sky seemed to be intertwined with Elder Wang's affairs. At this moment, Elder Wang maintained an impassive demeanor, betraying no hint of the turmoil within, and coldly remarked, "I have no idea what they are speaking of." Regardless of the circumstances, he could not confess to having attracted the cloaked individuals. The Elder in Black, seemingly unconcerned by Elder Wang's denial, smirked wickedly. "Your denial matters not. Once they are slain, the treasure shall rightfully belong to me. Ensure that Ocean Moon Island is thoroughly sealed. Not a single fly must escape." Given the significance of the cave and the legacy of the Wang realm expert, they could not afford to be careless. Better to mistakenly slay than to allow any escape. In the eyes of the black-cloaked elder, every soul on Ocean Moon Island was merely fodder for slaughter. Though the Wu Yuxian sect was not an evil sect, it appeared they would have to engage in a rather sinister endeavor today. The elder in white furrowed his brow and remarked, "Eradicating the Wang family and seizing the jade tablet should suffice. You need not exterminate all the cultivators on the island, as such actions may provoke the ire of the royal powers of the myriad demons in the Southern Sea." The black-cloaked elder's gaze turned frigid with their discontent. "Once we acquire the cave of that royal expert and ascend to the royal realm, our Wu Yuxian sect shall also be considered a royal power. What do we have to fear? Moreover, should we indeed incite the wrath of those royal forces, we can simply retreat far away, beyond the southern sea of myriad demons, or even beyond this entire domain. Once we attain the royal realm, the world will be our oyster." Their conversation betrayed no intent to conceal their plans from the others. Overhead, the cultivators in the marketplace on Ocean Moon Island appeared as lambs awaiting slaughter. However, as their discussions became public, the black-cloaked elder emanated an indiscriminate killing intent, unleashed without reservation, enveloping all cultivators on the island. "Very well," the elder in white conceded. "At this juncture, the Wu Yuxian sect must unite as one. The cave of the royal expert and a legacy leading to ascension were of paramount importance. For the two of them, this was undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Boom! Boom! The two powerful semi-monarchs simultaneously released their oppressive aura. The skies above Ocean Moon Island were rendered impenetrable, shrouded in swirling black mist that transformed into serpentine shadows. Coiling around the island, flicking their tongues and flashing their cold, triangular eyes imbued with runic brilliance. At this moment, even semi-monarch cultivators found themselves unable to escape. The oppressive aura is alarming. It is the culmination of a half-king. Cursed be this fate to confront a half-king at full strength. It is all over. Had the intruder merely been a greater number of half-kings, even with the presence of one at the late stage, the 5 prominent families of Highway Island might have stood a chance in battle, and survival could have been possible. However, a fully realized half-king brings sheer terror, and all are stricken with fear, their faces as pale as death. Within the marketplace, many external cultivators, as well as wandering practitioners who had come to trade at Highway Island, were filled with rage and indignation upon hearing the black-robed elder's intent to indiscriminately slaughter all cultivators on the island. Countless practitioners cried out in desperation, "You have grievances with the Wang family. Take it up with them. What business do you have with us? We are merely outsiders here for the auction, and we have no ties to the Wang family. Might you spare us a chance at survival?" Yet, no response was forthcoming. It was evident that the black-robed elder and his counterpart, clad in white, would not spare anyone. In High West City, many disciples of half-king factions were equally incensed. Some among them were mere passers-by who had come to witness the auction, unaware that calamity would befall them. There were many cultivators like them. Yet the members of the Wu Yuxian sect above showed no mercy, directly forming formations to block escape routes and slaying several wandering practitioners attempting to flee the island. They were indeed intent on silencing witnesses. At the inn's entrance, Changqing gazed helplessly at the sky, lamenting the unfortunate timing of his arrival. What a cruel twist of fate. Addressing the black-robed elder, he asserted, I have no desire to be involved in this matter, nor do I comprehend the intricacies of your conflict. This is a matter between you and the Wang family. Why must others be drawn into it? When Changqing referred to others, he spoke not of the island's inhabitants, but of himself. The lives and deaths of those on the island bore no weight on him. His only wish was to leave with Changqing. At this moment, many recognized Changqing, the audacious youth who had dared to threaten Mo Haobai and the Mo family at the auction. To their astonishment, after issuing such threats, Changqing remained unharmed. Mu Zi and Yin Taishang also noticed him. Initially despondent, they felt a profound sense of relief upon seeing him, having feared he had already departed. If that were the case, all would indeed be lost. The black-robed elder surveyed from above, casting a discerning glance at Changqing, noting his youth. Mu Zi and Yin Taishang felt a surge of anxiety, genuinely concerned that the elder might acquiesce to Changqing. However, the next words from the black-robed elder brought them solace. Sometimes life unfolds in unexpected ways. To reach the tribulation stage at your age indicates remarkable talent. Yet alas, fortune is fickle. Today, none shall depart, not even those who are prodigies of royal factions, he declared. Changqing's gaze deepened with intensity. You truly will not allow me to leave? How amusing. The old man in the black robe chuckled softly, offering no reply. The answer was already evident. The Wuyue Xuanzong had obliterated Haiyue Island to seize the key to the stronghold of a king realm expert. At this moment, he had no intention of allowing anyone on the island, regardless of their involvement, to escape and potentially leak information, even if an innocent fell victim. It was merely a consequence of unfortunate fate, for the path of martial arts has always been littered with corpses. Well, Changqing shrugged. He had no desire to become embroiled in these matters, yet fate had other designs. Gazing at the old man in the black robe, he could only hope that he would not come to regret his choices. Regret? The old man declared that throughout his life, he had never committed an act that he would come to regret. However, before he could finish his statement, his expression shifted dramatically. A terrifying aura of death enveloped him, and his pupils widened in alarm. Changqing, like a celestial sword piercing the heavens, exuded an extraordinary sharpness. Directing his focus squarely at the old man in the black robe. Exterminate the immortal sword array. Activate. Slash. With a single stroke, he unleashed a fatal blow. Buzz. The radiance of the sword enveloped the old man in a black robe. At the moment Changqing struck, the old man sensed impending doom. Yet, the attack came too swiftly, so swiftly that he could not even contemplate an escape. The pure white sword light dissipated, causing the space to warp slightly, and the figure of the old man had utterly vanished from this realm, leaving no trace behind. With that one stroke, tranquility descended upon Haiyue Island. Hearts trembled with disbelief. A half-step to the completion of the king realm had perished just like that? This was no mere, trifling opponent. At that moment, every gaze directed towards Changqing was filled with awe. In the past, there was nothing. Now there was reverence. Changqing calmly regarded the spot where the old man in the black robe had once stood. Regretful? He believed that in those final moments, the old man must have felt regret. Regret for his carelessness, and even greater regret for obstructing Changqing's departure. If only he had allowed Changqing to leave unimpeded, perhaps he would not have met his demise. Was he not a king realm expert? Yin Taishang was equally unsettled. He had always assumed Changqing to be a king realm powerhouse, but the moment Changqing struck, it was clear that his aura was that of merely an early stage of the tribulation realm. Yet, the shock within Yin Taishang only intensified. If Changqing had indeed been a king realm expert, his astonishment might have been less profound. A king realm expert could easily slay a half-step king realm opponent, even one at the peak of their stage. But Changqing was not a king realm expert. He was merely in the early stage of the tribulation realm. To slay a half-step king realm expert with just one sword? It felt utterly surreal. Below, Mo Haobai, the young master of the Mo family, stood with his mouth agape, a wave of inexplicable terror welling up from within. His body trembled uncontrollably. Not long ago, he foolishly considered provoking Changqing to challenge a sovereign of the king realm. Did he wish for his own demise? Thankfully, his father timely chastised him, and reflecting upon it now, Mo Haobai felt a wave of trepidation. Had the Mo family truly sought vengeance against Changqing, the consequences would have been dire. Many who attended the auction were certainly familiar with Gu Changqing. The audacious display he put on at the auction house left a lasting impression on them, threatening Mo Haobai on Highway Island, daring to intimidate one of the 5 major half-king families, the Mo family. At that moment, they believed Gu Changqing would scarcely survive to leave Highway Island. Yet now, they began to comprehend why he had been so brazen at the auction, with the ability to slay a perfected half-king with a single strike. How could he possibly regard the 5 major families of Highway Island with any seriousness? If matters had ended there, it would have sufficed. However, had the Mo family dared to provoke Gu Changqing afterward, extinguishing their lineage would have posed little challenge for him. Now, it became clear why Gu Changqing had declared his intention to remain on Highway Island for 2 days, while the Mo family remained utterly inactive. They had likely sensed something amiss. It was not that they lacked action, but rather that they feared to act. Those who had previously mocked the Mo family for their cowardice now realized that they themselves were the true fools. Flee. Witnessing the black-robed elder being effortlessly slain by Gu Changqing, the more than 10 half-king powerhouses of Wuyue Xianxia, including another perfected half-king in a white robe, were rendered numb. Their initial reaction was not to unite and eliminate Gu Changqing, but to escape. The group of half-kings transformed into streaks of light, scattering in flight. This scene left the onlookers on Highway Island in utter shock. The once arrogant black-clad figures, who had boasted of sealing off Highway Island and slaughtering all its inhabitants, were now fleeing? Yet, considering Gu Changqing's terrifying power, it became all too clear. Faced with a being of such caliber, a king realm existence, could they expect to remain and await their end? But would Gu Changqing allow them to flee? To kill one is to kill many, to prevent future troubles. With a mere thought, he summoned the 4 spiritual swords that formed the array, piercing through the air. In mere moments, the majority of the half-kings were annihilated. Only the perfected half-king in the white robe remained, captured by Gu Changqing, struggling and pleading for mercy. Spare me, esteemed one. I am a senior elder of Wuyue Xianxia, willing to serve you as a humble beast if only you would grant me my life. Initially, Gu Changqing had intended to crush him without hesitation, yet these words stirred something within him. Currently, he was the only king realm powerhouse within the Gu family. While Jiang Lianxin was undeniably extraordinary, she still had a distance to traverse before reaching the king realm, and her pregnancy had hindered her cultivation significantly. Should he venture out, the Gu family would be left without a second king realm guardian. Although the elder in the white robe does not belong to the realm of kings, he has reached the pinnacle of the semi-king stage. For Gu Changqing, facilitating a semi-king's ascension to the king realm is hardly a formidable challenge. Within the Dan Emperor's Heart Sutra lies an ancient 4th-grade pill formula known as the Triad Barrier-Breaking Pill, which significantly enhances the likelihood of breaking through to the king realm. Furthermore, he has already concocted 3 of these elixirs. Naturally, Gu Changqing himself has no need for such a potion, with his innate talent. He requires no external assistance to elevate his chances of transcending to the king realm. However, some individuals in his vicinity, such as his father and the elders, who do not possess such extraordinary gifts, could benefit from it when they reach the 9th level of the Tribulation Realm. Gu Changqing had only prepared 3 as a contingency, but it appears he may need to employ them sooner than anticipated. Spare you? That is not out of the question. Gu Changqing tossed a black pill. Consume this, and I shall grant you your life. The elder in white glanced at the black pill and, without a moment's hesitation, swallowed it whole. At this moment, all he desired was to survive. Any sign of hesitation could provoke Gu Changqing's ire, sealing his fate. Upon ingesting the black pill, the elder felt as though an invisible hand had seized his very soul, and with a mere thought from Gu Changqing, he could meet a swift demise. This pill, crafted by Gu Changqing just days prior, possesses the ability to control another soul, and its effects were precisely as the elder anticipated, no matter his location. Should Gu Changqing wish him dead, it could be accomplished with a single thought. Are you feeling a tinge of reluctance? Gu Changqing inquired, observing the elder's demeanor. I dare not. The elder promptly knelt before him. Gu Changqing nodded, stating, allying with me may not be a misfortune for you, given your potential. Without a significant opportunity, your aspirations for the king realm are bleak. But with me, the king realm is merely the beginning. Gu Changqing was not engaging in deceit or empty promises. He genuinely possessed the capability to fulfill such claims. The elder was already on the brink of the king realm, just a step away from true kingship. Of course, this so-called step had ensnared countless semi-king level warriors, and for many, that single step could span a lifetime. The elder's emotions were tumultuous. He mourned the loss of his freedom, yet he felt elated at the prospect of potentially breaking through to the king realm. He held Gu Changqing's words in unwavering belief. Gu Changqing's innate talent was evident, even at the early stages of the Tribulation Realm. He wielded power comparable to that of a king. What extraordinary potential this displayed! Perhaps even the legendary talents of the spirit ranking could not surpass this? For the elder, this could indeed be an opportunity. Such a figure, should he mature, would attract not only semi-kings like himself, but also numerous genuine kings eager to follow Gu Changqing. Perhaps one day, Gu Changqing would plead for his departure, yet he might not be willing to leave. Master, my name is Bai Huan. Chapter 21. Assisting you into the King Realm, the crisis of the Dust Heart Pavilion. The Triad barrier-breaking pill, though not created by the esteemed Qingmu Pill Emperor, originates from ancient times and has long since become extinct. In ancient times, transcending to the King Realm was not as arduous as it is today, and there existed numerous ancient elixirs that could enhance the probability of such breakthroughs. The present difficulty in attaining the King Realm stems largely from the loss of these ancient recipes. Many voices of gratitude echoed from below in High West City, including those of the 5 prominent semi-king families. Had it not been for Gu Changqing today, they would likely have perished here. After a moment of hesitation, the patriarch of the Wang family produced a golden jade token from his bosom and presented it to Gu Changqing. It would not be long before news of his possession of such a treasure spread throughout the South Sea of 10,000 beasts, and he knew he could not protect it. Rather than risk that, it was wiser to bestow the jade token upon Gu Changqing in front of everyone, thus securing the Wang family's safety. Gu Changqing glanced at him and accepted the token. The allure of a secret stash belonging to the King Realm was indeed tempting, but for now, the time was not ripe. He would consider it after returning to his clan. Subsequently, Gu Changqing remained in High West City for several days, entering seclusion to break through. As if the process were a natural course, he easily overcame the tribulation a few days later, advancing to the second level of the Tribulation Realm. It had been less than a month since he had ascended to the Tribulation Realm, and his pace of cultivation was beyond mere swiftness. After breaking through to the second level of the Tribulation Realm, Gu Changqing consumed a recently concocted elixir to further enhance his cultivation, causing a surge of spiritual power within him once more. Days later, he formally emerged from his seclusion. At this moment, aided by the elixir, his realm had progressed from the first level of the Tribulation Realm to the third level. Outside, Bai Heng and Gu Qing had been waiting for quite some time. Congratulations, Master, on your breakthrough. Bai Heng respectfully bowed as soon as Gu Changqing stepped out. Have you broken through to the King Realm? Gu Changqing discerned Bai Heng's stable aura, clearly indicating he had solidified his realm, and it seemed the elixir had proven effective. With a single glance, he saw that Bai Heng had risen from semi-king to the true first level of the King Realm, the Xianxia realm. All of this is thanks to you, Master. Without the divine elixir you bestowed, I fear I would have never reached this level. Bai Heng's voice trembled with barely contained excitement. Even now, it felt surreal to him. The King Realm, a coveted pinnacle that countless semi-kings yearned for. Yet, only a few could successfully ascend. Among 100 semi-kings, it was rare for even one to make the leap, reflecting the immense difficulty of such an endeavor. Many semi-kings had fallen beneath the tribulations of the King Realm, and Bai Heng had previously risked being hunted by king-level forces, driven by the slender chance of breaking through, even to the extent of slaughtering all on Highway Island. Who could have imagined that a single elixir could enable one, who was seemingly incapable of ascending to the realm of kings, to break through to the profound King Realm, and without any lingering side effects? Meanwhile, Gu Qing has made remarkable progress over the past fortnight, elevating her prowess to the 5th level of true spirit. This significant advancement is attributed not only to the elixirs provided by Gu Changqing, but also to the transformative practice of the Gu family's Tai Xian heart method, a synthesis of the first chapter of the Tai Xian classic and the Gu family's original techniques. Initially, the Gu family's heart method was of a low king rank. However, the newly conceived Gu family Tai Xian heart method now belongs to the emperor rank. This is vastly superior to the heart method Gu Qing previously cultivated. The Tai Xian classic is extraordinarily formidable, not to be easily bestowed upon others, even kin. Yet the modified Gu family Tai Xian heart method is an exception, Changqing's next plan involves a journey to return Qing'er to her family on Wangqin Island before heading back to the Han Empire. En route to Wangqin Island, he intends to stop by the Changqing Pavilion to ascertain whether they have indeed executed the Vice Pavilion Master as claimed. If they have not, then the Changqing Pavilion shall face annihilation. A day later, Changqing and his companions departed from Haiwei Island, their destination set for Wangqin Island and the Gu family. The Lanchi archipelago comprises 2 large islands and countless medium and small islands, with Changqing Island, where the Changqing Pavilion is located, being one of the 2 major islands. Conversely, Wangqin Island, home to the Gu family, is one among the multitude of smaller islands. The Lanchi archipelago is dominated by 2 semi-king powers, the Changqing Pavilion and the Xianxia sect. These 2 factions have maintained a delicate balance over the years, with frequent conflicts arising, their grievances beyond reconciliation. Each side yearning to obliterate the other and emerge as the sole sovereign of the Lanchi archipelago, monopolizing all its resources. When Changqing and his companions arrived at the Lanchi archipelago, 3 days had elapsed. They intended to infiltrate the Changqing Pavilion discreetly to verify whether the Vice Pavilion Master had indeed been eliminated as claimed. However, they found the situation at the Changqing Pavilion somewhat peculiar. The protective formation was activated, and disciples were barred from entering or exiting, creating an atmosphere of tension throughout the sect. Within the main hall of the sect, the Pavilion Master, alongside other high-ranking officials, had gathered. The Pavilion Master revealed that the Xianxia sect and the Wanhua sect had encircled the waters surrounding Changqing Island, and while the disciples had received messages, they encountered formidable adversaries from the 2 factions on their return journey, resulting in significant casualties. Elder Yang expressed deep sorrow at this turn of events. Recently, the Changqing Pavilion had faced considerable difficulties, having lost a Vice Pavilion Master at the peak of the 9th level of the Tribulation Realm, whose strength was second only to that of the Pavilion Master, causing a dramatic decline in the pavilion's overall might. Nevertheless, they were not necessarily intimidated by the Xianxia sect. Yet, not long ago, the Vice Sect Master of the Xianxia sect had ascended to the Half-King realm. Moreover, an external force that does not belong to the Blue Tide Islands, known as the Wanhua sect, has somehow forged an alliance with the Xianxia sect, aiming to obliterate the Dust Heart Pavilion from the Blue Tide Islands entirely. The Wanhua sect, hailing from beyond the Blue Tide Islands, is also a formidable semi-king level force. The inclusion of the Wanhua sect has drastically tilted the scales of power, with 2 semi-kings from the Xianxia sect, alongside the semi-king from the Wanhua sect. There are now 3 semi-king powerhouses. Both the leader of the Xianxia sect and the leader of the Wanhua sect are at the same level as the master of the Dust Heart Pavilion, all being at the late semi-king stage. The entry of the Wanhua sect has rendered this battle devoid of any suspense. Although the master of the Dust Heart Pavilion is strong, it is inconceivable that he could withstand the assault of 3 semi-kings. The 2 semi-kings from the Xianxia sect alone would be more than enough to challenge him, not to mention the additional semi-king from the Wanhua sect. Who could possibly resist this onslaught? The vast main hall now lay in an eerie silence, an aura of despair spreading among those present. The Xianxia sect must have paid a hefty price to persuade the Wanhua sect. Cursed be it. Elder Wang Chong slammed his palm onto the stone jade table before him, shattering it into a fine powder. Fleeing was no longer an option. Thus, a desperate fight to the death was the only recourse. The master of the Dust Heart Pavilion slowly opened his tightly shut eyes, his gaze infused with fierce combat spirit. Even in death, he vowed to take a few of those beasts from the Xianxia sect down with him. Numerous elders rose in anger. Elder, you are the most formidable within the Dust Heart Pavilion, besides myself. At the onset of battle, seize the opportunity to lead a few of our true disciples to break through the encirclement, commanded the master of the Dust Heart Pavilion, his eyes scanning the true disciples. The most gifted among the younger generation, the very hope of the Dust Heart Pavilion. If you manage to escape, do not forget to avenge the Dust Heart Pavilion in the future. However, the master understood the bleakness of this hope. Faced with the joint forces of the 2 powerful factions, whose strength vastly outstripped that of the Dust Heart Pavilion at all levels, the prospect of escape seemed incredibly remote, unless a miracle were to occur. Master, the true disciples were visibly moved. Everyone, please leave me to my thoughts. The master of the Dust Heart Pavilion sighed, reclining back onto the wooden chair, appearing suddenly aged. Yes, the elders and disciples departed, leaving only the master to gaze helplessly at the empty main hall. Suddenly, a young figure appeared silently within the hall. The master of the Dust Heart Pavilion, who had been seated, opened his eyes wide in astonishment at the youth's sudden presence. The faint smile on Changqing's face sent a shiver down the master's spine. Who is he? When did he enter the hall? How did I remain oblivious to his presence? This is impossible. As a being at the late semi-king level, it is inconceivable that even a true Xianwang realm expert could completely evade my perception. How has this youth achieved such a feat? I can assist you with the predicament you currently face, but first, you must give me something. What? The master of the Dust Heart Pavilion instinctively inquired. The lifeless body of the vice master of the Dust Heart Pavilion lay before him. In an instant, a single phrase revealed the youth's origins to the master of the Dust Heart Pavilion. Chapter 22. Henceforth, the Dust Heart Pavilion shall be under my command. This was the individual who had sent word through Elders Wang and Yang, urging the assassination of the vice master, a formidable warrior of the king's realm. The first impression the master had of the young man was that he was astonishingly youthful. It appeared that the words of Elders Wang and Yang were devoid of exaggeration. Although the master had encountered many warriors of the king's realm before, Changqing was undoubtedly the youngest among them. Suddenly, another figure materialized in the main hall, standing beside Changqing. This was an elderly man clad in white robes. However, the focus was not on his attire, but rather the formidable aura that surrounded him. Another king, the master of the Dust Heart Pavilion, was astounded. 2 king-level warriors had arrived at the Dust Heart Pavilion. Moreover, judging by the respectful demeanor of the white-robed elder, he seemed to be a subordinate of the young king. Without hesitation, the master retrieved the corpse of Vice Master Gu Ming from his storage ring. It seemed they did not regard his words as mere jest. Changqing nodded. With his prowess, verifying whether this corpse belonged to the Vice Master was a trivial task. I do not presume to, the master quickly replied. Is what you said true? Esteemed elder? Are you willing to assist the Dust Heart Pavilion through this crisis? Despite the dire circumstances facing the Dust Heart Pavilion, with Changqing's intervention, the so-called deadlock could be effortlessly resolved. A warrior of the king's realm, in the boundless southern sea of 10,000 demons, was nearly invincible. Indeed, it is true, but you must agree to one condition. Please, esteemed elder, speak freely. From this day forth, the Dust Heart Pavilion shall be my subordinate force. Upon hearing this, the master's heart sank slightly. He understood well that no opportunities fell from the sky. Yet, the subsequent words of Changqing left him momentarily stunned. In return, I shall assist you in breaking through to the Xianqing realm. Initially, Changqing intended merely to pass through, confirming the death of the vice master before departing. However, he altered his decision. The Gu family, to which Changqing belonged, was situated within the Blue Tide archipelago. Upon his departure, the Gu family on Wangqin Island would be left defenseless, vulnerable to annihilation in the vast southern sea of 10,000 demons. With the protection of the Dust Heart Pavilion, the situation would be considerably safer. Through their recent interactions, Changqing developed a fondness for his younger cousin Changqing, who shared the same bloodline. Perhaps influenced by his father's teachings, he valued the bonds of kinship greatly. His father had always advised him to assist any members of the Gu family he might encounter in the future. There were few descendants of the Gu clan remaining. In restoring the Gu family to the pinnacle of the spirit domain was also his father's long-held aspiration. Thus, the words of Changqing came to be. His encouragement allowed the Lord of the Dust Heart Pavilion to break through to the King realm, elevating the Dust Heart Pavilion to a royal-level force, more than sufficient to protect the Gu family of Wangqin Island. Moreover, having the Dust Heart Pavilion at his disposal would greatly facilitate his affairs. In the future, he would no longer need to procure medicinal materials himself. He could simply send the Dust Heart Pavilion to handle such matters on his behalf. I will aid you in breaking through to the Xianwang realm. This seemingly simple proclamation left the Lord of the Dust Heart Pavilion wide-eyed with astonishment. It was not that he doubted Changqing. Though he was of the King realm and remarkably youthful, such a claim of assisting another in achieving the King realm seemed rather far-fetched. Not long ago, he had been merely a half-king in full bloom. Bai Heng, standing beside him, succinctly remarked, yet his words conveyed a wealth of information. The implication was clear. Not long ago he was a half-king, and now he stood as a king. This meant that the venerable elder clad in white beside Changqing was indeed the one who had facilitated this young man's ascension. Chen, I pay my respects to the Lord. After grappling with his inner turmoil, the Lord of the Dust Heart Pavilion knelt before Changqing. For him, the present moment offered no alternative. Without Changqing's assistance, The Dust Heart Pavilion could not withstand the onslaught of the Xianxia sect and the Wanhua sect. Though he feared not death, he could not bear to witness the demise of countless elders and disciples of the Dust Heart Pavilion. Furthermore, if Gu Changqing could indeed help him ascend to the king realm, then aligning himself with Gu Changqing would not merely be fortuitous, but a monumental opportunity. Even in the unlikely event that Gu Changqing could not facilitate his promotion to the king realm, following such a young and immensely promising king would not be an insurmountable notion for the Dust Heart Pavilion or himself. In the coming days, I shall assist you in breaking through to the king realm. However, let us keep this matter discreet so as not to frighten them away. The them Gu Changqing referred to as undoubtedly the Xianxia sect and the Wanhua sect, who had encircled the waters surrounding the Dust Heart Pavilion. Once you break through to the king realm, the Dust Heart Pavilion shall ascend to royal level status. Those from the Xianxia sect and the Wanhua sect shall serve as offerings for our blades. 2 days hence, the forces of the Xianxia sect and the Wanhua sect would be at their gates. Were it not for the sect's grand formation, the formidable disciples of the two powers might have already stormed the mountain gates. The Dust Heart Pavilion, from the elders to the disciples, stood armed and resolute, their eyes brimming with the determination to face death. They vowed to stand together with their sect to the bitter end. This scene evoked a trace of emotion from Gu Changqing. Chen Yun, do you not dare to emerge and face your demise? A thunderous voice echoed from the sky, as 3 silhouettes traversed the void above the Dust Heart Pavilion. Though half-kings could not soar through the skies like those of the king realm, they could briefly linger in the air. The 3 were none other than the master of the Xianxia sect, the vice-master, and the leader of the Wanhua sect. The appearance of these 3 half-kings sent the morale of the Xianxia sect and Wanhua sect soaring, igniting a cacophony of clamors from their ranks. Within the Dust Heart Pavilion, an elderly man with hair as white as snow emerged, his gaze fixed solemnly upon the 3 figures hovering in the air, radiating an undeniable aura of a half-king. The Grand Elder. The members of Dust Heart Pavilion gasped in astonishment. The venerable elder was not the pavilion's master, but rather its Grand Elder. He has broken through. This is splendid. Now we possess 2 half-king powerhouses. Yet it still does not suffice. No one, not even those of Dust Heart Pavilion, anticipated that the Grand Elder would achieve such a breakthrough at this critical moment. However, the grim reality remained. Despite the Grand Elder's advancement to the half-king realm, the tide of this battle could not be altered. The Golden Mist sect and the Wanhua sect boasted not only 3 half-kings, but also 2 formidable half-kings at the peak of their prowess. How infuriating! Were it not for that accursed Wanhua sect, would Dust Heart Pavilion ever fear the Golden Mist sect? The members of Dust Heart Pavilion were filled with resentment. Huh? You old fool. I thought you were nearing your end, yet you have managed to break through to half-king, which has indeed surprised me. However, a mere novice half-king cannot change the outcome. The master of the Golden Mist sect regarded the Grand Elder of Dust Heart Pavilion, now exuding the aura of a half-king, with surprise in his eyes. Had it not been for the alliance with the Wanhua sect, he truly doubted whether the Golden Mist sect could contend with Dust Heart Pavilion. Alas, there are no what-ifs to persuade the master of the Wanhua sect. He had paid a steep price. Today, Dust Heart Pavilion shall be annihilated. Chapter 23. The Pavilion Master ascends to the King Realm, gaining another king-level subordinate. The master of Dust Heart Pavilion, Gu Changqing, along with Bai Hong, remained concealed in the void, observing the unfolding events without haste to reveal themselves. The aura emanating from the Pavilion Master had long transcended that of a mere half-king. He now stood firmly in the true realm of the Xianqing. With the aid of the San Yuan breaking barrier pill, Chen Yun encountered scarcely any obstacles and smoothly navigated through the tribulation of the King Realm. However, the Grand Elder's breakthrough to half-king was a development unrelated to Gu Changqing. It was a manifestation of his own unprecedented potential in the face of dire circumstances. Another presence approaches. Today is indeed lively. As the 3 pondered, a powerful aura rapidly approached Dust Heart Island. Another half-king. No matter how many come today, they shall all be vanquished. Gu Changqing shrugged. During their conversation, the owner of that aura had already arrived above Dust Heart Pavilion. Oh, what a vibrant scene. How could I, from a spirit-lurking sect, possibly miss such excitement? The voice of this newcomer was laced with a chilling undertone, evoking discomfort among all present, including the 3 half-kings from the Golden Mist sect and the Wanhua sect, who exchanged wary glances. The words spirit-lurking sect were all too familiar to those gathered. Dust Heart Pavilion and the Golden Mist sect each possessed a half-king at the peak, making them formidable forces among the elite of the southern sea of 10,000 beasts. The Lord of the Wanhuman has recently ascended to the late half-king stage, and with its core strength inferior to that of the Xianxia sect and the Changqing pavilion, it is indeed at a slight disadvantage. As for the Fuling sect, it surpasses both the Changqing pavilion and the Xianxia sect in strength. The sect leader is at the late half-king stage, and in addition, there exists a deputy leader at the mid-half-king stage within the sect. Master Tsong, what brings you here? The leader of the Xianxia sect gestures to the deputy leaders beside him and the Lord of the Wanhuman to remain calm, as the intentions of the Fuling sect leader remain uncertain. Haha, I won't beat around the bush. The spiritual mind belonging to the Changqing pavilion on Qianming Island is something my Fuling sect desires. The leader of the Fuling sect chuckles, continuing, if both of you sect leaders agree, I shall refrain from intervening in today as matters. Qianming Island is the largest spiritual mine exploited by the Changqing pavilion, without exception. To claim the Qianming Island spiritual mine is tantamount to seizing nearly 1/3 of the Changqing pavilion's wealth. Upon hearing this, the leader of the Xianxia sect's expression darkens to a frightening degree. The Fuling sect indeed has an insatiable appetite. With a single statement, they seek to appropriate nearly 1/3 of the Changqing pavilion's assets. What if I refuse? The leader of the Xianxia sect's question instantly thickens the atmosphere with tension. The Fuling sect leader coldly replies, then it seems I must align myself with the Changqing pavilion. With the Grand Elder of the Changqing pavilion having broken through to the half-king stage, and with the pavilion master Chen, alongside my 2 half-king allies from the Fuling sect, there would be 4 half-kings. How formidable! The threat, in the words of the Fuling sect leader, is unmistakable. Meanwhile, the expressions of those from the Changqing pavilion grow increasingly grim. The Changqing pavilion is, after all, a formidable power, one of the 2 premier sects of the Xianxia archipelago. Yet they now find themselves as helpless as fish upon a chopping block. Very well, I concede. The leader of the Xianxia sect grits his teeth as he utters these words. He is filled with fury, yet he sees no alternative. Just as the Fuling sect leader indicated, should the Fuling sect truly ally with the Changqing pavilion, it would spell disaster. Haha, such decisiveness. I appreciate a straightforward individual like you. Rest assured, I'm not one to accept benefits without taking action. Leave the pavilion master to me. Amidst their banter, the interests of the Changqing pavilion have been thoroughly divided. The hearts of those within the Changqing pavilion sink once more. Merely the alliance of the Xianxia sect and the Wanhuman has forced the Changqing pavilion into a dire situation, and now, an equally formidable, if not stronger, Fuling sect has emerged. It seems as though fate has conspired against the Changqing pavilion. Despair envelopes the Changqing pavilion. Gentlemen, to divide the interests of my Changqing pavilion before my very eyes. Do you not find this a tad disrespectful? The figure of the pavilion master materializes in midair, gazing down upon the leaders of the Fuling sect and the Xianxia sect with a calm demeanor. Pavilion master. The elders and disciples of the Changqing pavilion cry out in unison. Chen Yun, you have finally shown yourself. I thought you were too frightened to emerge. The leader of the Xianxia sect interjects with a sneer. The long-standing grievances between you and me are finally coming to a conclusion. The Lord of the Dust Heart Pavilion gazed at him, somewhat reflective. Indeed, it is time to conclude. His gaze turned toward the master of the spirit-subduing sect. Master, we share no enmity. My Dust Heart Pavilion and your spirit-subduing sect have never encountered any conflict. I offer you a chance. Depart now, and I shall overlook today's events. The master of the spirit-subduing sect regarded Chen Yun as if he were a fool. Do you truly believe that is possible? You will regret this. He nearly laughed out loud. Was Chen Yun suffering from some grave delusion? Did he not comprehend the current situation? Just as the master of the spirit-subduing sect was about to speak, an overwhelming aura of terror erupted from within the Dust Heart Pavilion, enveloping all present. Simultaneously, Gu Changqing and Bai Heng appeared in the skies above Dust Heart Island, forming a triangular formation with the Lord of the Dust Heart Pavilion. Encircling the master of the spirit-subduing sect and all from the Golden Radiance sect and the Myriad Transformation sect, the 3 formidable kings simultaneously unleashed their oppressive auras. The terrifying atmosphere rendered the master of the spirit-subduing sect and the leader of the Golden Radiance sect pale with dread. This aura is of the king realm. This is undoubtedly the oppressive force of the king. The Lord of the Dust Heart Pavilion has actually broken through to the king realm. Furthermore, there are 2 other kings. The 4 half-king powerhouses roared internally, their expressions filled with disbelief. They were not unfamiliar with the circumstances. Reaching the peak of the Half-King stage, let alone achieving the completeness of it, was a considerable distance away. How could one suddenly break into the king realm? How could this be possible? Moreover, what the other two kings? The three kings sealed off all their escape routes from three different directions, leaving no possibility of retreat. At this moment, not only the master of the spirit-subduing sect and the leaders of the Golden Radiance sect and the Myriad Transformation sect, but even the elders and disciples of the Dustheart Pavilion were left in shock. The Lord had actually broken through to the king realm. Despair instantaneously transformed into wild elation. Chapter 24. The Lord even referred to him as Master. I warned you that you would regret this. The Lord of the Dustheart Pavilion spoke with an even tone and made his move instantly. The forces of heaven and earth surged violently, transforming into a colossal spiritual hand, descending upon the master of the spirit-subduing sect and his companions. No, the four half-king powerhouses attempted to flee, but their speed was akin to that of a tortoise in the eyes of a King Rel powerhouse. Boom! With a single strike, countless elders and disciples from the Golden Radiance sect and the Myriad Transformation sect were reduced to a mist of blood, leaving not even a complete corpse behind. The might of a King Realm attack is truly terrifying. The disparity between true kings and half-kings is vast. Even a perfected half-king is merely a larger ant before a genuine king. Despite the Lord of the Dustheart Pavilion being newly ascended to the King Realm, in the early stages, with his foundation yet to solidify, extinguishing a few half-kings was simpler than crushing a handful of ants. They are dead? The master of the spirit-subduing sect and the leader of the Golden Radiance sect. Below, in the upper echelons of the Dustheart Pavilion, the disciples found themselves in a state of shock. There stood a figure at the threshold of the King Realm. Each one of them was a formidable force, renowned across the Blue Creek Isles and the surrounding seas. Yet, before the Pavilion Master, they were rendered utterly impotent. Is this the essence of the King Realm? How terrifying! The disorganized factions of the Golden Cloud sect and the 10,000 Transformation sect began their frantic retreat in all directions, leaving no one behind. Changqing spoke slowly. He was never merciful to his foes. Yes, my lord. The master of the Dustheart Pavilion, Bai Heng, along with the two King Realm experts, responded simultaneously, launching their assault. In but a fleeting moment, all the invading enemies were annihilated. The utterance of my lord by the Pavilion Master and Bai Heng sent a tremor through the hearts of the disciples below. As for Huang Yingying and elders Wang and Yang, they had already recognized Changqing. He was the peerless swordsman who had decimated a King Realm beast with a single strike upon the sea. The Pavilion Master actually referred to him as my lord. The disciples of Dustheart Pavilion thought they must have misheard. Once the battle was concluded, Changqing commanded Bai Heng, pay a visit to the Fulling sect and eradicate it. Leaving future threats is not my style. When it comes to enemies, Changqing's principle is complete annihilation. As you command. Bai Heng clasped his fists in acknowledgement and soared into the sky. In less than an hour, Bai Heng's silhouette appeared at the gates of the Fulling sect. At that moment, the members of Fulling sect were still oblivious to the calamity about to befall them, when Bai Heng descended with a single palm strike, causing the very island that housed their gates to be plunged into the depths of the ocean. The members of the Fulling sect, including the vice sect master in closed-door cultivation at the mid-phase of the Half-King realm, comprehended little of what transpired before they were utterly crushed by that earth-shattering palm, sinking along with their island into the vast sea. Witnesses to this scene were left in sheer astonishment. The Fulling sect was regarded as one of the most powerful sects in these waters. Even the two dominant sects of the Blue Creek Isles, Dustheart Pavilion and Golden Cloud sect, were considered inferior in comparison. Yet this seemingly invincible sect, with thousands of disciples, was annihilated in a single blow, with none surviving. This incident would undoubtedly spread throughout the entire South Sea of 10,000 beasts in no time. Those who beheld it were deeply moved. At the Dustheart Pavilion, the Pavilion Master, Chen had completed his explanations to the high-ranking elders, including the matter of aligning with Changqing. From henceforth, the Dustheart Pavilion would become an entity under his command. They harbored little resistance to this change, only boundless gratitude towards Changqing. Had it not been for him, the Dustheart Pavilion might have faced annihilation, and their lives would have been forfeit. Now, with Changqing's assistance, not only had the Pavilion Master broken through to the King Realm, but the Dustheart Pavilion would also ascend to the level of a King-class force. This was an achievement that the Grand Elder and the high-ranking members of Dustheart Pavilion had once deemed unfathomable, yet it had now come to fruition. The entire South Sea of 10,000 beasts was vast beyond measure. The myriad sects and factions, both large and small, number in the thousands. Even among those of semi-king level, there are quite a few. However, when it comes to king-level factions, there are scarcely a dozen throughout the entirety of the southern sea of 10,000 beasts. Although the Master of Dustheart is still relatively young, there exists a faint glimmer of hope for him to break through to the king realm. Yet remains merely a flicker of hope. The king realm is notoriously difficult to penetrate. Beneath the king's thunder tribulation, countless bones and souls have perished. The fact that Changqing could assist Master Chunyin in breaking through to the king realm is nothing short of miraculous, verging on the celestial. Furthermore, Changqing is highly likely to be a prodigy on the spirit rankings, with a high probability of ascending to the status of emperor in the future. To have the opportunity to follow such a superlative talent is undoubtedly an honor for them. As for Qing'er, being Changqing's clan sister, she has been directly appointed as the Holy Maiden of Dustheart Pavilion by Master Changqing. The sole Holy Maiden, Qing'er, with her petite head, is somewhat bewildered. Not long ago, she was merely a lowly outer disciple of Dustheart Pavilion, not even part of the inner sect. Yet now, she has leaped over the inner sect and core disciples to become the Holy Maiden. Among the disciples of Dustheart Pavilion who were acquainted with Qing'er, envy burgeoned in their hearts. This sentiment was particularly intense among some core inner disciples who felt a tumult of emotions. Once the dust settled, Changqing sensed that he was on the verge of a breakthrough, and thus began his seclusion within Dustheart Pavilion. Meanwhile, Master Changqing commenced consolidating his realm in preparation for the forthcoming congratulatory visits. In just a few days, news of the battle at Dustheart Pavilion had spread throughout the entire southern sea of 10,000 beasts. The breakthrough of Master Changqing to the king realm, along with the suspected presence of 2 additional king realm powerhouses within Dustheart Pavilion, could not be concealed and soon circulated widely. In an instant, numerous prominent sects and factions from the nearby waters dispatched envoys to extend their congratulations. Dustheart Pavilion had officially ascended to king-level status, becoming one of the premier sects in the southern sea of 10,000 beasts. The closest king-level faction to Dustheart Pavilion is a renowned entity known as Qingwan Palace. Qingwan Palace is one of the long-established king-level powers in the southern sea of 10,000 beasts, boasting a legacy that spans over 10 millennia. The current palace master is not only at the king realm, but also a consummate master of the profound king realm, on the cusp of ascending to the heavenly king realm. The vice master of Qingwan Palace personally arrived to offer congratulations, signifying their goodwill. This vice master is also a formidable powerhouse of the profound king realm, underscoring the significance Qingwan Palace places on this event. If it were merely a newly ascended king realm powerhouse, it would not warrant such attention from Qingwan Palace. However, the palace master perceives something extraordinary in Dustheart Pavilion. Chunyin, who was not expected to break through to the king realm, has defied the odds by transcending the semi-king perfection threshold and directly ascending to the king realm. Coupled with the existence of the 2 mysterious king realm powerhouses in Dustheart Pavilion, this situation hints at an extraordinary depth, cloaking Dustheart Pavilion in an aura of mystery. Riding on this momentum, Master Changqing announced a grand ceremony to be held in 1 week to widely recruit disciples. The disciples of the Dustheart Pavilion are inherently few in number, and with the recent losses, they have dwindled even further. Presently, the count of disciples in a newly ascended royal-level power is rather meager. When one surveys the numerous royal-level factions, it is evident that most boast thousands, if not tens of thousands of disciples. Upon hearing this news, the talented individuals from both within and beyond the Blue Tide Isles became restless. Although their innate abilities may not measure up to the disciples of established royal powers, the Dustheart Pavilion, being a newly recognized force, likely imposes less stringent requirements than its venerable counterparts. Many are eager to try their luck, pondering the possibilities. Should they gain admission, the prestige of being a disciple of a royal-level faction, even as an outer disciple, would command respect wherever they tread, and few would dare to offend them. Chapter 25. Ascension to royal-level power. Congratulations from all sides. Outside the Gu family estate on Melody Island, several young members of the Gu family were preparing for departure, while the family patriarch bid them farewell. These young men and women were not only scions of the Gu family, but also among the most gifted of their generation. Sierra, this is your first time leaving the island. The world beyond is vastly different from Melody Island. You must heed the words of Elder San. Do you understand? Gu Qian, the head of the Gu family, gently adjusted his younger daughter's hair as he spoke softly. Gu Qian, having no sons, was blessed with 2 daughters. His eldest, Gu Qing had joined the Dust Heart Pavilion several years prior. Though merely an outer disciple, she had sent a letter 6 months ago expressing her intent to strive for intersect status. It remained uncertain how she fared now. His younger daughter, Gu Xie, at just 15 years of age, exhibited considerable talent, even surpassing Gu Qing. In times past, gaining admission into the Dust Heart Pavilion would have posed no significant challenge, perhaps without the need for gifts or backdoor dealings. However, the current Dust Heart Pavilion is markedly different. When Gu Qing was sent to the Dust Heart Pavilion, it was merely a semi-royal power. Now, it stands as a true royal-level faction. The difference a single word makes is monumental. Following its elevation, the criteria for recruiting disciples has naturally seen a substantial rise. Thus, Gu Qian harbored little confidence in his younger daughter's ability to pass the evaluations and gain entry into the Dust Heart Pavilion. Nevertheless, one must endeavor to try. Hence, this farewell took place. Not only Gu Xie, but several other young talents from the clan also aspired to give a shot. If selected and successful in the evaluations, becoming a disciple of the Dust Heart Pavilion would indeed be a leap toward greatness. Countless individuals on the Blue Tide Isles shared such aspirations. Gu Xie possessed an exceedingly charming appearance, her porcelain-like face glowing with a rosy hue, bearing some resemblance to her elder sister, Gu Qing. In response to her father's counsel, she earnestly nodded her little head. "Father, I understand. I will surely listen to Elder San. Rest assured, we shall conduct ourselves discreetly and avoid any troubles," she reassured him, with the other young members of the Gu family echoing her sentiments. Gu Qian nodded in satisfaction, stroking his beard as he continued. "By the way, remember to seek out your sister first. I wonder if she has advanced to the intersect. If she has, she might possess some means to assist you. Once you arrive at the Dust Heart Pavilion, make sure to establish contact with your sister Qing. Sister, it has been over a year since Xie last saw her." A glimmer of longing shone in Gu Xie's beautiful eyes. The sisters had always shared a close bond since childhood. Gu Xie had been Qing's devoted follower until a few years ago when Qing was sent to the Dust Heart Pavilion. After bidding farewell, the group, under the guidance of the third elder, slowly made their way towards the port. They were about to embark on a sea vessel bound for Dust Heart Island to participate in the grand recruitment ceremony. The ship sailed through the archipelago for nearly 2 days, drawing ever closer to Dust Heart Island. Gu Xie and her companions kept the family head's words in mind. While out in the world, they must avoid causing trouble. Once they left Wangqin Island, no one knew who the Gu family was, and no one would offer them any favor. The third elder, responsible for escorting them, was merely at the 8th level of true spirit, which was acceptable on Wangqin Island, but insignificant across the vast Blue Sea archipelago. Fortunately, during the 2 days, they remained discreet, rarely leaving their quarters to avoid any potential conflict, thus steering clear of any disputes. This vessel, heading towards Dust Heart Island, was primarily occupied by young individuals, all eager to participate in the recruitment ceremony at the Dust Heart Pavilion, much like Gu Xie and her companions, who were hoping for a stroke of luck. On the day they were to arrive at Dust Heart Island, the third elder finally allowed the young ones to step outside after being cooped up in the inn for 2 days. They were almost driven to madness. Especially Gu Elfea, who was experiencing the sea for the first time. She excitedly gazed around, marveling at everything in her surroundings. "Third elder, what kind of fish is that? It's so beautiful, so colorful, just like a rainbow. And what about that one? It's enormous. Will it really not attack our merchant ship?" Like a curious child, Gu Xie asked questions as she walked, brimming with excitement. The third elder felt overwhelmed by her barrage of inquiries, shaking his head with a wry smile. For many days, they had refrained from stepping out of the inn, largely due to concerns for Gu Xie. She had inherited the splendid genes of her family, possessing a beauty that rivaled even her sister Qing. In this world, the phrase "a beauty brings disaster" was not merely an expression. Countless stunning women had been captured as concubines or worse, and similar incidents were far from rare. The third elder's worries were not without justification. Tales of such occurrences had circulated too frequently. It was only as they began to approach the vicinity of Dust Heart Island that he dared to let Gu Xie venture outside. As expected, her appearance soon attracted the attention of many around them, with some gazing with a hint of ill intent in their eyes. especially upon witnessing the strongest among them, who was merely the third elder at the 8th level of true spirit. Fortunately, they had begun to enter the realm of Dust Heart Island, where these individuals, harboring any ill intentions, would not dare to stir trouble. Young Master Chui has arrived. As Gu Shi'er and her companions stepped into the Grand Hall and sought a tavern to savor some delicacies and fine wines absent from Wangqin Island, they were suddenly enveloped by a clamor emanating from the surroundings. The gazes that had previously been fixated on Gu Shi'er swiftly shifted towards the entrance of the hall. There stood a dashing young man, elegantly wielding a folding fan, as he leisurely made his entrance, accompanied by a throng of sycophants. "Who is he?" "A member of the Gu family," someone asked in bewilderment. At that moment, it seemed as though everyone in the hall recognized this young man, save for the few of them. Indeed, they had refrained from venturing out in recent days, leaving them unaware of the notable figures aboard the ship. Perhaps you have rarely ventured out since boarding? This is young Master Chui Yong. His lineage is rather extraordinary, being the heir of the Chui family from Changqing Island. A nearby lady, gazing at the entering Chui Yong with a hint of admiration, began to elucidate to Gu Shi'er and her companions, recognizing their unfamiliarity. Changqing Island? Chui family? The confusion lingered among Gu Shi'er and her companions. Among them, Gu Shi'er was embarking on her maiden sea voyage, utterly oblivious to matters beyond Wangqin Island. The other Gu family members, though not entirely novices to the sea, were scarcely better informed, possessing little knowledge of the prominent islands and powers within the Blue Tide archipelago. Unaware of Changqing Island and the Chui family, the woman initially intended to flaunt her knowledge before Gu Shi'er and her companions, only to find herself confronted by a group of uninformed individuals. This realization swiftly extinguished her desire to boast. What merit is there in showcasing to a band of simpletons, as her vanity found no solace, rendering the time spent a futile endeavor? The Gu family's younger members felt somewhat embarrassed, as they indeed lacked this knowledge. However, the third elder, having heard of the Chui family and Changqing Island, promptly took over the woman's narrative to enlighten the younger generation. The Blue Tide archipelago is replete with numerous islands, among which the two largest are occupied by Dust Heart Pavilion and the erstwhile Golden Cloud sect. Beyond these grand islands lie 5 medium-sized islands, with Changqing Island constituting one of them, and the Chui family representing the most formidable lineage therein, boasting no fewer than 10 formidable individuals in the realm of Cataclysm. Furthermore, the Grand Elder of the Chui family hold an esteemed position as an elder within Dust Heart Pavilion. The younger members of the Gu family swallowed hard, their hearts filled with astonishment. 10 formidable individuals in the realm of Cataclysm, along with a Grand Elder serving a prestigious role in Dust Heart Pavilion. Such a powerful clan, when surveyed across the entirety of the Blue Tide archipelago, stands among the most elite forces, second only to Dust Heart Pavilion. No wonder the woman referred to them as simpletons. Anyone with a modicum of experience at sea and a semblance of awareness would certainly recognize the Chui family as one of the paramount powers within the Blue Tide archipelago. Upon witnessing the expressions of shock on the faces of the younger members of the Gu family, the woman felt a sense of satisfaction in her vanity. With a venerable elder serving as a senior member in the Dust Heart Pavilion, it was likely that young Master Chui would bypass even the assessment tests, gaining direct admission to the esteemed pavilion. How enviable! Yet, the envy was not hers alone. Everyone in the hall shared that sentiment. The Dust Heart Pavilion, a genuine royal-level power, had entrance requirements that, while not as stringent as those of some other established royal factions, were still considerable. How many individuals had come to participate in the grand recruitment ceremony? Surely over 10,000. Yet, it was estimated that only a few hundred would ultimately gain entry. At this moment, Gu Shi'er and her companions finally understood why so many sycophants surrounded Chui Yong. With his esteemed status, should one manage to ingratiate themselves with him, they might secure a coveted spot in the Dust Heart Pavilion without the need for an assessment. To be frank, Gu Shi'er and her companions felt a twinge of envy as well. Having an elder in the family serving as a senior member in the Dust Heart Pavilion was indeed advantageous. One could become a disciple without undergoing any evaluations. Suddenly, a young member of the Gu family exclaimed softly, astonished as he gazed at a youth who was fawning over Chui Yong. Was that not Changqing? The 3 prominent families of Wangqin Island were the Su family, the Chang family, and the Gu family, to which Gu Qing'er and Gu Xi'er belonged. This young Gu family member was quite familiar with Changping, the second young master of the Chang family, as they often crossed paths on the island. The other Gu family members, upon hearing his words, turned their eyes toward Chui Yong, and indeed, they spotted Changqing among the crowd. How amusing, remarked one Gu family member with a disdainful snort. The second young master of the Chang family, one of the three great families of Wanqin Island, reduced to being a sycophant. There was a hint of contempt in his voice. This remark did not go unnoticed by a nearby young woman, who shot a dismissive glance at the Gu family member and smirked. What being a sycophant? With someone like you, I fear you wouldn't even have the chance to lick the boots. Infuriated, the Gu family member sprang to his feet, only to be forcibly restrained back into his seat by the third elder. This woman was evidently an admirer of young Master Chui. Though her words were harsh, they contained an undeniable truth. Many sought to curry favor with Chui Yong, and while those surrounding him were but a few, countless others wished to approach him. Yet he might not even acknowledge their attempts. Although no significant conflict arose among the Gu family members, their commotion caught Chui Yong's attention, prompting him to cast a glance in their direction. That fleeting gaze, however, rendered Chui Yong utterly transfixed, his eyes fixated on the exquisitely delicate features of Xianxia's face. A beauty of unparalleled grace, Chui Yong couldn't help but marvel inwardly. As the scion of the Chui family, he was never short of beautiful women by his side. Yet Xianxia's beauty surpassed that of all the women he had ever encountered. Beside him, Changqing noticed that Chui Yong seemed momentarily frozen, unable to move, and was filled with curiosity. Following Chui Yong's gaze, he was suddenly taken aback. Xianxia? How could he not be familiar with her? The stunning sisters of the Gu family had captivated countless young talents on Wanqin Island, and a number of suitors wishing to marry her could nearly encircle the island itself. Changqing was among them. Unfortunately, neither Gu Qing'er nor Gu Xie'er had ever shown him the slightest interest. Seeing Chui Yong's unwavering gaze fixed on Gu Xie'er, Changping's heart raced as he realized the situation. Could it be that young Master Chui had taken a liking to Gu Xie'er? Chui Yong withdrew his gaze and turned to Changping, inquiring, Gu Xie'er, is that her name? Do you know her? Changping nodded vigorously. Of course I know her. She hailed from Wanqin Island just like me. How could I not? Come, let me introduce you. Changping was bubbling with excitement. This might just be his opportunity. A chance to enter the Changqing pavilion without undergoing the assessment. He indeed admired Gu Xie'er, and even had feelings for Gu Qing, but neither had ever regarded him with any seriousness. Since he could not attain either, he thought, why not? Such a celestial beauty deserved to be acquainted with. Let's go. Chui Yong shot Changping a deep look, offering him a glance of approval, which sent Changping into a frenzy of excitement. Meanwhile, Gu Xie'er had also noticed the approaching figures of Chui Yong and Changping, and a sense of foreboding settled in her heart. Remain calm. They had already entered the territory of Changqing Island. Even if he was the scion of the Chui family, he would likely not dare to act too recklessly. The third elder furrowed his brow, offering comfort to the others. Sierra, what a coincidence to encounter you here. Changping spoke first, adopting a tone as if he were quite familiar with Gu Xie'er, though in truth, they merely knew of each other. It is indeed quite a coincidence. Gu Xie'er replied coolly. She felt a twinge of envy towards Chui Yong, who could enter the Changqing pavilion without an assessment. However, envy did not equate to any fondness for him. Though Chui Yong made efforts to conceal it, Gu Xie'er could still discern a glimmer of lewdness in his gaze. She had encountered such looks before and found them extremely distasteful. Allow me to introduce, this is Master Chui Yong from Changyuan Island, Changping began, but was swiftly interrupted by Chui Yong. What is the need for such introductions? He addressed her directly, I am Chui Yong. May I ask for your esteemed name, miss? Changping's introduction seemed to serve only as a display of ostentation. Moreover, who on the ship did not know of Chui Yong's identity? Was there really a need for Changping to introduce him? Such a boastful introduction is likely to incite the disdain of the fair lady. I am Gu Elfia, and I've had the pleasure of meeting young Master Chui. With a furrowed brow, Gu Xie'er slowly rose to her feet. She harbored a dislike for Chui Yong, even feeling a tinge of aversion, yet his status compelled her to tread carefully, wary of offending him too gravely. Thus, after uttering a brief remark, she stood up, expressing her discomfort and stating that she must take her leave, bidding young Master Chui not to take offense. At this moment, Gu Xie'er yearned to escape this place as swiftly as possible. Chui Yong made no attempt to stop her. They had already entered the territory of Dust Heart Island, where his esteemed identity restrained him from causing any disturbances. Although Gu Xie'er did not explicitly convey it, Her demeanor practically screamed her disinterest in forming any acquaintance with him. This left Cui Yong feeling somewhat humiliated, his expression darkening. As the scion of the Cui family, he was accustomed to the adoration of countless women. Few had the privilege of eliciting his initiative, and he had not anticipated that his courteous approach would yield such a rejection. Embarrassed and incensed, Cui Yong's true nature began to surface. This Gushi certainly possesses a considerable degree of pride, disregarding even young Master Cui. I presume her backing is formidable, remarked a seductive woman by Cui Yong's side, her tone laced with mockery. She had desired to win Cui Yong's favor, but he had little regard for her. Witnessing his interest in Gushi ignited a flicker of jealousy within her, especially as Gushi projected an aura of aloofness towards Cui Yong. This stirred within her a formless rage. It was a privilege for young Master Cui to take notice of her. How ungrateful! The other sycophants joined in the derision, which somewhat alleviated Cui Yong's expression. He inquired of Changqing, does she have an elder sister? I hear she is also a disciple of Dust Heart Pavilion. She certainly seems to hold her head high, emboldened by her sister's influence. I can only surmise that her sister is not an ordinary disciple within Dust Heart Pavilion. Changqing scoffed and quickly clarified, young Master Cui, you are mistaken. She does have an elder sister in Dust Heart Pavilion, but she is merely an outer disciple. Moreover, her entry into the pavilion was only secured through substantial gifts from her father, allowing her to barely gain admission. Haha, what, an outer disciple? I had thought it was something impressive. So that's the source of her audacity to reject young Master Cui? How utterly laughable. Chapter 27, The Saintess of Dust Heart Pavilion. Xianxia. Half a day later, the ship carrying Gushi docked at Dust Heart Island. For the remainder of the day, Gushi did not dare to leave her room. As soon as the ship anchored, several individuals hurriedly disembarked. They sought out a random inn on the island for temporary lodging. While Dust Heart Pavilion governed the island, it was not solely inhabited by its disciples. Numerous townsfolk also resided there, living in peace and prosperity under the pavilion's aegis. Gushi did not forget her father Gu Qian's admonition and made her way to the entrance of Dust Heart Pavilion before the grand recruitment ceremony commenced. At the foot of the mountain, Gushi observed the disciples of the Dust Heart Pavilion coming and going, their faces radiating confidence and excitement. Not long ago, they were mere disciples of the Half-King sections. While the Half-King sects were certainly commendable, they were abundant throughout the vast southern sea of 10,000 demons. It is noteworthy that some Half-King sects boast tens of thousands of disciples, far exceeding the numbers of the Dust Heart Pavilion. When traversing the outside world, the Half-King sects wielded little influence. Encountering a fellow disciple from the same tier, one would find no deference extended, nor any fear of offending them. However, the situation has changed dramatically now. This is a royal-level force. How many royal-level sects exist in the entire southern sea of 10,000 demons? The disciples of the Dust Heart Pavilion never anticipated they would one day belong to such a prestigious order. The difference between being part of a Half-King sect and a royal-level sect is akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. Especially for some outer disciples of the Dust Heart Pavilion, who were once overlooked by their families, the ascent to a royal-level force has transformed their status. Even the heads of their families now treat them with utmost courtesy. Former adversaries have come bearing gifts, seeking reconciliation. This is the intimidating power of a royal-level force. Even an outer disciple commands respect, enough to deter many from crossing them. This explains why so many attend the grand recruitment ceremony of the Dust Heart Pavilion, hoping for a stroke of luck. For some, becoming a disciple of the Dust Heart Pavilion truly is a leap to greatness. Gushi paced at the foot of the mountain gate, inadvertently attracting the attention of numerous Dust Heart Pavilion disciples. The reason was simple. This seemingly youthful maiden was exceptionally beautiful. Gushi wished to inquire about her sister's whereabouts, yet felt a wave of trepidation and fear. Finally, her palms moist with sweat, she summoned the courage to stop a female disciple of the Dust Heart Pavilion who was making her way up the mountain. The disciple, eager to return and submit her task, was somewhat displeased at being halted. Upon noticing that her interlocutor was not a disciple of the Dust Heart Pavilion, her tone became even more impatient. Is there something you need? Gushi was startled by her tone, momentarily flustered, and timidly replied, Elder sister, I am looking for someone. My sister is a disciple of the Dust Heart Pavilion, named Changqing. Might you be acquainted with her? After uttering these words, Gushi instinctively recoiled, anxiously gazing at the disciple. I don't know any Gu. Wait, who did you say? The female disciple, still in a hurry to complete her task, instinctively tried to brush Gu Shi'er off and hasten away, but soon sensed something amiss. What did you say your sister's name was? Gu Qingya, elder sister. Do you know her? Could you please deliver a message to her? Just tell her that her sister is looking for her. Fearing a rejection from the disciple, Gu Shi'er hastily produced a pouch of spirit stones from her bosom, revealing dozens of them, and promptly offered it to her. This is but a small token of my appreciation. The Gu family is not a prominent clan, and this small pouch of spirit stones is significant for both Gu Shi'er and her family. The female disciple hesitated to reach for it, shaking her head in confusion. Is your sister truly named Gu Qingya? Are you certain you haven't made a mistake? What is your name? My sister is indeed called Gu Qing, and I am Gu Shi'er. It was not that she doubted, but rather the incredulity of the situation. Suddenly, someone blocked her path, asserting that she was the sister of the saintess, which would be hard for anyone to believe, especially since Gu Shi'er, despite her beauty, appeared timid and did not seem to hail from a renowned lineage. How could she possibly be related to the esteemed saintess? As the conversation unfolded, the female disciple recalled that the saintess had also been an outer sect disciple before her rise to prominence. Thus, it was not entirely implausible. Geu Kingar, Geu Xiar. In that moment, the disciple's demeanor transformed completely, her previous impatience vanishing as she smiled brightly, taking Gu Shi'er's hand. Of course, I know you, Sister Shi'er. Come with me. I will take you to the welcoming hall of the sect and assist you in summoning the saintess. Gu Shi'er, bewildered by the abrupt change in attitude, thought to herself, is this the same person as before? And what does this have to do with the saintess? Excuse me, did you perhaps misunderstand? My sister is merely an outer disciple of the Dust Heart Pavilion, not the saintess. Gu Shi'er believed the sister must have confused something, for her sister was certainly not a saintess. An outer disciple? That makes it even more certain. The female disciple, now convinced, affirmed that Gu Shi'er was indeed the sister of the saintess. Just then, as they turned a corner, a voice called out. A woman in her 30s appeared, her presence indicating she was of considerable status. "Ah, master," the disciple exclaimed, startled. The elder, referred to as master, frowned and expressed her displeasure. "I recall instructing you to seek me immediately upon returning to the sect. Where do you think you're going, bringing someone along? She is not a disciple of the Dust Heart Pavilion, is she?" Upon noticing Gu Shi'er beside her disciple, the elder's dissatisfaction grew. How could she return without reporting in and bring an outsider? Sensing her master's rising anger, the disciple hurriedly explained, "Master, I intended to seek you first upon my return, but an unexpected situation arose. Although this young lady is not a disciple of our pavilion, she is the sister of the saintess." The elder's anger dissipated somewhat. Her curiosity piqued as she regarded Gu Shi'er. "You are the sister of the saintess?" The Dust Heart Pavilion has not appointed a saint or saintess in many years. In the present day, the elevation of a new saintess may be a mystery to the disciples of the Dust Heart Pavilion, yet the elders are well aware of the underlying reasons. It is due to her enigmatic elder brother, who is, in fact, the true master of the Dust Heart Pavilion. It is he who has facilitated the ascension of the pavilion from a semi-royal power to a royal sect. Although Gu Qing merely holds the title of saintess, her status far surpasses that of the elders. Even the pavilion master treats her with utmost respect. Strictly speaking, the rank of Her Highness the Saintess is even superior to that of the pavilion master, for she is the sister of that esteemed individual. Upon closer inspection, Geu Xiar bears a striking resemblance to Geu Qing'ar. The elder's demeanor softened instantly upon this realization. "Now I understand. Please notify Her Highness the Saintess. I shall personally attend to the reception of her sister." "Yes, master." In the reception hall, Gu Shi'er sat nervously in a guest chair. Even now, she found it hard to believe. What if she mistook someone upon their arrival? However, her anxieties soon dissipated like mist. When the figure of Gu Qingno, her sister, appeared at the entrance of the hall, Gu Shi'er's lips parted slightly, her eyes wide with astonishment and confusion, yet she felt an overwhelming sense of relief. The elder beside her, upon seeing Gu Qingya, hastily stood, exclaiming, "Your Highness the Saintess." "Sister." The two sisters embraced tightly, and Ru'er, along with the others, discreetly withdrew. Chapter 28. Members of the Gu clan are exempt from assessment and advance directly. "Shi'er, what brings you here? Did you come alone? Where's father?" After releasing Gu Shi'er, Gu Qingya inquired. Before entering seclusion, Gu Changqing had informed her that if she felt homesick, she need not wait for him to emerge, but could return home at her leisure. However, Gu Qing'er had insisted on waiting for Gu Changqing to return so they could journey back to the Gu family on Wangqin Island together. It was unexpected that her sister would arrive before her return. Gu Xie Shuqiet. I did not come alone. The third elder and others are with me. We are here to participate in the Dust Heart Pavilion's grand ceremony for recruiting disciples. Gu Qing'er Post is tugging a her lips. The very notion that her own sister would need to undergo any assessment was amusing. It would merely take her word. But what of you, sister? How did you become the saintess of the Dust Heart Pavilion? Just half a year ago, you wrote home stating that you were striving for a position as an inner disciple. Gu Xier's small mind was filled with immense curiosity. The title of saintess was a staggering revelation to her. What had transpired that allowed her sister to ascend directly from an outer disciple to such a prestigious rank? This is a long story, and I shall recount it to you in due time. Subsequently, Gu Qing'er patiently elucidated to Gu Xier about her encounter with Gu Changqing and the events that transpired during their time together. After listening, Gu Xier felt as though her heart had been stirred by tumultuous waves. At merely 20 years of age, Gu Changqing had ascended to the realm of kings, single-handedly establishing a royal power and aiding the master of the Dust Heart Pavilion in his elevation to the same realm. This revelation was akin to deciphering an ancient tome for Gu Xier. Was it not astonishing that this cousin, sharing their bloodline, possessed such extraordinary talents? Her curiosity about Gu Changqing had reached its zenith. She yearned to discover whether this elder brother bore some mythical traits, for how else could one explain such prodigious abilities? The grand ceremony of recruitment was fast approaching. Xier, you should return and regroup with the third elder and the others. As for the assessment, there is no need for concern. I shall seek out the elder in charge of evaluations to ensure you can enter the Dust Heart Pavilion without undergoing the test. And you shall be a true disciple, Gu Qing'er asserted. It must be noted that Gu Qing'er had undergone considerable transformation in recent days, as per Gu Changqing's guidance. He had consistently reminded her that she was now the saintess of the Dust Heart Pavilion, her status surpassing even that of the pavilion master. A saintess ought to embody the dignity of her title and shed her previous timid demeanor. Indeed, Gu Qing'er had significantly evolved since then, exempt from the assessment, and to enter as a true disciple. Sister, is this truly the case? Gu Xie inquired. In the past, aboard the sea vessel, she had envied Chui Yong for being able to enter the Dust Heart Pavilion without the need for an assessment. Now, she had no reason to envy, for she too would experience this privilege. Moreover, she was far stronger than Chui Yong. Her entrance would be as a genuine disciple. Gu Xier understood the profound implications of being a true disciple. Would I deceive you, dear sister? Go ahead. I shall also make haste to find the elder in charge of assessments. The grand ceremony is about to commence. All right, Gu Elfer exclaimed, her excitement propelling her away from the Dust Heart Pavilion as she swiftly returned to the inn to share the news with the third elder and several members of the Gu family. Initially, they were all taken aback and skeptical. It was not until they witnessed the Dust Heart Pavilion elder, arranged by Gu Qing'er to accompany and protect Gu Xier, that they were compelled to believe. Meanwhile, prior to the commencement of the grand ceremony, Chui Yong sought out the elder from the Chui family who held a position within the Dust Heart Pavilion. Yonger, you've already broken through to the true spirit realm. Splendid, the elder remarked with a benevolent expression. This significantly enhances your chances of passing the assessment, he added with a chuckle. However, Chui Yong was momentarily taken aback by the elder's words. Assessment? But elder, am I not exempt from the evaluation? Chui Jia, the esteemed elder, stroked his beard and remarked. Had this been prior, it would indeed have been unnecessary. However, just yesterday, the Lord personally issued a decree. No elder or high-ranking member is permitted to engage in favoritism, and no individual may gain entry into the Changqing Pavilion through backdoor means. Although I hold the title of elder within the Changqing Pavilion, I am merely one among many. Therefore, whether you can enter the pavilion, Yonger, ultimately rests upon your own capabilities. Chui Yong's countenance darkened to an extreme at these words. How could this be? He had boasted extensively, and his followers were well aware that the illustrious Chui Yong could bypass the assessments to enter the Changqing Pavilion. Yet now, Yongya, you have already transcended into the true spirit realm. The probability of successfully passing the assessment is still quite high. Do not despair. I have faith in you, the elder said, though he felt helpless, bound by the command of the pavilion lord. At that moment, Chui Yong's expression was more sorrowful than tears could convey. This was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was that he had made grand claims. Should his entourage discover that he, too, must partake in the assessments, Where'd he hide his face? Elder, is there truly no other recourse? Chui Yong inquired, still unwilling to accept the situation. The elder shook his head. There is none. With a heavy heart, Chui Yong departed. At noon, the grand recruitment ceremony of the Changqing pavilion commenced. The square at the foot of the mountain was teeming with talented individuals from the Xianxia archipelago and beyond. They were eager, ready to showcase their prowess in the forthcoming assessments. A commendable performance could potentially lead to direct advancement into the intersect or even being accepted as disciples by the elders. Several young members of the Gu family observed their surroundings, feeling a wave of emotion. Look, isn't that Chui Yong, the young master? One of the Gu disciples pointed towards Chui Yong, whose expression was far from pleasant. Although his entourage still lingered by his side, their previous enthusiasm had waned. Upon learning that Chui Yong was also required to undergo the assessment and could not directly enter the Changqing pavilion, their admiration had diminished. If even Chui Yong could not bypass the evaluation, how could he assist them? Not long ago, they had envied Chui Yong. Now, it seemed the tables had turned, and it was Chui Yong who ought to envy them. The elder of Chui Yong's clan was merely an elder of the Changqing pavilion. Even if he could facilitate Chui Yong's entry without assessments, it would only grant him status as an outer disciple or perhaps an inner disciple. Meanwhile, they would ascend directly to true discipleship. Even now, the group felt a sense of unreality. Chui Yong, for his part, noticed the Gu family members but paid them little heed. Initially, he had intended to pursue Xianxia upon reaching the island, for he had genuinely developed feelings for her. However, upon learning that he too must participate in the assessment, he found himself devoid of any inclination towards romantic pursuits. Next, I must contemplate how to successfully navigate the assessment. The esteemed elder has proclaimed that should I pass the test, he would accept me as his disciple, granting me the esteemed status of an intersect disciple. As the clock strikes 1/4 noon, I shall now announce the rules of the examination. Silence, everyone. A resounding chime reverberates through the gates of the Changqing pavilion, and an elder steps forth to make the announcement. In this moment, all present fall into a hushed silence. The chief elder overseeing the assessment is the second elder of Changqing pavilion, a formidable powerhouse at the 9th level of tribulation. At this juncture, all eyes are fixed upon the second elder, awaiting further instructions. However, prior to the assessment, I must first announce a matter of importance. I will call out a few names. Those mentioned should step forward. You need not undergo the 3 rounds of assessment, for you will advance directly. Gu Xier, Gu Yang, Gu Zichu, Gu Lingwei. Chapter 29. By what merit? Because her sister is the saintess. This scene incited a stir among the previously silent crowd, with countless envious gazes fixated upon Gu Xier and her companions. Nevertheless, while envy lingered, none dared to voice dissent. The chief elder, the second elder, offered no explanation, and the participants below tacitly refrained from expressing any objections or dissatisfaction. In this world, fairness is but an illusion, and all present were acutely aware of this truth. The privilege bestowed upon Gu Xier and her companions to bypass the assessment and enter Changqing pavilion speaks volumes of the influence at play. All those granted this opportunity share the surname Gu, a coincidence that is hardly lost on the crowd, who can only speculate without expressing any grievances. After this brief interlude, the second elder began to outline the rules for the upcoming 3 rounds of assessment. Meanwhile, Chui Yong stood in shock, incredulously gazing at Gu Xier and her companions. Then turning to Elder Chui, as if questioning the elder's prior declaration against favoritism and underhanded dealings. What is the meaning of this? Chui Yong was indeed taken aback, as were his companions beside him. Particularly, those who had previously mocked Gu Xier for her lack of discernment were rendered speechless by the shocking turn of events. This moment was undeniably a slap in the face. They had diligently flattered Chui Yong, participating in the assessment with integrity, yet would return home unsuccessful, just like the others. Meanwhile, those from the Gu family, whom they had derided, were advancing without hindrance. Elder Cui, standing beside Cui Yong, felt a twinge of awkwardness, but quickly clarified that these individuals were exceptions. By what right? Chui Yong clenched his fists. Elder Chui's gaze turned cold. By virtue of her sister being the current saintess of Changqing Pavilion. Is this answer satisfactory? If your sister were also a saintess, you could have the same fate. Observing the increasingly agitated Chui Yong, Elder Chui felt a flicker of discontent. This young man has let his anger cloud his judgment, daring to question even me, the ancestor, a saintess? Cui Yong and his companions, Changqing and others, gasped in astonishment once again. Is what you said true, Taishang? Cui Yong asked, his face a portrait of disbelief as he gazed at his venerable master. Otherwise, do you think they could have been exempted from the assessment and allowed entry into the Changqing pavilion? This was a directive issued personally by the pavilion master. Cui Taishang replied with a hint of irritation. Cui Yong exchanged a glance with Changqing, his voice low and filled with incredulity. Did you not claim that her sister was merely an outer disciple of the Changqing pavilion? Have you deceived me? Changqing, despite his lengthy discourse, found himself at a loss for words. Yet, in his recollection, Gu Qing'er had indeed been nothing more than an outer disciple of the Changqing pavilion, a fact well known throughout Wangqing Island. The head of the Gu family had expended considerable effort and resources to secure a spot for an outer disciple. Upon hearing Cui Taishang's words, Changqing was equally incredulous. How could Gu Qing'er have transformed into the holy maiden of the Changqing pavilion? On that day, deep within the Changqing pavilion, a young man clad in white emerged slowly. He had reached the 4th level of the Tribulation Realm. This venture had yielded substantial rewards for Gu Changqing, as his strength progressed at an extraordinary pace. It was hardly surprising, considering the chaotic sword body, the Imperial-level heart method, and the numerous ancient alchemical formulas he had obtained from the Alchemy Emperor scriptures, which allowed him to concoct miraculous elixirs. During this period of seclusion, Gu Changqing not only shattered his bottleneck, but also refined the spiritual herbs he had acquired from the auction into pills. He had originally crafted 3 pieces of the Sanyuan breakthrough pill, a sacred remedy for breaking into the King realm. Gu Baihan and Chun Yun had each consumed 1, leaving just 1 remaining. Now, Gu Changqing had produced another 3. Additionally, he had concocted 300 chi-enhancing pills, 300 foundation pills, and 50 tribulation crossing pills, a substantial cache of elixirs sufficient for both himself and his kin to cultivate for a considerable time. Should further herbs be required, he could easily request assistance from the Changqing pavilion in locating them. Next, it was time to return to his clan. After emerging from seclusion, Gu Changqing, accompanied by Gu Qing'er, visited the Gu family on Wangqing Island to deliver the improved Gu family's Taixian heart method to Gu Qian. He also left behind a selection of elixirs for cultivation before setting off on his journey home. Having been away for a while, Gu Changqing found himself longing for Jiang Lianxin and his yet-to-be-born twins. Qing'er, cultivate diligently and revitalize our esteemed Gu clan. I cannot achieve this alone. I hope that when we meet again, you'll have broken through to the Tribulation Realm. Sheer, the same goes for you. Brother Changqing, I cannot bear to part with you, Gu Qing'er said, her eyes brimming with tears. During their time together, she had grown somewhat dependent on him. This is not a matter of life and death. You are now the holy maiden of a royal-level sect. What is all this weeping about? Gu Changqing gently ruffled her hair. Farewell. After offering her some comfort, Gu Changqing transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the Blue Shi Islands. As for Bai Heng, long before Gu Changqing entered seclusion, he had already instructed Bai Heng to return to the Hanqing Gu family ahead of time. Since Bai Heng was no longer needed for protection, it was more prudent for him to return to the family and oversee matters. Before his departure, Gu Changqing also urged the lord of the Changqing pavilion to inquire about the whereabouts of a 4th-rank artifact master. A 4th-rank artifact master, akin to a formidable king-level cultivator who has reached the 4th realm of cultivation, is exceedingly rare, with the Wan Yao South Sea now devoid of such figures. Gu Changqing sought information regarding other major sea regions, including the 3rd-rank spirit sword acquired at the auction. Gu Changqing's current formation of the extermination of immortals sword array comprised 4 spirit swords, 2 of 3rd rank and 2 of 2nd rank. Finding a 3rd-rank weapon is challenging enough, let alone a 4th-rank royal weapon. It is unlikely that the Highware auction house would feature even one in 6 months, and if one were to appear, it might not be a spirit sword, but rather another type of weapon. As Gu Changqing set off to return to the Han-Qin Empire, Bai Heng, having been previously arranged to return to the family, had already arrived at Jianglin City, where the Gu family resides. Meanwhile, within the Gu family, Gu Changqing's father, Gu Yuan, the patriarch, was in the martial training ground, instructing the younger members of the family. Jiang Lianxin stood by, occasionally placing her hand on her noticeably rounded belly, her beautiful eyes filled with tenderness. Since her pregnancy, Jiang Lianxin's own training had stagnated considerably, and with nothing much to do, she often came to observe and guide the younger generations in their cultivation. Jiang Lianxin had entirely embraced her role as a member of the Gu family, considering the family's offspring as her own juniors. With the ethereal beauty of Jiang Lianxin overseeing and guiding them, the Gu family's younger generation took their training with utmost seriousness. Husband, why haven't you returned yet? Lianer misses you. She gazed at the horizon, her longing for Gu Changqing nearly overwhelming her. At that moment, a streak of light flashed across the sky, moving in astonishing speed, and in an instant, it hovered above the Gu family estate. This scene caused all the Gu family's younger members, including Gu Yuan and Jiang Lianxin, to cease their activities and look up towards the beam of light. Walking on air, a king-level cultivator. Both Gu Yuan and Jiang Lianxin felt a jolt in their hearts. Once the light settled, they discerned the figure within. It was an elderly man clad in white robes, exuding a terrifying aura that unmistakably signaled his status as a king-level cultivator. The higher echelons of the Gu family also sensed this formidable presence, rushing out of their residences, nervously gazing at the white-robed elder hovering in the air. A palpable tension enveloped the Gu family. The small Zhonglin city had suddenly been graced by a king-level cultivator, seemingly approaching the Gu family. Uncertain whether he was friend or foe, Gu Yuan's heart sank at the thought. Currently, he was the strongest in the Gu family, having reached the 6th level of the Tribulation Realm. Do not presume that the 6th level of Tribulation is formidable. Even a half-step into the King Realm pales in comparison to the true might of a King-level expert who could effortlessly extinguish such a being like an ant. Jiang Lianxin felt a twinge of anxiety. While she herself was not particularly afraid of death, she was deeply concerned for the child within her. As the members of the Gu family anxiously observed the sudden appearance of this king-level expert, the elder in white robes instantly retracted his aura and descended gracefully, taking just a few steps to kneel before Jiang Lianxin. The sight rendered everyone from the Gu family, including Jiang Lianxin herself, utterly astonished. The one kneeling was no ordinary figure, but a genuine king-level expert. What followed next left the onlookers even more bewildered. I, Bai Heng, pay my respects to the matriarch. Chapter 30. My lord, is he your master? Esteemed elder, what do you call me? Even Jiang Lianxin, who had once been the pride of the Jiang family and was well-versed in the ways of the world, found herself at a loss in the face of this unexpected scene. Just call me Bai Heng, matriarch. Do not refer to me as an esteemed elder, lest it brings me great embarrassment. If the master were to learn of this, I fear he would not take it lightly, Bai Heng hastily replied. Before Jiang Lianxin, he could not dare to assume the mantle of an elder, despite her cultivation being merely at the 2nd level of tribulation. At this moment, while Jiang Lianxin was in shock, Bai Heng was equally astounded. As a king-level expert, he could instantly discern Jiang Lianxin's extraordinary nature. Is this a spirit body or spirit bone? He mused, momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. What was he thinking? What kind of being was his master? Surely, his wife could not be an ordinary woman. After all, she possessed a spirit bone or spirit body. She held the potential to aspire to the ranks of emperors in the future. Casting a glance at the bewildered members of the Gu family and Jiang Lianxin, Bai Heng suddenly realized he had yet to introduce himself. My lord, Gu Changqing. The master is currently in seclusion at the South Sea of 10,000 beasts and instructed me to return to the Gu family to oversee matters. Qing, is your master? Your husband is your master? Gu Yuan and Jiang Lianxin spoke almost in unison. If that were the case, then the title of matriarch was indeed apartment. But how did a king-level expert willingly serve as a subordinate? Jiang Lianxin was somewhat more accepting, aware of her husband's mystique, but it was still a lot to digest. This was a king-level expert, even within the Jiang family. A king-level presence was akin to an elder, a figure of utmost authority. Yet now, he was merely a servant to Gu Changqing. Fearing that the Gu family members and Jiang Lianxin might still harbor doubts, Bai Heng presented a voice-recording talisman bestowed upon him by Gu Changqing. Upon hearing it, all skepticism vanished. In truth, before Bai Heng revealed the talisman, the family head Gu Yuan and the others had already been convinced to a significant extent. As a formidable warrior of the royal realm, if one harbored ill intentions towards the Gu family, there would be no need for deceit. Currently, the collective strength of the Gu family pales in comparison to even a solitary half-king, let alone a true king. There exists neither reason nor motive for such malice. A week later, Gu Changqing returned to Zhonglin City. Husband, you have returned, Jiang Lianxin exclaimed, her beautiful eyes shimmering with tears as she rushed into Gu Changqing's embrace. King Ya, Master, Gu Yuan, the father, along with Bai Hong, approached in succession. Subsequently, Gu Changqing had a private conversation with his father, Gu Yuan, presenting him with several elixirs intended for nurturing and enhancing the family strength. These are energy-enhancing pills and solidifying essence pills, both of Danwen grade. This transcendence pill is for you, father. After handing over some of the elixirs, Gu Changqing produced a tome of martial arts. This is the refined Gu family heart technique, which I have named the Gu family Tai Xian heart technique. It ranks among the imperial tier, and all clan members may cultivate it. However, when imparting this technique, it is imperative that no mention of it be made to any outsiders. So many energy-enhancing pills and solidifying essence pills? On not période technique? Gu Yuan marveled, slightly taken aback. I understand, Qing'er. Your strength now surpasses mine. Perhaps it is time to pass on the position of family head. Gu Yuan did not inquire further, as he contemplated transferring the family leadership to Gu Changqing. Under Gu Changqing's guidance, the Gu family would undoubtedly flourish and even reclaim its former glory. Yet, Gu Yuan's expression suddenly turned melancholic. Father, let it be. I have little interest in the position of family head, and I certainly will not remain in the clan for long. Thus, it is best to leave the management of the family to you. Gu Changqing firmly declined. He preferred the role of a hands-off manager, more relaxed and unburdened. But your father's strength, Gu Yuan began. Who decrees that the strongest must assume the role of family head? Is the head of the Jiang family Jiang Tianwang? Gu Changqing's retort left Gu Yuan momentarily speechless. Moreover, father, your strength will surely grow. Even if it requires the use of elixirs, I will elevate your power. As the head of a clan, one cannot be too weak. Do not be frugal with the spiritual pills I have given you. Should you run out, I can provide more. Once you reach the pinnacle of the tribulation realm, I shall present you with an item that will ensure your ease in transcending the royal realm's thunder tribulation, Gu Changqing said with a smile. Ease in transcending the royal realm's thunder tribulation? Qing'er, do not jest with your father. I have never heard of such an elixir. Gu Yuan replied with a chuckle. Father, are you aware that Bai Hong was merely a half-king a few months ago? Without my assistance, he would never have stepped into the royal realm in this lifetime. Thus, elevating him to the royal realm is certainly within my capabilities, and naturally, I can facilitate your advancement as well. Gu Yuan was once again astonished. What? Elder Wang, he broke through to the royal realm with your help? Bai Hong currently holds the position of guest elder within the Gu family. Of course, otherwise, why would a true king willingly acknowledge me as his master? After addressing several matters, Gu Changqing departed. Just before leaving, he added one more thing. By the way, father, for now, these matters should remain undisclosed. For the Gu family at present, adopting a low-profile approach is the wisest choice. It is not yet the time to be ostentatious. We should proceed with caution. When our lineage has truly become formidable, we shall then deliver a modest shock to the world. That day is not far off. Gu Changqing left, yet his words lingered in Gu Yuan's heart. Watching Gu Changqing's retreating figure, Gu Yuan sighed. Qing'er has truly grown up. As night fell, the long-separated couple naturally indulged in an affectionate reunion. Afterward, Gu Changqing examined Jiang Lianxin's health, his brow furrowing slightly. Xianxia, your condition seems rather frail. At that moment, Jiang Lianxin's physical state was indeed suboptimal. It was not due to any injury, but rather a depletion of spiritual energy and insufficient vitality, her complexion as pale as paper, resembling one who had just recovered from serious illness. Yet, how could Jiang Lianxin, who bore the sacred bone, fall ill? Moreover, even if she were pregnant, her condition should not be this weak, for she possessed the sacred bone. Her physique was robust, surpassing that of countless body cultivators. Moreover, the spiritual energy within you. Gu Changqing's frown deepened as he probed further. Speaking of this, Jiang Lianxin was also puzzled. Recently, I have felt unusually fatigued, though I hardly move, yet at night, I am overwhelmingly weary, as if I had battled with my husband for 300 rounds. Coughing slightly, Gu Changqing felt a bit embarrassed. The spiritual energy within you has inexplicably vanished. I mentioned this to father, and he provided me with some elixirs to replenish my spiritual energy, which helped somewhat. At this point, Gu Changqing had retracted his divine sense. He was beginning to grasp the situation. Wife, there is no need for concern. I have a rough idea of what is happening. The spiritual energy within you has not dissipated into thin air. It has been absorbed. Absorbed? Jiang Lianxin was taken aback. Yes, it is not someone else, but our yet-to-be-born precious child who is absorbing your spiritual essence. Jiang Lianxin was unaware, but Gu Changqing was acutely aware. The child she carried was no ordinary one, but rather two extraordinary prodigies, especially the daughter. The Zixiao Shirlei body, an unparalleled divine physique of the highest order. However, what Gu Changqing did not anticipate was that these two little ones had begun to cultivate using their mother's spiritual energy even before their birth. Chapter 31. The Birth of Children, Celestial Phenomena. Gu Changqing ascends to kingship. As the days drew closer to the birth of the two little ones, Jiang Lianxin's daily consumption became increasingly pronounced. Fortunately, Gu Changqing had ventured overseas to concoct a substantial quantity of elixirs to restore and replenish spiritual energy. Otherwise, Jiang Lianxin might have been drained dry by the two little ones. Gu Changqing also began to look forward more eagerly to the arrival of these two little treasures. Have you ever witnessed a 7- or 8-year-old child effortlessly overpowering the prodigies of the spiritual rankings? No? After the birth of their two children, the moment of encounter finally arrived. In the final month before their arrival, Gu Changqing deliberately took Jiang Lianxin away from Jianglin City, seeking a desolate and secluded spot where he personally set up a concealed grand formation. The birth of their twins was sure to evoke extraordinary phenomena, and the bustling city was filled with prying eyes. Gu Changqing constructed a quaint wooden cabin amidst the woods for Jiang Lianxin and summoned the finest midwife from their clan, eagerly awaiting the moment of the twins' birth. On that fateful day, the vast azure sky suddenly stirred. One moment, the sun blazed fiercely, the next, darkness enveloped the land as if night had fallen. A bizarre crimson beam of light cascaded from the heavens, striking the wooden cabin where Jiang Lianxin and Gu Changqing resided. Yet it caused no harm. In the following instant, a bolt of lightning cleaved the sky, revealing a towering, divine silhouette amidst the clouds. The apparition exuded an air of solemnity and sanctity, reminiscent of a supreme empress, evoking an instinctive desire for reverence. "Husband," Jiang Lianxin murmured, while Gu Changqing tightened his grip on her delicate hand, reassuring her of his presence. Initially, Jiang Lianxin believed that her husband had brought her to this secluded place merely for tranquility. However, it became evident that this was not the case. The celestial phenomena left her in awe. Was it merely the act of giving birth that summoned such grand disturbances? The midwife, summoned from their clan, had already succumbed to the impulse to kneel and worship the empress-like figure in the sky, her body moving beyond her control. Fortunately, Gu Changqing, possessing the chaos sword body, remained unaffected. Thankfully, the extraordinary manifestation did not linger for long. After the passage of a single incense stick's duration, the phenomena dissipated, restoring the previous clear skies. However, Jiang Lianxin soon felt intense pain in her abdomen. It was time to give birth. The midwife hastily approached, setting aside her earlier reverence to assist Jiang Lianxin. After a period of diligent effort, the midwife ensured the safe delivery of both mother and children. "You have worked hard, my dear," Gu Changqing said softly, cradling the two infants in one arm while gently holding Jiang Lianxin's hand. "It was not difficult. I am truly happy," Jiang Lianxin replied. "Quick, let me see the little ones." Gu Changqing knelt down, placing the two wailing infants beside Jiang Lianxin. "What? The first level of true spirit? The third level of true spirit?" Jiang Lianxin was struck dumb. Upon closer inspection, she realized that her two little ones were born at the true spirit realm. What kind of prodigies had she birthed? Oh dear! How could I describe my children in such a manner? It was no wonder Jiang Lianxin was astonished. Even she, a genius, had only broken through to the true spirit realm at the age of 10. As for Gu Changqing, he had faced even greater struggles, only achieving that breakthrough just before reaching adulthood. Truly remarkable. People can be infuriating. Fortunately, these are my own children. Otherwise, the couple might have felt envy and jealousy. Even Gu Changqing, who had long been psychologically prepared, was taken aback by these two little ones. Truly, they have been cultivating since their time in the womb. All the medicinal pills consumed were not in vain. It's fortunate that I, their father, possess the red fate chaos sword body. Otherwise, I might have been swept away by these two youngsters, like the waves of the Yangtze River pushing against the shore. After a few days of recuperation in the wooden cabin, Gu Changqing and Jiang Lianxin returned to their family. Upon seeing the two little ones, Gu Yuan, their father, was overjoyed, carrying them around the Gu family residence multiple times. As for the extraordinary phenomenon, Gu Changqing only disclosed it to his father, keeping it from everyone else. The fewer people who know, the better. A genius capable of invoking such celestial phenomena would catch the attention of even the highest-ranking deities. It would be one thing if it were merely to accept a disciple, but if there were ill intentions, Gu Changqing, with his current strength, would find it impossible to resist. Thus, it is best to keep this secret. As for the midwife responsible for the delivery, Gu Changqing directly erased that portion of her memory. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 2 years have passed. Gu Changqing is now 19. And the two little ones, Gu Yunxi and Gu Qingchen, have reached the age of 2. Although they are merely 2 years old, their physical development has been rapid, making them appear as if they are 4 or 5. During these 2 years, Gu Changqing devoted most of his time to cultivation, with the remainder spent accompanying Jiang Lianxin and nurturing his children. In these 2 years, Gu Changqing has progressed from the 4th layer of the Tribulation Realm to the mid-level of the Profound King Realm. This rate of cultivation is nothing short of astounding. As one's power increases, it becomes increasingly difficult to ascend through the ranks. Typically, it takes a year or even several years to progress in the Tribulation Realm. Yet, in just 2 short years, Gu Changqing not only broke through to the King Realm, but also reached the peak of the mid-level Profound King Realm, just a step away from the late-level Profound King Realm. Moreover, this is merely in terms of realm. Although Gu Changqing has not found a 4th-level artifact master, he has gathered 4 3rd-level spirit swords, significantly enhancing the power of the Extermination Sword Array. He has also progressed to the 2nd volume of the Taishan Classic. The speed at which he absorbs spiritual energy is truly remarkable. Gu Changqing's rate of cultivation is enough to make those so-called prodigies on the spirit rankings feel ashamed. Even Jiang Lianxin, who possesses sacred bones, cannot compare. Over the past 2 years, Jiang Lianxin's strength has also seen considerable enhancement, advancing from the 3rd layer of the Tribulation Realm to the Half-King Realm. While she cannot compete with Gu Changqing, her progress is still quite extraordinary. In addition to her sacred bones, she has benefited greatly from practicing the 1st volume of the Taishan Classic provided by Gu Changqing. In his dealings with ordinary clansmen, Gu Changqing exhibited a degree of reserve. However, when it came to his closest kin, his wife Jiang Lianxin, his father Gu Yuan, and his 2 children, he unreservedly bestowed upon them the profound imperial heart technique, the Taishan Jing. As for the 2 little ones, his daughter Gu Yunxi had already reached the 6th level of the Tribulation Realm, nearly catching up to her mother. It is a testament to her remarkable status as a golden 9th grade divine body. His son, Gu Qingchen, was at the 1st level of the Tribulation Realm. At birth, the gap between Gu Yunxi and Gu Qingchen's realms was not significant, with one at the 3rd level of true spirit and the other at the 1st. Yet, as they grew older, the disparity in their innate talents became increasingly pronounced. Was Gu Qingchen's talent lacking? Certainly not. With an orange fate, he bore the potential of a heavenly sovereign. Alas, he was overshadowed by an even more prodigious sister, Gu Yunxi. During these 2 years, it seemed that the Jiang family had forgotten they had a daughter married into the Gu family, as they had not visited for family gatherings. Meanwhile, with Gu Changqing's support, the Changqing Pavilion flourished remarkably and firmly established its foundation. Furthermore, not long ago, a new king-level expert emerged from the Changqing Pavilion, their esteemed elder. Presently, the Changqing Pavilion boasts 2 king-level powerhouses, which positions them favorably even among the king-level factions of the myriad demons in the South Sea. Chapter 32. Who truly elevated whom? On this day, Gu Changqing emerged from his seclusion, having thoroughly solidified his mid-stage completion of the Xianwang realm. His next endeavor would be to break through to the later stage of the Xianwang realm. Glancing at his storage ring, he noted a fair amount of medicinal materials, predominantly 2nd and 3rd grade elixirs, with only a scant few 4th grade materials, all generously provided by the master of the Changqing Pavilion. For Gu Changqing, who had already reached mid-stage completion of the Xianwang realm, the 2nd and 3rd grade elixirs were of little utility. As for the high-tier elixir materials, it was not that he lacked spirit stones to purchase them. Over the past 2 years, Gu Changqing had amassed considerable wealth through his alchemical prowess as a Dan Emperor. However, the primary and auxiliary materials for high-tier elixirs were often scarce and rarely auctioned, rendering them almost non-existent in the Han-Qin Empire or even the South Sea of myriad demons, which were simply too small to provide such high-grade spiritual herbs. Upon emerging from his retreat, Gu Changqing discovered that the Gu family was abuzz with celebration. Lanterns adorned the halls, and the atmosphere was festively vibrant. He casually stopped a servant girl and inquired, "What is the occasion today? Why is the clan so lively?" The servant girl respectfully bowed and replied, Young Master indeed. It is a joyous event. Miss Gu Inkai is to be engaged today to Young Master and Yang from the family of Yuwuqing. The clan leader and others have already gone to the reception hall to await the arrival of the family, but as you were in seclusion, the master instructed that no one should disturb you. Inkai. With only about 100 members in the Gu family, Gu Changqing was well acquainted with each of them. Gu Inkai, the daughter of the second elder of the Gu family, possesses an unremarkable appearance, yet boasts considerable talent, ranking among the top 10 of her generation within the Gu clan. To everyone's astonishment, she is set to become engaged. When did this transpire? It occurred during the past few months while the young master was in seclusion. After the maid's detailed explanation, Gu Changqing finally grasped the intricacies of the situation. It turns out that several months prior, during an outing for training, Gu Inkai encountered the heir of the family from Yuwuqing, and they fell in love at first sight, swiftly solidifying their relationship. The Han Empire comprises 21 states, with the Gu family's Jianglin city situated in the esteemed Wang state. Jianglin City is merely a small town within Wang state, while Yuwuqing serves as the principal city, akin to the provincial capital in Gu Changqing's previous life on Earth. The family ranks among the 4 prominent families of Yuwuqing, wielding genuine semi-royal influence. From the maid's account, it was revealed that this romance initially lacked support, specifically from the family. The greater the familial power, the more stringent the expectations for social standing. As one of Yuwuqing's 4 great families, the family represents a semi-royal force. As the eldest son of the family, the prospective bride should ideally match their status. However, the Gu family, being a mere tribulation realm clan situated in the remote Jianglin city, faced vehement opposition from the family's parents and clan members. Particularly, Yang's mother had already selected a suitable match for her son, whose lineage was not inferior to that of the family. Nonetheless, Yang was genuinely in love with Gu Inkai and declared he would marry no one else. It is said that he even resorted to extreme measures, causing quite a commotion within the clan, which ultimately compelled the family to relent. Thus, the engagement was established. Gu Changqing chuckled, surprised to uncover such a tale behind the engagement. And Yang, it seems, is quite the passionate individual. What astonished Gu Changqing even more was the fact that the family truly compromised. This scenario diverges from the melodramatic tales he had encountered in his past life. "Little girl, you possess quite a bit of knowledge," he remarked. The maid's cheeks flushed. Was the young master praising her or mocking her? "Let us go. Now that I have emerged from seclusion, I wish to witness the event." Outside the Gu residence, a lengthy welcome procession had already formed. The second elder was personally at the door to greet them, while the family head, Gu Yuan, was notably absent. The second elder's personal reception granted ample respect to the family. As the head of the Gu family, if he were to greet them outside as well, it would imply a diminishment of status, suggesting that the Gu family was subordinate to the family. The outside world perceived it as the Gu family reaching for the family. However, in Gu Yuan's eyes, the true nature of who was elevating whom remained uncertain. The Gu family had long ceased to be the once humble clan they had been. Now, they boasted 2 formidable experts at the Xianwang realm. Gu Yuan himself had recently transcended to the semi-royal level, while his daughter-in-law, Jiang Lianxin, though merely at the 8th level of the tribulation realm, possessed strength that surpassed his own. Additionally, his beloved granddaughter, Gu Yunxi, at merely 2 years of age, had already reached the 6th level of the tribulation realm, her combat prowess rivaling that of a semi-royal. 2 revered kings and 3 semi-kings. Who is to elevate whom? In this present moment, Gu Changqing's prowess is indeed unfathomable. Although the Gu family has not deliberately showcased their strength, there is no longer any need to conceal it. Outside the Gu residence, the family members of the Gu clan, having waited patiently, have finally received the arrival of representatives from the family. Though few in number, those who have come are significant figures, led by the patriarch of the family, the father of Yang, accompanied by a beautiful woman, presumably Yang's mother. Following them are several elders of the family, all of considerable strength. Kaya and Yang instantly spotted Gu Inkai standing beside the second elder and excitedly rushed over, embracing her tightly. After a long separation, the two, deeply enamored, felt as if this time apart had stretched endlessly. "Yang, she responded, I know. I have promised to marry you, and now I am here," he declared fervently. The second elder, observing the affectionate display, cleared his throat to remind the couple of their audience. "Dear in-laws, you must have endured a long journey. Please, allow me to escort you inside." His warm invitation to the family was evident. He could see how deeply Yang loved Inkai, even to the extent of causing a scene within the family to be with her. Naturally, the second elder felt joy for his daughter, sharing in their happiness. Meanwhile, Yang's mother regarded the couple with a disapproving expression. In the clan, she was the most opposed to this union. Were it not for Yang's desperate insistence, she would never have allowed her son to wed a girl from such a modest family. The second elder, merely at the second stage of tribulation, was easily discerned by her, prompting a sense of disdain within her. With such a meager level of strength, he could barely manage a position as a steward within the family. How could he hold the title of second elder in the Gu family? Is this the best the Gu family can offer for a welcoming party? Where is your patriarch? Why are they not here to greet us? Yang's mother scanned the gathering, her dissatisfaction growing as she realized only the second elder had come forth to welcome them. Anger simmered within her. The Gu family seemed to hold the family in contempt, to come for an engagement, with even the patriarch present, and for the Gu family to send only a second elder to receive them. Who did they look down upon? Meanwhile, the patriarch and others were waiting in the reception hall. The second elder frowned slightly, sensing that his mother-in-law appeared less than cordial. The head of the Gu family certainly has a lofty sense of pride. Mother. Yang's mother was about to voice her thoughts further, but her son, noticing her increasingly darkening demeanor, interrupted her. Today was a day of celebration, and he did not wish to spoil it. Nevertheless, he felt a twinge of blame toward the Gu family. Regardless of the circumstances, the disparity between the family and the Gu family is evident. One is a prominent noble lineage, while the other is merely a small-town clan. In preparation for this engagement, he persuaded his parents to come in person. However, the Gu family, and Yang's mother scoffed softly, yet chose not to voice her displeasure further. Under the guidance of the second elder, they gradually entered the Gu residence. Chapter 33. The Gu family. Is there a king? The astonished clan leader. Following the second elder, the group swiftly arrived at the reception hall, where Gu Yuan and the senior members of the Gu family had already been waiting. As the family entered, they beheld Gu Yuan, the head of the Gu family, seated at the forefront with a faint smile adorning his face. Yang's mother felt a surge of anger. They had come to discuss an engagement, yet instead, she felt subjected to indignities. From the moment they stepped through the door, she sensed no semblance of respect, which only fueled her existing discontent regarding this union. This sentiment was partly influenced by the preconceived notions held by the family. They had already deemed this marriage as unequal, viewing the Gu family with a degree of disdain, believing that it was the Gu family that sought to elevate themselves through the family. Consequently, they regarded the Gu family's hospitality as inadequate and lacking in propriety. In truth, this was quite ordinary. It was not Gu Yuan's daughter who was marrying. Furthermore, as the head of the Gu family, if he were to display excessive humility, it would tarnish the family's reputation. He, as the patriarch, symbolized the dignity of the Gu family. Moreover, in Gu Yuan's perspective, it was the family that sought to ally with the Gu family, not the other way around. Distinguished guests have traveled from afar. It would be remiss not to extend a warm welcome. Please, take your seats, Gu Yuan said with a gentle smile, rising with poise and composure. Warm welcome? Yang's mother scoffed inwardly, perceiving Gu Yuan's demeanor as insincere. It was clear that the Gu family had no intention of offering a genuine welcome. Beside her, the clan leader's gaze swept over Gu Yuan, and he suddenly froze. Quickly, his astonishment transformed into a flicker of shock. The clan leader initially thought his senses had betrayed him and shook his head, glancing back at Gu Yuan. Yet, the result remained unchanged. A half-king? Although the clan leader was not a half-king, he was a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the 9th level of tribulation. He had anticipated that under his perception, the cultivation levels of everyone in the Gu family would be laid bare. However, he sensed an aura emanating from Gu Yuan akin to that of the family's ancestor, a presence belonging to the half-step king realm. The head of the Gu family was a half-king. This revelation sent a jolt of fear through the clan leader. The Gu family was merely a small-town clan, was it not? Logically, one would think that not only was there no half-king among them, but even tribulation practitioners were scarce. The second elder they had encountered earlier was merely at the 3rd level of tribulation, someone who would struggle to serve as an attendant within the family. As he surveyed the others, 3rd elder, 1st elder, they were all at the tribulation levels, but mostly at the 1st or 2nd levels, with the strongest, the 1st elder, barely reaching the 4th level. Yet, it was Gu Yuan, the head of the Gu family, who stood apart. No, this cannot be. Suddenly, The patriarch of the clan sensed an unsettling anomaly that sent an involuntary shiver down his spine. His gaze, tinged with a hint of trepidation, shifted towards Bai Heng, who stood beside Gu Yuan. Initially, upon learning that Gu Yuan was a semi-king, he had merely felt astonishment. However, now, as he regarded Bai Heng, a trace of fear crept into his expression. The aura emanating from Bai Heng was as profound and unfathomable as an abyss. A perfected semi-king? No, it was more than that. Was he perhaps a king-level powerhouse? As the patriarch of the clan locked eyes with Bai Heng, the latter acknowledged him with a slight nod. The mere exchange of glances quelled the tumultuous energy within the patriarch, as if he had encountered an ancient savage beast. A wave of unease washed over him, sending chills through his scalp. A king-level warrior? How could the Gu family possibly harbor such a presence? This thought roared within the patriarch's mind, stirring a tempest of disbelief. In that moment, he felt as though he had seen a ghost. Thus, when he noticed his wife's discontented expression, ready to voice her disdain, he hastily intervened. At that instant, the patriarch began to rationalize Gu Yuan's absence in personally welcoming them. The head of the Gu family, a dignified semi-king, personally greeting mere Calamity Realm practitioners? Even though he himself was a perfected 9th-level Calamity Realm, the gap to a semi-king, while it seemed but a step away, was one that many could not traverse in a lifetime. In the presence of a semi-king, a perfected Calamity Realm practitioner was utterly insignificant. Adding to this was the king-level powerhouse beside the head of the Gu family. Not only he, the patriarch of the clan, but even the ancestral elder of the clan would not warrant such a personal reception. Taking a deep breath, the patriarch endeavored to suppress his shock. Indeed, they were reaching beyond their means. Yet it was not the Gu family seeking to elevate their status through the clan. Rather, it was the clan attempting to ascend to the level of the Gu family. His demeanor, previously stern upon entering, underwent a complete transformation, as he suddenly adopted a tone of utmost respect. "Oh no, not at all. You honor us, esteemed Gu family head. You truly humble me." This abrupt shift in attitude left his wife, the mother of Yang, momentarily taken aback, casting a puzzled glance at her husband. However, the patriarch was frantically signaling to his wife, urging her to comply with the new tone. Consequently, the members of the clan fell silent. Observing this, Bai Heng smiled subtly. Previously, he had intentionally revealed a hint of kingly aura. Otherwise, these clan individuals might have mistakenly believed that the Gu family was merely an ordinary peripheral family. They should not overestimate their own significance. The clan was but a small semi-king family, easily extinguished in the eyes of the Gu family. The patriarch of the clan had thought he comprehended the Gu family well enough, but he was sorely mistaken. The appearance of the Gu couple rendered the clan leader an utterly speechless, as if his jaw might unhinge in astonishment. Another semi-king in a king realm? Although Xianxia had not yet attained the status of a semi-king, her prowess undeniably surpassed that of an ordinary semi-king. The aura she emanated was undoubtedly stronger than that of a semi-king, and at such a youthful age? At this moment, the shock on clan leader An's face was impossible to conceal as he gazed incredulously at Gu Changqing and Xianxia, accompanied by 2 children. Wait, children! Clan leader An's gaze swiftly shifted from Gu Changqing and Xianxia to the 2 little ones, each being held by one of them. They appeared to be around 4 or 5 years old, resembling porcelain dolls, exquisitely crafted, having perfectly inherited their parents' remarkable genes. They were destined to blossom into strikingly handsome individuals. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The real focus lay on the realms of these 2 children. The little boy was at the 1st level of the Tribulation Realm, and the little girl at the 6th. Clan leader and nearly rolled his eyes back in disbelief. Feeling faint. Surely, this could not be a dream? Absurdity after absurdity unfolded, each more shocking than the last. No words could adequately express the tumult of emotions surging within him. 2 semi-kings, 2 from the king realm was one thing. But 2 toddlers, one at the 1st level of the Tribulation Realm and the other at the 6th? Was this some kind of farce? Damn! Clan leader An's thoughts erupted with expletives. He found himself at a loss for words to describe his current state of mind. The Gu family was truly a collection of anomalies. A king realm at just over 20, a 4 or 5-year-old at the 1st level of the Tribulation Realm, and another at the 6th. This was utterly preposterous. Fortunately, clan leader An was unaware of the children's true ages. Otherwise, he might have truly spewed blood in shock. The two little ones were developing rapidly, merely appearing to be 4 or 5 years old, when in reality, they were only just over 2. After some discussions, the Yin family did not depart, but instead decided to stay at the Gu residence, continuing to deliberate on the details of the upcoming wedding over the following days. Even after the banquet concluded and they returned to the courtyard arranged for them by the Gu family, clan leader and still felt a sense of unreality. He had never witnessed such an unbelievable spectacle in his lifetime. Meanwhile, his wife, the mother of Anyang, returned with a frown, perplexed by her husband's sudden change in demeanor. Not only that, but in the presence of guests, her husband had exhibited an excessively humble attitude, leaving her feeling somewhat humiliated. Confused and unable to comprehend, she immediately began to question her husband upon their return. Are you puzzled? Allow me to elaborate, and you shall understand. Clan leader and soon recounted all his discoveries of the day to his wife. The head of the Gu family is a semi-king, just like the ancestor. What? There is also a king realm? And those two little ones, they are in the tribulation realm, one at the 1st level, and the other at the 6th? My lord, are you unwell? Why do you speak such nonsensical words? It is no wonder that Lady Yin does not believe it. The matters recounted by the patriarch of the Yin clan are simply too astonishing, especially the notion of 2 children, aged merely 4 or 5, engaging in abduction. A little girl, no less, at the 6th level of cultivation. How can this be taken seriously? I understand this is hard to believe, but every word I speak is the absolute truth. We have greatly underestimated the Gu family, far more than we imagined. This is no mere small clan. Even the patriarch of the Yin family acknowledges its imperial lineage. No, an imperial family could hardly cultivate such extraordinary children, could they? It took a considerable time for Lady Yin to recover from her shock, yet she still found it utterly outrageous. The Gu family must be a hidden great clan. Tomorrow, your demeanor must not resemble today's. Do you understand? The wife nodded repeatedly. So, it is not the Gu family that has elevated our family, but rather. Indeed, the patriarch of the Yin clan affirmed, his voice brimming with excitement. This presents an opportunity for our Yin family. An opportunity to connect with a hidden great clan like the Gu family. Chapter 34. The Secret Realm of Xianxia. Father, I wish to go as well. The wedding of Gu Inkai was originally scheduled for half a month later, but an unexpected event necessitated a postponement. It is said that the secret realm of Xianxia has shown signs of activity. Is the secret realm of Xianxia about to be opened? This news has spread throughout the myriad demon seas, and it cannot be false. The secret realm of Xianxia is well known among practitioners of the Hanqin Empire and the myriad demon seas. Xianxia, a supreme monarch from a millennium ago, established the dominant power of that time, the Xiantian Palace. In that era, Xianxia was undeniably the foremost emperor of the myriad demon seas. She suppressed the demon emperors of the inner seas, who dared not tread even a step into the outer seas. The myriad demon seas consist of 5 major regions, with the 4 outer seas encircling the central inner sea. The inner sea is the domain of demon beasts, a forbidden zone for human practitioners. Even those of royal or imperial rank among humans would not dare to venture lightly. The death of Xianxia was shrouded in mystery, as if she had vanished without a trace, and with her, the Xiantian Palace also disappeared entirely from the myriad demon seas. Shortly after Xianxia's disappearance, entrances to various secret realms began to appear at the juncture of the inner and outer seas. Initially, people were unaware of the connection between these secret realms and Xianxia. It was only when remnants of the Xiantian Palace and even artifacts belonging to Xianxia were discovered within the secret realms that it became evident that this was the site of her demise. Subsequently, it was confirmed that Xianxia had not merely gone missing, but had indeed perished. This revelation caused an enormous uproar at the time. Notably, the demon emperors of the inner sea, upon learning of Xianxia's demise, surged forth from the inner sea and clashed with the human race in a cataclysmic battle. In that battle, the human race suffered grievously across the 4 seas, with several sovereigns perishing in the fray. The South Sea endured the most harrowing losses, with nearly all participating sovereigns meeting their demise, rendering it the most desolate region among the 4 seas for the subsequent millennium. Presently, the South Sea stands as the sole domain devoid of a sovereign among the 4 great outer seas. As the mystic emperor's secret realm was about to be unveiled, a family meeting was convened within the Gu family. Seated at the head of the table were 2 individuals, Gu Yuan and Gu Changqing. Although Gu Yuan held the title of family patriarch in the hearts of all Gu family members, including Gu Yuan himself, Gu Changqing was regarded as the true cornerstone of the family. How many years has it been since the last opening of the Mystic Emperor's realm? Gu Changqing inquired, as his understanding of the realm was limited, given that the last occurrence was decades prior, before his very birth. It has been 37 years, Gu Yuan replied. The opening of the Mystic Emperor's realm is not fixed, with the longest interval reportedly spanning a full 50 years. Nevertheless, each time it unveils, it draws countless forces and powerful beings, particularly those seeking breakthroughs, including the elderly whose lifespans are waning, who venture forth in pursuit of a fleeting opportunity for advancement. Every opening of the Mystic Emperor's realm has the potential to forge a new cadre of powerful individuals, for the realm prohibits entry to those above the sovereign level. It imposes no lower limit. Consequently, even those at the body refining stage may enter, although typically only those of the true spirit realm proceed, as those of insufficient strength would be easily torn apart by any lurking beast. The Mystic Emperor's realm is rife with opportunities, yet it is fraught with peril. Even individuals at the king's realm cannot guarantee a safe return, as many have perished within its confines. Furthermore, regardless of whether individuals enter as a group, they will be randomly dispersed throughout the realm upon entry. Gu Yuan patiently elucidated to Gu Changqing. Though it was also his first venture into the realm, he possessed greater insight than Gu Changqing, who wishes to partake in this journey. Gu Changqing surveyed the hall, which was not only populated by the esteemed elders of the Gu family, but also several exceptional members of the younger generation. I do, Brother Qing. I wish to go as well. This opportunity to enter the Mystic Emperor's realm may only come once in a lifetime. How could we possibly let it slip by? Many responded eagerly, including the first elder, third elder, and ninth elder. Among the younger generation, Gu Ling, Gu Yuan, and Gu Wangxian stood out as the top three prodigies, their prowess having surged remarkably over the past 2 years with Gu Changqing's assistance, now all having reached the true spirit realm. Very well, but you must prepare yourselves mentally. The Mystic Emperor's realm is exceedingly treacherous. Once inside, you will be randomly scattered, and I cannot offer you much assistance. Everything will depend on your own capabilities. I understand. Brother Qing, the path of cultivation is, after all, one of defying fate. If we're to fear this and that, what is the point of cultivating? Would it not be better to live an ordinary life? The responses from Gu Ling and the others greatly pleased Gu Changqing. In truth, given their circumstances, they could have easily chosen not to go. With the elixirs provided by Gu Changqing, they need not worry about cultivation resources. Nevertheless, the trio resolved to embark on the journey, demonstrating commendable determination. Once the decision regarding the participants was made, Gu Changqing prepared to set off with them. Bai Hong remained behind to oversee the Gu family. Bai Keqing, your cultivation must be at a bottleneck now, I presume, thanks to the patronage of their master. Bai Hong had reached the initial perfection of the Xianxia stage. He replied, expressing gratitude for his time at the Gu family over the past 2 years, during which he had progressed remarkably. Attaining a minor realm within the Xianxia stage is notoriously challenging. Typically, it takes decades for an ordinary Xianxia to progress from the initial stage to initial perfection, yet he accomplished this feat in merely 2 years. Bai Hong was deeply appreciative of Gu Changqing, for without him, he would likely have perished or remained stagnant at the pinnacle of the half-king stage until the end of his days. With the breakthrough to the king realm, his lifespan had significantly increased, and he anticipated a long life ahead. Given his current rate of advancement, the realm of Emperor no longer seemed elusive. The mere thought of it thrilled Bai Hong. Upon my return, I shall assist you in breaking through to the mid-stage. Yes, master. At the moment of departure, 2 little ones approached Gu Changqing. Daddy, I want to go too. Xier wants to go. Xier is already very strong. Even Grandpa is no match for her. The 2 children tugged at Gu Changqing's hands, playfully pleading. However, Gu Yunqi's words caused Gu Yuan, who stood nearby, to furrow his brow. What do you mean, even Grandpa is no match? While it may be true, such remarks should not be uttered aloud. Children speak without a filter. As a grandfather, he could only tolerate it. Nonsense. What do you 2 think you are doing? This isn't just a game. The secret realm is fraught with dangers. You must stay home and behave. Before Gu Changqing could respond, a reprimanding voice emerged from behind him, Jiang Lianxin. Though the 2 little ones were not weak, one at the first level of the tribulation stage and the other at the 6th level, especially Gu Yunqi, at the 6th level, was even stronger than Gu Changqing's father, Gu Yuan, a half-king initial level expert. Nevertheless, they were merely a little over 2 years old. and Jiang Lianxin could not possibly allow them to go. Indeed, when you're a bit older, I will let you go, all right? Focus on cultivating at home, and once you reach the king realm, I shall not object to your ventures, Gu Changqing concurred. The two little ones appeared to be 4 or 5 years old, but in reality, they were just a tad over 2, indeed still too young. Oh, very well then. We will wait at home for Daddy and Mommy to return. Gu Yunqi obediently gave Gu Changqing a kiss on the cheek. Although the two children felt a twinge of disappointment, a glimmer of mischief flickered in Gu Qingqin's dark eyes. Gu Changqing and Jiang Lianxin departed, setting forth with their kin to traverse the vast expanse of the southern sea of myriad demons, destined for the entrance of the Xianxia secret realm. Within the Gu family, after the departure of Gu Changqing and the others, the young siblings Gu Qingqin and Gu Yunqi engaged in hushed deliberations. Sister, do you wish to visit the Xianxia secret realm? Gu Yunqi inquired. Of course I do. Yet, Father has decreed that we are too young to go, Gu Qingqin replied. Oh, we possess the life-saving talisman bestowed by Father. What is there to fear? We can sneak away and return discreetly. Father will be none the wiser. I have heard that once inside the Xianxia secret realm, everyone will be scattered. Given its vastness, it is unlikely we will encounter our parents, she argued. But, the obedient Gu Yunqi hesitated. She had always been the one to heed their parents' words, while her brother Gu Qingqin was the mischievous one. Sister, you are such a coward. If you do not go, then I shall, Gu Qingqin declared. Are you truly going? If Father discovers this, we shall be in dire trouble, Gu Yunqi cautioned. Even if he finds out, it will be fine. Our parents dote on us and would never truly punish us. At most, they would scold us. But you can simply say it was my idea, he replied mischievously. You little rascal, wait for me. I shall go as well. Gu Yunqi reassured herself, justifying her decision as concern for her brother's safety. Thus, the two young ones embarked on their clandestine journey to the Xianxia secret realm, unbeknownst to anyone. Chapter 35. The Zhang family mobilizes. A farewell to Mu Zi simultaneously. The Zhang family summoned all those intending to embark, preparing for departure. The Xianxia secret realm held great significance for the Zhang family, warranting the involvement of even King Jiang himself. King Jiang had achieved the pinnacle of the King realm decades ago, being merely a step away from the God King realm. However, this elusive step had remained insurmountable. After years of seclusion, he had made no progress, unable to perceive any opportunity for a breakthrough. Naturally, he could not afford to miss the opening of the Xianxia secret realm. This was not King Jiang's first venture into the Xianxia secret realm. He had participated during its previous opening. His ascent was closely tied to the experiences he had within that realm. It was after his last return from the Xianxia secret realm that he had finally achieved the King realm. Among the younger generation of the Jiang family, Jiang Baiwei emerged as the leader. Presently, Jiang Baiwei stood as the preeminent prodigy among her peers in the Han Empire, unmatched in her prowess. Her cultivation had reached the 5th level of the catastrophe realm, and within just 2 years of awakening her spiritual physique, she had surpassed numerous levels, far exceeding the former Jiang Lianxin. As for her half-sister, Jiang Baiwei had nearly forgotten her. Since Jiang Lianxin's marriage into the Gu family, all ties had been severed, with her father never once mentioning her, as if she did not exist. Although Jiang Lianxin resided in a remote border town, she was still within the Han Empire and likely heard tales of Jiang Baiwei's accomplishments. In the past 2 years, Jiang Baiwei has undeniably made a name for herself, having challenged all the so-called prodigies of the Han Empire. Nowadays, when people mention the Jiang family, the first name that springs to mind is that of King Jiang, followed closely by Jiang Baiwei. As for Jiang Lianxin, how many still remember her? Never mind. What is the point of pondering such things? She and I are no longer from the same world. With a faint smile, Jiang Baiwei swiftly cast aside these thoughts. At the Wan Yao South Sea, within the Dust Heart Pavilion, preparations were complete for the expedition to the Xianxia secret realm. A colossal flying vessel was docked at the entrance of the Dust Heart Pavilion, proudly displaying the banner of the Qingwan Palace. The entrance was bustling not only with the disciples of the Dust Heart Pavilion, but also with elders and disciples from the Qingwan Palace. Ever since the Dust Heart Pavilion ascended to the rank of a royal-level power, the Qingwan Palace has consistently shown goodwill, fostering a close relationship between the two esteemed factions. Over the course of 2 years, their bond has deepened significantly, with exchanges between disciples becoming increasingly frequent. Gu Qing'er has successfully transcended the tribulation realm and has emerged as one of the prominent figures among the younger generation of the South Sea. Coupled with her breathtaking beauty, She has attracted countless admirers. However, to this day, Changqing has yet to express any affection for anyone. In her heart, these so-called suitors pale in comparison to her elder brother, Changqing. Having not seen him for 2 years, Changqing feels an immense longing for him. Throughout this time, she has diligently pursued her cultivation, determined not to disappoint her brother and yearning for the day when she can hear his praise. Fairy, what are you thinking? It's time to depart. Let us go. Beside Changqing stood a graceful young gentleman, not a disciple of the Dust Heart Pavilion, but rather a member of the Qingyuan Palace, holding a respectable position as one of the palace's holy sons, named Yuan Fei. He is also one of Changqing's admirers. Changqing nodded and stepped onto the flying vessel. This vessel belonged to the Qingyuan Palace, as both sect leaders had agreed to journey together to the entrance of the secret realm, ensuring mutual support. They instructed their disciples that if they encountered individuals from either faction within the secret realm, they should band together to explore. The disciples of the Dust Heart Pavilion were naturally pleased. However, the perspective from the Qingyuan Palace was markedly different. As a newly ascended royal-level power, the disciples of the Dust Heart Pavilion lacked sufficient strength, whereas the Qingyuan Palace, being an established royal-level faction, boasted disciples and elders of far superior prowess. Given the perilous nature of the secret realm, bringing along the burden of the Dust Heart Pavilion would only hinder their efforts. Nonetheless, if it were Fairy, the male disciples of the Qingyuan Palace would certainly be more than willing. Her sister would suffice too. Days later, as Changqing and the family passed by the Dust Heart Pavilion, Changqing utilized his spiritual sense to scan the area, discovering that the pavilion master and Changqing were no longer within the sect. It seemed they had departed early for the entrance of the Xianxia secret realm. Thus, Changqing did not linger at the Dust Heart Pavilion, but continued his journey toward the inner sea. The entrance to the Xianxia secret realm is located at 4 distinct points, each positioned at the confluence of the 4 major outer seas and the inner sea. Near the inner sea lies an island known as Tianbi Island. To reach the entrance of the Xianxia secret realm from the South Sea, one must inevitably pass through this island. Upon arriving at Tianbi Island, the entrance to the Xianxia secret realm is already within a short distance. Similarly, the proximity to the inner sea is also considerable. Consequently, the ferocious beasts in this area possess formidable strength, far surpassing that of other locales. If a powerful faction or grand sect, such as the Dust Heart Pavilion or the Qingyuan Palace, has a sovereign-level expert for protection, they would naturally have no fear and could traverse this perilous sea to reach the entrance of the Xianxia secret realm. However, throughout the vast southern sea of 10,000 beasts, there are only a handful of royal-level powers. Without a sovereign-level protector, navigating this treacherous expanse becomes perilous. Even those with semi-sovereign strength face the risk of falling. As for cultivators below the semi-sovereign level, such as those in the True Spirit realm or the Tribulation realm, most would take refuge at Tianbi Island, seeking to form teams or find strong allies for protection, thereby increasing their chances of safely passing through this dangerous sea to reach the entrance of the Xianxia secret realm. While sovereign-level experts may disdain such undertakings, some semi-sovereign individuals, in pursuit of additional spirit stones, would willingly accompany lower-level cultivators, as they too aim to reach the Xianxia secret realm and can earn some spirit stones in the process. For semi-sovereign experts, this spirit stone is trivial, yet for lower-level cultivators who do not hail from major factions, such as scattered practitioners, it constitutes a significant fortune. As dawn broke, the port of Tianbi Island bustled with activity. The Qingyang Sea vessel, led by a semi-sovereign elder, offered tickets at 600 spirit stones, available on a first-come, first-served basis, with limited availability. Hey there, I see you possess considerable strength. Would you care to join our team? All members are in the Tribulation realm. What do you say, miss? Have you given any thought? 500 spirit stones, a fair deal, with a semi-sovereign elder leading to ensure safety. At the port of Tianbi Island stood a woman clad in purple, appearing to be in her 30s, holding a pouch of spirit stones, hesitating over whether to agree. If Changqing were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this purple-clad woman as Mu Zi, the alluring figure he had encountered at the auction on Haley Island, who was one of the heads and auctioneers of the Haley auction house. At this moment, Mu Zi had changed considerably compared to 2 years ago. She appeared quite haggard, lacking the air of nobility she once exuded. This transformation was undoubtedly linked to her experiences and tribulations over the past 2 years. 2 years can be considered neither long nor short, and since that time, many events had transpired on Haley Island. Of the 5 major semi-sovereign families, only 4 remained. The Mo family, with which Changqing had previously had conflicts, have been entirely eradicated. The annihilation of the Mo family was not the work of external forces, but was executed by the Duan family, one of the 5 semi-sovereign families. The Duan family, once the least prominent among the 5 major semi-king families of Highway Island, experienced an inexplicable surge in power following the return of their ancient ancestor, achieving the pinnacle of semi-king status. No longer content with sharing the profits of the Highway auction house with the other 4 families, the Duan family sought to monopolize the benefits, driving the others off Highway Island. Naturally, the other 4 semi-king families were unwilling to acquiesce and united to oppose the Duan family. However, the strength of a fully realized semi-king is formidable, and despite their alliance, the other 4 families could not withstand the might of the Duan family. Ultimately, the Mo family was utterly annihilated. As for the Mu family, they now teeter on the brink of destruction, facing imminent peril. With the fall of one of their 2 semi-king powerhouses, only the injured Yin Taishang remains, while nearly half of their upper echelon has perished. Fortunately, in the face of the combined assault from the 4 families, the Duan family's fully realized ancestor also sustained injuries. Having only just ascended to this level, the ancestor's impatience played a role in his wounds. Had he waited to solidify his realm before striking, he might have emerged unscathed. Now, both sides are injured at the semi-king level, leading to a stalemate. The outcome will depend on which side can recover from their injuries first. In a desperate bid to heal Yin Taishang, the Mu family has nearly depleted their resources. This is why a mere 500 spirit stones pose a significant challenge for Mu Zi. The current circumstances render 500 spirit stones a considerable sum for her. Her journey to the Xianyuan secret realm is driven by both the need to heal Yin Taishang and the survival of her family. If 500 spirit stones could be reduced, it would be most advantageous. Mu Zi hoped to negotiate the price. With her limited strength, traversing the treacherous waters alone would likely result in her demise. Accompanying a semi-king powerhouse would greatly enhance her safety. While the price could be negotiated, the man before her cast a fleeting glance at Mu Zi, revealing a hint of lewdness. Although she appeared considerably haggard, her alluring figure and beauty remained undeniable. Coupled with the subtle charm she exuded, she captivated those around her. Furrowing her delicate brows, Mu Zi prepared to turn away. Suddenly, a streak of light soared through the air, drawing the attention of many onlookers, their eyes filled with longing. A powerful king, the esteemed figure appeared remarkably youthful. Flying through the air, a hallmark of a king's prowess. Everyone present felt envious. Such a being could traverse perilous waters without a care. As this region was not entirely within the inner sea, Mu Zi also took notice of a streak of light. Upon looking up and recognizing the leading figure, she was momentarily stunned. Gu, the esteemed elder? In the air, Gu Changqing sensed a vaguely familiar aura below and glanced down. Their gazes met, and Gu Changqing recognized Mu Zi. The once enchanting auctioneer of the Sea Moon auction house, Gu Changqing had no intention of lingering on Tianbi Island. Yet, at this moment, he found himself pausing. Chapter 36. The eldest elder strikes, the Duan family, annihilated. My dear husband, do you recognize this young lady? Inquired Jiang Lianxin, a smile adorning her lips. She held no reservations about Gu Changqing taking a concubine or a secondary wife. In fact, she wholeheartedly endorsed the notion. After all, Gu Changqing had not only grown increasingly formidable over the years, but his prowess in other realms was astonishing, leaving her somewhat overwhelmed. If he could take a concubine or a secondary wife to alleviate some of her burdens, it would be splendid. This was a topic she had broached with him on numerous occasions. Gu Changqing nodded and turned his gaze downward. Miss Mu, shall we proceed together? He was perplexed as to why Mu Zi was present here. She was supposed to be at Sea Moon Island, serving as the head auctioneer of his establishment. Was the Mu family no longer intact? Surely, she had no business venturing into the Xianyuan secret realm. The circumstances surrounding her presence remained a mystery. Yet Mu Zi appeared to be in dire straits. Without any formidable guardians by her side, not even a mere protector, she looked exceedingly haggard. A stark contrast to the vibrant individual she had been 2 years prior. Gu Changqing's invitation drew the attention of many, their gazes fixated on Mu Zi, filled with envy, including that of a man who had previously harbored ulterior motives towards her, who now stood dumbfounded. This Zi, she knows that esteemed elder? Cold sweat trickled down his back. Elder Gu, may I? Mu Zi had not anticipated encountering Gu Changqing here, nor that he would still remember her, the insignificant character she was. Of course. Gu Changqing replied with a gentle smile. This was hardly a momentous affair. Whether he accompanied one additional person or not made little difference to him. Since they were acquainted, why not extend the invitation? Amidst the envious gazes of countless onlookers, Gu Changqing took Mu Zi under his wing and soared into the sky. This is my father, and this is my wife, Jiang Lianxin, Gu Changqing introduced, detailing their identities. When he mentioned Jiang Lianxin, Mu Zi's eyes dimmed imperceptibly before she quickly regained her composure. Elder Gu's wife is truly beautiful. Mu Zi had encountered many beauties in her life and considered herself not lacking in appearance. Yet, compared to Jiang Lianxin, she felt woefully inadequate. This was the first time she had met someone who could eclipse her in beauty, leaving her with a bittersweet sense of inadequacy. After some conversation, Gu Changqing finally comprehended why Mu Zi was present on Tianbi Island and her intentions to journey to the Xianyuan secret realm. To his astonishment, such dramatic changes had transpired in the Sea Moon Island and the Mu family over the past 2 years. I prefer collaborating with familiar faces at the Sea Moon auction house, he remarked after listening to Mu Zi, a statement that left her somewhat perplexed. You ought not to venture to the Xianyuan secret realm. Your strength is insufficient. Thus, you should visit the Dust Heart Pavilion and seek the Grand Elder there. He will assist you in resolving the crisis facing the Mu family. Gu Changqing continued, although the Pavilion Master is currently in the Xianyuan secret realm. The Grand Elder remains in charge at the Dust Heart Pavilion. Huh? Mu Zi was somewhat bewildered. Seek the Dust Heart Pavilion? Resolve the Mu family's crisis? Naturally. She was familiar with the Dust Heart Pavilion, a newly ascendant royal-level power in the South Sea, which, within just over a year of attaining royal status, had birthed a formidable king-level expert. The Dust Heart Pavilion now basked in glory in the myriad demon-infested South Sea. However, Mu Zi did not personally know the Grand Elder of the Dust Heart Pavilion. Yet, the next word from Gu Changqing left her in astonishment. Gu Changqing smiled. The Dust Heart Pavilion is one of my factions. What? Mu Zi's mouth fell open. The Dust Heart Pavilion, that newly ascended royal sect, was actually under the command of Elder Gu? This revelation struck her like a thunderbolt. After a moment's reflection, however, given the talent and strength exhibited by Gu Changqing, it suddenly seemed quite reasonable. Elder Gu's great kindness, I shall never forget. From now on, I am willing to follow you as a servant, the excited Mu Zi declared, kneeling before Gu Changqing. A single statement from Gu Changqing immediately alleviated the crisis currently plaguing the Mu family. The Duan family, no matter how strong, was merely a semi-royal family. Even with a perfected semi-royal expert, they were but ants before a royal-level power like the Dust Heart Pavilion. The pavilion need not lift a finger. A mere word would suffice to deter the Duan family from daring to touch the Mu family. This is the deterrent power of a royal-level force. As for being a servant, let that be. However, if the Mu family is willing, they could, like the Dust Heart Pavilion, join my ranks. Gu Changqing shook his head. He had no need for servants, but if he could bring the Mu family under his banner, it would indeed be a splendid choice, allowing him to amass spirit stones without the hassle of refining pills for sale. Before Mu Zi could respond, Gu Changqing continued, Do not rush to agree. Return and discuss this matter with your ancestor. I do not wish to impose. Even if you are unwilling, my promise remains valid, and the Dust Heart Pavilion will resolve your crisis. Gu Changqing retrieved a flying beast from his storage ring and presented it to Mu Zi. This creature, known as the Flying Cloud Eagle, is a calamity-level beast that will take you to the Dust Heart Pavilion. Gu Changqing raised these flying beasts not for his own use, but as pets for his 2 children. Although they were merely pets, he often fed them spirit pills, resulting in their moderate strength, yet they were still of calamity-level caliber. As she boarded the Flying Cloud Eagle, Mu Zi cast a deep glance back at Gu Changqing. Thank you, Elder Gu. Mu Zi understood that Gu Changqing's assistance went far beyond what a simple thank you could repay. However, she would strive to repay him. She knew exactly what Gu Changqing saw in her, an aptitude for business and profit. Mu Zi vowed never to disappoint Senior Gu. The speed of the flying cloud carving was remarkable. A few days later, she arrived at the location of the Dust Heart Pavilion. Upon delivering the sound recording talisman bestowed by Gu Changqing to the Grand Elder of the Dust Heart Pavilion, the elder was immediately taken aback, for within the pavilion, Gu Changqing's words held more weight than those of the pavilion master, and soon Mu Zi was treated as an honored guest. Miss Mu, There is no need for concern regarding Sea Moon Island. I shall personally accompany you there, the Grand Elder assured. Sea Moon Island was not excessively distant from the Blue Creek Archipelago. A powerful King Realm cultivator could traverse the skies and reach it in 2 or 3 days. The Grand Elder intended to escort Mu Zi himself, as Changqing had personally instructed him to do so, and he dared not take this lightly. 3 days later, Mu Zi and the Grand Elder returned to Sea Moon Island. However, Sea Moon City was no longer the bustling and vibrant place it had been 2 years prior. It was chillingly desolate. The internal strife among the 5 major half-royal families had caused many cultivators to shun Sea Moon Island, and even numerous native inhabitants began to vacate the island to avoid the ensuing calamity. It was evident that until a resolution emerged from the conflict among the 5 families, Sea Moon City would struggle to regain its former liveliness. Miss Mu, shall we eradicate or preserve the Duan family? In midair, the Grand Elder had already locked onto the Duan family. The current ancestral figure of the Duan family, a perfected half-royal expert, was still in seclusion, healing from injuries. Please, Grand Elder, assist me in annihilating the Duan family. Mu Zi's gaze turned icy as she slightly cupped her fists in respect to the Grand Elder. The Duan family had slaughtered many of her own kin. How could she possibly let them go unpunished? Very well. Without further ado, the Grand Elder directed a palm strike towards the Duan family's location. A King Realm strike, earth-shattering. A colossal hand formed from the condensation of heavenly spiritual energy rapidly took shape above the Duan family estate. Moments later, it descended with great force upon the residents. Inside the Duan family, the ancestral figure abruptly opened his eyes and burst forth from his abode. At that moment, everyone within the Duan family sensed the terrifying spiritual hand above, their faces stricken with dread. A King Realm expert, the invoked power of heaven and earth, the intervention of a King Realm cultivator. In that instant, not only the Duan family but the entirety of Sea Moon City bore witness to this awe-inspiring spectacle. The ancestral figure of the Duan family was equally filled with trepidation. May I inquire which esteemed King Realm senior seeks to strike against my Duan family? Though we are not a prominent clan, if you were to extinguish us without cause, the kings of the South Sea would surely not stand idly by. In desperation, the Duan family's ancestor invoked the names of the Southern Domain's kings. Yet, his words only evoked amusement from the Grand Elder of Dustheart Pavilion. In your final moments, you begin to utter nonsensical claims. What connection do the Southern Sea Kings have with you? Do you think invoking their names will intimidate me? Naive. The colossal hand descended with wrath. In a single strike, the Duan family was reduced to ruins. The ancestral figure of the Duan family, along with hundreds of its members, met with complete annihilation. Chapter 37, Reduced to Ruins. The shock of the Supreme Elder within the confines of the Mu family. The Supreme Elder, who had been in seclusion to heal his wounds, suddenly opened his eyes wide. As he stepped out of his chamber, a clan member rushed towards him in a flurry. Elder, what has transpired? What was that tremendous noise? Has the Duan family been attacked? A heavy weight settled in the Supreme Elder's heart. No, it wasn't the Elder himself. It was the Duan family that had been obliterated. With a single strike, hundreds of clan members from the Duan family, including their ancestral patriarch, had been reduced to rubble. What? The Supreme Elder's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice trembling. One blow to annihilate the Duan family. It must have been the work of a formidable elder from the royal realm. When had the Duan family offended such a powerful being? Ha ha ha. Truly, the heavens have favored my Mu family. The usually stoic Supreme Elder burst into laughter, astonished that the conflict between the 3 semi-royal families and the Duan family had concluded in such a manner. He felt a sense of gratitude towards the unknown royal elder. Otherwise, once the patriarch of the Duan family recovered, the 3 semi-royal families would have been in peril. Elder, the young lady has returned. Oh, little ear has returned. Perfect. I shall inform her of this matter, so she need not worry about seeking healing elixirs any longer. Mu Zi had previously intended to venture into the Xianxia secret realm without notifying anyone, including the Supreme Elder. She understood that if she revealed her plans, the Elder would undoubtedly forbid her, deeming her strength too weak for such a perilous undertaking, with the odds of survival exceedingly slim. Thus, upon her return, the Supreme Elder merely assumed she had gone out to procure healing potions for herself. Moments later, Mu Zi's figure appeared in the hall, accompanied by the Grand Elder of the Changqing Pavilion. Ha ha ha, little ear. Your return is most timely. The crisis facing our Mu family has been averted. The Duan family, it seems, has offended some royal force, and their estate has been demolished by a single strike from that elder. The Supreme Elder, brimming with joy, could hardly contain his excitement in sharing the news with her. However, upon hearing this, Mu Zi cast an odd glance at the Grand Elder beside her. Elder, the one who eradicated the Duan family, is not a nameless royal. It is this elder beside me. Her words caused the smile on the Supreme Elder's face to freeze. Only then did he take note of the Grand Elder beside Mu Zi. His mind momentarily clouded. What did little ear just say? The one who destroyed the Duan family is that elder beside her? Supreme Elder, allow me to introduce this esteemed individual, the Grand Elder of the Changqing Pavilion. The Grand Elder of the Changqing Pavilion? The Supreme Elder remained bewildered. He certainly recognized the Changqing Pavilion as a royal-level force. However, why would the Changqing Pavilion aid the Mu family? Mu Zi discerned the perplexity in Yin Taishang's eyes and promptly began to elucidate. She recounted her clandestine journey to Tianbi Island, revealing her intentions to venture into the Xianyuan secret realm. It turned out to be the esteemed Gu, whom he initially suspected to be the instigator of the calamity involving the Duan family, believing they had provoked a formidable force that dispatched a Wang realm expert to annihilate them. However, it appeared that was not the case. Thank you, esteemed elder, for rescuing my Mu family from peril, Yin Taishang expressed, bowing deeply to the venerable elder of Changqing Pavilion. Had it not been for the elder's intervention to eliminate the Duan family, the likelihood of the three major semi-royal families, including the Mu family, facing obliteration would have been exceedingly high. Do not mention it. I merely acted on orders, the elder replied, waving his hand dismissively. Indeed, had it not been for Gu Changqing, he would not have involved himself in the strife over Haiwei Island. Subsequently, Mu Zi conferred with Yin Taishang regarding the matter of aligning with Gu Changqing. Without hesitation, Yin Taishang acquiesced. There was truly no cause for hesitation. Not only would the Duan family likely have faced dire consequences without Gu Changqing's support, but serving under such a distinguished figure was indeed a fortuitous opportunity for the Mu family. Changqing Pavilion serves as a prime illustration of this. Once merely a semi-royal sect, it bore little distinction from the Mu family. Yet now, Changqing Pavilion has ascended to a royal-level force, fortified by two formidable Xianyuan realm experts. An entity like Gu Changqing would undoubtedly attract numerous followers. This presents an unparalleled opportunity for the Mu family, and Yin Taishang could not possibly refuse. On Tianbi Island, atop the treacherous waters leading to the entrance of the Xianyuan secret realm, a small vessel, accommodating around 100 individuals, sped across the perilous sea. The cultivators aboard predominantly possessed true spirit realm capabilities, with a handful being early-stage Jia realm experts. These individuals were all scattered practitioners, lacking sufficient spirit stones to board vessels manned by semi-royal or higher Jia realm experts, thus forming this makeshift team for mutual support. Though their collective strength was modest, they were not entirely defenseless against the assaults of sea beasts. Such impromptu teams were not uncommon. After all, among those journeying to the Xianyuan secret realm, cultivators below the Jia realm constituted the majority, with scattered practitioners forming a significant portion. The legends surrounding the Xianyuan secret realm are numerous and captivating. For instance, a Taishang from the Xianyu sect, initially just an outer disciple at the true spirit realm, fortuitously discovered the legacy of a Wang realm expert from Xiantian Palace within the secret realm. This serendipitous encounter catapulted him to become a Wang realm expert and one of the three esteemed Taishangs of his sect. From an outer disciple to a revered elder, from the true spirit realm to the Wang realm, all because of a single expedition to the Xianyuan secret realm that unveiled a life-altering opportunity. It is these legends and remarkable exploits that draw numerous cultivators and scattered practitioners from the four seas, who would not aspire to emulate that Taishang from Zhenwu's sect, to inherit the legacy and rise against the odds, ultimately stepping onto the pinnacle of the South China Sea. Upon a modest vessel, a formidable cultivator specializing in spiritual awareness. His eyes firmly shut, commanded the ship, diligently maneuvering to evade the encroaching beasts. This location marked the juncture between the inner and outer seas. While it did not teem with calamity-level monsters as the inner sea did, they were not absent either. Should they only encounter the usual calamity-level beasts, the 100-odd individuals, alongside several calamity-level experts, could manage a precarious defense. However, if faced with beasts of the mid-stage calamity level or above, their fate would be sealed. Hence, the adept in spiritual awareness aboard the vessel remained vigilant. Beware, a calamity beast approaches swiftly. Everyone prepare yourselves. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept in, and the practitioner opened his eyes, a grave expression overtaking his features as he glanced toward the rear of the sea. In his perception, a formidable beast was rapidly nearing. No, not just one, but two. The original concern morphed into sheer terror upon detecting yet another beast within his spiritual range. Before long, the two sea monsters appeared, one pursuing the other, capturing the attention of all. Wait, something's off. Why are there riders on the backs of these calamity beasts? Soon, someone discerned the small figures atop the two sea monsters, and upon closer inspection, they were rendered speechless. Not just one, but two children, a little boy and a little girl, seemingly no older than 4 or 5 years. This bizarre spectacle left everyone dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? Chapter 38. You are called Dust King, and I am called Dawn Emperor. Jiang Baiwei was deeply affected. Sister, haha, it swims so fast. Let us catch up. We shall ride them to the entrance of the secret realm, exclaimed the little boy, clutching the fur on the beast's back, bouncing with joy. What kind of beast is this? I want father to keep one for me. Could these beasts be spirit pets? Someone on the ship suddenly proposed, and the surrounding individuals nodded in agreement. Only in this manner could they somewhat reconcile with the absurdity of the situation. No, these two beasts are certainly not spirit pets. The malevolent aura and feral essence they exude are unmistakable signs. The adept in spiritual awareness shook his head. Although he was loath to accept it, the truth was evident. Thus, there remained but one possibility. Yet, this notion was so astonishing that none were willing to embrace it. Two children, merely 4 or 5 years old, had managed to subdue 2 calamity-level sea monsters. The gazes directed toward Gu Qingchen and Gu Yunxi were akin to those reserved for anomalies. To tame 2 calamity-level sea monsters implied that these 2 youngsters possessed strength at least equivalent to that level. What on earth was happening in this world? Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. Roar! At long last, the sea monster, ridden by Gu Qingchen, could no longer endure the burden. Seizing the opportune moment, it violently shook its body, attempting to dislodge the little imp perched upon its back. However, Gu Qingchen's small hands clutched tightly to the creature's fur, rendering her impossible to throw off. Well, aren't you well behaved? She exclaimed, a hint of irritation surfacing as she narrowly avoided being thrown off. In a fit of defiance, she delivered a punch to the sea monster's head. The impact echoed thud as her strike, equivalent to the full strength of a formidable 3rd or 4th level cultivator, struck the creature, which was merely at the 2nd level. With a single blow, it was instantaneously vanquished. Gu Qingchen nimbly leapt onto the back of the sea monster ridden by her sister, beaming as she patted it. You are still obedient. This spectacle left the onlookers aboard the ship utterly astonished. Those who had previously harbored doubts, even skepticism, were rendered speechless at that moment. A sea monster of the Calamity Realm, dispatched with a single punch. This little creature was indeed of the Calamity Realm, and not just any ordinary one. Suddenly, the crowd recalled the words of the earlier Calamity-level expert, who had spoken of the 2 sea monsters, one in front and one behind, being the weakest. In unison, their gazes turned towards the slightly larger little girl. Notably, she did not grasp the fur of the sea monster beneath her. Yet that very creature dared not display any sign of disobedience. This little girl was truly formidable. The scene was indelibly etched in their minds. What they witnessed today, should they recount it in the future, would likely be met with disbelief, as others would assume them to be fabricating tales. The sea monster did not attack the small vessel, but instead swam swiftly towards the entrance of the Xianhuang secret realm. Little Chenzi, remember this. Once we enter the Xianhuang secret realm, you must not reveal your true name. Understood? Why? Gu Qingchen inquired, her face a picture of confusion. We cannot let father get into trouble. What shall I be called then? Gu Yunxi furrowed her adorable brows in contemplation. You shall be known as King Chun. King Chun? Gu Qingchen pondered for a moment and found it quite satisfactory. Then what shall you be called, sister? I shall naturally be Shihuang. Instantly, Gu Qingchen was dissatisfied. Why am I King Chun while you are Shihuang? She protested, her expression one of defiance. Gu Yunxi swiftly tapped her brother's head, eliciting a wince from Gu Qingchen, whose eyes brimmed with tears. Because I am stronger than you. Because I am your sister. What now, little Chenzi, are you not convinced? Gu Yunxi's fist was raised in a mock threat towards her brother, as if to say, do you dare to contest that? Throughout their lives, Gu Qingshan had often found himself at the mercy of Gu Yunxi, not only because she was his elder sister, but also due to his inability to match her strength. Gu Yunxi's prowess far surpassed that of Gu Qingshan, approaching the formidable strength of Jiang Lianxin. The Zixiao Shirlei body, a divine physique of the 9th grade, was a testament to her might. Above in the heavens, several streaks of light darted across the sky, capturing the attention of the two young ones. They were not merely Wangjing experts. There were multiple among them. Little Chun, quickly conceal your aura, Gu Yunxi urged as they both became aware of each other, and, simultaneously, the powerful figures above took notice of the siblings perched upon the back of the sea demon. Why are there children here? Jiang Baiwei mused, momentarily taken aback upon seeing the siblings. They appear to be no older than 4 or 5 years. How could they possibly find themselves in such perilous waters? This region was perilously close to the deep sea, indicating their parents must possess considerable audacity. Indeed, the group soaring through the sky was none other than the Jiang family. En route to the Xianyuan secret realm, Jiang Baiwei's observation prompted the meditative Jiang Tianwang to slightly open his eyes and glance below. Upon this fleeting look, his figure abruptly halted, for even someone of his vast experience was taken aback by the siblings' cultivation levels. Though the children had immediately concealed their presence upon noticing Jiang Tianwang's group, it was futile. Being a king-level expert, he could not be deceived. In a mere instant, the siblings' cultivation was laid bare before him. What troubles you, ancestor? Jiang Baiwei inquired, puzzled by the astonishment etched on Jiang Tianwang's face. Surely, 2 children of 4 or 5 years should not provoke such a reaction from one who had reached the pinnacle of kingly power. Casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Baiwei, Jiang Tianwang replied with measured calmness. These 2 little ones are quite extraordinary. Oh, in what sense are they extraordinary? Jiang Baiwei scrutinized them again, unable to discern anything particularly remarkable about Gu Qingshan and Gu Yunxi. If anything stood out, it was merely their presence in such a treacherous domain. They concealed their auras the moment we arrived. It is only natural that you could not perceive them, Jiang Tianwang continued. The young boy possesses a cultivation level of the 1st stage of the tribulation realm. What? Jiang Baiwei's body trembled, and the subsequent revelation from Jiang Tianwang left a look of utter shock upon her delicate features. The girl is at the 6th stage of the tribulation realm. The 6th stage of the tribulation realm? Jiang Baiwei's voice quivered with incredulity. These children, appearing no older than 4 or 5, one at the 1st stage and the other at the 6th? It seemed preposterous. Yet, such words came from Jiang Tianwang, and she had no choice but to believe. Especially with the girl, only 4 or 5 years old, yet at the 6th stage of the tribulation realm. Jiang Baiwei, now 20 years old, had awakened her spiritual body and prided herself on being no less formidable than the esteemed Jiang Lianxin of yore, perhaps even surpassing her. Yet, she herself had only reached the 5th stage of the tribulation realm. No wonder even the ancestor was taken aback. These were not mere children. They were monstrous prodigies. Jiang Baiwei suddenly felt that she had lived like a dog all these years. After so many years of cultivation, she was still no better than a 4 or 5-year-old child. This revelation was indeed a heavy blow to her. Let's go. The forces backing these 2 children are likely extraordinary. In my many years of life, I have never encountered such a prodigy, Jiang Tianwang remarked, shaking his head. The group passed by the siblings and continued their journey towards the entrance of the Xianyuan secret realm. However, before departing, Jiang Tianwang glanced back at Gu Yunxi and Gu Qingshan. For some inexplicable reason, these 2 little ones gave him a peculiar impression, though he could not articulate what precisely seemed strange. How odd indeed. Chapter 39, The Talents of the Spirit Ranking and the Separated Siblings. The entrance to the Xianyuan secret realm was a spatial rift over 10 zhang high, located on an island at the junction of the inner and outer seas. When Gu Changqing and his companion arrived, they were astounded by the scene before them. People were everywhere, cultivators from all corners of the world, not only from the South Sea of 10,000 demons, but also from several neighboring empires, throngs of countless forces. There are so many people, Gu Ling exclaimed, having never before witnessed such a multitude. The combined population of Jianglin town, where the Gu family resided, was but a fraction of this number, not counting those who had already entered. Once inside, if you encounter anyone from our clan, do your best to stay together. Also, if you meet someone from the Changqing pavilion, you may seek their protection, Gu Changqing advised before they entered. The existence of Changqing pavilion was a matter recently revealed to the Gu family, something Gu Changqing had never mentioned before. Understood. Let us proceed, Gu Changqing declared, moving to enter the rift, when he suddenly paused and looked towards a particular direction. There stood two young women, graceful and poised. The one in front possessed a beauty that rivaled Jiang Lianxin, making her one of the most stunning women Gu Changqing had ever seen, second only to Jiang Lianxin. If Jiang Lianxin were rated a perfect score of 100, this woman would receive a score of 98. However, what truly caught Gu Changqing's attention was their formidable strength, particularly that of the young woman in the green robe. She appeared to be of similar age to Gu Changqing and was also at the realm of the Profound King. Interesting, this woman is likely a talent on the spirit ranking. I wonder what her rank is, Gu Changqing mused with curiosity. As Gu Changqing regarded them, they too were observing him. Miss, what are you looking at? Have you developed a crush? The girl behind the woman in green chuckled. The green-robed woman shot her a glance and replied softly, "This person is inscrutable. I had not anticipated encountering such a figure in this small South Sea of 10,000 demons. Even you cannot see through him?" Behind the young woman in the blue robe, a girl observed Gu Changqing with a hint of surprise, scrutinizing him closely. However, after a prolonged gaze, she found no particular distinction, merely noting that Gu Changqing was rather attractive. At the entrance of the Xianxia secret realm, waves of people continued to arrive. After a while, two little ones riding on a sea creature finally reached this place. Is this truly the Xianxia secret realm? So many people. Gu Changqing's dark, expressive eyes widened as she gazed at the throngs, her mouth forming an astonished. Once inside, you must stay close to me, understand? Gu Yunqi grasped her brother's hand and stepped directly into the fissure. The surrounding scenery shifted rapidly, and a blinding light enveloped them, compelling the siblings to shut their eyes. When Gu Changqing opened her eyes again, everything had transformed. The location was no longer the barren island, but rather a dense jungle. Is this the Xianxia secret realm? Sister? Sister? Gu Changqing suddenly realized that Gu Yunqi, who had been holding her hand tightly, was no longer by her side. Looking around, she found herself utterly alone in the desolate surroundings. Sister? Gu Changqing's voice escalated, tinged with anxiety and the dread of the unknown. Ooh, sister, sister. As the reality of her sister's absence dawned on her, tears as large as beans cascaded down her porcelain-like face. Throughout her life, Gu Changqing had always had her sister by her side, trailing after Gu Yunqi as her devoted shadow. Despite her earlier antics on the sea, she had been oblivious to fear, for her sister had been present. Yet now, thrust into this unfamiliar realm, with her sister nowhere to be found, an overwhelming sense of terror seized her heart and mind. Neither Gu Changqing nor Gu Yunqi understood that their knowledge of the Xianxia secret realm was limited. They were unaware that upon entering, one could be randomly transported to various locations within the realm. Whoa! Gu Changqing collapsed onto the ground, crying out loudly for her sister. In that moment, genuine fear enveloped her. After a while of weeping without summoning Gu Yunqi, a girl around 16 or 17 years of age approached, having heard the cries. Upon arrival, she beheld the little one, now a tear-streaked mess resembling a weeping kitten, and paused for a moment. A child? The girl's name was Yanmingqi, a disciple from the outer sect of the Lanyue Palace. The Lanyue Palace is a semi-royal sect within the southern sea of 10,000 monsters, boasting thousands of disciples. With the opening of the Xianxia secret realm, not only the core inner disciples, but also many from the outer sect had come, including Yanmingqi. Her innate talent for cultivation was mediocre, and her family had arranged a marriage for her with someone she did not fancy. Reluctant, yet powerless to resist, she viewed the sudden opening of the Xianxia secret realm as her opportunity. As long as there exists an opportunity, regardless of its magnitude, if it allows her to ascend to the inner circle, she would possess the conviction to refuse her family's demands and reject the arranged marriage, thus seizing control of her own destiny. Yanmingqi had only recently entered this realm and was preparing to explore the secret domain when she was suddenly drawn by the sound of a child's cries. Following the source of the weeping, she arrived at the scene. To her surprise, it was indeed a small boy, appearing to be no more than 4 or 5 years old. She couldn't help but feel a tinge of reproach for his parents. What kind of heart must one possess to allow such a young child into the Xianxia secret realm? It was utterly irresponsible. Yanmingqi hurriedly approached the child. Gu Changqing, noticing someone approaching, initially believed it was his sister and wiped his tears, running towards Yanmingqi. Halfway there, he realized that the newcomer was not his sister Gu Yunqi, but a stranger, which caused him to cry even louder. Yanmingqi quickly scooped Gu Changqing into her arms. Do not cry, little one. Are you searching for your sister? Your sister is also within the Xianhuang secret realm, isn't she? Shall I assist you in finding her? Gu Qingshun, already quite adorable, melted Yin Mengqi's heart further with his tears. She comforted him tenderly, and under her soothing words, his cries gradually subsided until he was silent. With his slightly swollen eyes fixed intently on Yin Mengqi, he sobbed, "Big sister, can you really help me find my sister?" "Of course, little brother. What is your name? And what is your sister's name? How old is she? I shall take you to her right away." Yin Mengqi set Gu Qingshun down, wiped his tears, and smiled kindly. "My name is Chun Wang, and my sister's name is Shi Huang. We are twins, both the same age," Gu Qingshun replied, but suddenly recalled his sister's warning not to reveal their true names. "Chun Wang? Shi Huang?" Yin Mengqi exclaimed, intrigued by the unusual names. "Your sister is the same age as you? What about your parents?" This was entirely different from what she had imagined. She had thought the child's sister might be closer to her own age, yet here was another child. "My parents are also in the secret realm," he replied. "Well then, for now, follow your sister. I will help you find her and your parents. By the way, you can call me Sister Yin." Yet deep down, Yin Mengqi understood that helping this little one locate his sister and parents within this vast secret realm was nearly an insurmountable task. The expanse of the realm was immense, and unless fortune smiled upon them, the odds were exceedingly slim. However, the kind-hearted Yin Mengqi could not bear to abandon the child. Thus, she resolved to take him along, and should they fail to find them, they would seek answers once they exited the Xianhuang secret realm. And so, a duo composed of an elder sister and a little brother commenced their adventure within the mysterious confines of the Xianhuang secret realm. Chapter 40. Gu Qingshun disdained Xianxia. "Look, I have found some spirit herbs for you." Gu Qingshun, with her chubby little hands, presented a few freshly unearthed spirit herbs to Yin Mengqi. Several hours had passed since the two entered the Xianhuang secret realm. Thanks to Yin Mengqi's careful navigation, they had successfully avoided encounters with any demonic beasts along the way. Before entering the Xianhuang secret realm, Yin Mengqi had devised a plan for herself, to evade demonic beasts whenever possible and to avoid any disputes with fellow cultivators. After all, her strength was merely at the true spirit first level, a rank that placed her at the lowest tier within the secret realm. Competing for treasures or seeking relic inheritances was beyond her capabilities. Her sole objective was to gather the medicinal herbs and spirit fruits scattered throughout the Xianhuang secret realm. She did not disdain the lower tier herbs, and if luck favored her, encountering a few high-tier herbs could provide her a chance to advance into the inner sect. "Xiaoqin, the herbs you have gathered are yours. You need not give them to me." Gu Qingshun possessed formidable spiritual awareness and had discovered a multitude of spirit herbs, far exceeding what Yin Mengqi had found. However, she showed little interest in these lower-tier herbs, apart from consuming a few spirit fruits. She had given the rest to Yin Mengqi. Throughout their journey, Yin Mengqi had taken great care of Gu Qingshun, treating her like a younger sibling, which endeared her to Gu Qingshun. "I don't want them. They're all for my sister." Gu Qingshun shook her head, regarding the spirit herbs as too inferior. Typically, Gu Changqing would casually gift her spirit fruits of the third or fourth rank, rendering the first and second rank herbs beneath her notice. "All right then, I shall keep them for you, and when we exit, I will return them." Yin Mengqi accepted the herbs before squatting down to ruffle Gu Qingshun's hair. "Also, Xiaoqin, you must keep your voice down, do you understand? My strength is limited, and if we attract demonic beasts or hostile cultivators, we would be in grave trouble." "Oh, I understand." Gu Qingshun wished to assert that she was unafraid, yet upon meeting Yin Mengqi's gentle gaze, she lowered her head, resembling a child who had misbehaved. "Now, let us proceed." After affectionately tousling Gu Qingshun's hair, Yin Mengqi was not chastising her. Rather, she was simply imparting the survival rules of the week. "Xianxia, someone is coming." Just as Gu Qingshun was about to leave with Yin Mengqi, she abruptly halted, casting her gaze to the right front. There, over a dozen presences were rapidly approaching. Yin Mengqi furrowed her brows, sensing the same, and quickly pulled Gu Qingshun behind a large boulder to conceal their presence. Senior Brother Lan? Senior Brother Lu?" As they crouched behind the boulder, Yin Mengqi froze momentarily upon recognizing the newcomers, her earlier tension dissipating instantly. The sudden appearance of several individuals was recognized by Yin Mengqi, all of whom were disciples of the Lanya Palace. Among them were two senior brothers, Lan and Lu, who were esteemed true disciples of the palace, possessing strength beyond the 7th level of true spirit. Upon seeing her fellow sect members, Yin Mengqi chose to reveal her presence. stepping out from behind a massive stone with Gu Qingxian by her side. Senior brother Lan, senior brother Lu. The group acknowledged Yanmingqi. Yet they were not acquainted with her. As an outer disciple of the Lanyue Palace, she was but one among many, and it was entirely normal for them, as inner, true disciples, to be unfamiliar with her. However, upon noticing the moon insignia embroidered on her chest, they realized she was indeed one of their own, their wariness dissipating. Ah, it is merely a junior sister from the outer sect. Since we have crossed paths, let us proceed together, remarked senior brother Lan with a slight smile. Yet, he soon sensed something amiss and turned his gaze towards Gu Qingxian, momentarily taken aback. Who is this? This little brother was found by me in the secret realm, Yanmingqi quickly explained, detailing her encounter with Gu Qingxian. Upon hearing this, senior brother Lan remained silent. But Lu, standing beside him, interjected. A mere child, carrying such a burden. You have no ties to him. Abandon him. You may accompany us, but he cannot. Lu shot a glance at Gu Qingxian before turning back to Yanmingqi, his tone tinged with reproach. Your heart is too generous. We are in the Xianyuan secret realm, fraught with peril, unlike the outside world. Bringing along such a little one could very well endanger your life. Do you understand? Suddenly chastised, Yanmingqi found herself at a loss. Indeed, sister, cast him aside and join us, Lu continued. You are misplacing your kindness. Many Lanyue Palace disciples echoed their agreement. While Lu's words were harsh, they held a kernel of truth. This was not the outside world, and carrying a child of such tender age would only serve to hinder her. Yanmingqi understood this, yet the thought of abandoning Gu Qingxian was unbearable. The young boy seemed to sense the tension, clutching Yanmingqi's hand tightly, fearful of being forsaken. With her sister absent, Yanmingqi had become his sole support. This display of dependence softened Yanmingqi's heart even further. Senior brother Lu, I comprehend your concerns, yet I cannot abandon him. I possess a considerable amount of spirit herbs I can offer to you. I only ask that you allow me to take Xianxia along. Very well, take him, Lan said, waving his hand and declining the spirit herbs offered by Yanmingqi. Being a kind-hearted individual, he was well-liked among his junior disciples and felt a pang of sympathy in response to Yanmingqi's earnest plea. Lu frowned, scoffing as he turned to leave. If you choose to take him, then I shall not accompany you any longer. I have no desire to partake in this charade of misplaced compassion. Senior brother Lu called out several disciples in protest. Those who wish to join me, follow closely. Those who do not, may remain here and accompany our kind-hearted brother Lan. Over a dozen disciples from the Moon Gathering Palace glanced at the departing brother Lu, then turned to brother Lan, feeling somewhat conflicted. Brother Lan, I apologize. One disciple finally said, stepping forward to follow Lu. Including brothers Lan and Lu, there were a total of 12 individuals. 7 chose to accompany Lu, while only 3 opted to remain behind. Those who followed Lu did so not only because they resonated with his words, but also due to the undeniable fact that Lu's prowess surpassed that of brother Lan. Although brother Lan held a respectable reputation within the Moon Gathering Palace, he was only at the 7th level of true spirit, while brother Lu had attained the complete mastery of the 8th level. In the perilous realm of Xianwang, it was only prudent to align oneself with the stronger Lu for greater security. Are you not coming? Brother Lan chuckled self-deprecatingly, casting a glance at the 3 who remained. These individuals were not particularly formidable, possessing strengths around the 1st and 2nd levels of true spirit. 2 were from the outer sect, while 1 belonged to the inner sect. The trio wore expressions tinged with bittersweet resignation. We wish to follow, yet brother Lu may not desire our company. Throughout our journey, though he has not explicitly stated it, his actions have conveyed disdain for our presence, likely viewing us as a hindrance due to our inadequate strength. Brother Lu has probably long wished to rid himself of us. This circumstance has merely provided him the perfect excuse. Brother Lan nodded, acknowledging their perceptiveness. Come with me. While my strength may not rival that of Lu Yang, I, Lan Wang, will not abandon any disciple who chooses to follow me. He smiled gently at Yanmingqi. Sister, you should join as well, along with that little fellow by your side. Thank you, brother Lan, Yanmingqi responded, her voice brimming with excitement. Thus, the original duo transformed into a cohesive team of 6. Chapter 41. One punch for each catastrophe. Gu Qingxian's strength. As days passed, the group gradually accepted the adorable Gu Qingxian. He was well-behaved and considerate, dutifully following Yanmingqi's instructions without causing any trouble. However, their luck had not been particularly favorable. Aside from discovering a few low-tier spiritual herbs, they had yielded no other significant finds. Finally, one day, while traversing their path, they detected a concentration of spiritual energy emanating from a nearby location, suggesting the presence of a treasure. They hurriedly made their way there. Upon arrival, everyone was astounded. Before them lay a medicinal garden. One disciple from the Moon Gathering Palace gulped, his gaze sweeping across a vast expanse of cultivated herbs and spiritual fruits, all of considerable quality. Second tier, soul, spirit fruits. Third tier, seeking source grass. Third tier, purple sun roots. The group was overwhelmed with excitement. This garden of spiritual herbs was a windfall. If presented to the sect, who could fathom how many points it might yield? Sufficient for the next several years, or even a decade. They need not worry about the scarcity of cultivation resources. Quickly gather. Before others discover this medicinal garden, Brother Lon, equally exhilarated, hastily summoned his junior disciples to commence the collection. I shall assist as well. Gu Qingquan rolled up his sleeves, joining the effort. After half an hour of diligent harvesting, the medicinal herbs and spiritual fruits within the garden had been completely stripped bare. Gazing at the storage bags in their hands, the faces of the group blossomed with joy. However, their elation was short-lived. A powerful aura surged forth, approaching with alarming swiftness. The newcomer, a gray-clad cultivator nearing 50, surveyed the emptied garden, his eyes gleaming with excitement. What a grand medicinal garden, he exclaimed, then turned to Brother Lon and the others, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Hand over your storage bags, and I shall allow you to leave. Otherwise, death awaits. At the mere mention of death, a pressure emanating from the cultivator, akin to that of a tribulation realm expert, erupted forth, striking like a fierce wind against Brother Lon and his companions, leaving their faces stinging. A tribulation realm expert. A jolt of despair coursed through them. They had just finished gathering from the garden. Was it truly such a coincidence? Had they known, they would not have been so greedy. They should have departed midway through. Alas, it was too late for regrets. Who could have foreseen such an occurrence? Refuse, and you shall perish. Though reluctant, Brother Lon and the others dared not resist. The might of a tribulation realm expert was beyond their capacity to confront. The joy they had felt just moments ago now morphed into profound distress. They had believed that with this harvest, they would be free from worries about cultivation resources for years to come. Yanmingqi shared the same sentiment, envisioning her ascent to the inner sect and the cancellation of her arranged marriage. Yet, she never anticipated such an outcome. Why should it be this way? Suddenly, a voice interrupted, prompting everyone to turn in unison toward the speaker. It was Gu Qingquan, the young child, brimming with defiance, glared at the gray-clad cultivator. Yanmingqi attempted to intervene, but it was too late. The child's bold words cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. In such a moment, provoking the gray-clad tribulation realm cultivator was anything but wise. Brother Lon frantically gestured to Gu Qingquan, little ancestor, no. Your actions may bring about our doom. Unfazed, Gu Qingquan continued to glare at the gray-clad cultivator. Why should he relinquish the spiritual herbs he had painstakingly gathered? It was then that the gray-clad tribulation realm cultivator noticed the small figure of Gu Qingquan, appearing no older than 4 or 5. Where did this little brat come from? By what right? He scoffed. Simply by virtue of my superior strength. As the words fell, the gray-robed cultivator swiftly took action, his impatience palpable. With his first target being Gu Qingquan, he harbored no mercy. Those who dared to defy him, regardless of their identity, were destined only for death. Not good. Xiaochun. Yanmingqi's immediate reaction was to shield Gu Qingquan. Yet before she could move, Gu Qingquan had already darted forward like a nimble leopard. With a resounding thud, a single strike sent the gray-robed cultivator flying, blood gushing from his mouth, his eyes wide with terror. In that fleeting moment, Gu Qingquan seized the cultivator's head and forcefully slammed it into the ground. With a dull thump, the gray-robed figure appeared to be embedded in the earth. Old fool, who do you think you are confronting? This scene transpired in an instant. By the time Brother Lon and the others regained their senses, the gray-robed cultivator had already drawn his last breath, his demise gruesome, his head buried beneath the ground. This spectacle sent shivers down the spines of all who witnessed it. They gazed at Gu Qingquan as if he were some monstrous aberration. Who am I? Where am I? What has transpired? This event was undeniably astonishing. A mere child of 4 or 5 had slain a cultivator of the tribulation realm with a single blow. What kind of prodigy was this? What manner of creature? Junior sister Yanmingqi, are you certain that the child you found is merely a child and not some little monster? Xiao Chunyu, You? Yin Mengqi's voice trembled. She could scarcely believe that the little one she had rescued possessed the prowess to effortlessly defeat a cultivator of the Tribulation Realm. How old was he? Reflecting on how she had recently sheltered him from various dangers, even hiding from true Spirit Realm beasts, she now felt a pang of foolishness. Xiao Chun likely shared her sentiments. If he could dispatch a Tribulation Realm cultivator with ease, then surely a true Spirit Realm beast would fall before him with a mere punch. Why did you not mention your formidable strength earlier? Here I was, worried about you being alone in the Xianyuan secret realm, fearing for your safety. In that moment, Yin Mengqi felt a sudden sense of grievance. Sister Yin, you never inquired. Gu Qingchun replied innocently. Chapter 42. This is my father. Yin Mengqi found herself momentarily speechless, realizing she indeed had not asked. Upon seeing Gu Qingchun's tender age, she had unconsciously perceived him as a mere child untouched by the path of cultivation. But could she truly blame herself? Who would suspect that a child of 4 or 5 could possess such power? Not only had she never witnessed it, but she had never even heard of such a phenomenon. Suddenly, she recalled the departure of Brother Liu and the others. A burden? A little genius capable of dispatching a Tribulation Realm powerhouse in an instant was deemed a liability by them. How absurd! Your prowess is remarkable. Your twin sister, Yin Mengqi, has also conceived of this. Gu Qingchun has mentioned to me that he has a twin sister as well. His sister far surpasses me. Even 100 of me would be no match for her, Gu Qingchun candidly expressed. In truth, his words were somewhat reserved. It is not merely 100 of him, but even hundreds would fail to rival Gu Yunxi. Yin Mengqi and the others were astounded. What sort of being is this? Moreover, there exists another individual of such extraordinary caliber. No. If his assertions hold true, his sister seems even more formidable. 100 Gu Qingchuns could not contend with her? Just how powerful must she be? Perhaps at the 5th or even 7th level of the robbery realm. Never mind, I shan't dwell on it. Blue Xixiang and his companions had never experienced such astonishment before. Consequently, Blue Xixiang and his company no longer regarded Gu Qingchun as a mere child. Yin Mengqi's attitude towards Gu Qingchun also underwent a significant transformation, which left him somewhat troubled, as he preferred the previous demeanor she displayed towards him. The group, having filled their storage bags to the brim, departed from the medicinal garden contentedly. Yet, they had not ventured far when they sensed a powerful surge of spiritual energy emanating from a nearby location. No, not just one. Soon, within Blue Xixiang and his companion's perception, dozens of formidable auras were hurtling towards them with great fervor. What is occurring? Blue Xixiang was taken aback in his awareness. Those auras were exceedingly formidable, predominantly belonging to robbery realm cultivators, and he even discerned several presences far surpassing them, those of King Realm warriors. Moreover, they appear to be fleeing. What could compel King Realm warriors to retreat? This bodes ill. We must withdraw. Just as they took a step back, numerous auras broke through the air towards them. Their eyes were filled with terror, brimming with despair and horror, as if they had encountered something truly dreadful. It was the third elder. I see the third elder, along with Lu Xixiang and the others. Suddenly, several disciples of the Lanyue Palace pointed ahead. Not far off, an elderly and disheveled figure was hastening towards them. Beside him were a few others, none other than Lu Xixiang and his companions, who had separated from Blue Xixiang and Yin Mengqi not long ago. The third elder of the Lanyue Palace, in a frenzy of escape, also noticed several of his disciples. Damn it! A glance back revealed that the pursuers were closing in far too swiftly. Escape was futile. Since evasion was impossible, they had no choice but to hide. Fortunately, although the silver-armored stone golem possessed immense combat prowess, its spiritual perception was not particularly strong. Come quickly, conceal your presence. After all, they were disciples of the Lanyue Palace. And with Blue Xixiang being a true disciple, the third elder naturally could not abandon them to their fate. After seeking refuge in a stone cave, I beckoned Senior Brother Lan and Yin Mengqi to join, urging them to conceal their presence. Although Senior Brother Lan and the others were unaware of the circumstances, they dared not inquire further and swiftly enter the cave to regroup with Elder 3 and the others. Hush, remain silent. It approaches. Elder 3's voice suddenly softened, signaling for everyone to be quiet. His gaze shifted skyward. Following his line of sight, Senior Brother Lan and Yin Mengqi turned to look as well. There, a stone figure clad in silver armor brandished a long spear, claiming the lives of countless cultivators with each swing. A flash of crimson light descended from above, causing the group to widen their eyes in shock. A figure from the King Realm was stepping forth. The crowd was astounded. How could a King Realm cultivator be so easily vanquished before this silver-armored stone figure? What unfathomable terror was this? In an instant, the stone figure had already slain dozens. Once it perceived the surrounding area devoid of targets, it abruptly halted. This action sent a chill through the hidden cultivators nearby, rendering them breathless. The members of the Lanyu Palace, including Elder 3, shared the same trepidation. The prowess of this silver-armored stone figure, which could dispatch King Realm cultivators as if they were mere insects, was utterly terrifying. If discovered, death was inevitable. At that moment, even Gu Qingqian's expression grew grave. This was no jest. This silver-armored figure was frighteningly powerful, surpassing the Xianqing, and likely reaching the Tianwang, or even the divine level. The stone figure surveyed the area slowly, and suddenly, it thrust its spear, instantly annihilating several hidden cultivators in the chaotic rocks, their cries stifled before they could escape. With a single step, the silver-armored figure appeared around the stone cave, where Elder 3 and the others from the Lanyu Palace were concealed. Elder 3's heart raced, teetering on the brink of despair. Who could have anticipated such a terrifying silver-armored figure lurking within the sacred hall? Initially, Elder 3 and the other cultivators had discovered a sacred hall and, in their excitement, rushed inside. They had obtained treasures, and Elder 3 had garnered considerable benefits. However, it was some fool who triggered the mechanisms within the hall, unleashing this invincible silver figure. Once the figure emerged, it began its massacre of those who had intruded upon the sacred hall. Had it not been for Elder 3 and the others exiting the hall early, having restrained their greed, they would likely have perished within its confines. The unmistakable sound of the silver figure's footsteps echoed, resonating with the frantic beats of their hearts. Gu Qingqian had tightened his grip around a jade talisman hanging from his neck. Suddenly, the silver figure's gaze pierced towards the cave where they hid, and it hurled its spear with ferocity in the direction of the Lanyu Palace members. It was over. Alas, my life is forfeit, Elder 3 sighed heavily. Was there truly no escape from death? Gu Qingqian reacted with remarkable swiftness. Upon the instant the silver-armored stone statue detected their presence. He shattered the jade talisman around his neck. A beam of white light manifested, swiftly coalescing into a spectral image. The likeness of this apparition was none other than Gu Qingqian's father, Gu Changqing. This jade talisman was a life-preserving measure forged from Gu Changqing's own blood, crafted for his daughter, son, and Xianxia. Once crushed, it summoned a projection of Gu Changqing, whose strength was approximately 1/10 that of his true self. The moment the projection emerged, it seized the approaching halberd with ease. The halberd was fierce, yet once grasped by the projection of Gu Changqing, it could advance no further. What was that? Who was that apparition? How could it withstand an assault from the silver-armored stone statue? All who witnessed this scene were left astounded, particularly those cultivators of the robbery realm who had fled from the sanctuary, as well as the powerful figures of the Wang realm. No one understood the terror of the silver-armored stone statue better than they did. Xiaochen, what is that? Yin Mengqi gazed at Gu Qingqian in astonishment. She clearly discerned the projection, and so did the 3 elders and senior disciple Lan, along with other disciples of the Lanyu Palace. This projection had emerged from Gu Qingqian's jade talisman. That's my father, Gu Qingqian replied candidly. Yet, a sense of melancholy enveloped him. His father had warned him that the crafting of this talisman was exceedingly arduous, requiring his precious blood, and should only be utilized in dire circumstances where life was at stake. Gu Qingqian felt apprehensive, fearing that his father would scold him upon learning of this incident. If only he had not ventured into this mysterious realm, he would not have needed to use the jade talisman. What? Your father? Upon hearing this, the crowd was left in stunned silence. The spectral figure that withstood the halberd of the silver-armored stone statue was the father of this young boy. Especially for Liu and his peers, they were utterly bewildered, their minds momentarily short-circuited. However, Lan and Yin Mengqi, who understood the extraordinary talents of Gu Qingqian, maintained their composure, though they too felt a tumultuous wave of astonishment within. After catching the halberd, Gu Changqing casually tossed it back to the silver-armored stone statue. Simultaneously, 4 spiritual swords descended from the heavens. Pseudocide Immortal Sword Formation Activat. At this moment, everything about Gu Changqing was but a projection, including the immortal sword formation, which, while lacking the potency of the true formation, still possessed formidable power. Empowered by the immortal sword formation, the halberd seemed poised to pierce through the void itself, directly striking the silver-armored stone statue. A thunderous roar erupted as the silver-armored stone statue was sent reeling, its armor cracking. A single word escaped Gu Changqing's lips as a spiritual sword materialized in his hand. In an instant, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from his original position. When he reappeared, it was already before the silver-armored stone statue. One strike. Buzz. The silver-armored stone figure shattered into countless fragments, splitting in two. Gu Changqing, too, dissipated slowly after the figure's destruction, transforming into a radiant white light that returned to Gu Changqing's neck. However, the jade talisman had begun to show signs of damage. Had the silver-armored stone figure truly perished so easily? Many were left in a daze, as if caught in a dream. The formidable being, which had hunted them down with such ferocity and possessed strength comparable to that of a deity, was simply gone. Recalling the previous scene, all present were awestruck. In merely 2 strikes, that projection had reduced what appeared to be an invincible silver-armored stone figure to mere rubble. What kind of power was this? Was this merely a shadow projection? What level of might must the original possess? The gazes of Elder San and the others upon Gu Qingshun were akin to those directed at a monstrosity. Not only was he a marvel, but so too was his father. Though the details were not entirely clear, it was evident that the projection resembled a youth, appearing no older than 20. In a corner, a young girl lightly patted her chest. The earlier silver-armored figure had terrified her as well, nearly convincing her that death was imminent. If Gu Changqing had been present, he would have recognized her as the attendant accompanying the young lady he encountered before entering the Xianxia secret realm. Miss, that fellow you mentioned is more than extraordinary. He is truly a monster among monsters. As the attendant, who had grown up beside her lady, she understood her mistress's exceptional talent. She had never considered her lady inferior to anyone, even those renowned prodigies on the spirit rankings. Yet now, after witnessing Gu Changqing's terrifying prowess, she felt her mistress could not compare to him. It was hard to imagine how her proud mistress would feel upon learning of this man's strength. Surely, it would be a considerable blow. Gu Qingshun, with his petite form, leapt directly in front of the shattered silver-armored figure, eager to tally his spoils. This creature was so powerful. The stones it bore must be precious. I shall collect them all and bring them to father. The little one promptly retrieved a storage bag and began gathering the remnants of the silver-armored figure. Despite his courageous appearance when sneaking out, he still harbored a fear of Gu Changqing. Should father discover his clandestine venture into the Xianxia secret realm, he would likely face a severe reprimand. Perhaps presenting these valuable stones could spare him a harsh punishment. This scene elicited envy from many onlookers. Gu Qingshun was unaware of the significance of the stones, but they were well aware. Red-silver stones. The body of the silver-armored figure was entirely crafted from red-silver stones. These stones are rare 4th tier, or could be fashioned into 4th tier royal weapons. Even a small fragment could fetch nearly 10,000 spirit stones in the outside world. So many pieces of crimson silver stones lie before them. Their value is beyond imagination, undoubtedly an astounding figure. Yet, no one dares to seize them. The memory of Gu Changqing's decisive strike against the silver-armored stone statue lingers vividly. To rob Gu Qingshun, that would be courting death. After summoning a projection of Gu Changqing, although the jade talisman around Gu Qingshun's neck bears cracks, it remains intact, indicating that it is not a one-time use item. Therefore, despite the overwhelming temptation, none dare to make a move. After collecting the crimson silver stones, Gu Qingshun departed with the members of the Lanya Palace. However, shortly after their departure, Gu Qingshun halted his steps. He then retrieved several pieces of crimson silver stones from his storage ring. He tossed the largest one to Yanmenchi, while the smaller ones were distributed among Brother Lan and others. In the earlier crowd, though Gu Qingshun appeared diminutive, he was astute. Those individuals might not dare to rob him, but Yanmenchi and the others were not necessarily safe. Once he left, those people would likely not spare them easily. Possessing such valuable items is a crime, especially within the mysterious realm of Xianxia. If those individuals were not aware of his hidden strength, they would not hesitate to exploit him, even if they recognized his remarkable background. As for the third elder and Brother Lu, they received nothing at all. The third elder, whom Gu Qingshun did not know, required no further mention. As for Brother Lu, Gu Qingshun held no affection for him, nor for the disciples of Lanya Palace who had departed with him. Gu Qingshun remembered them all. Though he was young, he was clear about gratitude and grievances. He reciprocated kindness and bore in mind the ill will. Thank you, Sister Yin, for accompanying me thus far. But it seems we must part ways now. I sense the presence of my kin. I may need to seek my sister, Gu Qingshun said untruthfully. In reality, he had sensed a faint trace of bloodline aura lingering in the area earlier, indicating that a member of the Gu family, sharing his bloodline, had been there and subsequently departed. Gu Qingshun was uncertain if it was indeed his sister, but his curiosity urged him to investigate. As for Yin Mingqi, she had already reunited with her sex elder and was no longer a concern. Meanwhile, Brother Liu and the others gazed enviously as Gu Changqing distributed the crimson silver stones to Yin Mingqi and Brother Lan. Their hearts brimmed with an unspoken regret. Those were fourth-tier precious ores. The disciples beside Brother Liu were particularly envious, their eyes gleaming with desire. They despised themselves for their past foolishness. Why had they left with Brother Liu? Had they remained, they too could have claimed a piece of crimson silver stone. While they might not need it for themselves, surrendering it to the sect would surely yield considerable merit points, or perhaps auctioning it would fetch thousands of spirit stones. That represented a fortune, thousands of spirit stones. No, Xiaoqing, this is far too valuable. I cannot accept it. This is a fourth-grade essence, or... Yin Mingqi shook her head and returned the crimson silver stone to Gu Qingshun. It was indeed too precious. The single piece of crimson silver stone she held surpassed 10,000 spirit stones in value. To put things into perspective, during her time as an outer disciple of the Lanyue Palace, the total cultivation resources she received from the sect in a month amounted to merely a handful of low-grade spirit stones. Thus, a solitary crimson silver stone valued at over 10,000 spirit stones was an astronomical figure for her. It was far too much. She dared not accept it. If it weren't for Sister Yin, I would still be wandering aimlessly. Gu Qingshun insisted, Sister Yin, please accept it. I will come to visit you in the future. I will remember Lanyue Palace. This statement was primarily directed at Elder Liu and the others, carrying an underlying message. Do not harbor any intentions towards Sister Yan's crimson silver stone. I shall visit Lanyue Palace. If I find out that any of you have taken her precious stone, I will not let you off easily. As Gu Qingshun departed, Yin Mingqi watched his small figure fade away, feeling a sudden pang of reluctance. Although their time together was brief, spanning only a few days, she had developed a fondness for the charming and obedient little one, akin to a younger brother. Meanwhile, Gu Changqing emerged from an ancient palace, feeling somewhat disheartened. Not long ago, he had been drawn by a towering beam of light, expecting the emergence of some extraordinary treasure, only to find nothing. The ancient palace behind him emanated an overwhelmingly potent wave of spiritual energy, and with a formidable guard stationed at the entrance. Anyone would assume that remarkable treasures lay within, certainly not ordinary ones. Such astonishing waves of spiritual energy suggested artifacts of at least 4th or 5th grade caliber. Yet, the reality was a farce. Inside, there were countless treasures, but they were mere illusions, entirely non-existent. The vast palace contained not a single genuine item. Casting a glance at the guard stationed at the entrance, Gu Changqing turned and left. Well, it doesn't matter. This expedition into the secret realm has not been in vain. Although I failed to uncover any treasures within the palace, rather, there were none to discover. It was not due to any inadequacy on my part. Otherwise, with my strength, I would have certainly found something. Everything within the palace was a deception, including the guard at the gate, who was not a living being, but rather the projection of a long-deceased powerful entity. The projection was not weak, possessing strength at the heavenly king level. Any ordinary individual would likely have perished, but alas, it encountered Gu Changqing. Prior to entering, Gu Changqing had already vanquished it. To his surprise, it reappeared upon his exit. It seemed one could not easily eradicate it, or perhaps it was simply not so easily destroyed. This place appears to be a hunting ground, specifically designed to ensnare those outsiders who dare to enter the Xianwang secret realm. It emanates a tantalizing aura of treasures, luring cultivators to their demise. Who could have orchestrated such a trap? Gu Changqing found it futile to ponder, for there were no genuine treasures here, and remaining any longer would simply squander his time. He decided to depart. Although this expedition to the palace yielded little in terms of material gain, Gu Changqing had not returned entirely empty-handed. Beneath a certain subterranean palace, he discovered a 4th-tier spiritual sword, a royal weapon. Merely possessing this 4th-tier royal weapon was sufficient to validate his journey. This fourth-tier royal armament would undoubtedly elevate the quality of his exquisite sword array. Naturally, if he could procure 3 more royal weapons to form a primary sword array based on the fourth-tier armaments, Changqing estimated that his strength would undergo a significant transformation. Alas, royal weapons are elusive. He had previously enlisted the help of the Dust Heart Pavilion to gather information, yet 2 years had passed with little success. Finding royal weapons was arduous, and fourth-tier artifact masters were even rarer. Even if one were to locate a fourth-tier artifact master, the materials required to forge royal weapons remained hard to come by. Difficult. Changqing departed. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after his exit, the guard station at the palace entrance began to blur and, ultimately, transformed into an exact replica of Changqing, apart from an expressionless face. This figure was indistinguishable from him. The treasure lies within. It is indeed an ancient palace, pulsating with potent spiritual energy. There must be significant treasures within. Shortly after Changqing's departure, waves of cultivators began to arrive. Changqing was the first to discover this place and the quickest to reach it. Among these newcomers, although many had witnessed the soaring beam of light simultaneously with Changqing, their speed was, naturally, far inferior to his. By the time they arrived, Changqing had already explored the palace and left. After his departure, they arrived tardily. Changqing was aware that there was nothing of value inside. It was all an illusion. However, these newcomers, having never entered the palace, were oblivious to this fact. Observing Changqing, the guardian of the palace, they refrained from rash actions and began to scrutinize him closely. In their eyes, Changqing was undoubtedly the sentinel guarding these precious treasures, and to gain entry, they would likely need to defeat or even slay this guardian. As the influx of people increased, some could no longer contain their impatience. With each new arrival, competition intensified, prompting thoughts of entering the palace before the crowd swelled, seizing the treasures, and swiftly departing. Otherwise, with the growing number of visitors, including potential experts of the royal realm, they might end up with nothing. At last, someone could no longer resist the urge. A middle-aged man clad in blue robes, wielding a long sword, charged directly towards the palace gates. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air resonated as he led a number of followers in pursuit. A cold snort escaped Changqing's lips. Confronted with prey entering the hunting zone, he unsheathed his sword and swept it through the air. An invisible blade of light, moving with an uncanny velocity, sliced through the surroundings, and those rushing cultivators were cleaved in two, transforming into lifeless corpses. Instantanément. What? Gasps of astonishment erupted around him. A cultivator at the tribulation stage was unable to withstand the might of a single sword strike from the guardian. Many gazes widened, particularly those who had been eager to follow the blue-robed man. Their advance was abruptly halted. One sword had effectively instilled fear in all present. In that moment, no one dared to act recklessly. The ability to slay multiple tribulation cultivators in an instant indicated a prowess that, if not at the king level, was at least that of a half-king. However, this did not quell their covetousness for the palace. Rather, it incited greater excitement. The greater the strength of the guardian, the more it suggested that the treasures within the palace were extraordinary. Though the presence of Changqing rendered them hesitant to proceed, they did not withdraw, each contemplating the spoils that would await once the guardian was defeated. As time passed, an ever-increasing number of powerful cultivators gathered, including several of half-king caliber. Among them was even a king-level figure. He was a man in his 30s, dressed in splendid attire, who swiftly garnered the attention of the crowd as he descended from the sky. A king-level powerhouse had arrived. I recognize him. He is Xianxia, an elder from the Eastern Sea's Xuanjiao Palace. In his youth, he was a prominent figure in the Eastern Sea. Although Xianxia had recently ascended to the Xianwang level, his strength was formidable. He had once withstood multiple rounds against a king-level cultivator while at the pinnacle of half-king, an astonishing feat. To endure 10 exchanges against a king-level opponent is truly remarkable. One must acknowledge the chasm that lies between king and half-king. I would assert that Xianxia is not far behind the prodigies listed on the spirit rankings. The Xuanjiao Palace? It is a royal-grade sect. Many present hailed from the Eastern Sea within the myriad demon seas, and they immediately recognized the man in splendid attire hovering in mid-air, igniting a wave of chatter. A royal-grade sect. Many southern sea cultivators felt a tremor of awe. Among the 4 outer seas of the myriad demon ocean, only the southern sea lacked a royal-grade power. The Eastern Sea, being the mightiest of the 4 outer seas, boasted 2 royal-grade sects, one of which was the Xianxia Palace. Now, a spectacle was certain to unfold. One could not help but wonder how many exchanges the Guardian could endure against Xikong. 3. No, I believe it would only take one strike. Many held unwavering confidence in Xikong's capabilities. Especially those cultivators hailing from the Eastern Sea are well acquainted with the name of Xianxia. Faced with the formidable prowess of the elder semi-king experts, he remains unyielding, and even against true king-level warriors, he can withstand 10 strikes without succumbing. Chapter 45. One man stands guard. No one may enter. The flattery from the crowd does not perturb Xikong. As a super prodigy of the previous generation from the Xianxia Palace, he has heard such sycophantic praise far too often. He gazes at Changqing, who stands sentinel at the entrance of the ancient palace, his expression slightly grave. The Xianyuan's secret realm is fraught with peril. He will not allow himself to be swayed by the empty praises of others. With a single step, Xikong's figure vanishes from sight, only to reappear within the striking range of Changqing's attack. Changqing lifts his head slightly, his gaze locking onto Xikong. In that fleeting moment, Xikong feels as though he is under the cold scrutiny of death, a chill running through his heart. Not far ahead, Changqing's figure begins to blur. This is not good. Xikong silently curses his misfortune, a sense of impending doom flooding his mind. Without hesitation, he shatters his life-preserving jade talisman, a colossal golden shield materializing instantly before him. Clang! The sharp sound of metal colliding resonates as Changqing's sword, moving with uncanny speed, strikes the golden shield the moment it appears. Bang! The sound of the golden shield shattering echoes through the air. In that instant, as the shield splinters, Xikong transforms into a streak of light, evading Changqing's lethal reach. Having failed to eliminate Xikong with a single blow, Changqing does not pursue, instead returning to the entrance of the ancient hall. Meanwhile, the relieved Xikong gazes at Changqing before the hall, panting heavily. Having utilized 2 life-saving measures, he barely clings to his existence. A moment's delay in shattering the talisman, and he would have met his end. Silence. The atmosphere around the ancient hall is thick with tension. Those who witnessed the encounter rendered utterly speechless, the stillness almost eerie. They are clearly shaken by the brief yet intense exchange. Especially those who had boasted that Changqing would not last a single strike against Xikong, now wish for a hole to hide in. How utterly embarrassing. One strike? Indeed, it is true that he could not withstand even one. Yet the roles have been reversed. It is not Changqing who falters before Xikong, but rather Xikong who cannot endure a single strike from Changqing. Had it not been for the 2 life-saving talismans, the illustrious prodigy of the Xianxia Palace would have surely perished here. Gasp! Many draw in a sharp breath. This guardian is not merely strong. He is outrageously formidable. Even the super prodigy of Xianxia Palace is no match for him. Ha ha ha, Xikong. You truly find yourself in a wretched predicament. Suddenly, a voice laced with sarcasm echoed from a distance. A purple light streaked across the sky, ultimately coming to rest in this very place. The crowd turned their gaze. Before them stood a man clad in purple robes. His expression one of mocking amusement as he regarded the panting, pallid, and somewhat dazed Xikong, his eyes brimming with derision. It was Xianxia of the Heavenly Sword sect. The cultivators of the East Sea recognized him once again. The 2 imperial forces of the East Sea, the Xianyao Palace and the Heavenly Sword sect, had now assembled. Xianxia, like Xikong, was a prodigy of the previous generation, yet he surpassed Xikong in strength. Xikong was among the top elite of the East Sea's last generation, while Xianxia was unparalleled, the true foremost figure of that era. He had always overshadowed Xikong since their emergence, rendering the younger generation of Xianyao Palace unable to hold their heads high before those of the Heavenly Sword sect. As they reached the age of 30, the gap between them not only failed to diminish, but instead widened. Xikong had only recently broken through to the Xianyuan realm, whereas Xianxia had achieved that milestone several years prior. Presently, Xikong was no longer regarded as a rival by Xianxia, however, as one of his former adversaries. And given the strained relations between their 2 imperial factions, Xianxia could not resist the urge to mock him upon their encounter. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Xikong's eyes. Xianxia had evidently failed to notice that he had barely escaped annihilation despite employing 2 trump cards earlier. Moreover, in comparison, Jian Nanxing exuded an air of arrogance that bordered on disdain. This was to be expected of one who had once held the title of the East C's foremost youth. It's easy to talk. If you're capable, then step up. Xikongsheng provocatively challenged Jian Nanxing. Many around them exchanged peculiar glances, their hearts beginning to race with anticipation. Xikongsheng was clearly setting a trap for Jian Nanxing. No one dared to warn Jian Nanxing, as such a gesture would undoubtedly offend Xikongsheng. Step up? Naturally. I shall. I'm not a worthless fool like you. Jian Nanxing spat, brandishing his sword as he plunged into the fray. Watch closely, worthless. He taunted. But before he could finish his derisive remark, Changqing had inexplicably appeared at his side, leaving the crowd bewildered by the swiftness of his strike. A faint trace of blood extended from Jian Nanxing's forehead, cascading downward. Thud! The vitality in his eyes rapidly dwindled. Confusion, disbelief, and a whirlwind of emotions engulfed him. This was the final psychological turmoil of Jian Nanxing before his demise. Jian Nanxing, the super prodigy of the Heavenly Sword sect, had once eclipsed all the youth of the East Sea, a being who had rendered countless talents unable to raise their heads. And yet, he perished beneath Changqing's blade, having only drawn a single strike. Was Jian Nanxing truly dead? In the hearts of the crowd, a profound shock prevailed. The once revered young talent of the East Sea had perished just like that? His reputation was formidable, but what did it matter? Did he live longer than I? Gazing upon the lifeless body of Jian Nanxing, Xikongsheng smirked coldly. Even someone as cautious as Xikongsheng had nearly met his demise under Changqing's blade. As a superlative prodigy of the Heavenly Sword sect, a royal power, it was inconceivable that Jian Nanxing lacked means for self-preservation. Alas, he had not even the chance to employ them before Changqing struck him down. The one responsible for his demise was none other than himself. His arrogant disposition had led to his downfall. Effortlessly, he had eradicated a potential future threat to Xuanjiao Palace, and Xikongsheng nearly burst into laughter. The more boastful he had been, the more tragic his end became. Casting a fleeting glance at the ancient hall and the vigilant Changqing at the entrance, Xikongsheng showed no sign of hesitation and transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from the scene. To Xikongsheng, with Changqing serving as a sentinel, the prospect of retrieving treasures from within the ancient palace was nearly impossible. Rather than squander time here, it would be wiser to seek fortune elsewhere. Time passed swiftly, and throngs of people gathered outside the ancient palace, with many arriving and departing. Numerous individuals sought to test their mettle, yet upon beholding Jian Nanxing's lifeless form, they promptly abandoned their aspirations. If a talent of Jian Nanxing's caliber had been reduced to a mere corpse, what hope did they possess? Before long, news of the ancient palace spread thoroughly through the vicinity, drawing many who came not for treasures, but merely to glimpse the legendary Invincible Guardian. Within that ancient palace, treasures surely lay hidden, yet no one could enter. They could only gaze from afar. The indomitable guardian outside the hall could dispatch even those at the kingly realm in an instant. The corpses before the hall served as relentless reminders to those with designs on the palace's treasures. Without strength, do not dare to attempt, lest they too become one of those lifeless forms. Amidst the bodies, numerous storage rings and bags lay scattered, yet none dared to retrieve them. Once one entered the guardian's attack range, a singular fate awaited them: death. On this day, a unique group of guests approached the palace. Fortuitously, this guardian was merely a replica of Changqing, not the man himself. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly recognize that among this group were individuals clad in the attire of the Dust Heart Pavilion. Elder man, you speak of such extraordinary prowess. Is the guardian at the hall truly that formidable? The third elder of the Dust Heart Pavilion inquired slowly. If what the ninth elder of Qingluan Palace has said is true, then that guardian must possess extraordinary strength, capable of dispatching even those at the kingly realm in an instant. What level of might is this? Is it the pinnacle of the Xianwang realm, or perhaps a heavenly king-level powerhouse? Among the group were disciples of the Dust Heart Pavilion, led by the third elder. Among them were disciples of the Qingluan Palace, led by the ninth elder. Prior to entering, both sects had made an agreement that should they encounter the elders or disciples of the opposing sect, they would act in unison, providing mutual support. While this was termed mutual assistance, the disciples of Qingluan Palace understood that the palace master's words implied they should extend protection and care to the disciples of the Dust Heart Pavilion when encountered within the secret realm. As for the care from the Dust Heart Pavilion, that seemed rather unlikely. Although the Dust Heart Pavilion was classified as a royal-level force, its foundation was lacking. It merely met the standards of royal-level forces in terms of its king realm level, while in terms of elders and disciples, it fell short even compared to ordinary royal-level forces, let alone when compared to the established royal-level force, such as Qingyuan Palace. For instance, at this moment, the 9th elder of Qingyuan Palace was a genuine half-king late-stage powerhouse, while the 3rd elder of Dust Heart Pavilion was merely at the 9th level of the Tribulation Realm, not even reaching the half-king status. Thus, while it was claimed to be mutual care, it essentially meant that the disciples of Qingyuan Palace were to provide additional support or protection to the Dust Heart Pavilion. The individuals from Qingyuan Palace felt a tinge of dissatisfaction in their hearts. However, they were fully aware that the palace master wished to cultivate a favorable relationship with the Dust Heart Pavilion for reasons unknown to them, and as disciples, they could only comply. Yet, along the way, inadvertent displays of disdain or disdainful sentiments were unavoidable. The disciples of Dust Heart Pavilion were keenly aware of this, yet felt powerless, as the gap in strength between the two sects was indeed considerable. It was only natural for the other side to harbor disdain. Indeed, it was true, though I had never witnessed it myself, only heard tales. The 9th elder of Qingyuan Palace, also known as Elder Man, nodded slightly, quickening his pace as they approached their destination. Behold, they had arrived. There stood the formidable guardian of the ancient palace. Soon, the ancient edifice manifested before the disciples of Qingyuan Palace and Dust Heart Pavilion. At a glance, an ancient palace, existing for countless years, was guarded by a figure. This figure exuded no vital signs, clearly not a living being. He was extraordinarily handsome, a quintessentially attractive man, yet his eyes were tightly shut, indifferent to any newcomers, provided they did not step into his range of attack. The 3rd elder followed the line of sight, and soon beheld the young guardian standing before the ancient palace. Huh! Upon seeing the guardian for the first time, the 3rd elder suddenly froze. He shifted his gaze and looked more closely. Huh? The 3rd elder's mouth slightly agape. His eyes filled with disbelief, he halted his steps. Huh? 3rd elder, what is the matter? Why have you stopped? Elder Man of Qingyuan Palace cast a curious glance at the astonished 3rd elder beside him, questioning with intrigue. Not only the members of Qingyuan Palace, but even the disciples of Dust Heart Pavilion looked toward the 3rd elder in confusion. They were newly joined disciples and did not recognize Changqing. It was precisely because they were unacquainted and had never seen him that they were puzzled. 3rd elder, what troubles you? Why do you appear as if you have seen a ghost? Elder Man turned his gaze in the direction indicated by the 3rd elder, and there stood Changqing, quietly guarding the palace gates. He nodded. Yes, that is him. What is amiss? He is the supreme elder of my Changqing Pavilion. The 3rd elder's voice quivered with disbelief. He had never anticipated that the invincible guardian spoken of by Elder Man and the others was indeed their own supreme elder. No, not merely the supreme elder. The 3rd elder was now thoroughly bewildered. He could not comprehend why this guardian bore such an uncanny resemblance to the supreme elder. Changqing held an official position within the Changqing Pavilion as its supreme elder. What? At this revelation, Elder Man and the disciples of the Qingyuan Palace, along with those from the Changqing Pavilion, were collectively struck with astonishment. This guardian was the supreme elder of the Changqing Pavilion? What a jest! No, 3rd elder. This jest cannot be taken lightly. Are you certain of your recognition? Surely, he cannot merely resemble him? Elder Man could not restrain his inquiry. No. I could never be mistaken. This guardian may not be the supreme elder, but his visage is undoubtedly that of the supreme elder. The impression Changqing had left on the 3rd elder was far too profound to allow for any error. This was no mere resemblance. It was a perfect replication, almost as if he were a clone of the supreme elder. As the tumult of thoughts surged within them, an overwhelming and majestic pressure suddenly descended upon the scene. A formidable being has arrived. At that moment, all eyes turned towards the source of the pressure. This force was at least that of a heavenly king. A heavenly king had descended. The realm of kings is divided into 3 tiers, with the Xianxia being the first among them. Above the Xianxia lies the heavenly king. At this level, one is rightfully addressed as a formidable being. Such entities stand at the pinnacle in any empire. Chapter 47. Is he the monarch? The shock of the God King Xiao. Yuan Yang's sacred sect, God King Xiao. Some gazed in awe at the elegantly dressed, middle-aged man in the heavens and gasped in astonishment. What? The God King? While not everyone might be familiar with the Yuan Yang sacred sect, the name God King Xiao resonated clearly with them. The powerful presence that had arrived was not merely a heavenly king, but a God King. A tumultuous wave of emotions surged within the crowd. A God King is an invincible entity in the absence of a monarch. Yet, how many monarchs exist in the entirety of the myriad demons and four seas? Furthermore, they are often in seclusion, making the God King realm the most prominent among the four great outer seas. The Yuanyang sacred sect is the foremost sect under the imperial power of the Northern Sea. God King Xiao has been at the God King level for many years. Despite appearing to be in his 40s, his true age exceeds 200 years. Seeing that many around did not recognize this powerful being, some practitioners from the Northern Sea promptly began to explain. The arrival of the Divine King has bestowed an air of anticipation regarding the ancient palace's gates, which many believe are destined to be breached. Those who previously battled the guards, regardless of their prodigious talents, were merely at the level of the profound king, far from the realm of the heavenly king. This time, however, they are confronted by a formidable being who has ascended to the third tier of the king realm, a veritable divine king. While they dare not covet the treasures within the ancient palace, an insatiable curiosity stirs within them about the extraordinary artifacts that might reside within its confines. Upon the descent of the divine king, without uttering a word, he unleashed a mighty palm strike toward Changqing, who stood before the palace. The vast imprint of his palm obscured the sky, prompting all present to retreat to a safe distance. Even the residual waves of the divine king's strike were beyond their capacity to withstand. Changqing, stationed before the palace doors, seemed to sense the impending danger as he gazed upward at the colossal palm descending upon him. Yet, his expression remained inscrutable. With a sword in hand, he ascended into the air, his long sword pointed toward the heavens, fracturing the earth beneath him in an instant. A magnificent sword, shimmering with resplendent azure light, erupted from the rift in the ground. With a thunderous crash, the giant sword collided with the palm imprint, causing the very fabric of the universe to tremble. The booming sound reverberated deafeningly in the air. No one entertained the notion that Changqing stood any chance of victory. After all, he was facing a divine king. Yet, to their astonishment, an incredible scene unfolded. The clash between the giant sword and the palm imprint held for but a fleeting moment before the vast palm shattered like a spider's web. What? Witnesses were left agape, unable to utter a sound. All were struck into a stupor, their eyes wide with disbelief. What they had anticipated to be an overwhelming defeat had instead revealed that the Guardian had gained the upper hand in their initial encounter. That was the force of a divine king's strike. Even a mere casual blow from such a being could annihilate countless profound and heavenly kings. In that instant, realization dawned upon them. They had grossly underestimated the strength of the Guardian. Annihilating a profound king was within the capabilities of a perfected profound king, and even more so for a heavenly king. Initially, they had surmised that the Palace Guardian's strength was akin to that of a perfected profound king, with little possibility of reaching the heavenly king level. But now, the heavenly king? It was evident that even the divine king found himself at a considerable disadvantage in this direct confrontation. As the palm imprint shattered, the divine king, Xiao, also experienced a measure of backlash, taking a couple of steps back to regain his footing. He had not anticipated that his strike would be so effortlessly severed. Though he had not exerted his full strength, it still possessed the might of a divine king. Intriguing, he mused, the corners of his mouth curling slightly as he appeared before Changqing. The battle commenced. In the air above, the two engaged in a fierce and tumultuous clash. The terrifying aftermath of the battle reverberated through the air, even from a great distance, striking the faces of onlookers with a stinging sensation. Yet, none were willing to miss a single moment of the spectacle. A confrontation at the level of a divine king is a rare occurrence indeed. At this echelon, one encounters figures of paramount authority from various factions, who seldom intervene directly, with few matters compelling enough to warrant their personal involvement. Is this truly the clash of divine kings? As the two engaged in combat, the very fabric of space began to exhibit signs of instability. This is troubling, thought the divine king Xiao. In midair, after Changqing unleashed a breathtaking sword light, the divine king Xiao was sent reeling back several hundred steps, blood spewing forth, his aura diminishing significantly. What was anticipated as a grand battle swiftly devolved into a scenario where the divine king Xiao found himself utterly suppressed and wounded, having coughed up blood after just a brief skirmish. Witnessing the blood spill from him, and noting his reluctance to retaliate against the palace guards. The crowd felt a chill run down their spines. This single strike not only injured the divine King Xiao, but also propelled him beyond the confines of the ancient palace. Once outside the boundaries, Changqing, the palace guard, refrained from pursuing further and returned to the palace entrance, closing his eyes. Invincible. At that moment, the only thought resonating in the hearts of the spectators was one word: invincible. Even a divine king could not withstand the might of this palace guard. And so swiftly was the defeat that one could not help but wonder who else could possibly challenge him within the vast expanse of the Xianxia secret realm. The emperors? It seemed implausible, as they could not even enter this sacred ground. This raised a crucial question. If a palace guard could easily best a divine king, who could possibly gain entry here? The emperors were barred from the Xianxia secret realm, rendering any hope of resolution futile. Third Elder. Are you truly certain that the palace guard bears an identical appearance to your sect's supreme elder? Inquired the ninth elder of Qingwan Palace, unable to contain his curiosity. At this juncture, even the third elder found himself wavering in certainty. He had not anticipated the presence of such a formidable entity within the Xianxia secret realm, one that even he could not contend with. The divine king Xiao cast a deep glance at Changqing, stationed before the palace doors. It had been many years since he had tasted defeat. Without lingering further, the divine King Zhao's figure began to blur. His injuries were not excessively grave, yet they were significant enough to necessitate a retreat for healing. The cultivators surrounding the palace soon dispersed, realizing that if even a divine king could not breach this place, their own attempts would be futile. Moreover, there remained ample time before the secret realm would close, allowing them to continue their exploration of the Xianxia secret realm. The third elders of Qingwan Palace and Changqing chose to remain together as they departed. The third elder's mind remained shrouded in uncertainty, yet he resolved to seek clarity from the grand elder whenever the opportunity arose. What connection did the palace guards have with him? Their resemblance was striking, almost identical. Ninth elder, look, the sky is darkening. Is rain imminent? A disciple from the Qingwan Palace suddenly pointed toward the distant horizon. Do not speak foolishly. Though it is daytime within the Xianxia secret realm, there is no sun nor clouds. How could this be? The ninth elder chastised the disciple, but his words trailed off abruptly. Following the disciple's gaze, he indeed beheld a mass of ominous clouds advancing toward them. This is not right, he thought. It had been many days since they entered the Xianxia secret realm, and they had yet to encounter any white clouds, let alone dark ones. Suddenly, a sense of unease washed over him. The ninth elder furrowed his brow, closed his eyes, and expanded his spiritual awareness to its fullest extent. When he opened his eyes again, the light of his gaze was replaced by sheer terror. No, those are not clouds. They're demonic beasts. The last two words were nearly a roar. His agitation was warranted, as within his spiritual perception lay an overwhelming multitude of demonic beast auras beyond counting. In that instant, not only the members of the Qingwan Palace's Changqing Pavilion, but also many cultivators who had recently departed from the ancient palace became aware of the situation. Demonic beasts. So many demonic beasts. A glance revealed a vast, dark mass obscuring the sky. On the ground, the trembling earth resonated beneath their feet. Heavens! How many demonic beasts could this possibly be? Some individuals stuttered as they spoke. The demonic beasts range from those merely at the true spirit realm to those exuding the aura of demonic kings, numerous and formidable. At that moment, every cultivator within the vicinity turned pale, gripped by sheer terror. Damn it, this is a beast tide, and its scale is beyond imagination. How could this be? Was it a result of the earlier confrontation between the divine King Xiao and the palace guards? It was highly plausible. We should not have been there to spectate. How could I have overlooked this? The Xianxia secret realm is home to countless demonic beasts. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? Fear and despair suffused the hearts of all present. In particular, amidst the tide of beasts, many were of the profound king level, with even a number of celestial king-level beasts present. This had roused every demonic beast within the area. Countless demonic beasts surged toward them, and it would not be long before the panicked horde would trample them underfoot. At that moment, not only the third elder and ninth elder, along with other tribulation realm or semi-king level cultivators, but even those at the king realm felt a surge of panic. Faced with such an overwhelming tide of beasts, those inhabiting this region, aside from the esteemed King Xiao, found themselves with little hope of escape. The relentless onslaught would soon grind them down, leaving not even a trace of their existence. What to do? What to do? I do not wish to perish. Ah, the ancient palace. Let's seek refuge there. Perhaps the guardians of the palace can shield us from this beastly onslaught. Yet, could such formidable guardians withstand this immense tide? They were acutely aware of the guardians' prowess. Even the King Xiao could not prevail against them. However, the scale of this beastly horde was simply too vast. Even King Xiao would be compelled to avoid direct confrontation. For while escape was possible, facing such a colossal surge head-on would surely result in being torn to shreds. There are simply too many. Too many. Furthermore, amongst them reside numerous beast kings, even those of the celestial realm. Yet, there was no time for hesitation. Remaining here would lead only to certain doom. Returning to the ancient palace offered a glimmer of hope. No one faltered, including the third elder of Qingwan Palace and the ninth elder of Changqing Pavilion. All began their retreat to the ancient palace along the same path they had come. Upon their return, Changqing remained steadfastly stationed at the palace entrance, utterly immovable. However, should anyone dare to breach the palace's sanctum, he would unleash his wrath indiscriminately. Follow me. We shall take refuge behind the palace, allowing the guardians to stand in our stead against the tide. Remember, do not step within the palace's confines. Only in this manner do we retain a flicker of hope. Spoke a formidable figure among them, a mystic king. At this moment, unity was paramount. They must disperse or face certain annihilation. Upon hearing this, everyone gathered in a clearing behind the palace, a space just beyond the reach of the guardians' wrath. All that remained was to pray, to beseech the guardians to withstand the coming tide. In the face of such an immense horde, their efforts seemed futile, resting their hopes solely upon the seemingly invincible palace guardians. All they could do was pray. Darkness was rapidly engulfing the earth, their gazes fixed upon an expanse of utter blackness ahead, while behind them lay a clear, azure sky. Everyone gripped their weapons tightly, silently awaiting the arrival of the beast tide. At last, the monstrous horde collided with the palace guardians. Chapter 49. Confronting the beast tide. What is true invincibility? Countless beasts surged into the palace's domain. At the very moment this throng of beasts breached the palace's threshold, Changqing suddenly opened his eyes. A chill radiated from his gaze. Changqing sprang into action. Four spiritual swords, each positioned at the cardinal points, erupted with brilliant crimson light. Stepping forward, Changqing unleashed a sweeping strike with his sword. The crescent-shaped blade of light he conjured cleaved through all in its path, leaving devastation in its wake. Endless monstrous beasts fell beneath the blinding radiance of the sword, transforming into a sky filled with lifeless bodies. Yet, the sheer number of these creatures was overwhelming. They surged forth relentlessly, and with every fallen group, another emerged. The acrid scent of blood stirred the primal instincts within the beasts, inciting an already frenzied tide of monsters into a further frenzy. However, in the face of this relentless onslaught, Changqing remained impassive, wielding his sword with unwavering resolve. With each swing, he claimed the lives of countless beasts. In that moment, Changqing resembled a merciless engine of slaughter, undeterred by the multitude of beasts before him. His sole command being, kill. No matter how many came, he would slay them all. Not even the formidable Xuanwang-level or Tianwang-level demon kings were exempt from his wrath. In Changqing's hands, whether it be a Xianwang or a Tianwang, a single stroke was all it took, and with that stroke, a swath of destruction followed. The mountain of beast carcasses left those behind the palace in a state of sheer astonishment. Such power! This guardian of the palace was invincible. Amidst the unending tide of beasts, he carved out a sanctuary where no creature could survive to enter. One man, one sword, pierced through the monstrous horde. For reasons unknown, an inexplicable sense of gratitude arose within the hearts of the onlookers towards the guardian of the temple. Though he possessed neither emotion nor consciousness, only executing all adversaries that dared to encroach upon the palace, he had indeed saved them. Had it not been for the temple guardian, they would have been reduced to mere fragments by the beastly assault. Time passed, and gradually the sky brightened. This signified the end of the beast tide. Ultimately, they had survived. Some individuals even began to chuckle foolishly, for the horrors they had just experienced would be seared into their memories for eternity. Many turned towards Changqing and offered a slight bow in gratitude. Although Changqing was devoid of self-awareness, the fact remained that he had rescued them. Thus, their gesture was well-deserved. Not far from this location, a young man clad in white slowly appeared. Those present would undoubtedly recognize him as the very guardian from before the ancient palace. Was the beast tied a consequence of the previous clash at the Divine King level? Changqing glanced at the recently dissipated horde, momentarily taken aback. During these past days, he had not ventured far, instead continuing his search for treasures in the surrounding area. Yet, he had found nothing of value, only some 3rd and 4th tier spirit herbs, with none of the 5th tier items in sight. Just a short while ago, he had suddenly sensed a surge of divine, king-level spiritual energy emanating from this vicinity, prompting him to investigate. As he drew nearer to the source of the spiritual fluctuations, Changqing found himself at a loss for words. Was this not the very place he had visited previously? Not far in the past lies the ancient palace, a place he had once traversed, now bereft of substance, merely an illusion. What transpired in his absence? How could there still exist a being of divine rank engaged in combat here? With a mind full of questions, Changqing pressed onward toward the location of the ancient sanctuary, which soon revealed itself before him. Meanwhile, the surviving cultivators were regaining their spiritual energy, as the previous wave of beasts had drained them significantly. Suddenly, a beam of white light descended, hovering above the palace, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Before they all looked up in unison, the sight nearly halted their hearts. Hovering in the air, Changqing was equally taken aback. For before the entrance of the ancient palace, he beheld himself, or rather, a doppelganger, an identical Changqing. He was rendered speechless. He distinctly remembered that the guardian station at the door did not resemble this at all, being woefully weak, merely at the Xianxia level. Yet, the figure before him, an exact replica, likely possessed strength akin to that of a divine being, perhaps roughly 1/10, if not less, of his true self. Was the earlier fluctuation from the divine battle a result of this Changqing's confrontation? Changqing began to scrutinize this palace sentinel intently. Meanwhile, the cultivators recovering their strength behind the palace were utterly bewildered. 2 identical figures? The only discernible difference was that the later Changqing was a living entity, while the one guarding the palace exuded no signs of life, not a living being at all. When the world was happening, confusion reigned in their hearts. Grand Elder? At that moment, the 3rd elder of Changqing Pavilion, situated beside the 9th elder of Qingyuan Palace, spoke up. He recognized that the Changqing before the palace was not the Grand Elder, but he was certain that this later Changqing was undeniably the Grand Elder of their sect. Changqing, this was the truth. Upon hearing someone call his name, Changqing shifted his gaze from the palace guardian to the 3rd elder of Changqing Pavilion. 3rd elder? What brings you here? He had encountered all the elders of Changqing Pavilion, and thus recognized that this was indeed the 3rd elder under his command. This was the first familiar face he had encountered since entering the secret realm. The vastness of this realm had exceeded his expectations, and he had believed he might not meet anyone he knew until the end, yet here they were. Grand Elder, is it truly you? The 3rd elder exclaimed, visibly excited. The younger disciples of Changqing Pavilion also turned their curious gazes toward the Changqing hovering in the air. These disciples, having joined the Dust Heart Pavilion later, were unfamiliar with Changqing. However, they were aware that there existed a supreme elder within the pavilion, a figure who had remained almost mythical. Never seen by them until now, within the confines of this secret realm, their curiosity was piqued. Recently, they had arrived at this ancient palace, which exuded a potent aura of spiritual energy, seemingly harboring a treasure within. Yet, a guardian stood watch, an individual who bore an uncanny resemblance to the supreme elder. Elder Sen gestured towards the palace guardian, who remained in meditative repose. Swiftly, Elder San recounted the events leading up to this moment to Changqing. I have entered that palace and found nothing of value, Changqing replied, somewhat exasperated. So many have perished here, their lives claimed by a treasure that does not even exist within that ancient palace. If that is the case, it is indeed tragic. Those who sacrifice their lives for an illusion would surely rest uneasily. What? You have entered? There is no treasure? The astonishment of those present was palpable. Senior, you have truly entered? Everyone exclaimed, having witnessed the formidable power of the palace guardian. How could Changqing have done so? Indeed, there is nothing inside. If you do not believe me, feel free to investigate for yourselves, Changqing declared, descending gracefully as he approached the ancient palace. Senior halt. Supreme Elder no. Chapter 50. The disparity between clone and original. As Changqing neared the lethal range of the palace guardian, Elder San was struck with panic. The guardian was known for its indiscriminate attacks on all who entered its domain. Despite Changqing's identical appearance, this soulless sentinel would not hesitate to strike, regardless of resemblance. Yet Gu Changqing strolled in as if unperturbed. Buzz. True to expectation, the moment Gu Changqing crossed the threshold, the palace guardian's eyes snapped open, and it sprang into action. This is the end, Elder Sam lamented internally. However, the ensuing scene left them all in stunned silence. Gu Changqing raised his hand, summoning a spiritual sword, and with a swift stroke aimed at the advancing guardian, he cleaved down. There was no grand battle. It was merely a singular, decisive strike that obliterated the palace guardian, scattering its essence like stardust. A flame of azure hue ignited at Gu Changqing's fingertip. Begone! With a resounding crack, the dispersed essence was instantly rendered void. No matter what, the impostor must be eliminated. The sight of one who mirrored his own likeness was unsettling for Gu Changqing. Regardless of the fact that the other was not a living being, the palace appears rather peculiar. I never anticipated it could replicate me. Albeit this copy possesses less than 1/10 of my original strength, Gu Changqing mused. However, he remained oblivious to the profound shock his sword had inflicted upon those present. At that moment, even the sound of a needle falling to the ground would be distinctly audible. What had they witnessed? The palace guard, an entity regarded as invincible in their minds, had vanquished the god King Xiao and slaughtered the beast tide. It seemed inconceivable that the palace guard could be defeated unless a sovereign intervened. Yet here was Gu Changqing, effortlessly striking down the guard with a mere stroke of his sword. The disparity was staggering. The gazes directed at Gu Changqing were akin to those reserved for an unparalleled terror. Was the palace guard truly so weak? Doubts began to creep into their minds. Yet they quickly dismissed them. No, it was not that the palace guard was feeble. The cultivators regarded Gu Changqing with awe. The astonishment within them was immeasurable. Was he a sovereign? A singular word emerged in many minds. Gu Changqing could not possibly be a sovereign. Yet, were not sovereigns prohibited from entering the Xianxia secret realm? If they could, the sovereigns from the 3 great outer seas would have entered long ago. Go ahead. There is truly nothing within, Gu Changqing declared, waving his hand to collect the fallen storage rings and bags into his possession. These storage rings, I shall take. Do you have any objections? And no, senior. Take them as you wish, they stammered, not daring to oppose. Did they have the audacity to voice dissent? They had witnessed Gu Changqing's earlier annihilation of the palace guard with clarity. At this moment, the 9th elder of the Qingwan Palace was equally astounded, understanding now why the palace master had emphasized the importance of maintaining good relations with the Changqing Pavilion. The Changqing Pavilion harbored such an exalted being. This esteemed elder Gu was likely a sovereign. It is worth noting that prior to Gu Changqing, the South Sea had not produced a sovereign in a considerable time. Meanwhile, within a certain area of the Xianxia secret realm, Gu Qing'er found herself confronting a group of blue-robed cultivators. She was not alone. Alongside her were several disciples from the Changqing Pavilion, and, leading the group from the Qingwan Palace, was one of her suitors, the Saint Sun Yuanfei. They had encountered each other on the 3rd day after entering the secret realm, and had since been traveling together. Despite the camaraderie, Gu Qing'er preferred to explore the realm independently. However, Yuanfei was relentless, refusing to part ways since their first meeting. Trailing behind her with a retinue of Qingwan Palace disciples, unable to shake him off. He justified his presence with the pretext of protecting Gu Qing. But did she truly require protection given her strength? Although Yuanfei is the holy son of the Qingwan Palace, he does not possess the title of the most powerful holy son, as his abilities are somewhat inferior to those of Gu Qing. In times of peril, it remains uncertain who would protect whom. Furthermore, Gu Qing'er harbors little affection for Yuanfei or anyone from the Qingwan Palace. In fact, she feels a degree of aversion towards them. This sentiment may stem from the Qingwan Palace's status as an established royal-level force, which is significantly stronger than the recently elevated royal-level sect of Changqing Pavilion. The members of Qingwan Palace often exhibit a subtle arrogance when confronting the disciples of Changqing Pavilion, believing themselves to be superior, which is rather disconcerting. Not long ago, Gu Qing'er and her companions discovered another mining site rich in 3rd-tier azure goldstones, which are quite valuable. Gu Qing'er, along with several disciples from Changqing Pavilion and over a dozen disciples from Qingwan Palace led by Yuanfei, worked tirelessly to excavate for most of the day. Just as they were nearing completion, a group of unwelcome guests arrived. These were the 4 blue-robe cultivators now confronting Gu Qing'er and her companions. Although they were few in number, each was a formidable figure of the robbery realm. In contrast, Gu Qing'er and Yu Wenfei were the only two at this level among their group, while the remaining disciples from Changqing Pavilion and Qingwan Palace, though numerous, were merely at the true spirit realm and offered little assistance. Fortunately, both Gu Qing'er and Yu Wenfei are prodigious talents, their strength surpassing their realms. Thus they are not to be underestimated in a confrontation against the four blue-robed cultivators. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a matter of precedence. We have been mining this azure goldstone for the better part of the day. Now that you have arrived, demanding we relinquish 80% seems rather excessive. Gu Qing'er remarked, her brows furrowing in displeasure. The leader of the blue-robed cultivators, a slightly older youth, replied with a scoff. Precedence? I only know that in this world, the one with the mightiest fist dictates the rules. The other blue-robed cultivators appear to regard him as their leader. Hearing this, Gu Qing'er slowly placed her hand on the hilt of her jade sword at her waist. It seemed negotiations had reached an impasse. While she might have considered conceding the portion of the mine yet to be excavated, given they had already extracted the majority, the remaining 1/5 was hardly worth surrendering. As for 80%, that was an outrageous demand. The other party was clearly attempting to rob them outright, expecting them to labor without compensation. Noticing Gu Qing'er and her companions preparing for a confrontation, the blue-robed youth sneered, I'm already being exceedingly benevolent by allowing you to keep 20%. Do not say I did not warn you. My sex elder is en route to this location. He is a formidable figure at the King realm. By the time he arrives, you will be fortunate to retain even 1%, let alone 20. You may even lose your lives. The time you have to choose is dwindling. His temper is far less forgiving than mine. Before his words could fully settle, a streak of light shot across the horizon. A faint smile graced the blue-robed youth's face. Well, you see, now you won't even have the luxury of leaving. A streak of light traversed the sky, appearing above this very place, causing Gu Qing'er and Yu Wenfei to narrow their pupils. A formidable presence from the King realm. In Chapter 51, the residual power intimidated those of the King realm. Previously, when a young man in the blue robe mentioned this matter, Gu Qing'er did not fully believe him. After all, it was entirely possible that he fabricated stories to coerce them into surrendering the lapis lazuli they possessed. However, it now seemed that he had not spoken falsely. Master Bien, the young man in the blue robe and his companions bowed deeply, paying their respects to the elder hovering in the air. Elder Bien nodded slightly, his gaze piercing downward, locking onto Gu Qing'er and the others. A terrifying pressure descended, making it increasingly difficult for Gu Qing'er and the others to breathe. Predecessor, I am from the South Seas royal sect, the Qingwan Palace. Might you spare us for the sake of the Qingwan Palace? We are willing to surrender all the lapis lazuli we have mined, Yu Wenfei managed to utter with great difficulty. At this juncture, he could only invoke the name of the Qingwan Palace in an attempt to intimidate this king realm figure. The Qingwan Palace was no ordinary royal power. Its leader was on the verge of reaching the heavenly king realm. Once accomplished, the Qingwan Palace would ascend to be among the top 4 or 5 sects in the myriad demons of the South Sea. The Qingwan Palace? Elder Bien scoffed, expressing his disdain. He had never even heard of such a sect. The sect he belonged to, the Xianxia sect, was located in the North Sea, far removed from the South Sea. Moreover, although the Xianxia sect was not an imperial-level power, it was still one of the foremost elite sects in the North Sea, with its leader being a consummate heavenly king. While he was unaware of the Qingwan Palace's origins, it was evident that it was not a particularly formidable sect. Otherwise, he would have at least heard of it. He was well aware of the powers in the various seas that one should not provoke lightly, and clearly, the Qingwan Palace was not among them. Upon learning that the sect behind Yu Wenfei and the others was not one that he could not afford to offend, Elder Bien's confidence grew, and he was preparing to take action to subdue them when he suddenly froze. This attire, Elder Bien's gaze unexpectedly fell upon Gu Qing, standing beside Yu Wenfei, and this glance momentarily stunned him. While he did not recognize Gu Qing'er, the sect's clothing she donned evoked a sense of familiarity within him. Had he seen it somewhere before? As he pondered, his eyes widened in realization. It was before the ancient palace. Elder Bien finally recalled where he had seen this attire. Those individuals beside the extraordinary youth at the ancient palace were clad in garments identical to this young woman's. It turned out that Elder Bien of the Xianxia sect was one of the Xianwang realm experts who had survived the beast tide. Remembering the scene where Gu Changqing annihilated the palace guards with a single sword strike, Elder Bien could not help but shiver involuntarily. Those individuals referred to the extraordinary youth as the Supreme Elder, clearly indicating that he belonged to the same sect. This implies that the woman before them caused a chill to run down Elder Bien's spine. Fortunately, he refrained from taking action. Otherwise, it would have led to considerable trouble. Although the Shadow Vulture sect was formidable, it paled in comparison to a being of the Divine King level. Moreover, the individual in question was likely more than just a Divine King. He could very well be an emperor. Elder Bien exhaled a deep breath of relief, gestured for the 4 disciples of the Shadow Vulture sect, and transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from the scene. Witnessing this, Yu Wenfei and Gu Qing, along with the others, breathed a collective sigh of relief. They had feared for their lives moments earlier. Evidently, the name Qingyuan Palace held substantial deterrent power. I was truly frightened just now. Fortunately, Senior Brother would invoke the name of our sect in time. Those blue-robed cultivators were so arrogant before, weren't they? Oomph. Upon hearing Senior Brother Wen's identity as the Holy Son of Qingyuan Palace, they left in a most undignified manner. The disciples of Qingyuan Palace, positioned behind Yu Wenfei, wore expressions of pride. In their eyes, Elder Bien and his companions were certainly frightened away by Senior Brother Wen's connection to Qingyuan Palace. Their glances occasionally darted towards the members of the Dust Heart Pavilion, as if to convey, "Behold, this is the might of Qingyuan Palace." Previously, Gu Qing'er had appeared disdainful towards Senior Brother Wen, reluctant to join forces with them. Yet today, had it not been for Senior Brother Wen and the presence of their group, that earlier crowd would have likely shown no mercy in their annihilation. "Let us depart. It is unwise to linger here," Yu Wenfei declared, a triumphant expression gracing his countenance. The recent episode would surely prompt Gu Qing'er to regard him with newfound respect. The prestige of the Holy Son of Qingyuan Palace is certainly incomparable to that of ordinary royal factions. While both he and Gu Qing'er were holy sons and daughters, the status of the Holy Son of Qingyuan Palace was evidently of a different caliber than that of the Holy Daughter of Dust Heart Pavilion. Gu Qing'er furrowed her delicate brows, seemingly indifferent to Yu Wenfei's words. Did those individuals truly retreat due to the intimidation of Qingyuan Palace? Yet, she had clearly observed Elder Bien's eyes flicker with a hint of doubt and mockery when Yu Wenfei revealed his identity as the Holy Son of Qingyuan Palace. But then, why did his expression suddenly change so drastically? Such a delayed reaction seemed implausible. Nevertheless, apart from the fear instilled by Qingyuan Palace's reputation, there appeared to be no better explanation. With a lingering sense of confusion, Gu Qing'er and her companions chose not to continue mining the remaining fifth of the turquoise stone quarry. Instead, they departed alongside Yu Wenfei and the other disciples of Qingyuan Palace. Meanwhile, the 4 blue-robed cultivators, abruptly taken away by Elder Bien, were left in a state of bewilderment. What transpired? Why did the elder leave so suddenly? What kind of power was Qingyuan Palace that could instill such apprehension in Elder Bien? This sentiment was shared not only by Yu Wenfei and his companions, but also among the 4 blue-robed disciples of the Shadow Vulture sect. The young man in the blue robe could no longer contain the questions swirling within him and began to speak slowly. Yet before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Elder Bien. "I understand your doubts," he began. "Previously, I ventured into an ancient palace and narrowly escaped disaster." As Elder Bien recounted his experiences within the ancient palace, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense among the listeners. The beast tide, the palace's guardians, and the extraordinary youth could very well be the emperor himself. After hearing his tale, the group was profoundly shaken. However, they could not discern how all this related to their decision to release those individuals. Elder Bien had shared a plethora of information, yet seemed entirely disconnected from their previous actions. Chapter 52, A Father-Daughter Reunion and a Father's Anger. Elder Bien cast a glance at him and remarked nonchalantly. The individuals trailing behind that enigmatic youth bore clothing identical to that of the earlier female figure. At this revelation, a sudden realization struck the group. In that moment, everything became clear. It turned out that the so-called Qingyuan Palace was of little consequence. What truly instilled fear in the elder was the woman accompanying the Holy Son of the Qingyuan Palace. Contemplating this, the group felt a chill run down their spines. Fortunately, the elder had refrained from taking action. Otherwise, the entire Injiu sect might have faced utter annihilation. Half an hour later, when Yu Fei and Gu Qing'er, along with their companions, had completely departed from the vicinity of the Azure Gemstone mine and arrived at a vast plain. Suddenly, a roar from a monstrous beast echoed from afar. The group turned their gaze their hearts racing with alarm. A semi-king level beast. Hide! Gu Qing'er's voice rang out clearly as she swiftly darted behind a rock, prompting Wen Yufei and the others to follow suit. The beast showed no concern for the status of a holy son from the Qingwan palace. Even if one were a disciple of a royal power, it would not hesitate to strike. However, something was amiss. The semi-king level beast appeared to be fleeing from pursuers. As the creature drew closer to Gu Qing'er and her companions, they soon spotted two small figures in pursuit of it. What? Two children? Upon realizing the identity of those chasing the semi-king beast, Gu Qing'er and Wen Yufei were utterly bewildered. Before their eyes were two children, a little boy and a little girl, fervently chasing the fearsome beast. Indeed, these two were none other than Gu Qingshan and Gu Yunqi. After parting ways with Yan Mengqi and the people of the Lanyue Palace, Gu Qingshan had quickly followed the trail of their bloodline and fortuitously found his sister, Gu Yunqi. Excitedly, Gu Qingshan presented a substantial haul of fourth-tier red-silver stones to his sister. For a moment, Gu Yunqi struggled to comprehend the magnitude of his discovery. As an elder sister, her own treasures acquired since entering the secret realm paled in comparison, scarcely amounting to even a fraction of the value of the red-silver stones her brother had gathered. This left Gu Yunqi feeling somewhat unbalanced. Her younger brother, Gu Qingshan, had received a golden ticket exempting him from trials, while she remained without one. However, opportunities are not something that can be seized through mere eagerness. Consequently, unable to find any fortunate treasures, Gu Yunqi resorted to fervently hunting demonic beasts, specifically targeting those of the semi-king level. If fortune eludes her, she would take her chances with the creatures inhabiting these secret realms. Thus, the scene unfolded of two young children pursuing a semi-king demonic beast. Though it appeared to be a joint effort, the true terror for the beast stemmed solely from Gu Yunqi. As for Gu Qingshan, were it not for Gu Yunqi's presence, a single swipe of the beast's claw could easily extinguish him. While the semi-king demonic beast boasted remarkable speed, Gu Yunqi was swifter still. As the distance between them closed, she unleashed a brilliant arc of swordlight. The blade sliced through the heavens, instantly cleaving the semi-king beast asunder. Hooray! Sister is truly formidable, Gu Qingshan exclaimed, clapping his hands enthusiastically. Such a creature was far beyond his ability to confront. He could only cheer for his sister from the sidelines. Witnessing this spectacle, Yu Wenfei and the others felt a tumultuous wave of awe and disbelief wash over them. The impact of this scene was indeed profound. Faced with a semi-king demonic beast, no, they would not dare to confront even one at the fourth or fifth level of the Tribulation Realm. They could only flee. Yet here were two children, merely 4 or 5 years old, dispatching a semi-king beast as if it were a mere chicken or dog. What on earth has become of this world? Is there no room left for survival? Skillfully stowing the carcass of the semi-king demonic beast into her storage ring, Gu Yunqi cast a glance at the figure of Gu Qing'er, who was hiding behind the rocks. With her perceptive senses, she discerned that Gu Qing'er and her companions were merely at the first level of the Tribulation Realm. They could not escape her notice. Is this sister truly of the Gu clan? Gu Yunqi distinctly sensed the bloodline power within Gu Qing'er, which mirrored her own. Yet, she had never encountered Gu Qing'er before. The Gu family in Jianglin City was not extensive. All members were familiar faces, yet this Gu Qing'er was a stranger to her. Adding to the mystery, Gu Changqing had only briefly mentioned the Gu family on Wangqin Island overseas to her father, leaving Gu Yunqi unaware that the Gu clan extended beyond Jianglin City. How peculiar. Conversely, Gu Qing'er, oblivious to the discrepancies in bloodline energy due to Gu Yunqi and Gu Qingshan masking their own, remained unaware of anything amiss. The two children were concerned about encountering their kin. If their parents discovered their presence in the Xianyuan secret realm, they would likely face a severe reprimand. As Gu Qing'er noticed the terrifyingly powerful girl gazing in her direction, she instinctively took 2 steps back. Suddenly, a remarkable surge of spiritual energy emanated from a nearby location. Gu Yunqi and her brother, as well as Gu Qing'er and her companions, all turned their gaze toward the west, where the energy fluctuation had originated. Could it be that a treasure has emerged? A look of delight instantly appeared on Gu Yunqi's face. Her younger brother had already acquired an exemption medal, but she had not yet obtained one herself. If their parents were to discover that she and her brother had ventured into the mysterious realm of the Xian Emperor, they would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Although, to be fair, her father had never physically punished her. With her exemption medal still unclaimed,
Gu Yunxi felt a surge of anxiety. But now, wasn't the exemption medal finally within reach? Without hesitation, she and Gu Qingxin swiftly made their way toward the source of the powerful spiritual energy emanating from afar. These two little prodigies must have an extraordinary background. Yu Wenfei even speculated about the divine palace of the heavenly court. Only a force of such transcendent stature could possibly nurture beings of this caliber. Let's go and take a look. With treasures emerging, Yu Wenfei and his companions were equally eager to test their luck, hoping to partake in the spoils. After saying this, the group hurriedly followed Gu Yunxi and Gu Qingxin. Upon the arrival of the siblings, a considerable crowd had already gathered at the location. Was this a subterranean palace? Indeed, the intense waves of spiritual energy emanated from within that very palace. The entrance of the Gu siblings immediately sparked a flurry of excitement. It was those two little prodigies. Gu Yunxi and Gu Qingxin had become quite renowned in this region. One claimed to be the King of Dust, while the other proclaimed herself the Empress of Dawn. Despite their appearance of merely 4 or 5 years of age, they possessed strength comparable to a half-king in the Tribulation realm, particularly the young girl. She could effortlessly annihilate half-king level beasts, truly a spectacle to behold. Were it not for witnessing it firsthand, they would never have believed that a child of such tender years could wield power akin to a half-king. Such a notion was utterly outrageous. Not only the beasts, but many cultivators in the vicinity also lamented their plight. Whenever they stumbled upon any treasures, if the siblings were to discover them, well, those treasures would invariably belong to them. This pair of little calamities caused everyone to steer clear, fearful of attracting the attention of these two mischievous little overlords. Not far from the subterranean palace, Gu Changqing noticed the intense surge of spiritual energy. After departing from the ancient palace, it was not long before he separated from Elder Jiu and the others. Given Gu Changqing's prowess, he saw no need to team up with anyone. Having anyone accompany him would only be a burden. It was far more convenient to navigate alone. Brother Changqing? As Gu Changqing approached the vicinity of the underground palace, he suddenly heard someone calling him from behind, the voice somewhat familiar. Turning around, he was taken aback to see Gu Qing'er. King, Gu Changqing never expected such a coincidence. The Xian Emperor's secret realm was vast, and he had been in it for several days, having encountered only Elder San as a familiar face. Next to Gu Qing, he also spotted several disciples of the Dust Heart Pavilion and some from the Qingwan Palace. Brother Changqing, it's really you. Gu Qing'er initially thought that the figure before her bore a striking resemblance to Gu Changqing, the one she had been yearning for day and night. Tentatively, she called out, not expecting her intuition to be correct. To her astonishment, it truly was him. Filled with excitement, Gu Qing'er rushed towards Gu Changqing. This scene, however, left the disciples of Chunxin Pavilion and Yu Wenfei utterly astonished. In their eyes, Gu Qing'er had always embodied the persona of an aloof beauty, maintaining an icy demeanor regardless of whom she encountered. Yet now, witnessing her blushing countenance as Gu Changqing affectionately ruffled her hair, resembling a docile kitten, they began to question whether this was indeed the same person as their esteemed princess. Yu Wenfei's expression darkened considerably. It became evident that Gu Qing'er was not cold or haughty, nor was she the frigid beauty they had believed her to be. Instead, her demeanor had merely been a facade towards them. In the presence of this extraordinarily handsome young man clad in white, she revealed her more delicate, feminine side. This space now belonged solely to her and her brother. They should leave at once. However, before Gu Changqing and Gu Qing'er could reminisce, a youthful voice, somewhat immature, rang out from the front. The voice belonged to a young boy, though that was not the crux of the matter. Rather, it was the fact that the voice sounded eerily familiar. Gu Changqing turned to look. What did he see? The audacious little creature, emboldened by the support of his formidable sister, stood with an air of confidence. It was Gu Qingxin. The color drained from Gu Changqing's face in an instant, his expression transforming into one of profound dismay. A surge of anger welled up within him. Meanwhile, not far away, Gu Yunxi, who had been observing her boisterous younger brother as he intimidated the surrounding cultivators, seemed to sense something amiss and turned her gaze in Gu Changqing's direction. Upon this glance, Gu Yunxi's heart nearly stopped. Father? Little Chun, she stammered, her voice trembling as she patted her younger brother. Gu Qingxin, who had been threatening the surrounding cultivators, sensed his sister's unease and turned to look behind him, only to find her staring in horror at a certain spot. What could possibly invoke such fear in her? It was known that both siblings possessed life-preserving talismans bestowed by their father, and frankly, there were very few, if any, threats within the entire Xianyuan secret realm that could endanger them. What, then, could instill such terror in his sister? Following Gu Yunqi's line of sight, Gu Qingshun turned to look as well. The moment he did, a loud buzz echoed in his head, rendering him momentarily speechless. The expression on his face was even more exaggerated than Gu Yunqi's, as though he had seen a ghost. Upon catching sight of Gu Changqing, Gu Qingshun finally comprehended why his sister had reacted in such a manner. Gu Yunqi swiftly took her brother by the hand and made her way toward Gu Changqing, as those around them instinctively parted to create a path. These two little rascals, not yet at the king level, were nonetheless not to be trifled with. Even those at the king level hesitated to provoke them. Their extraordinary strength at such a tender age hinted at formidable backing. What is this? Have these two little devils set their sights on someone again? Many observers noted the grim expressions on the faces of the two children as they approached Gu Changqing. The unfortunate lad was likely to face misfortune, possibly due to a previous clash with these two mischievous spirits. Some remarked with a hint of amusement. Their gazes toward Gu Changqing laced with sympathy. Of all the individuals to provoke, why these two? As Gu Yunqi and Gu Qingshun hastened toward them, their expressions troubled. Disciples from Qingluan Palace, including Yu Wenfei and several from the Dust Heart Pavilion, began to grow anxious. They had witnessed the formidable prowess of these two little beings firsthand, especially that of the girl. Just as everyone anticipated a confrontation between the two mischievous spirits and Gu Changqing, Gu Qingshun unexpectedly knelt before Gu Changqing, wrapping her arms around his leg and bursting into tears. Gu Yunqi, equally distressed, clutched the hem of her garment, her head bowed in shame, too afraid to meet Gu Changqing's gaze. Father! Father! The two cries sent shockwaves through the gathered crowd, particularly those who had been silently mourning Gu Changqing. In that instant, even Gu Qing'er and Yu Wenfei wore expressions of disbelief. Father? What on earth is happening? Gu Changqing is the father of these two little beings? Yu Wenfei and Gu Qing'er had recently witnessed the extraordinary abilities of these children, capable of annihilating semi-king level beasts with a single blow. The most astonishing aspect was that they appeared to be merely 4 or 5 years old. In their minds, these two little anomalies were linked to the supreme imperial court, perhaps even offspring of divine emperors or celestial sovereigns. Yet, to their astonishment, they were merely Gu Changqing's children. However, Gu Changqing paid no heed to the astonishment of the crowd. With a stern expression, he inquired, "Whose idea was this?" "Sister, little Chun." The two children pointed fingers at each other. Gu Yunqi glared furiously at Gu Qingshun. "You were the one who wanted to come. I only followed because I was worried about you. How dare you deceive father? Do you seek a beating?" Gu Yunqi raised her fist, ready to strike Gu Qingshun. I. Gu Qingshun stammered, struggling to find a justification. But being just a child, especially in the presence of their father, she could muster no coherent argument. A glance from Gu Changqing revealed to him who was lying. As Gu Changqing turned his gaze towards him, the little fellow quickly retrieved a storage ring from his bosom and presented it to Gu Changqing. "Father, look, I found something wonderful. Please don't be angry with me. I've just been cooped up at home for too long and wanted to have some fun." Gu Qingshun wore a face full of grievance. Gu Changqing shot a fierce glare at Gu Qingshun, his consciousness slowly probing into the storage ring. Inside, it was filled with various medicinal herbs and spirit fruits. And besides that, there was a heap of crimson silver stones. Crimson silver stones, a 4th tier ore which can be used to forge royal weapons. It is also one of the things Gu Changqing most desires. After wandering through the secret realm for so long without finding a single piece, how did his son manage to uncover such a large stash? With this many, it would be more than enough to forge 3 royal weapons. With the materials at hand, the next step would be to locate a 4th-tier craftsman and request their expertise in forging the Celestial Extermination Sword Array composed of 4th-tier royal weapons. Gu Changqing couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. His anger diminished considerably. "How did you find this?" he inquired. "I was..." Seeing his father's expression soften considerably, Gu Qingshun finally breathed a sigh of relief, glad he wouldn't face punishment. He hurriedly recounted everything he had experienced since entering the secret realm. "Oh, a silver-armored stone statue? Interesting. I'll let this slide this time, but it won't happen again." Yes. Gu Qingshun and Gu Yunqi nodded vigorously. Just as Gu Changqing was about to lead the two little ones and Gu Qing'er into the underground palace,
A beam of light flew overhead, stopping in the air above the palace. A powerful figure at the royal realm. Many gazes were drawn towards it. It's him. The individuals behind Gu Changqing, including Gu Qing'er and Yu Wenfei, immediately recognized this royal figure. Wasn't he the same one they encountered at the lapis lazuli mine not long ago? His name seemed to be Elder Bien. They recalled how Yu Wenfei had frightened him away from the Qingwan Palace, and shivers ran down Yu Wenfei's spine at the memory. Thankfully, the name Qingwan Palace held enough authority. Otherwise, they might have truly perished there. Upon appearing, Elder Bien from the Yinmu sect did not conceal his aura. After surveying the surroundings, his gaze settled on the direction of Gu Qing'er and the others. He recognized Gu Qing'er and Yu Wenfei, the few juniors he had previously spared. But at this moment, his focus was not on them, but rather on the young man in white before them. Gu Changqing did not recognize him. However, Elder Bien certainly recognized Gu Changqing. The impression this young man in white had left on him was indelibly profound. Senior, we meet again. Chapter 54. It turns out he was not afraid of the Qingwan Palace. Senior? The surrounding cultivators were taken aback upon hearing this, their hearts trembling slightly as they looked at Elder Bien, who was bowing respectfully to Gu Changqing. If merely referring to someone as a senior indicates that Gu Changqing's prowess surpasses that of Elder Bien, the extent of this superiority remains ambiguous. However, the fact that a formidable warrior of the Wang realm exhibits such deference suggests that Gu Changqing's strength is likely far beyond a simple comparison with Elder Bien. Indeed, it may be immensely greater. Could he possibly be a heavenly king-level powerhouse? Some speculate that only a being of such caliber could elicit such respect from Xianyuan King. Yet, such thoughts provoke a dismissive smile from Elder Bien. A heavenly king? Even such a figure would not instill such reverence in me. This individual is an emperor. Beside Elder Bien, the disciples of the Yin sect were equally astonished. Clad in white, he was strikingly handsome. Was this not the very person Elder Bien had previously mentioned, a transcendent being suspected to be an emperor? How astonishingly youthful he appeared. Equally taken aback were Yu Wenfei and others from the Qingwan Palace. Yu Wenfei cast a sweeping glance over Gu Changqing and then focused on the sect attire adorning Gu Qing'er. Suddenly, a thought struck him. This realization left him feeling utterly embarrassed, wishing for the earth to swallow him whole. Until this moment, he had believed that Elder Bien had been frightened away by the Qingwan Palace he had summoned. Yet now, the truth dawned upon him. It was not the Qingwan Palace that had intimidated Elder Bien, but Gu Qing'er. Elder Bien was acquainted with Gu Qing, or rather, he recognized the sect garment she wore. Yu Wenfei felt an overwhelming sense of shame. How humiliating. He recalled confidently asserting that Elder Bien had been deterred by the Qingwan Palace he had called upon. The reality was that Elder Bien had never feared the Qingwan Palace, but rather the Qinxin Pavilion. How ironic it was that he had once felt so proud, believing that Gu Qing'er and the others were fortunate to be with him. Otherwise, encountering Elder Bien would have meant certain death. Now, it appeared that the situation was entirely reversed. Had he not been in Gu Qing'er's company, Elder Bien would likely have annihilated them without a second thought. Brother, do you hail from the North Sea? What is the standing of the Yin sect there? Yu Wenfei inquired of a nearby young man of the Jie realm. He had recognized the individual upon Elder Bien's arrival. The Jie realm youth glanced at Yu Wenfei and replied nonchalantly. The Yin sect is considered an established heavenly king-level sect in the North Sea, with a perfected heavenly king ancestor station within. Perfection of the heavenly king realm. At that moment, Yu Wenfei was left with no further doubts. A super sect boasting a perfected heavenly king would indeed have no reason to fear a mere small sect like the Qingwan Palace in the South Sea. Gu Changqing cast a glance at Elder Bien, nodded, and then led the two youngsters along with Gu Qing'er and the other disciples of the Qinxin Pavilion into the underground palace. Before entering, Gu Changqing took a moment to observe. Above the entrance to the underground palace, there was a numeral, 61. What significance does this number hold? Never mind. I shall ponder it later. Upon entering the underground palace, Gu Changqing extended his consciousness, vigilant against any potential threats. However, as they traversed to the depths of the palace, he and his companions encountered no danger, which was somewhat unexpected. The underground chamber was vast enough to accommodate thousands, with light filtering through the crevices of the stone, preventing the space from appearing entirely dark. At the center stood a pure white stone tablet. What could this be? Gu Changqing had limited knowledge of the Xianwang's secret realm and felt perplexed. Could this possibly be the heavenly demon tablet? Suddenly, Gu Qing'er exclaimed, her voice laced with astonishment. The heavenly demon tablet? My understanding of it is also quite scant. I only know it to be one of the greatest opportunities within the Xianhuang secret realm, yet this opportunity is not something that just anyone can claim. As a native of the 10,000 Demons Sea, Gu Qing had a deeper comprehension of the Xianhuang secret realm than Gu Changqing. Moreover, the Heavenly Demon Tablet does not manifest every time the Xianhuang secret realm opens. It must be said, we are indeed fortunate. There are 100 Heavenly Demon Tablets scattered throughout the Xianhuang secret realm. The 61 at the door, when we entered, likely denotes the number of this underground palace. We merely need to close our eyes and delve our consciousness into the Heavenly Demon Tablet to enter the Heavenly Demon Illusion Realm. Within this realm, one will encounter numerous extraterritorial demons, and the strength of these demons will vary according to the realm of the entrance. The more extraterritorial demons one defeats, and the more challenges one overcomes, the higher the final score, leading to more substantial rewards. Thus, the trial of the Heavenly Demon Tablet does not solely assess one's realm. The stronger your realm, the stronger the extraterritorial demons you will face. This means it is not merely about the level of one's realm, but rather one's inherent strength and talent. Gu Changqing raised an eyebrow. This Heavenly Demon Tablet holds intriguing prospects. Consequently, even those in the true Spirit Tribulation realm could potentially rank among the top. Conversely, those in the Half-King or King realms may not necessarily secure a high position. This presents a challenge for those whose realms are inflated by elixirs. Yet for those prodigies capable of effortlessly surpassing ranks, it is undoubtedly a splendid stage to showcase their prowess. Look, brother Changqing, words have appeared on the stone tablet. Gu King remarked. Gu Changqing turned his gaze, and, indeed, the tablet emitted a soft glow, with lines of text materializing upon it. First place, Su Li, score 5. EC. Second place, Cheng Yue Xiao, score 5, EC. Third place, Chu Changfeng, score 4, North Sea. Fourth place, Chu Mu, score 4, West Sea. Fifth place. The leaderboard consisted of 100 names, and upon a quick glance, all positions had been filled. The scores indicated how many challenges they had successfully overcome. In the vast realm of the four seas, the EC stands as the most formidable, claiming nearly 30% of the positions on the leaderboard. Undoubtedly, it is the strongest among the four external seas of the Sea of Myriad Demons. Following closely are the North Sea and the West Sea, with the South Sea trailing at the end. The number of individuals from the South Sea on the list is scant, even fewer than those from the neighboring empires. The Hanqin Empire is faring rather dismally. In fact, it is in a dire predicament. Gu Changqing glanced over the leaderboard and noticed that, as of now, no representatives from the Hanqin Empire had made an appearance. However, this is merely the commencement of the trial, and as time unfolds, more prodigious talents will inevitably enter the fray. It will not be long before the names on the leaderboard undergo a transformation, and whether any can maintain their place upon the Heavenly Demon Steel remains uncertain. It appears that many have already taken the initiative to commence their trials ahead of us. Gu Changqing, however, remains unperturbed. According to Gu Qing'er, each individual possesses but a single opportunity to partake in the trial, which ultimately determines their performance. Thus, there is no need for haste. Whether one participates early or late will not influence their rank. Gu Changqing noted an inscription beside the Heavenly Demon Steel, detailing the rewards. Those who secure the first place upon the conclusion of the trial will receive a drop of Xian Water Spirit Liquid. The second place garners Wujin's Sand, while the third is awarded Gonlin Pill. Gu Changqing cast a glance, his gaze settling upon the first prize, the Xian Water Spirit Liquid. This is a 5th-tier spiritual substance, an exceedingly rare treasure among its kind. A single drop is sufficient to elevate a formidable warrior of the Xian King tier by at least one realm. For those at the pinnacle of the Xian King level, it is even more invaluable, significantly enhancing their chances of ascending to the Tianwang tier. This item is a necessity for me. The Wujin Sand, while not as illustrious as the Xian Water Spirit Liquid, is still highly prized, being a material for forging 5th-tier imperial weapons. Sierra, this Wujin Sand rests upon you. Whether it be the Xian Water Spirit Liquid or the Wujin Sand, Gu Changqing proclaimed. I desire them both. Beyond himself, the one most likely to contend for a position in the top 3 is Gu Yunxi. No, it is not merely hope. Gu Changqing is convinced that no one can rival her for second place. Even the azure-clad woman encountered at the entrance of the Xianhuang secret realm pales in comparison. She may be a prodigy on the spirit ranking, yet in terms of innate talent, she does not measure up to Gu Yunxi, nor even to Gu Qingchen. Chapter 55. The ranking of the heavenly demon steel, Jiang Baiwei, makes the list. After a period of time, as the majority of the prodigies and powerful individuals within the Xianhuang secret realm have participated in the trial, the rankings on the heavenly demon steel have gradually stabilized. Particularly the top 10, which has not seen any new entrants for quite some time. First place, Yu Chengfeng, score 37, EC. Second place, Shangguan Li, score 36, EC. Third place, Li Xuanjin, score 36, North C. Fourth place, Zhuqing, score 35, West C. Fifth place, Bai Shuanger, score 35, West C. Sixth place, Gujing, score 35, EC. Seventh place, Meng Hansong, score 34, North C. Eighth place, Hualing, score 34, EC. Ninth place, Lung Qinxing, score 34, North C. 10th place, Hua Mingwei, score 33, West C. This is the current top 10. Among the top 10, 4 hail from the formidable EC, with both the first and second positions occupied by individuals from the EC. The North C and West C each contribute 3 members. As for the South C, it boasts none. In fact, within the top 100, only one individual from the South Sea, the holy son of the true martial sect, has managed to enter the rankings, positioned at a dismal 91st place. Gu Qing'er, standing beside Gu Changqing, felt a sense of gloom. She had always been aware of the significant disparity in overall strength between the South Sea and the other 3 seas, yet she had not anticipated such a stark contrast. Not only does it fall short compared to the other 3 seas, but it also lags behind several great empires bordering the South Sea. While the collective strength of these empires may not rival that of the East, North, and West Seas, at least a few of them have managed to secure a spot on the list, whereas the South Sea has but one. Of course, aside from the South Sea, another realm shares a similarly dismal fate, the Han-Qin Empire, to which Gu Changqing belongs. The Han-Qin Empire also features only one individual on the list, ranked 93rd. Jiang Baiwei. A derisive smile escaped Gu Changqing's lips upon seeing Jiang Baiwei's position at 93rd. Although he held no fondness for her, her talent was commendable, particularly after awakening her spiritual body, which qualified her for the rankings. Meanwhile, in a certain part of the Xianyuan secret realm, beneath the 37th underground palace, a lively atmosphere prevailed. Jiang Baiwei's countenance darkened as she stood not far from a young man, a prodigy from the Zhongyan Empire. This individual was Tong Xinghe, the holy son of the Seven Stars sect, the foremost sect of the Zhongyan Empire. The Zhongyan Empire and the Han-Qin Empire are neighboring realms that have long harbored animosity, with conflicts between them well documented. The Jiang family, as one of the premier families of the Han-Qin Empire, has its own historical grievances with the Seven Stars sect. Currently, Tong Xinghe holds a rank on the Demon Stone, positioned at 87th, several places above Jiang Baiwei. Additionally, the Zhongyan Empire boasts 2 more individuals on the list, ranked 94th and 99th, respectively. Observing that the Han-Qin Empire has only Jiang Baiwei listed, Tong Xinghe commenced a bout of merciless ridicule. The so-called first among the younger generation of the Han-Qin Empire? How laughable! The Han-Qin Empire is nothing but a collection of inept individuals, with merely one ranking on the list, truly pathetic, utterly worthless. Tong Xinghe's words not only mocked Jiang Baiwei, but also encompassed all those present from the Han-Qin Empire, implicating each and every one of them. It is important to note that within the depths of the 37th underground palace, there is not solely Jiang Baiwei from the Han-Qin Empire present. Numerous others from the same realm surround her. Upon hearing this, several cultivators from the Han-Qin Empire cast furious glances at Tong Xinghe. However, none dared to take action. Standing beside Tong Xinghe was a Wang Jing from the Seven Stars sect. And similarly, Jiang Baiwei was flanked by an elder from the Jiang clan of Wang Jing status. Both parties refrained from any rash movements, especially within this subterranean palace, where any conflict could incite the ire of many. With physical confrontation off the table, they resorted to verbal exchanges. Unfortunately for them, the words of Tong Xinghe left the Han-Qin Empire cultivators with no retort. After all, he was ranked above Jiang Baiwei, the foremost young talent of the Han-Qin Empire. In fact, besides Tong Xinghe, there were 2 others who made the list, totaling 3. Whereas the Han-Qin Empire could only boast Jiang Baiwei, who was ranked below him. This disparity left the Han-Qin cultivators lacking the confidence to argue back or retaliate. At that moment, an extraordinary woman arrived at the 37th underground palace. Clad in a simple green robe, her unadorned attire could not conceal her innate grace. Her presence quickly captivated the attention of numerous cultivators, particularly the males. In Jiang Baiwei's eyes, the beauty of this woman did not pale in comparison to that of her ethereal sister. Had Gu Changqing been present, he would undoubtedly recognize her as the green-robed woman he had encountered at the entrance of the Xuanyu imperial realm. Upon her arrival, the green-robed woman paid little heed to the gazes of those around her, gracefully advancing towards the heavenly demon steel positioned at the center of the palace. Su Ziyu cast a glance at the rankings displayed upon the steel before slowly closing her eyes, allowing her consciousness to delve into the challenge. It was evident to all that she was about to undertake the trial. Many were intrigued. This enchanting green-robed cultivator, while stunningly beautiful, left them wondering about the extent of her abilities. Would she be able to secure a place on the rankings? Anticipation hung in the air. Chapter 56. Jiang Lianxin First. After a while, when Suzu gently opened her eyes and emerged from the trial, all gazes were irresistibly drawn to the heavenly demon steel, eager to see if there had been any shifts in the rankings. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Just as the crowd began to believe that this celestial-like woman had failed to make the list, every name on the rankings shifted down by 1 position, including the original first place, Yu Chengfeng. And then, Su Ziyu's name gradually appeared at the top. First place, Su Ziyu, score of 49, Lingxiao Sacred Academy. A score of 49? Those beneath the 37th Underground Palace stared in disbelief at the top position on the heavenly demon steel. A score of 49 indicated that Su Ziyu had successfully navigated through 49 levels of the heavenly demon trial. Anyone who had participated in the trial understood that as the levels increased, the difficulty escalated exponentially. Even a top-tier prodigy, Donghai Yuqingfeng, could only reach the 37th level. Thus far, no one has managed to surpass the 40th level. Initially, many believed that it would remain this way until the conclusion of the secret realm. However, now, all eyes are turned towards Su Ziyu, filled with astonishment. This woman not only possesses an unparalleled beauty, but also wields an extraordinary strength. Lingxiao Sacred Academy? I have heard of it, one of the 4 great academies of the spirit domain. Could she truly be a prodigy hailing from there? It is no wonder. Although this region is situated at the periphery of the spirit domain, distant from its center, there are still some who have heard of the illustrious name of Lingxiao Sacred Academy, one of the 4 great academies of the spirit domain. Most may not be familiar with Lingxiao, but the mere mention of it as one of the top 10 academies in the spirit domain is sufficient for them to comprehend the caliber of this institution. Is it possible that Su Ziyu is a prodigy on the spirit ranking? It must be so. Such a level of genius could not possibly emerge from the Wan Yao Sea. How could a prodigy from the spirit ranking appear in the Wan Yao Sea? It is no surprise that the crowd is puzzled. Most of the prodigies on the spirit ranking originate from the dominant sex in the central spirit domain, typically engaging only within that core area. Thus, their presence in this remote location is perplexing. The Wan Yao Sea, along with the neighboring empires, lies at the southernmost and most isolated part of the spirit domain. Logically, prodigies from the spirit ranking should not be found here. After all, those exceptional talents on the ranking typically have formidable powers backing them. While Emperor Xian is certainly not an ordinary monarch, it is unlikely that he would attract the attention of a prodigy from the spirit ranking. Amidst the shock, confusion prevails. Yet, Su Ziyu pays no heed to the bewilderment around her. She glances at her score and nods in satisfaction. A score of 49 is quite commendable. The 50th level's demon has reached the pinnacle of the profound king realm, and Su Ziyu is no match, falling in just 3 moves. The crowd collectively exhales in relief. If she were indeed a prodigy from the spirit ranking, it would bring them a sense of balance. Prodigies from the spirit ranking, even in the central spirit domain, are regarded as absolute geniuses. Their presence in the Wan Yao Sea would naturally result in a significant disparity. Just as everyone is still reeling from their astonishment at Su Ziyu, the demon steel undergoes another transformation. The rankings shift, with everyone moving down a position. What? If only the second-ranked Yuqingfeng were to drop a place, the crowd would not be this astonished. However, this time, everyone, including Su Ziyu, has been affected. This is what truly leaves them in shock. Someone has surpassed Su Ziyu's previous achievement. Just moments ago, they believed that the record set by Su Ziyu would remain unbroken until the closure of the secret realm. But how short a time has passed? At this very moment, even Su Ziyu appears momentarily dazed. Upon breaching the 50th level, she was acutely aware of its formidable challenges, having herself faltered after merely 3 attempts. Yet astonishingly, someone had surpassed it. Who could it be? All eyes converged upon the name, gradually emerging. Rank 1. Jiang Lianxin, score 71, Han Qin Empire. What? 71 levels? This individual has conquered 71 levels? A gasp escaped a bystander, their voice laden with disbelief. Not 51, not 61, but 71. Surpassing Su Ziyu, a contender of the spirit ranking by more than 20 levels. Su Ziyu's pupils constricted slightly. 71. How could this be possible? Even as a distinguished figure of the spirit ranking, she found herself momentarily astounded. No one understood better than her the daunting nature of the trials beyond the 49th level. Yet, there was another, not merely astonished, but somewhat dazed. This was, of course, Jiang Baiwei. Initially, she thought she must have misread, adjusting her gaze only to confirm she had not erred. The name Jiang Lianxin loomed prominently atop the demon stele. A coincidence? This notion was swiftly dismissed by Jiang Baiwei. If this Jiang Lianxin hailed from elsewhere, she could entertain the idea of a namesake, for in such a vast world, many shared the same name. However, this Jiang Lianxin, like her, was from the Han Qin Empire. Such coincidences were rare. But how could her sister, whom she believed to be a mere failure, have achieved this? Wasn't she supposed to remain in Jianglin City, living out her days with the young master of the Gu family? Having been rendered useless due to her spiritual bone? Could it be that her once destroyed spiritual bone had been restored? Yet, even with such a restoration, her sister's talent should merely have been on par with her own. How could she possibly have traversed the 71 levels of the demon trials? This was an accomplishment even Su Ziyu had not achieved. Jiang Baiwei clung to a sliver of hope that this was merely a case of a namesake. If this Jiang Lianxin truly was her sister, the blow to her would be monumental. From the Han Qin Empire? Meanwhile, Tong Xinghe from the Songyan Empire and the Seven-Star Sect had a distinctly divergent focus. He had noticed the four prominent characters following the score. Han Qin Empire. Han Qin Empire. Chapter 57. Xian Huang, Demon Emperor. Are all from the Han Qin Empire worthless? Huh. What does that make your Songyan Empire? The dregs of the dregs? The previously humiliated cultivators from the Han Qin Empire could hardly forget the scorn heaped upon them by Tong Xinghe. Now, with Jiang Lianxin ascending to the pinnacle of the demon stele, the Han Qin Empire had been granted a significant honor. The cultivators, having suppressed their ire, found an opportune moment to return the mockery. The cultivators of the Songyan Empire were consumed by rage, yet at this moment, they found themselves akin to the cultivators of the Han and Qin empires before them, unable to refute the circumstances, lacking any grounds for rebuttal. Currently, the Han and Qin Empire not only overshadowed the Songyan Empire, but surpassed all others, including the formidable Donghai. When Jiang Lianxin's name ascended to the pinnacle of the rankings, it sparked considerable commotion not only within the 31st Underground Palace, but throughout the entire Shuangguang secret realm. Following Su Ziyu, another individual not hailing from the myriad demon seas had claimed the top spot on the Tianma stele, and remarkably, she was from the Han and Qin Empire. Not the Four Seas. For the inhabitants of the Han and Qin Empire, this was a moment of exhilarating surprise. They had never envisioned that someone from their realm could breach the top 10. It is worth noting that the top 10 positions were predominantly occupied by cultivators from the myriad demon seas. The prodigies of the major empires found it exceedingly challenging to even penetrate the top 50, let alone aspire to the first position. Yet, the unthinkable had been achieved by Jiang Lianxin. Jiang Lianxin? Was she not the once-declared prodigy of the Jiang family, who had been rendered incapable? I recall now. Jiang Lianxin. Before Jiang Baiwei, she was indeed the foremost prodigy of the Han and Qin Empire. Subsequently, she was said to have been stripped of her spiritual bones by the Kanglin Sacred Land, a tragic fate that led her to fade from memory. Rumors suggested that she was later abandoned by the Jiang family and married off to the heir of a small clan in a remote city. Yet here she was, making a formidable return. Had her spiritual bones been restored? A few years may seem neither too short nor too long, and many cultivators of the Han and Qin Empire still held vivid memories of Jiang Lianxin, the former super genius of their realm. However, none anticipated her return would manifest in such a powerful manner, ascending to the first position on the Tianma stele, surpassing countless prodigies and formidable figures from the Four Seas and major empires. Within the 61st Underground Palace, Gu Qing'er and her companions were similarly shaken as they regarded Jiang Lianxin, who had outshone all cultivators and claimed the top position. This woman was indeed formidable. To dominate all prodigies of the Four Seas, The record set at the 71st level seemed insurmountable, just as she contemplated the improbability of it being broken. Gu Qing'er's thoughts drifted to Gu Changqing and his two children standing before her. Perhaps it was not entirely impossible. Gu Changqing required no introduction, and his children were likewise prodigious talents. "Father, it's Mother. Mother is number one," the two little ones exclaimed, their excitement palpable as they danced and leaped. However, their words left Gu Qing'er and others, along with the subsequent entrance from Qingwan Palace and Yinjiao sect, momentarily stunned. Mother? The woman who had bested all prodigies and claimed the top position was the mother of these two little ones, the wife of Gu Changqing. At that moment, the gazes of all present shifted. Indeed, it appeared that this family was a lineage of extraordinary beings, each more remarkable than the last. "Let us begin." Gu Changqing smiled gently and slowly spoke. As his words fell, he gradually closed his eyes. In his heart, he thought, "I am truly sorry, my dear. This first place may not last much longer. Sister, I am certain I can secure a spot among the top 3. Do you believe me?" Before embarking on the trial, Gu Qingshun playfully winked at Gu Yunxi, exuding confidence. "I do not believe it. Securing a position within the top 3 implies that Gu Qingshun's achievements in the trial must surpass not only his father and himself, but also his mother. The younger brother's talent is commendable, yet it depends on whom one is compared to. When measured against their father, mother, and himself, well, one can only say he is merely a younger brother. Oof. Underestimate me, will you? We shall see." Gu Qingshun felt somewhat indignant. It seemed that the top 4 on the leaderboard would likely consist of his family. Gu Qing'er took a deep breath, yet a shadow of anticipation flickered within her. Soon, this family would likely send ripples of astonishment through the 4 seas and the great empires. When Gu Changqing opened his eyes, he discovered he was no longer in the underground palace, but rather in a chaotic realm. Not far in front of him stood a figure of rather peculiar appearance, which could hardly be classified as human. Its skin was a vivid crimson, standing around 5 meters tall, reminiscent of the aliens from films in Gu Changqing's previous life. Is this a celestial demon? The term extraterrestrial celestial demon would undoubtedly resonate with all inhabitants of the Tianxian continent. These creatures had once invaded and ruled the Tianxian continent for hundreds of epochs. The extraterrestrial celestial demons wield immense power, rendering human cultivators of the same realm utterly helpless. Only a handful of gifted human talents might stand a chance against them. The extraterrestrial celestial demon before him was evidently not a physical entity, but rather a projection. While its strength was inferior to that of a true celestial demon, it still possessed formidable power, a projection of a mid-stage perfect celestial demon. No wonder so many participating cultivators could not even pass the first hurdle. How could ordinary cultivators possibly contend with an extraterrestrial celestial demon? Even if it were merely a projection? Buzz. With a single strike, the celestial demon fell. The mid-stage perfect celestial demon projection was nearly crushed when faced with a human king of the same level. Yet before Gu Changqing, it could not withstand even a single blow. The second trial presented a similar mid-stage perfect celestial demon projection, but this time there were 2. However, for Gu Changqing, it made little difference. He passed the second trial. Following this, he advanced through the 3rd and 4th trials. Gu Changqing lost count of how many trials he had surmounted. The celestial demon projections before him had escalated from their initial mid-stage perfect realm to the current king realm. Yet for Gu Changqing, a king was still merely a single strike away. After a time, upon slaying 6 perfect kings of the celestial demon, the chaotic void no longer revealed any trace of the celestial demons. Had it come to an end? Gu Changqing pondered whether a deity-level celestial demon might emerge. Yet he never anticipated such an abrupt conclusion. A tinge of disappointment washed over him as he prepared to depart from the trial space when an ethereal figure gradually materialized before him. It was a woman, adorned with a phoenix crown, exuding an air of regal elegance, her beauty rivaling that of Gu Changqing's wife, Jiang Lianxin. This marked the first time Gu Changqing encountered a woman whose allure equaled that of Jiang Lianxin. Who could this enchanting figure be? From her, Gu Changqing sensed not a hint of vitality. Upon the appearance of this extraordinary woman, her gaze reflected a semblance of shock as she regarded Gu Changqing. "You have managed to pierce through the celestial demon monument? Who are you?" "I am Lan Qingxian. In the outside world, I am revered as the Xian Empress." "The Xian Empress? You are the sovereign of this secret realm?" Gu Changqing gazed at the resplendent woman with astonishment. She was indeed the master of this secret domain. The Xian Empress, the legendary ruler of the myriad demon sea from a millennium ago. The Xian Empress shook her head. I am a Xian Empress. Yet I am not the master of this secret realm. That title belongs to a celestial demon. Her expression grew slightly frosty as she continued. I am sealed here by the master of this realm, a celestial demon sovereign. And what of that celestial demon sovereign? Deceased, vanquished by me within this secret realm. However, to achieve that, I paid an exceedingly heavy price. The Xian heavenly palace was annihilated, and I am left with but this fragment of my soul, sealed within the celestial demon monument. At this juncture, the Xian Empress cast a grateful glance towards Changqing. I had thought I would remain trapped within this celestial demon monument until my demise. Chapter 58, The Final Rankings. She had been sealed within the celestial demon monument. With only one means of escape, someone must reach the final trial of the monument and breach its defenses. Yet, in the eyes of the Xian Empress, this seemed an insurmountable task. The secret realm lay in such a remote location that the prodigies or powerful figures of the spirit domain would never venture here. Even if they did, it was implausible for them to conquer the final challenge. The spirit domain possessed no such individuals. In return, I shall grant you one request. She offered. The Xian Empress was no ordinary sovereign. Prior to her fall, she was the undisputed first monarch of the myriad demon sea, a transcendent being who had reached the divine emperor realm. In the entire spirit domain, those of the divine emperor realm were figures of immense influence. During her reign, even some of the titans of the spirit domain dared not provoke the myriad demon sea lightly. A request? How about you accompany me for a century? The Xian Empress regarded Changqing with surprise, her voice softening. I believe you might consider an alternative request. Why? Do you think I am unworthy? Changqing replied with a smile. The Xian Empress gently shook her head, acknowledging Changqing's talent as evidenced by his ability to breach the celestial demon monument. Though I have now escaped the seal of the heavenly demon steel, my true form has long been destroyed, leaving me with but a fragment of my divine soul. To reconstruct my true self will require at least a century. By then, given your potential, you will likely have ascended to greater heights, rendering my protection unnecessary. In 1 year, at most, I can restore your true form, Changqing declared. The reason Changqing regarded the Xuan Emperor with such admiration was due to his recent assessment of her innate talents through the system. Indeed, she was truly remarkable. Her potential even surpassed that of Jiang Lianxin. Had she not encountered that formidable heavenly demon emperor years ago, she would have likely attained the status of a celestial sovereign by now. The prospect of creating offspring with her would undoubtedly yield extraordinary progeny. A year? The Xuan Emperor scrutinized Changqing. Had these words been uttered by another, she might have found them hard to believe. Yet this youth was no ordinary individual. As a titan of divine royalty from a millennium past, she had witnessed countless prodigies, and being a superlative talent herself, she questioned if she could have traversed the heavenly demon steel as he had. Very well, I accept your offer. To her, Changqing had rendered her a great favor. Following him for a century was a trivial matter for a being of her longevity as a divine sovereign. Changqing departed from the trials of the heavenly demon steel, while the Xuan Emperor remained within. Although the seal had been lifted, her divine soul was currently feeble, rendering her incapable of leaving the steel or this secret realm. She informed him that should he one day discover the elixir capable of restoring her true form, he should return to the entrance of her secret realm. While she was not the master of this domain, she could create a small passageway for Changqing to enter. While Changqing spoke of her following him, it was clear that his intentions extended beyond merely acquiring her as a companion. Such remarkable talent should not go to waste without the prospect of progeny. However, certain matters cannot be rushed, especially considering the illustrious reputation of the Xuan Emperor. It was unexpected to learn of the myriad events that transpired in the past. The mysterious disappearance of the Xuan Emperor and the fall of the Xuan Celestial Palace were indeed tied to the extra-mundane heavenly demons. Yet, the Xuan Emperor had not perished. She had merely been sealed within this secret realm, trapped within the heavenly demon steel. Upon the moment Changqing opened his eyes, he was struck by an eerie silence enveloping the surroundings. Countless gazes were fixed upon the heavenly demon steel. Changqing turned his attention to it as well. First place, Yunxi, score 96, Han Qin Empire. Second place, Jiang Lianxin, score 71, Han Qin Empire. Third place, Qingshun, score 60, Han Qin Empire. It turned out that the two young ones had completed the trials and ascended the rankings of the Heavenly Demon Steel. The siblings had achieved remarkable feats, with one reaching the 96th level and the other the 60th. It was perfectly reasonable that they could not compare to Gu Yunxi and Jiang Lianxin, the mother and daughter duo, one possessing a golden 9th-rank divine body and the other a golden 1st-rank sacred bone, are not a testament to Gu Qingqian's lack of extraordinary talent, but rather to the overwhelming prowess of her sister and mother. Gu Yunxi, a score of 96? Surely, the Heavenly Demon Steel must be malfunctioning. There are those who would rather believe the steel is defective than accept that anyone could surpass nearly 100 trials. It is worth noting that Su Ziyu, a prodigy on the spirit rankings, has only managed to conquer 49 trials. Gu Yunxi and Gu Qingqian must surely hail from the same faction. The Gu family? I have never heard of such a formidable lineage. Could they possibly be a hidden clan? Furthermore, when did the Han Empire become so powerful? Among the several great empires bordering the southern sea of 10,000 demons, the Han Empire is not the weakest, yet ranks low on the scale of might. Suddenly, 3 prodigies emerge from this empire, leaving the cultivators of the other great empires in disbelief. Fortunately, these individuals remain unaware that Gu Yunxi and Gu Qingqian are merely toddlers under the age of 3. If they were to discover this, their incredulity would surely deepen. Father, am I impressive? Gu Yunxi proudly raised her head, running to Gu Changqing to seek praise. Gu Changqing affectionately ruffled Gu Yunxi's hair, smiling as he commended her. As expected of my daughter, Gu Changqing. Well done. Upon hearing this, Gu Yunxi pouted slightly, her discontent evident. Father, are you praising me or yourself? Of course, I am praising you. Gu Changqing then glanced at the somewhat silent and dejected Gu Qingqian, slowly crouching down to lift him into his arms. Little Chun has done splendidly as well. Gu Qingqian indeed felt a pang of disappointment. He was aware that his talents paled in comparison to those of his sister and mother, yet he had not anticipated such a vast difference. It's all right. Little Chun, look what I have here. With a wave of his hand, Gu Changqing summoned a spirit cat cub that appeared on the ground, cautiously observing its surroundings. The little creature in his arms was instantly captivated by the adorable, fluffy spirit cat. The little one was small enough for worries to come and go swiftly. This spirit cat cub was discovered by Gu Changqing in a secret realm, orphaned shortly after birth. As he passed through a dense forest, he found it. Though he initially intended not to take it with him, it persistently followed him, considering that she, and Chun, would surely adore such a fluffy little beast. He decided to bring it along. Wow, what a cute little spirit cat. Gu Yunxi's eyes sparkled as she and Gu Qingqian began to play with the spirit cat cub. Let us go. Accompanied by Gu Yunxi and Gu Qingqian, Gu Changqing departed the underground palace. As for the rewards, they would automatically enter their respective storage rings or bags once the trial of the Heavenly Demon Steel concluded, eliminating the need to wait there. It was precisely at the moment Gu Changqing turned to leave that the Heavenly Demon Steel exhibited another unusual movement. All participants, including Gu Yunxi, who ranked 2nd, found their standings automatically drop by 1 position. A new name has emerged at the pinnacle of the Tianmom Monument leaderboard. The first place is held by Gu Changqing, with a score of 290, hailing from the Han Empire. At this moment, the entire secret realm erupted in astonishment. In Chapter 59, Husband, help me slay her. Within a certain subterranean palace of the secret realm, Jiang Lianxin gazed at the Tianmom Monument leaderboard, her heart swelling with indignation. Gu Yunxi and Gu Qingqian, those 2 little rascals. The appearance of their names on the leaderboard was all too clear to Jiang Lianxin, signifying that these 2 youngsters had stealthily ventured into the Xianyuan's secret realm without her knowledge. However, she reassured herself that they were likely together with her husband, alleviating her worries somewhat. The names of the 3 individuals had simultaneously ascended the Tianmom Monument leaderboard, indicating that they were indeed together at this moment. As she looked at Gu Changqing, who occupied the top spot, Jiang Lianxin's eyes brimmed with tenderness. Such an outstanding man is her husband. She felt increasingly grateful for having married into the Gu family and for having her beloved husband by her side. She truly owed her gratitude to her elder sister. Jiang Baiwei. The moment Gu Changqing's name appeared, the subterranean palace where Jiang Lianxin resided erupted into chaos. 290 levels? Surely, it couldn't be a mere addition of a 0? Yet, unbeknownst to them, Gu Changqing's ability to conquer 290 levels stemmed from the fact that the Tianmom Monument encompasses only 290 levels, rather than him being limited to that number. Once again, the Gu surname brought forth questions. What exactly is the background of the Gu family? Currently, among the top 5 on the leaderboard, 3 individuals hail from the Gu family. First is Gu Changqing, second is Gu Yunxi, and fourth is Gu Qingchen. Unbeknownst to others, the third place, Jiang Lianxin, is also from the Gu family. Hence, the Gu family occupies 4 out of the top 5 positions, with only Su Ziyu standing apart as unrelated. In the 37th Subterranean Palace, Jiang Baiwei stared at the names on the leaderboard, lost in thought. Gu Changqing. Long-buried memories suddenly resurfaced. The young master of the Gu family from Jianglin City. Was his name Gu Changqing? The one she deemed a waste, who she believed couldn't even compare to any moderately talented member of the Jiang family, now overshadowed everyone, including the prodigy Su Ziyu, claiming the top spot. A waste? If Gu Changqing is deemed a waste, then what does that make her? Jiang Baiwei's emotions were a tumultuous blend. When Gu Changqing's name graced the leaderboard, she had already relinquished any lingering hope. The Jiang Lianxin on the leaderboard is none other than her younger sister, and Gu Changqing is her brother-in-law. What on earth transpired within the Gu family in just 2 short years? She felt compelled to visit the Jianglin Gu family after her departure. Once the trials of the Tianmao Monument concluded, rewards were distributed according to the final rankings. The Xianxia Lingya and Wu Jinsha were now in hand. As soon as the rewards were received, the 2 little rascals promptly presented them to their father. They're all his own sons and daughters. And Gu Changqing did not hold back with them, particularly with Wu Jinsha, who proved to be of great utility to Gu Changqing. However, despite having the materials, the process of refining remains exceedingly challenging, as skilled artisans are hard to come by. Even a 4th-tier craftsman is a rare find, let alone a 5th-tier royal-level craftsman. There are likely very few in the entire spirit domain. After this expedition into the secret realm, he would need to journey to the heart of the spirit domain. The Han Empire, as well as the Sea of 10,000 Demons, are exceedingly remote. Following the trial of the heavenly demon steel, their expedition into the Xianwang secret realm was drawing to a close. 3 days later, Gu Changqing and his companions were enveloped by a powerful force, transporting them out of the Xianwang secret realm. Upon their emergence, Gu Changqing immediately sensed the presence of Jiang Lianxin and his father among others. Father, Xianxia. With the 2 little ones in tow, Gu Changqing instantly appeared before Jiang Lianxin and Gu Yuan. Mother. The 2 little ones, resembling children caught in mischief, hid behind Gu Changqing, casting wary glances at Jiang Lianxin. This scene brought a hint of amusement to Gu Yuan. He had intended to scold them, but seeing their expressions, Jiang Lianxin's heart softened. All right, you 2 little rascals. Let mother see if you have sustained any injuries. Shaking her head, Jiang Lianxin crouched down to carefully inspect the 2 children. Upon confirming that her children were unharmed, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Let us return to the Dust Heart Pavilion first. Around them, Gu Changqing did not sense the presence of any familiar faces. The people from Dust Heart Pavilion might either still be inside or had left before them to return early. Before heading back, Gu Changqing wished to stop by Dust Heart Pavilion to check on how matters concerning Mu Zi were being resolved, as it was conveniently on the way. However, just as Gu Changqing and his party had scarcely departed the Xianwang secret realm and entered an uninhabited sea area, they were suddenly intercepted by 4 unfamiliar individuals. 1 woman and 3 men, with the woman being a semi-king, while the 3 men behind her were all of royal rank. Among them, an elder dressed in dark robes was not an ordinary royal, but had stepped into the realm of the heavenly king. Gu Changqing was slightly taken aback. In the context of the other 3 seas, a heavenly king might not be the most formidable of foes, but in the weakest of the outer 4 seas. The South Sea, he is undoubtedly at the pinnacle of the hierarchy. It is worth noting that only the Jinwu sect, reputed as the foremost sect of the South Sea, possesses a divine king. A heavenly king stands nearly invincible in the South Sea. An evil sect? The aura emanating from these individuals was exceedingly malevolent, unlike that of righteous cultivators. Run. Why have you stopped running? The leading enchanting woman coldly regarded Jiang Lianxin beside Gu Changqing, a deep-seated hatred flickering in her eyes. Xianxia, do you know her? Gu Changqing inquired. The enchanting woman fixed her gaze intently on Jiang Lianxin, suggesting their relationship was far more complicated than mere acquaintance. It appeared they harbored a significant grudge against one another. This woman had previously competed with me for treasures within the secret realm, and after I inflicted severe injuries upon her, she fled, only to return with 3 half-kings to pursue me relentlessly for 3 whole days.
Jiang Lianxin's expression mirrored her cold intensity. Naturally, after being hunted for 3 days, she felt a simmering indignation. Were it not for the precious life-saving talisman bestowed upon her by Changqing, which she was reluctant to use, this woman would have perished in the secret realm long ago. During the pursuit, she had boasted that no matter where Jiang Lianxin fled, she would track her down to make her regret offending her. Little did she expect that after exiting the secret realm, she would indeed find her, and with 3 kings in tow. This indicated that her identity was likely not to be taken lightly. Flee? Who claims I intend to run? Jiang Lianxin chuckled. Husband, assist me in vanquishing her. Now that they had exited the secret realm, did she genuinely believe Jiang Lianxin feared her? Today, Jiang Lianxin would demonstrate that in terms of strength, the woman fell short, and in terms of backing, she had her husband. She was even less formidable. Without a moment's hesitation, Changqing unsheathed his sword and struck. Chapter 60, Breakthrough. A beam of pure white sword light seemed poised to pierce through the very fabric of space. In that instant, as the pure white sword light was unleashed, the 3 kings standing beside the enchanting woman turned pale with dread. Even the celestial-level powerhouse among them was no exception. This is bad. As the sword light manifested, an overwhelming sense of impending death enveloped them. The 3 kings instantly sensed the peril. Yet, what could they do against Changqing's sword, capable of swiftly cutting down even a deity? Though they recognized the threat, their bodies could not keep pace with their minds. Thus, they could only watch helplessly as the pure white sword light obliterated them. Wherever the sword light passed, space began to warp. The azure sea was cleaved open, creating a long trench that stretched for miles. With a single strike, 3 kings fell, including a celestial-level powerhouse. Qing'er and the others from the Dust Heart Pavilion were rendered speechless by the spectacle. Qing'er fared slightly better, but for the other disciples witnessing Changqing's prowess for the first time, the loss of 3 kings was unfathomable. The elder's strength had reached such a remarkable level. The remaining enchanting woman trembled uncontrollably, her eyes wide with terror as she gazed upon the impassive Changqing. The others could be dismissed, but the deceased Elder Wu was a genuine celestial-level powerhouse. In the hierarchy of their sect, his status and strength were second only to that of her grandfather. At this moment, she was filled with regret for her foolish decision to seek revenge against Jiang Lianxin. Senior, I am. Buzz. Once again, a single sword strike rendered the enchanting woman, who had yet to complete her words, into nothingness, depriving her of even the chance to employ her life-saving measures. Regardless of her identity, today she was destined to perish. Changqing gazed at the location previously occupied by the alluring woman and spoke with an air of indifference. Following this minor interlude, Changqing and his companions resumed their journey back to the Dust Heart Pavilion. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Dust Heart Pavilion, the third elder was reporting to the Pavilion Master and the Grand Elder about his experiences in the secret realm, including the incident of Changqing effortlessly slaying the palace guards. Upon hearing this, both the Grand Elder and the Pavilion Master were utterly astonished, particularly the Pavilion Master, who was aware of their leader's formidable strength, yet had no precise grasp of its extent. Perhaps it was the late stage of the Xianqing, or even the perfection of the Xianqing. These had been the Pavilion Master's long-held speculations. However, the third elder now revealed that Changqing possessed the power to easily slay even a divine king. What kind of strength was this? A half-step monarch? Or perhaps an emperor? Half a day later, the group arrived at Dust Heart Island. However, Gu Yuan did not accompany Changqing into the Dust Heart Pavilion. Instead, she requested Qing'er to take her to the Wangqin Island Gu family to meet the family head, who is also Qing'er's father. Ever since learning that Qing'er bore the bloodline of the esteemed Gu family, Gu Yuan had nearly recognized her as a goddaughter. Frequently inquiring about the recent circumstances of the Wangqin Island Gu family along their journey, the Pavilion Master and the Grand Elder, sensing Changqing's aura manifesting on Dust Heart Island, hurriedly came to offer their greetings. Arrange a secluded place for me. I require a period of seclusion, Changqing commanded. This expedition to the Xianhuang secret realm had proven to be exceptionally fruitful for him. The Xian water spirit liquid, though merely a single drop, was a 5th-tier elixir. Even emperors would find it tempting. Additionally, there was the Gan Lin pill, a spiritual elixir that purifies spiritual energy impurities, rendering the energy more refined. While not as potent as the Xian water spirit liquid, it was still classified as a 5th-tier elixir.
Moreover, there were numerous high-grade spiritual herbs that Gu Changqing, along with Gu Yunxi and Jiang Lianxin, had discovered. Gu Changqing intended to refine them all into elixirs in order to enhance his strength during this time. With the completion of the mid-stage Xianqing, it was time for a breakthrough. Gu Changqing divided the Xian water spirit liquid into 4 portions, one each for himself, Jiang Lianxin, Gu Yunxi, and Gu Qingxin. Thus, Gu Changqing commenced his seclusion within the Dust Heart Pavilion. On another front, Jiang Baiwei had just exited the secret realm and recounted her experiences at the Heavenly Demon Steel to Jiang Tianwang and the head of the Jiang family. Upon hearing this news from Jiang Baiwei, both Jiang Tianwang and the Jiang family head initially reacted with disbelief. Jiang Lianxin's spiritual bone had been destroyed. While it was not impossible to heal, doing so would require the intervention of a formidable being at the esteemed level or a grandmaster alchemist of the Pill realm. Such entities were scarcely found throughout the entire spirit domain, let alone in the Han Empire. Moreover, even if Jiang Lianxin's spiritual bone were to be repaired, her innate talent would merely be comparable to that of Jiang Baiwei. How could she possibly ascend to the pinnacle of the Heavenly Demon Steel, let alone surpass the prodigies of the spirit ranking? However, Jiang Baiwei's subsequent words rendered them speechless. In addition to Jiang Lianxin, the heir of the Gu family from the Han Empire, Gu Changqing, had also made the list. Furthermore, there were 2 other members of the Gu family included. In such circumstances, the probability of coincidence was exceedingly low. Upon returning to the family, I shall personally visit the Gu family, and the truth shall be revealed then, slowly remarked the head of the Jiang clan. At the Dust Heart Pavilion, 3 days later, a terrifying aura descended upon Dust Heart Island. At this moment, both the mortals on the island and the disciples of the Dust Heart Pavilion turned their gazes towards the mountain gate of the pavilion. This dreadful energy emanated unmistakably from the direction of the Dust Heart Pavilion. Within the pavilion, Gu Changqing slowly opened his eyes, his aura instantly retracting. He had reached the pinnacle of the Profound King realm. A quarter drop of profound water spiritual liquid had propelled Gu Changqing's cultivation from the mid-stage Profound King realm to its consummate phase. He was now merely a step away from the Heavenly King realm. Additionally, the spiritual sword, a royal weapon procured from the secret realm, had been fully refined by Gu Changqing. The extermination sword array finally possessed a 4th-tier royal weapon-level spiritual sword. What level of power do I now possess? Before his breakthrough, and prior to refining the royal weapon, Gu Changqing estimated that he could contend with an ordinary sovereign. Now, not only had his realm ascended to the pinnacle of the Profound King, but with the royal weapon serving as the foundation of the extermination sword array, what level of strength could he possibly achieve? Shiner, grant me a little more time. I shall take you to the Kanglin's sacred land and avenge the wrongs of the past. Gu Changqing rarely mentioned this matter in front of Jiang Lianxin. It was a deep-seated pain in her heart. Yet, Gu Changqing had never forgotten. This was the very reason he had exerted himself over the past 2 years to enhance his strength. He sought to exact vengeance for Jiang Lianxin. He aimed to eradicate the Kanglin's sacred land from this world entirely. The Kanglin's sacred land, one of the premier sacred places in the southern spirit domain, not only housed sovereigns, but was said to also harbor beings at the Heavenly King pinnacle. The royal realm is divided into 3 stages. While the sovereign realm encompasses 4, the profound sovereign, heavenly sovereign, divine sovereign, and sacred sovereign. Moreover, the disparities between each stage are far greater than those within the royal realm. Whether Gu Changqing could confront a heavenly sovereign is uncertain, for facing a being at that pinnacle would likely result in inevitable defeat. Grant me a little more time. Once I step into the divine sovereign realm, it shall be the moment of the Kanglin sacred land's demise. With these thoughts in mind, Gu Changqing stepped out from his closed-door cultivation. In Chapter 61, Gu Qingchen sought out Yin Mingqi. We welcome the Supreme One from seclusion. The figure of the Dust Heart Pavilion Master appeared within the room. Gu Changqing nodded in acknowledgement. With a probe of his divine sense, he discovered that Jiang Lianxin had already exited her seclusion ahead of him and was currently on the island, enjoying a leisurely outing with Gu Yunxi in the city beneath the mountain gate of the Dust Heart Pavilion. However, Gu Qingchen's whereabouts remain elusive, leaving one to wonder where he has ventured. During this period of seclusion, not only has Gu Changqing significantly enhanced his prowess, but both Jiang Lianxin and Gu Yunxi have also experienced remarkable growth. To begin with, Jiang Lianxin has attained the pinnacle of the Half-King realm, merely a step away from the King realm. Similarly, Gu Yunxi, with her astounding talent, has also reached the pinnacle of the half-king realm, likely surpassing her mother, Xianxia. In strength, it is indeed a source of admiration. As for their son, Gu Qingshun, his current status remains unknown since he is yet to be seen. The Xianxia spirit liquid, a rare, fifth-tier spiritual substance, has proven its worth by allowing several individuals to elevate their abilities significantly. Additionally, the Ganlin pill has also played a crucial role. By the way, what has transpired regarding the Mu family? Gu Changqing suddenly recalled the matter concerning Mu Zi. Reporting to the Supreme, the issue with the Mu family has been resolved. Miss Mu Zi now leads the family and has regained control of the highway auction house. Managing it independently, Chen Yun replied calmly. Very well. Is the Mu family willing to come under my banner? Indeed. Good. We shall foster closer ties with the Mu family. Deliver this vial of pills to the Mu family on Highway Island, to be given to their half-king, Gu Changqing instructed. Tossing a jade vial that contained not only the San Yuan breakthrough pill, but also several other pills aimed at enhancing cultivation, each adorned with 6 or 7 intricate patterns. These would be sufficient for Yin Taishang to break through to the king realm. It is imperative that my subordinate forces possess a king. Upon hearing this, Chen Yun's heart stirred, if his conjecture was accurate. The pills within the jade vial were of the same variety that Gu Changqing had previously bestowed upon him to aid his ascension to the king realm. Understood. In addition to the Mu family, Gu Changqing also cast a few vials of strength-enhancing pills towards Chen Yun. Ensure you and the Grand Elder cultivate diligently, striving for an early breakthrough to the Heavenly King realm. Thank you, Supreme. And where is Qingshun? Gu Changqing inquired, noting that he had not sensed Gu Qingshun's presence near the Changqing pavilion. The young master, upon emerging from his seclusion, insisted on visiting the Lanyue Palace, seemingly to seek out an elder sister he met in the secret realm. The matriarch, unable to dissuade him, permitted his departure. However, rest assured, I have dispatched the Grand Elder to accompany him, ensuring his safety, as Lanyue Palace is not far from our Changqing Island, Chen Yun explained. This boy truly cannot remain idle for a moment. Very well, let him go. Gu Changqing harbored no concerns for his safety. For with the life-preserving jade talisman he had provided, there was no threat to Gu Qingshun in the South Sea. At the Lanyue Palace, Yan Mingqi, upon returning to the sect, promptly submitted the piece of red silver stone that Gu Qingshun had given her. The red silver stone held little value for Yan Mingqi. It was more prudent to exchange it for sect points to procure cultivation resources. The same sentiment was shared by senior brother Lan and others. They all understood the adage, possessing a precious object is akin to bearing a crime. With Gu Qingshun's warning in mind, within the confines of the Lanyue Palace, few would dare to covet the precious red-silver stones they possessed. However, once they stepped beyond the palace's protective embrace, the situation could change dramatically. Should word spread that they carried 4th-tier red-silver stones, even a mere fragment could spell their ruin. Thus, surrendering them to the sect remained the wisest course of action. Unbeknownst to Brother Lan and his companions, the senior officials of Lanyue Palace were equally alarmed. Lanyue Palace was merely a semi-royal sect, and not particularly formidable among its peers. Upon their return, the palace lord promptly instructed all elders and disciples privy to the matter. The existence of the red-silver stones must remain a closely guarded secret. Should the news leak, calamity would befall Lanyue Palace. A plan must be devised to swiftly auction off or dispose of these red-silver stones, the palace lord mused. For Yan Mingqi, the whirlwind of experiences over the past few days felt surreal, as if she were caught in a dream. The sect points earned from the red-silver stones would suffice to alleviate her concerns about cultivation resources for a considerable duration. Moreover, after witnessing the prowess of Gu Qingshun and his formidable father, following their separation, the third elder of Lanyue Palace proposed to accept Yan Mingqi as his direct disciple. The notion of being a direct disciple of a semi-royal powerhouse was beyond anything Yan Mingqi had ever dared to dream. Previously, she had been nothing more than an utterly ordinary outer disciple. Now, having been taken under the third elder's wing, she had ascended to the rank of an inner disciple of Lanyue Palace. With this new status, she could effortlessly decline any arranged marriages within her clan. All of this was made possible by Gu Qingshun's influence. Yan Mingqi felt immense gratitude and relief for having chosen to accompany him, the little crybaby. On this day, assisted by the miscellaneous disciples, Yan Mingqi had gathered her belongings and was ready to relocate to her new abode as a true disciple. However, before doing so,
She intended to return home to inform her parents of her elevation to true disciple status and to reject the arranged marriage within the clan. The Yin family, to which she belonged, was also situated on Lanyue Island, where Lanyue Palace was located. The island was vast, housing not only Lanyue Palace but also numerous other factions, with the palace being the most powerful among them. The Yin family was one such faction, a modest clan with only 2 or 3 members who had reached the tribulation stage. The strongest among them was Yin Mingqi's father, the clan head, who had attained the 3rd level of tribulation. The Yin family was not far from the entrance of Lanyue Palace, so it did not take Yin Mingqi long to return to her family's small city, Wangshu City. Even within this small city, the Yin family was not regarded as a prominent clan. Upon Yin Mingqi's arrival, the atmosphere within her family was particularly lively, as if a joyous occasion were unfolding. Sister Yin, a white-clad young woman, hurriedly preparing to leave, was taken aback to see Yin Mingqi standing outside the Yin family residence, her expression filled with delight. Yin Mingqi naturally recognized her cousin, Yin Xiaowu. Sister Yin, your timing is impeccable. The head of the family was just preparing to send me to the Lanyue Palace to fetch you back, Yin Xiaowu exclaimed joyfully. It saved her the trouble of making the trip herself. The He family has come to propose. The second young master of the He family, your future fiancé, has arrived to formally ask for your hand in marriage. A deep envy flickered in Yin Xiaowu's eyes as she spoke. After all, the second young master of the He family was one of the 3 prominent young masters of Wangshu City, with talent surpassing even that of his elder brother, a disciple of the inner sect of Lanyue Palace. I truly envy you, Sister Yin. Envy? Yin Mingqi chuckled softly. The He family, one of the 2 great clans in Wangshu City, boasted the second young master as a figure of immense renown among the younger generation, with countless admirers. In terms of family background and talent, he was indeed commendable. Yet, Yin Mingqi felt no inclination towards him. Love cannot be forced. Disinterest is simply disinterest. The arrival of the He family was fortuitous. Today, she would put an end to this matter once and for all. As they walked along the corridor, the 2 soon arrived at the grand hall. Upon entering, aside from her parents and several elders of the clan, Yin Mingqi also spotted members of the He family seated on the opposite side. The atmosphere was lively, with both parties engaging in cheerful conversation. Cheer, you have returned. Upon seeing her, Yan's father rose immediately. Head of the family, I was just about to head to Lanyue Palace to find Sister Yin, but unexpectedly she returned. Yin Xiaowu explained. Ha ha ha, your timing is perfect. Come, let me introduce you to the He clan leader. As Yin Mingqi performed her greetings, the head of the He family was also sizing up his future daughter-in-law. She was not lacking in appearance, though merely an outer disciple of Lanyue Palace, and her talent seemed somewhat inferior. However, since his son was fond of her, it posed no issue. It was common for men to have multiple wives. Should he encounter someone better in the future, he could simply marry again. Xiaoqi, the second young master of the He family, known as He Xiaofu, had not diverted his gaze from Yin Mingqi since her entrance into the hall. Beside him sat a slightly older youth clad in the attire of an inner disciple of Lanyue Palace, presumably He Xiaofu's elder brother. Father, He clan leader, I must respectfully decline this marriage proposal. After completing her salutations, Yin Mingqi's sudden declaration stunned everyone in the hall into silence. The brows of the He clan leader furrowed slightly. After a brief silence, Yan's father's furious voice filled the hall. Nonsense. This matter was agreed upon between your mother and me. How can you simply refuse to marry? Faced with her father's wrath, Yin Mingqi felt a chill in her heart. I am now a true disciple of Lanyue Palace. I will not marry against my will, not even by you, father. What? A true disciple of Lanyue Palace? The atmosphere tensed with disbelief. Upon the utterance of Yin Mingqi's words, the immediate reaction from the assembly was not one of shock, but rather a chorus of laughter. You? A true disciple? Even if you wish to avoid marrying my brother, there is no need to fabricate such ludicrous falsehoods. The young man seated beside the second son of the He family slowly rose, his gaze laced with a hint of derision. He was none other than He Xiaofu's elder brother, and, concurrently, a disciple of the inner sect of the Lanyue Palace. Has someone truly been promoted to true disciple? As a disciple of the Lanyue Palace, how am I completely oblivious to this? One must understand that ascending to the rank of true disciple is no trifling matter. It is not merely the He family who disbelieves. Even Yin Fu and others are skeptical. Is he unaware of his own daughter's talents? To suggest she is a true disciple is laughable. She can barely manage to advance to the inner sect. In that moment,
Yin Fu felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. If you do not wish to marry, simply state your refusal. Presenting such absurd reasons only serves to bring ridicule upon my Yin family. As the disbelief among the crowd mounted, Yin Mengqi was preparing to produce the true disciple token bestowed upon her by her master, the third elder of the Lanyue Palace, when a terrifying pressure suddenly descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire island, including the Lanyue Palace. What is this? On Lanyue Island, countless individuals gazed upward, experiencing this unprecedented and terrifying force. A formidable presence from the King Realm had arrived. Some of the more knowledgeable Tribulation Realm experts were shaken. This force was undeniably beyond that of a mere half-king, and even a perfected half-king would not possess such overwhelming pressure. Only a being of the King Realm could manifest such might. Why had this King Realm expert descended upon Lanyue Island? Had the Lanyue Palace offended this powerful entity? If that were indeed the case, one could only hope it would not implicate us. Many began to silently pray the existence of a being at the King Realm level, should they unleash their wrath indiscriminately, could obliterate the entire island in a single strike. In an instant, the island was abuzz with speculation and conjecture. Young Master, we have arrived. This is Lanyue Palace. Above, the figures of the Grand Elder of Changqing Pavilion and Gu Qingqian hovered in the air. Chapter 62. For whom do they come? The aura of the King Realm immediately stirred all the high-ranking members of Lanyue Palace into action. The Palace Master was the first to respond, appearing in mid-air to stand in solemn observance alongside the Grand Elder and Gu Qingqian. Beside the Palace Master stood the Grand Elder and the Vice Palace Master. Though Lanyue Palace was a half-king power, it was not particularly formidable among such entities, being weaker than the erstwhile Changqing Pavilion, with only the Palace Master being a mid-stage half-king. While both the Grand Elder and the Vice Palace Master were at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Tribulation Realm. Thus, the arrival of a single King Realm figure left these individuals thoroughly alarmed. We welcome you, esteemed Elder. We welcome you, esteemed Elder. The trio spoke in unison, bowing deeply in a show of respect. This scene sent ripples of shock through the hearts of the multitude observing on Lanyue Island. Apart from a few perceptive experts of the realm, the true prowess of the Grand Elder remained unknown to the rest. Thus, the astonishment this scene invoked was beyond imagination. That the Palace Master would perform such a grand gesture. Could it be that this Elder is a sovereign-level being within the residence of a Yin family? He Xiaofu's elder brother felt a tempest of emotions surging within him. The Moon Gathering Palace is undeniably the sovereign of Moon Gathering Island, and its master is regarded as an exalted figure among all disciples, a semi-sovereign powerhouse ruling over the entire island. Yet now, faced with the sudden appearance of these two individuals, specifically the Elder, who bowed in a gesture of respect reserved for juniors, this was a profound honor indeed. To compel a semi-sovereign to bow as a junior, even a fully realized semi-sovereign could not achieve such a feat. It could only be a true sovereign. A sovereign-level powerhouse has actually arrived at Moon Gathering Island. As for Xiaochun, unlike others, the attention of the crowd was predominantly fixed upon the Grand Elder of the Dust Heart Pavilion, a sovereign being. However, Yin Mengqi's gaze was drawn to the young boy beside him. Could it be that Xiaochun has come to seek me? Suddenly, Yin Mengqi recalled that during their time in the secret realm, Gu Qingqian had mentioned returning to find her after exiting. At the time, she had thought it merely a jest, a tactic to intimidate the third Elder and Brother Liu. Little did she know, it was no mere joke. Xiaochun has truly arrived. In mid-air, the Grand Elder nodded slightly toward the Palace Master of the Moon Gathering Palace and others, stating, "There is no need for alarm. Iarbo no intentions. I have come solely to find a friend of my young master." Young master? All eyes began to shift toward the young boy beside the Grand Elder, who was none other than Gu Qingqian. It turns out that this venerable sovereign is merely the attendant or protector of the boy. This revelation sent further tremors through the hearts of the onlookers, mingled with profound confusion. What could be the true identity of this young boy? Upon hearing the words of the Grand Elder, the Palace Master of the Moon Gathering Palace finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. He had feared that the visitor bore ill tidings. A sovereign, if an enemy rather than a friend, would spell disaster for the Moon Gathering Palace. Thus, he inquired, "May I ask, esteemed Elder, the name of the young master as friend? I shall send someone to fetch them." However, as soon as he uttered these words, a thought struck him. The young boy. The crimson silver stone. He suddenly recalled something the third Elder had mentioned to him. Yin Mengqi. Her sister is named Yin Mengqi. The Grand Elder remained silent. But the eager young lad beside him could no longer contain himself, for his dark eyes scanned the moon-gathering palace plaza, searching in vain for the presence of Sister Yin. Indeed, upon hearing the name Yin Mingxi, the palace master felt a shiver run through him. Initially, a mere former outer disciple would not warrant much of his attention, but after the Secret Realm expedition, this outer disciple was no longer an ordinary figure. Gu Qingqian's tender voice was unmasked, allowing everyone present at the Yin family estate to hear it clearly. Yin Mingxi? After a brief moment of astonishment, both the members of the Yin family, including Yan's father, and those of the He family, turned their gazes toward Yin Mingxi, who stood nearby. Sister Yin, at that moment, the little one in midair sensed Yin Mengqi's aura and instantly located her. The child leapt down from the sky and landed gracefully in the Yin family courtyard. Little Chun, Yin Mengqi was filled with joy, taking 2 steps forward to embrace the little one. However, once in her arms, the child clung to her like a koala, unwilling to let go. Sister, I missed you so much. The little one nestled against Yin Mengqi's neck, rubbing affectionately. At just over 2 years old, Gu Qingqian's way of expressing emotions was far from the subtlety of adults. It was refreshingly straightforward. I missed you too. During their time in the Secret Realm, Yin Mingqi regarded the little one as a younger brother. Yet, upon discovering Gu Qingqian's extraordinary abilities and significant background, she felt a tinge of distance. It wasn't so much estrangement as it was the influence of her own insecurities. Gu Qingqian's immense potential hinted at origins from a powerful faction, while she was merely a disciple of a second-rate sect, and an outer disciple at that. The disparity in their statuses was vast. Thus, when they parted ways, Yin Mengqi believed it to be a final farewell, convinced she would never again cross paths with Gu Qingqian. She dismissed his parting words, "I will come find you," as mere jest, not taking them to heart. Little did she anticipate that the child would truly return. However, unbeknownst to them, this action sent shockwaves among Yan's father and the members of the Yin family, as well as the He family, particularly the young master of the He clan. This young prodigy, accompanied by a retinue of powerful guardians, had come for Yin Mingxi. They felt as if the world had spun off its axis. Chapter 63, A Choice That Defines a Lifetime. Yin Mingxi departed, leaving with Gu Qingqian. Her feelings towards her family were rather ambivalent, and she felt similarly towards her parents. They viewed her merely as a tool for marriage, a stepping stone for the Yin family to ascend further. Her objections and emotions held no significance. Had it not been for everything Gu Qingqian had brought in her life, her ultimate fate would have been to marry the second young master of the He family, a man she did not love, and spend her remaining days in discontent. She would repay the debt of birth and upbringing, yet she had no desire to step foot into the Yin family home ever again. Before leaving, she made sure to display her genuine disciple's token to everyone, especially to the young master of the He family, who had just proclaimed with certainty that Yin Mingxi could not possibly be a true disciple. Now, what would he say? The previous words struck He Xiao like a series of palpable slaps, landing heavily upon his face. Did it hurt? Certainly. It became evident that every word spoken by Yin Mingxi was devoid of falsehood, merely dismissed by those unwilling to believe. Moreover, in comparison to her esteemed identity as a direct disciple of the Lanyu Palace, Yin Mingxi's other identity appeared far more daunting. Despite his youth, Gu Qingqian's background was astonishing. He was accompanied by a formidable figure of the royal realm, making one ponder the terrifying presence that loomed behind him. The earlier camaraderie between the two, reminiscent of siblings, hinted at an extraordinary bond, which was truly the most astonishing aspect. As Yin Mingxi departed, holding Gu Qingqian's hand, Yin Fu's heart was a tumult of emotions. When Yin Mingxi proclaimed her advancement to true disciple, his initial reaction as her father was disbelief, perceiving her words as mere fabrications that would bring shame to the Yin family. Subsequently, Gu Qingqian lingered in the Lanyu Palace for 3 full days before departing. Reluctant to part ways, he harbored a unique sentiment towards Yin Mingxi. In the depths of the secret realm, no one could fathom the extent of Gu Qingqian's fear, which was unrelated to strength. It was the first time he had been separated from his sister, Gu Yunxi, and left alone without his parents. This was a terror stemming from the unfamiliar and the unknown. Though he appeared to be 4 or 5 years old, his actual age was barely over 2. A mere child, the arrival of Yin Mingxi was akin to that of an angel, illuminating his world, continuously comforting and soothing him, alleviating much of his fear. The memory of humbly pleading with senior brother Lan and senior brother Lu to allow him to stay would forever remain
etched in Gu Qingqian's mind. Before his departure, he bestowed upon Yin Mengqi several elixirs for enhancing cultivation and healing, which he had specifically requested from his mother, Jiang Lianxin. Sister Yin, I shall return to play with you. By the way, if you encounter any trouble, take this jade token and go to the Changqing Pavilion. It is one of the forces under my father's command, and they will resolve any issues you face. If they cannot, I shall have my father intervene. Gu Changqing, with his chubby little hands, presented a jade token inscribed with the character Chen. This was specifically sought from the Changqing Pavilion. Changqing Pavilion. Yin Mingqi was certainly familiar with it. Residing in the South Sea, one could not be oblivious to this newly ascended royal-level power. Though it was an emerging royal sect, it was fortified by two formidable royal realm experts. For both the Lanyu Palace and Yin Mengqi, the Changqing Pavilion was undoubtedly a colossal entity. Yet, this royal power was merely one of the forces under the command of little Chen's father. The moment Gu Qingqian's father was mentioned, Yin Mengqi's mind immediately conjured the image of Gu Changqing subduing the silver-armored stone statue during their time in the secret realm. The ethereal young man clad in white, akin to a celestial being, is none other than Xiao Chen's father. The poignant farewell between Yin Mengqi and Gu Qingqian did not escape the notice of many within the Lanyu Palace. Among them, a few felt a twinge of regret. These individuals were none other than Brother Lu, who had initially refused to bring Gu Qingqian into the secret realm, leading to a schism with Yin Mengqi and the others, along with those who had followed Lu in his departure. At this moment, their remorse reached a crescendo. If only they had chosen not to follow Brother Lu, their circumstances might have unfolded quite differently. Those who had cultivated a friendship with Yin Mengqi, such as Brother Lan and others, had now ascended to the ranks of core disciples, while they remained mere inner sect members. As time passed, the chasm between them only widened. Now, even the palace master treated Yin Mengqi with utmost courtesy, sometimes even with a hint of flattery. With a connection to Gu Qingqian, not only the palace master, but even a king-level expert would think twice before making a move against Yin Mengqi. An opportunity once lay before them, unappreciated, and now was too late for regret. A single choice had irrevocably shaped the course of their lives. Where there are people, conflict is inevitable. The maritime region surrounding the Lanyu Palace is no exception. This body of water, known as Fuhai, is fraught with intricate power dynamics and undercurrents, with at least 6 or 7 semi-king powers, of which the Lanyu Palace is but one. At this very moment, unbeknownst to the master of the Lanyu Palace, a plan for the annihilation of the palace was quietly unfolding in a certain location within Fuhai, involving 4 semi-king powers. Leading this coalition was the Tianming sect, a rival of the Lanyu Palace for many years. Within the Tianming sect, 3 semi-kings had gathered, 1 in mid-stage, 2 in early stage, and 1 yet to reach semi-king status. The mid-stage semi-king was none other than the sect master of Tianming. To eradicate the Lanyu Palace, the 4 semi-king powers had devised a meticulous plan, determined to leave no one from the palace alive. With the benefits already apportioned, they would strike in 3 days. The sect master of Tianming glinted with a chilling light in his eyes. The plan for the destruction of the Lanyu Palace had not been a matter of mere days, but had commenced over a year ago. Initially, it had involved only the Tianming sect and 1 other semi-king family, which was rather precarious. The strength of the Lanyu Palace was not to be underestimated within Fuhai, particularly that of its master, whose formidable prowess could easily withstand 1 or 2 mid-stage semi-kings. Yet now, faced with 4 semi-kings, 2 in mid-stage and 2 in early stage, suddenly, a figure clad in a dark robe materialized among the 3. This latecomer, known as Feng Qing, was the master of the Fengyue sect, one of the semi-king factions of Fuhai and a mid-stage semi-king, on par with the sect master of Tianming. Upon arrival, Feng Qing's expression was grave. He stepped forward and tore the meticulously prepared plans into shreds. Master of the Feng sect, what is the meaning of this? Feng Qing, what are you doing? The leader of the Tianming sect, along with 2 other early-stage half-kings, frowned and voiced their disapproval. What affliction had suddenly befallen Feng Qing? The plan to annihilate the Lanyu Palace had been entirely scrapped. Feng Qing cast a glance at them and uttered a single sentence before turning to depart. Are you afraid? After over a year of meticulous planning, Feng Qing's abrupt change of heart left the 3 formidable half-kings, including the leader of the Tianming sect, exceedingly discontented. What could have possibly provoked such a reaction from Feng Qing? To cancel the plan at a whim after a year of preparation? If you are afraid, Then Lanua Palace should withdraw, and we shall seek others. Just ensure you keep your lips sealed, the Tianming sect leader coldly remarked. Feng Qing was the linchpin of the plan to obliterate the Lanua Palace. Without him, the plan could not be executed, and his sudden withdrawal had thrown all arrangements into disarray. Afraid? Feng Qing's footsteps faltered momentarily. Yes, I am afraid. If you wish to court death, do not involve me. I have just received news that a King Realm expert has arrived at the Lanua Palace. Although I am uncertain of their connection to the palace, they are indeed a King Realm being. With that, Feng Qing no longer lingered and vanished from the scene. Chapter 64. The Arrival of a Great Foe? What? A King Realm? Feng Qing departed, yet his words reverberated in the minds of the others. At that moment, they finally comprehended the reason behind Feng Qing's sudden withdrawal. The stark contrast in his actions was due to this revelation. A King Realm. The closer one approached the King Realm, the more one understood the gravity of those two words. What half-kings? They were merely a fabricated status created by individuals seeking to distinguish themselves from the Calamity Realm. In ancient times, there was no such thing as a half-king. There was only the Calamity Realm, and beyond that lay the king. The term half-king merely served to embellish one's own reputation. In the face of a true King Realm expert, a half-king is akin to an ant. Even a perfected half-king is merely a slightly larger ant before a King Realm being, easily extinguished at a whim. The appearance of a King Realm at the Lanua Palace was sufficient reason for them to refrain from making any move against it, regardless of the nature of the connection between that King Realm and the palace. This is the deterrent power of a King Realm. Of course, it is also possible that the King Realm individual was merely passing through the Lanua Palace for other reasons and bore little relation to it. Yet, no one dared to gamble on that possibility. The leader of the Tianming sect did not dare, nor did the two early-stage half-kings beside him. Should they miscalculate, the consequences would be catastrophic. The wrath of a King Realm is not something these mere half-king factions could withstand. Very well, then, I shall personally visit the Lanua Palace. The leader of the Tianming sect sighed deeply. To claim he felt unwilling would be an understatement. Yet, no matter how reluctant he was, what could he do? Tianming, you still intend to go to Lanua Palace? The leader's words left the other two half-kings utterly aghast. The Lord of Tianming glanced at the two cowards and remarked, "Are you two esteemed half-kings truly so easily frightened?" It was no surprise, for should this matter implicate them, it would spell considerable trouble. They had no desire for death. Our sect intends to offer an apology to the Moon Gathering Palace, to transform conflict into harmony. Do you understand? Prepare the gifts. The Lord's words allowed the two half-kings to breathe a sigh of relief. Wait, we shall accompany you, they added. On that day, the master of the Moon Gathering Palace summoned Yan Mengqi. In the Grand Hall, Yan Mengqi also saw her mentor, the third elder. Master, I am at your service. What may I assist you with? She inquired respectfully. Despite her connection to Gu Qingshun, even the palace master treated her with courtesy, yet Yan Mengqi remained humble and unassuming. She was acutely aware that all she possessed was a gift from Gu Qingshun, and the palace's true concern lay not with her, but rather with her relationship with him. Ah, it is nothing of great consequence, the third elder chuckled. I merely discussed with the palace master and concluded that it would be best for her to personally guide your cultivation. Is the palace master's intent to take me as her disciple? Yan Mengqi responded, somewhat taken aback. Indeed, the Moon Gathering Palace master affirmed with a nod. However, I have already pledged myself to the third elder, she said, casting a glance at the elder beside the palace master. No matter. Training under the palace master will be far more beneficial than remaining with this old fool, the third elder replied with a carefree smile. After a moment's contemplation, Yan Mengqi bowed deeply to the palace master, a hint of regret in her voice. Palace master, I prefer to stay by my Minaret's side. Throughout their time in the secret realm and beyond, the third elder had treated her with great kindness, and while Gu Qingshun's influence played a part, it was undeniable that the elder had been genuinely benevolent. The palace master's desire to take her as a disciple was likely rooted in her relationship with Gu Qingshun, and Yan Mengqi was all too aware of her own capabilities. The thought of entering under the palace master's tutelage filled her with trepidation. In contrast, remaining with the third elder seemed far more appealing. The third elder's heart stirred as he regarded Yan Mengqi with gentle eyes. No matter, it was I who was abrupt, the Moon Gathering Palace master said, unperturbed and harboring no resentment. As a leader of the palace, she possessed the grace to accept both paths, whether as a disciple under her or to remain with the third elder. Both would still be disciples of the Moon Gathering Palace, and that was sufficient. Just then, however, the palace master's expression suddenly darkened. Within her consciousness, she sensed 3 half-king level presences rapidly approaching Moon-Gathering Island. One of these auras felt oddly familiar to her. The trio of energies moved with remarkable speed, and before long, they hovered above the entrance to the Moon-Gathering Palace. The Lord of the Moon Palace stepped forth, instantly appearing in the air above the palace. Gazing across at the 3 semi-king figures, Tianming Sect's master, clan leader Ning, Master Gao, these 3 semi-king powerhouses were well known to the Lord of the Moon Palace, each a leader of their respective semi-king forces in the Fuhai realm, renowned for their might. The sudden appearance of these 3 semi-kings immediately instilled a sense of tension within the Moon Palace, as though they were facing a formidable foe. Particularly, the Tianming sect had historically held animosity towards the Moon Palace. The arrival of these guests surely boded ill. The Elder Council, led by the Grand Elder, swiftly activated the sect's protective formation, their expressions heavy with concern as they regarded the trio led by the master of the Tianming sect. What wind has brought these 3 to our doorstep? If they seek to trouble the Moon Palace, they might find themselves woefully inadequate. The Lord of the Moon Palace unleashed a formidable pressure characteristic of a mid-level semi-king, instantly sensing the heightened tension enveloping the palace. The master of the Tianming sect, with a wry smile, did not reciprocate the challenge posed by the Lord of the Moon Palace. Instead of displaying his own might, he reined in his aura and chose to soften his stance. We are not here to bring trouble to the Moon Palace, but rather to resolve the grievances between our 2 sections. With that, the master of the Tianming sect tossed forth a storage ring. The Lord of the Moon Palace's consciousness probed within, revealing a pleasant surprise, an abundance of valuable items, alongside a significant cache of spirit stones. Furthermore, my Tianming sect is willing to relinquish our mining rights on Changqing Island, allowing the Moon Palace to exploit its resources. The prospect of Changqing Island's spirit mine, the very foundation of the Tianming sect, being offered up so readily was astonishing. The Lord of the Moon Palace and all present were momentarily taken aback. After years of enmity, the Tianming sect was unexpectedly seeking reconciliation and offering such substantial benefits. Surely, the master of the Tianming sect must have lost his senses, or was there a hidden agenda at play? Perhaps he intended to feign submission, waiting for the Moon Palace to lower its guard before revealing his true intentions. The members of the Moon Palace were baffled by the master of the Tianming sect's actions. But the Lord of the Moon Palace scrutinized the man carefully before accepting the storage ring. Very well, I shall consent. From this day forth, all grievances between the Moon Palace and the Tianming sect shall be erased. 3 days hence, I will dispatch personnel to take over the spirit mine on Changqing Island. The master of the Tianming sect let out a slight sigh of relief. Then we shall take our leave. Upon my return, I will issue orders for our people to withdraw from Changqing Island. With that, he departed. The other 2 semi-kings, however, remained. They exchanged glances and simultaneously produced 2 additional storage rings. Lord of the Moon Palace, this is a token of our goodwill. We hope you will accept it. The Lord of the Moon Palace received the rings, discovering their contents to be nearly as valuable as those bestowed by the master of the Tianming sect. If the Lord of the Tianming sect were to suddenly display weakness and seek to reconcile with the Moonlit Palace, one might find some semblance of logic in such an action. However, the unexpected gesture of tribute from these 2 semi-kings has left many bewildered and perplexed. These 2 semi-kings, known to several present, are the leaders of the 2 significant semi-king factions of the Fuhai region. Their interactions with the Moonlit Palace have been sparse, to the extent that they could be considered strangers. What, then, could be the motivation behind their sudden overtures? The Lord of the Moonlit Palace, however, welcomed them with open arms, unreservedly accepting their offerings. Observing this, the 2 semi-kings exhaled in relief. Although they had no prior grievances with the Moonlit Palace, their involvement in the Tianming Lord's annihilation plan complicated matters. Should this affair come to light in the future, while the Tianming sect might remain unscathed, they would certainly face repercussions. Thus, their decision to curry favor with the Moonlit Palace by presenting lavish gifts was a strategic move to secure a potential escape route, should their involvement be revealed later. Swiftly they arrived, and just as swiftly they departed. Lord, this situation seems exceedingly abnormal. There may be a conspiracy afoot, remarked an elder, furrowing his brow as he watched the trio from the Tianming sect retreat. Abnormal? Not in the slightest, the Lord of the Moonlit Palace chuckled. Elder 4, you are overthinking this.
There is, in fact, no conspiracy here. Huh? Elder 4 was taken aback. The Lord was indeed correct. There was no deceit involved. The Grand Elder of the moonlit palace stepped forward, stroking his beard with a smile. Do you all recall the powerful sovereign who graced the moonlit isle a few days ago? With that singular remark, enlightenment dawned upon those present. They understood now. It was the residual influence of that venerable sovereign. Elder 4's expression shifted to one of realization. Precisely. The Lord of the moonlit palace affirmed with a nod. Is this the deterrent power of sovereign? I have witnessed it firsthand. The mere presence of that sovereign at the moonlit palace subdued the Tianming sect, which had long been at odds with them, compelling them to submit and seek reconciliation. Sovereigns. Excitement ignited within the hearts of the gathered, their eyes gleaming with fervent admiration. At this very moment, while the moonlit palace basked in its newfound prestige, a significant event unfolded within the Han-Qin Empire. The esteemed Jiang Tianwang, having returned from the secret realm of Xuanhuang, once again withdrew into seclusion. Upon emerging, he summoned forth resplendent phenomena, vibrant and vast, reverberating across the land for miles. He had finally breached a critical threshold, ascending to the realm of the divine sovereign. The pinnacle of the three realms of sovereigns, the divine sovereign level, represented the apex of power within the Han-Qin Empire. Such strength was truly at the zenith of the pyramid, the ultimate pinnacle. Even the most formidable ancestor of the Han-Qin royal family resided within this realm. Consequently, with the Jiang family's patriarch achieving the divine sovereign state, the Jiang family had genuinely attained the status of equals alongside the Han-Qin royalty. In an instant, the entire Han-Qin Empire erupted in fervor, especially those powerful families located in the eastern regions of Han and Qin, adjacent to the influence of the Jiang clan. Hastily dispatched envoys bearing lavish gifts to the gates of the Jiang residence, congratulating them on their ancestors' ascension to the rank of divine monarch. Even the imperial family of the Han-Qin Empire sent their own envoys. This led to a burgeoning sense of pride and elation within the Jiang clan. Even the Gu family, situated far away in Jianglin City, felt a certain impact. Over the years, the Gu family had maintained a low profile. Nevertheless, they had subtly emerged as the foremost family in Jianglin City. Yet, when compared to the Jiang clan, their reputation fell significantly short. Their influence limited to the local practitioners in Jianglin City. Beyond Jianglin, the Gu family's various enterprises and personnel experienced considerable friction and conflict with the dominant local powers. However, with the emergence of a divine monarch from the Jiang clan, the leaders of those factions hastily instructed their subordinates to restrain themselves, no longer daring to provoke the Gu family. Although the relationship between the Gu and Jiang families was not particularly close, with no envoys from the Jiang clan visiting over the years, kinship with the divine monarch family still held weight. Who could predict when the divine monarch clan might decide to assist the Gu family in reclaiming their dignity? They dared not take that gamble, nor did they wish to. Consequently, they had to concede to the Gu family. Yet, this concession, upon reaching the Gu family, left them both amused and exasperated. The Jiang clan? The divine monarch family? What did that matter? The rise of the Gu family was solely attributable to their young master, Gu Changqing. It had never relied on the Jiang clan. However, they found no need to run over and explain anything to those factions. Gu Changqing, on the other hand, was even less concerned. Since returning from the Xianyuan's secret realm, he had once again entered seclusion, preparing to thoroughly digest the gains from his journey. At this moment, the Gu family unexpectedly welcomed a group of unanticipated guests. Esteemed guests from afar, our Gu family has failed in our reception. At the front gate of the Gu residence in Jianglin City, Gu Yuan, accompanied by several elders of the Gu family, slightly cupped his hands and addressed the visitors. However, his tone was cold, lacking the warmth suggested by his words. This was because the so-called esteemed guests were none other than the head of the Jiang clan, Jiang Yunshan, accompanied by several high-ranking members of the Jiang family. Jiang Baiwei followed closely behind. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's indifferent remarks, the high-ranking members of the Jiang clan, especially Jiang Baiwei, displayed visible displeasure. Now that the Jiang clan's ancestor had ascended to the realm of divine monarch, the entire Jiang clan's reputation within the Han-Qin Empire had soared. Even the imperial family of Han-Qin showed utmost respect before the Jiang clan. In their view, the head of the Jiang clan, accompanied by the high-ranking members, had come personally. The Gu family should at least open their doors wide, welcoming the entire clan with an air of sincere trepidation. Yet, Their current indifference leaves the high-ranking members of the Jiang family utterly bewildered. They are merely enduring this affront due to the head of the family's prior instructions. The reason for the Jiang family's visit is quite straightforward: to ascertain whether the ranking of the heavenly demon monument within the Xianxia secret realm is genuine or fabricated. This urgency led them to the Gu family immediately after the God King's retreat. As they seek to confirm whether Jiang Lianxin is indeed the discarded daughter of the Jiang family they believe her to be, until the results of this inquiry are revealed. The Gu family's aloof demeanor must be tolerated. If Jiang Lianxin, who is to marry into the Gu family, truly proves to be the second-rank prodigy of the heavenly demon monument, then all will be well. The Jiang family could nurture an exceptional talent once more, perhaps rewarding the Gu family with some leniency for their previous disrespect. However, should the outcome be otherwise, the Jiang family would gradually make the Gu family recognize their diminished status, as they are no longer worthy even to be Jiang's vassals. Contemplating this, Jiang Yinshan cleared his throat, silencing the elders behind him, and forced a smile, saying, "My dear in-law, there is no need for such formalities. Our families are connected by marriage, so what is this talk of distant greetings?" He feigned a puzzled expression, glancing behind Gu Yuan. "Where my esteemed son-in-law, Changqing, and my beloved daughter, Lianxin? To be candid, I have often thought of my little girl over the years." Hearing Jiang Yunshan's insincere words, the elders of the Gu family, along with Gu Yuan, the family head who had weathered many trials, struggled to maintain their composure, nearly bursting forth with a retort against the shameless old rogue. With the wedding day yet to arrive, and having seen his daughter only once in 2 years, it was audacious to claim he missed Jiang Lianxin. Fortunately, at that moment, 2 youthful voices broke the tension, exclaiming, "Grandpa, Grandpa!" When will father emerge from his seclusion? These youthful voices belonged to Gu Yunxi and Gu Qingchen, the 2 little ones approaching Gu Yuan, their inquiries unceasing. The Gu family's cold demeanor had already left the senior members of the Jiang family quite dissatisfied. Seeing 2 small children disrupt the atmosphere further fueled their irritation. One of the Jiang family's high-ranking members, a warrior of the King realm, stood to reprimand them. But before he could utter a word, he caught sight of the children's faces, and his pupils dilated in shock. Chapter 66. Gu Changqing emerges from seclusion. What is the meaning of this? The King realm warrior gasped, instinctively stepping back, lowering his voice as he glanced at Jiang Yinshan. The head of the Jiang family was also profoundly shaken, his gaze fixed on the siblings, as though he had seen a ghost. Were these not the 2 prodigious children, merely 6 or 7 years of age, who had crossed into the tribulation realm when they encountered them at sea? How did they come to be in the Gu family? Grandpa Gu. The incredulity in their voices was palpable, as each high-ranking member of the Jiang family felt their hearts race. The scene that unfolded that day in the Myriad Demon Sea remains etched in their memories forever. While en route to the Xianxia secret realm, they witnessed, with their own eyes, the extraordinary sight of the brother and sister riding upon a subdued sea demon, galloping across the ocean. The impression it left on them was nothing short of profound. Even the esteemed Jiang God King was left utterly astounded, firmly believing that these 2 individuals hailed from the ranks of the most elite powers, sacred places, and illustrious clans. At merely 5 or 6 years of age, they exhibited prowess surpassing that of Jiang Baiwei, the foremost prodigy of the Jiang family and the leading figure of the younger generation in the Han Empire, who was in his 20s. Such talent was undeniably astonishing. Yet now, observing their affectionate demeanor before Gu Yuan, the members of the Jiang family felt as though they were caught in a dream. Even Jiang Yinshan found himself swallowing hard, struggling to regain his composure before finally managing to speak, glancing at Gu Yuan. "Dear relative, who are these 2 children?" Seeing the astonishment etched on the faces of the Jiang family, Gu Yuan could hardly contain his pride, though he maintained an air of nonchalance, casually remarking, "These are my grandchildren, the offspring of Changqing and Lianxin." "What? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could that worthless girl, Jiang Lianxin, possibly give birth to such prodigies?" The higher-ups of the Jiang family were left utterly stunned by Gu Yuan's revelation. Jiang Baiwei, in particular, was rendered speechless. In her excitement, she even forgot that she was in the Gu family's domain, carelessly referring to Jiang Lianxin as the worthless girl. Initially, she had held onto a sliver of hope, pondering that perhaps Jiang Lianxin and Gu Changqing were merely namesakes, that it was merely a coincidence. But now, gazing at the siblings Gu Yunxi and Gu Qingchen, that final shred of hope was completely shattered, prompting her to cry out recklessly, "Who are you to call my mother worthless?" Upon hearing Jiang Baiwei's words, Gu Yunxi and Gu Qingshun could no longer contain themselves. Particularly, Gu Qingshun, who, having undergone trials in the Xianwang secret realm, returned home and was subsequently urged by his mother to diligently cultivate for some time, unleashed an aura so potent in this moment that, bolstered by his flame spirit body, he actually forced Jiang Baiwei, the so-called top talent of Han, to retreat several steps. Witnessing this spectacle, the senior members of the Jiang family collectively inhaled sharply, the last vestiges of their doubt dissipating entirely. Undoubtedly, these two little prodigies before them were indeed the exceptional talents they encountered in the sea. Good. Jiang Yunshan, regaining his senses, set aside the need to comfort Jiang Baiwei, his gaze now fixed upon Gu Yunxi and Gu Qingshun, his face beaming with a warm smile. "Children, please do not be upset. What you just said was mere folly. We are, after all, family. Come, your grandfather has gifts for you." Jiang Yunshan intended to reach out and pull Gu Yunxi and Gu Qingshun closer. These two unparalleled prodigies, if brought back to the Jiang family, would undoubtedly elevate its future beyond even the imperial lineage of Han and Qin. Observing this scene, Gu Yuan furrowed his brows, poised to intervene. Within the Gu family estate, a crisp voice resonated, prompting the siblings to retreat without casting a glance at Jiang Yunshan, turning instead to return home. "Yunxi, Qingshun, come back. Your grandfather is entertaining guests. Do not disturb." "Understood, mother." The two little ones promptly dashed back to the side of the captivating beauty who had spoken, causing Jiang Yunshan's expression to darken abruptly. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, suddenly looking up. The woman who had spoken was none other than his youngest daughter, Jiang Lianxin. The higher-ups of the Jiang family, including Jiang Baiwei, also sensed the formidable aura emanating from Jiang Lianxin. It was a realm only attainable by someone at the pinnacle of semi-royalty. "Lianxin, has your spirit bone been restored?" Jiang Yunshan could scarcely believe his eyes, but upon regaining his senses, he instinctively reacted with an increasingly radiant smile. "Wonderful. Truly a double blessing. Lianxin, you are unaware that the family has been striving to restore your spirit bone over the years, preparing numerous resources for you. Now that you have achieved this on your own, it matters not. The resources will still be reserved for you. Just return home." As Jiang Yunshan spoke, his gaze involuntarily drifted towards Yunxi and Qingshun, his tone growing ever more cordial. "You two children, do return as well. The family will nurture you diligently. This will allow me to make amends for the years of neglect. Your husband may also accompany you back to the Jiang family, where he can enjoy the finest cultivation environment without concern for resources." While saying this, Jiang Yunshan feigned sincerity, sighing deeply. "Lianxin, you cannot imagine how guilty your father has felt these years, constantly burdened by self-reproach." Observing the family head's performance, the elders of the Jiang clan hastened to lend their support. "Indeed, Lianxin, although the family head has not voiced it, he has always felt remorseful towards you." Lianxin felt a surge of indignation. "We are well aware of the family's guilt towards you over the years, but now, everything is different. Our ancestor has ascended to the divine king realm. The family is no longer what it once was. We have come to bring you back, Lianxin, to compensate for all that has transpired." Each enthusiastic remark and heartfelt expression starkly contrasted with the cold treatment and whispers Lianxin had faced upon her marriage, leaving her heart increasingly frigid with every word. She found it almost amusing. They had not come to visit her when she married, nor had they checked on her even once in the years since. Now, having learned of her spirit bone's restoration and the birth of two extraordinary geniuses, they had suddenly appeared. Her father felt remorse. Did he truly believe he owed her something after all these years? Jiang Lianxin spoke softly, her tone calm and her gaze serene as she looked at Jiang Yunshan. "Why must father insist that I return home? Hasn't the family prepared cultivation resources for me? A portion would suffice. Sending half for my use would not deplete the family's resources, but rather serve as compensation for your guilt towards me. Would you be willing to consider this? This is simply unacceptable." Jiang Yunshan, compelled by Lianxin's words, averted his gaze and slightly turned his head. "Family resources cannot be distributed so freely. Even as the head of the family, I cannot allow it." A chuckle escaped the lips of the elders from the Gu family as they listened to Jiang Yunshan's declaration. The head of the Jiang family had truly reached an unprecedented level of obstinacy. Jiang Lianxin, however, appeared to have anticipated this reaction. She raised her hand slightly, indicating to Jiang Yunshan that he need not continue. "I understand now. There is no need for you to feel guilty, father. Instead, I must express my gratitude to you, or rather, to the head of the family, for arranging such a splendid marriage for me. After all, how could I have married such a remarkable husband otherwise? As she thought of her husband, a tender emotion flickered in Jiang Lianxin's eyes. In contrast, Jiang Yunshan felt a deep sense of embarrassment. Nonetheless, as the leader of his clan, he possessed an extraordinary resilience to shame. Realizing that Lianxin could not be swayed, his gaze turned resolutely towards Gu Yunxi and Gu Qingxin. Very well, since you have chosen to remain with the Gu family, I have nothing further to say. However, Yunxi and Qingxin are the bloodline of the Jiang family. Our prodigies, remaining in this insignificant Gu family, would only squander their talents. Only within the Jiang family can their abilities be fully realized. With that, Jiang Yunshan disregarded Jiang Lianxin entirely and stepped forward, unleashing his kingly pressure with the intent to forcibly take the siblings away. As for any resentment that might arise, they were merely children. What did it matter? Besides, once they were taken, the Jiang family's current might and the strength of a divine king would surely compel the Gu family to submit, ensuring everyone understood what could and could not be said. Boom! The kingly pressure erupted with a thunderous sound. The high-ranking members of the Jiang family behind Jiang Yunshan swiftly understood the cue and followed suit, their own kingly auras rising in unison. In that moment, the commotion reverberated throughout Jianglin City, startling many cultivators. Initially, the Jiang family's visit had evoked envy of the Gu family, but they never anticipated such a dramatic turn of events. Alas, the Gu family seemed to be in dire straits. Lacking strength, what good were their prodigies? They too would be taken away. Many cultivators shook their heads in dismay, expressing sympathy for the Gu family. After today, it seemed the Gu family's rising momentum would be entirely curtailed. The Jiang family. This was excessive. Whether it was Jiang Lianxin or the formidable members of the Gu family, the situation was dire. No one anticipated that the Jiang family would act with such audacity, disregarding any semblance of dignity associated with a noble clan, descending into utter shamelessness. Gu Yuan's voice resonated with a low growl as he exuded a formidable aura, leading a cohort of elders to confront them. Excessive? Observing Gu Yuan and his companions advance, Jiang Yunshan let out a chilling smile. The Jiang family had long been prepared for this eventuality. Let the ancestor appear. Let the ancestor appear. One by one, the elders of the Jiang family bowed in unison, proclaiming their words with thunderous clarity that echoed throughout the entirety of Jianglin City. In the next moment, a resounding boom echoed. Under the astonished gazes of the cultivators in Jianglin City, a figure descended gracefully upon the clouds. Clad in a black robe, this individual emanated an aura as deep and vast as the ocean, and merely standing there exuded an oppressive presence that enveloped the entire city. It seemed as if a single thought from him could reduce the grand city to mere dust. This was a being of the divine king realm, the divine king of the Jiang family. The revered ancestor had arrived. At this moment, the black-robed elder, Jiang Shenwang, had graced Jianglin City, and to the onlookers, it was clear that he had drawn the final conclusion for the two young scions of the Gu family. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunshan and his kin stood tall, brimming with pride, especially Jiang Baiwei. Initially, she harbored concerns that Jiang Lianxin's return might jeopardize her standing within the Jiang family, but she never anticipated that Jiang Lianxin would prove to be so ungrateful. Now, it appeared that Jiang Lianxin would not return, and her offspring would become instruments for the Jiang family's resurgence, thereby allowing Jiang Baiwei to reap the benefits. As Jiang Baiwei reveled in her triumph on the clouds above, the gaze of the Jiang family's divine king fell upon Gu Yunxi and Gu Qingxin below, his eyes betraying an insatiable greed. However, despite his covetousness, as the ancestor of the Jiang family, he still had to maintain a semblance of decorum. Thus, the Jiang family's divine king spoke to Gu Yuan, saying, "Head of the Gu family, today, my Jiang family brings back these two descendants. You may select 2 disciples from your family to send to the Jiang family in the future. I can grant them the status of inner disciples under my name. They shall train alongside me, which would serve as a reward for your family in nurturing these 2 prodigies, 2 inner disciples under a divine king." Upon hearing the words of the Jiang family's divine king, the cultivators in Jianglin City could hardly contain their excitement. The prospect of such an honor bestowed upon the Gu family ignited envy in their hearts. What did it mean to have this title, to possess such a legacy? With this distinction, the future attainment of the King realm seemed all but guaranteed. As for Gu Yunxi and Gu Qingshun, their talents were undeniable. Yet even the spectators did not believe that the Gu family could adequately cultivate these two exceptional individuals. The Gu family? Merely a small clan in Jianglin City. Meanwhile, the divine king of the Jiang family, after stating his conditions, he did not wait for the Gu family's response, but directly commanded Jiang Yinshan. Yinshan, take the children back to the clan. Do not let this pair of precious gems go to waste. Understood? Yes. Rest assured, ancestor. Jiang Yinshan hurriedly bowed in compliance and strode forward. Much like the divine king of the Jiang family, he completely disregarded the Gu family members, not even sparing them a glance. In his eyes, with the divine king ancestor present, unless the entire Gu family wished for their demise, who would dare to obstruct them? Who could dare to obstruct them? In the next moment, within the grand estate of the Gu family, Gu Changqing's icy voice quietly resonated. Jiang family offspring? Take him back to the Jiang family? A dog on the brink of death dares to speak so brazenly regarding my children? The instant his voice fell, under the incredulous gazes of the high-ranking members of the Jiang family, and amidst the almost frozen stares of the cultivators throughout Jianglin City, a brilliant sword light, radiant to the extreme, cleaved the sky, splitting Jianglin City in twain. In the blink of an eye, it reached the divine king of the Jiang family. Then, with a piteous scream, the divine king of Jiang was sent flying like a dead dog, struck by the dazzling sword light unleashed by Gu Changqing. Hurtling 1,000 feet away, his fate uncertain. Chapter 67. Regret. Silence. A deathly silence. At this moment, the entirety of Jianglin City fell into an unspoken stillness. It was not until the figure of the black-robed divine, King Jiang, struggled to rise from the ruins of a building he had collided with that the sound began to stir the cultivators and the Jiang family members back to reality. Each of them gazed at the distant figure of Gu Changqing, their eyes wide with disbelief. In their perception, the divine king, exalted and godlike in stature, appeared so fragile in Gu Changqing's hands, akin to paper. With a single strike, he had delivered a devastating blow. Furthermore, they were acutely aware of Gu Changqing's identity and age, a mere youth, not yet 20, just a young master of a prominent family. In the Han Qin Empire, contemporaries of his age were still grappling with tribulations, struggling to survive. Yet he could wield a sword capable of severely injuring a divine king. What kind of power was this? Perfected divine king? Or had he already entered the realm of sovereignty? As they grappled with this shock, a voice broke through. Father, you've emerged from seclusion. Gu Yunxi and Gu Qingshun, uninterested in the inexplicable strangers who had approached them, rushed joyfully towards their father. Upon hearing the children's voices, still immersed in the awe inspired by Gu Changqing's formidable strength, the members of the Jiang family gradually regained their composure. However, upon observing the pair of siblings, a tremor coursed through their hearts. Initially, they believed that the remarkable talents of these two children were inherited from their mother, Jiang Lianxin. Yet, it now appeared that their extraordinary gifts were more likely derived from their even more monstrous father. Jiang Baiwei's heart sank as she gazed into the distance at the black-robed divine king of the Jiang family, who was struggling amidst the ruins, unable to extricate himself. She then turned her attention to Gu Changqing. With a gentle smile, held Jiang Lianxin tenderly in his embrace, while their offspring, endowed with prodigious talent, seemed capable of overshadowing her own children. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of regret surged within Jiang Baiwei. If only she had persevered and married into the Gu family. Would she now be the one whom all revered, instead of Jiang Lianxin? Once filled with gratitude for not being the one to marry into the Gu family, she now found herself engulfed in remorse. Her feelings of regret remained unrecognized and unheeded by those around her. After effortlessly repelling the Jiang family's divine king with a single strike, Gu Changqing was disinclined to engage in further dialogue with the Jiang family. Considering our shared history, I shall refrain from delivering a lethal blow today. However, from this moment forth, the ties between the Gu and Jiang families shall be severed, and our debts of gratitude will be settled. Regardless of the circumstances, Jiang Yinshan remained his wife's father, and the Jiang family was her kin. Had it been anyone else, Gu Changqing's temperament would likely have ensured that none would leave Jianglin alive, should they dare to approach again. The consequences were clear to them all. Gu Changqing fixed his gaze on the Jiang divine king, who had just been assisted out by Jiang Yinshan and others, a figure who had previously exuded an air of superiority. His voice was calm, devoid of threat, merely stating the facts. Yet, upon hearing his words, the Jiang family, starting from Jiang Yinshan, even the Jiang Divine King, involuntarily shivered, no longer daring to linger, as they witnessed the Jiang family, once arrogant and overbearing, depart in disgrace. Thoughts of Gu Changqing's prowess in vanquishing the Divine King resurfaced in the minds of the cultivators in Jianglin City. They recalled the discussions and envy that had circulated months prior regarding the Gu family. At that time, their envy stemmed from the perception that the Gu family had secured a powerful alliance through a noble marriage with a Divine King's lineage. Now, reflecting on their previous sentiments, they could not help but chuckle at the absurdity of their thoughts. A Divine King's lineage as a source of support? Given Gu Changqing's prowess demonstrated with that single strike, even a Divine King would likely need to earn the honor of being his follower through a rigorous selection process. The Gu family certainly concealed depths far beyond those of a mere provincial clan. On that day, the news of a young master of the Gu family showcasing his unparalleled brilliance by severely injuring the Divine King of the Jiang family spread like wildfire throughout Jianglin City and its surrounding powers. The Yunshan sect, situated merely 500 miles from Jianglin City, possessed 3 spiritual mines, one of which had been a source of contention with the Gu family. Although it was true that the Gu family had originally discovered that mine, their subsequent decline had allowed a rather aggressive elder of the Yunshan sect to seize it decisively. Recently, with the emergence of a Divine King from the Jiang family, the sect leader of the Yunshan sect swiftly sent a message, not only recalling that elder, but also arranging for emissaries to willingly return the spiritual mine to the Gu family. This decision left not only the disciples beneath the Yunshan sect displeased, but even several elders were notably dissatisfied. Consequently, within a nearby market town, some disciples of the Yunshan sect sought opportunities to retaliate against the Gu family. In the bustling market, a young disciple clad in the intersex attire boldly proclaimed, "The sect leader is unjust, but fear not. In 3 to 5 years, we shall see how the relationship between the Gu and Jiang families unfolds. At that time, we shall reclaim the spiritual mine." His companions eagerly echoed his sentiments, affirming, "Indeed, second senior brother speaks truth. The sect leader is simply too cautious. The Jiang family has not visited the Gu family in years. What is there to be concerned about?" Just as their conversation heated up, a disciple from the Yinshan sect suddenly pushed through the crowd, drawing the attention of the intersect disciples who could not help but call out, "Junior brother son, what troubles you in such haste?" Upon hearing this, the disciple turned and, relieved to see his fellow sect members, quickly responded, "Brothers, why are you still here? The sect has sent word. Elder Wu is coming to the spiritual mine. He will arrive shortly." "What? Elder Wu is coming to the spiritual mine?" Elder Wu was known for his earlier insistence on waging war against the Gu family, boasting that not only should he occupy a spiritual mine belonging to the Gu family, but he should also aim to swallow all their external spiritual mines in light of their decline. His views were particularly popular among the younger disciples of the Yinshan sect. With the news of Elder Wu's return, excitement surged among the disciples. Could it be that the sect leader has changed his mind? Ha ha ha, it's about time. The Gu family is nothing but a dying tiger, merely an illusion of power, utterly lacking in true strength. As they spoke, the group of Yinshan sect disciples eagerly followed Junior Brother Sun, intent on joining Elder Wu to reclaim the spiritual mine. However, upon their arrival at the Yunsen sect, in this stronghold of the town, the sight of Elder Wu left them utterly speechless. In their eyes, the once formidable and tyrannical Elder Wu, who had always acted with impunity, now bore a pallid visage, his eyes betraying an unmistakable fear and regret. As he was escorted by 2 other elders of the Yunsen sect and the venerable sect leader himself, without so much as pausing in this gathering place. They were meandering towards Jianglin City, and their demeanor suggested anything but a mission to confront the Gu family and reclaim the spiritual mine. Rather, it seemed more akin to seeking forgiveness from the Gu family. What on earth was happening? Could it be that the Jiang family had truly accepted their alliance with the Gu family? The disciples of the Yunsan sect stood in stunned disbelief, questioning whether their own eyes were deceiving them. As they engaged in fervent discussions, some well-informed cultivators in the market could no longer contain their disdain. What did it mean that the Jiang family acknowledged the Gu family as kin? What merit did the Jiang family possess to associate themselves with the illustrious Gu family? The true dragon of the Changqing Hall? Such jesting was absurd. You young ones are so quick to believe in rumors. Your sources of information are utterly unreliable.
The cultivator shook his head repeatedly, exuding a sense of disappointment before leisurely departing. Left in a state of confusion, the disciples of the Yunsan sect exchanged glances. And soon after, they rushed into the taverns and tea houses of the marketplace, desperately seeking more information. Moments later, when they reconvened and combined their gathered intelligence, each one of them wore a dazed expression, their hearts nearly ceasing at the shocking revelations they had heard. The Jiang family's divine king had approached the Gu family, only to be severely wounded by the Gu family's young master, retreating like a beaten dog, humiliated as he fled Jianglin City. They recognized every word of the message, yet the overall meaning eluded them, or perhaps they were simply too fearful to comprehend it fully. On this day, the astonished young disciples were not alone in their shock. The various factions neighboring the Gu family in Jianglin City had previously adopted a strategy of avoidance towards them. Within their own sect, not only were the disciples discontented, but many elders harbored their own grievances as well. However, with the recent news circulating in Jianglin City, all discontent dissipated, replaced by boundless relief and profound reverence for the Gu family. In Jianglin City, amidst the external clamor, Gu Changqing remained indifferent. To him, the Jiang family had become mere ants, easily dismissed. Moreover, after today, the Jiang family would undoubtedly come to recognize their true position, and he had no intention of wasting any further thought on the ensuing turmoil surrounding this matter. At this moment, he meticulously retrieved the myriad treasures he had discovered within the Xianhuang's secret realm, categorizing them with great care. He concocted a batch of spiritual elixirs, which he entrusted to his father, Gu Yuan, to bolster the overall strength of the Gu family. The more precious spiritual herbs that remained were transformed into over 10 fourth-tier, top-grade elixirs adorned with intricate inscriptions. Within the Gu family, only he, Jiang Lianxin, and two young ones possessed the capability to refine these elixirs. Gu Changqing wasted no time. He promptly took his wife and children into seclusion. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another year had passed. During this past year, the Gu family's sphere of influence had not expanded significantly, not due to a lack of strength. Although the Jiang family, after their hasty retreat from Jianglin City, had sealed their estate and ceased all communications, the various factions surrounding Jianglin City, within a radius of several thousand miles, were acutely aware of the Gu family's formidable reputation. They regarded the Gu family with immense respect and trepidation. Numerous factions, such as the Yinshan sect, even relinquished resource points and humbly sought forgiveness. However, the Gu family merely assigned a few personnel to manage these resources, engaging in mundane affairs while their true elite remained inactive. The bountiful harvest from the Xianhuang's secret realm was far too substantial for the Gu family to overlook. Prioritizing the digestion of these gains and enhancing their overall strength was paramount. Coupled with the batch of elixirs crafted by Gu Changqing, the Gu family's tangible power had seen a remarkable surge over the past year. Most significantly, this fortification of strength had instilled a profound sense of security among the family members. A few months prior, Gu Changqing had ventured into the Xianhuang secret realm and, upon his return, directly assisted the Xianhuang in reconstructing her true form, enabling her to regain the divine emperor realm, thereby adding another divine emperor to the Gu family S ranks. Following this, the growth of the Gu family members was nothing short of astonishing. The most notable advancement was that of Gu Yuan, the family head, who ascended to the Xianhuang realm. Additionally, Bai Heng, a guest elder of the Gu family, after successfully refining the elixir bestowed upon him by Gu Changqing, not only solidified his realm, but also made significant strides, advancing to the mid-stage of the Xianhuang realm, just a step away from the late stage. Yet, the most astonishing breakthroughs came from the two young ones, Gu Yunxi and Gu Qingshun. Gu Qingshun reached the pinnacle of the half-king realm, while Gu Yunxi, the elder sister, made an even greater leap. Several days prior, she summoned heavenly purple lightning, awakening her Zixiao corroding thunder body to a further extent, allowing her to transcend into the Xianhuang realm. Regrettably, her mother, Jiang Lianxin, remained at the initial stage of the Xianhuang realm. Amidst the fervent cultivation of the Gu family, within the residence of Gu Changqing, a powerful surge of spiritual energy ascended, resonating throughout the air. The entire Gu family was engulfed in fervor. Such a magnificent spectacle captivated the entirety of Jianglin City, continuing for a full half-day before finally subsiding. When the resplendent light dissipated, Gu Changqing emerged slowly from the depths of that ethereal glow,
his aura unmistakably exuding the presence of a divine king. Chapter 68. The Second Daughter, the Red Fate. Is this the sensation of attaining the divine king realm? Truly extraordinary. Gu Changqing slightly clenched his fist, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. Not far away, the hidden ace of the Gu family, the Xian Empress, was stirred, her beautiful gaze fixated on Gu Changqing, filled with incredulity. Just how terrifying is the talent of this Taoist Changqing? The Xian Empress whispered softly. As a renowned divine emperor, her strength placed her among the titans of the entire spirit domain. Moreover, she herself was an unparalleled prodigy. Yet at this moment, standing before Gu Changqing, who had stepped into the divine king realm, she felt an unsettling sense of rivalry, perhaps even an inkling that he surpassed her. The Xian Empress was utterly astonished. The entire Gu family was immersed in a sea of joy due to Gu Changqing's ascension to the divine king realm. At that instant, the system notification chimed once more, bringing a radiant smile to Gu Changqing's face. What a delightful double blessing this is. However, this belated notification also reminded Gu Changqing that if the opportunity arises, he should seek out higher-level dual cultivation techniques. Both his and Jiang Lianxin's cultivation levels were soaring, making the prospect of conception increasingly challenging. It was only thanks to their year-long commitment to dual cultivation, both earnest during the day and playful at night, that he could even contemplate the possibility of a third offspring. Otherwise, he feared it would take an additional year to achieve such a goal. With this matter firmly planted in his mind, Gu Changqing turned his gaze to the system's emerging notification. He then beheld a striking flash of red. Is this a red aptitude? Name, unnamed. Gender, female. Innate fate, Yuan Yang burning heaven body, red grade 1. Red aptitude. What does this signify? If his eldest daughter's golden grade 9 fate guarantees her as an emperor, then a red grade 1 aptitude indicates that his yet-to-be-born third daughter, barring any unforeseen circumstances, will undoubtedly achieve a saintly fruit beyond the emperor's realm. For Gu Changqing himself, the previous return of his eldest daughter's golden grade 9 fate yielded a red grade 8. What level of fate could possibly emerge from a red grade 1 aptitude for his third daughter? Indeed, the next second, a chime resonated. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the heavenly refining sacred body, red grade 9. The celestial forging body, an unparalleled divine physique, boasts a remarkable enhancement of innate spiritual awareness by 50/100, a 10,000 success rate in spirit artifact forging, and a significantly heightened probability of producing spirit pattern level artifacts. Accompanied by the celestial forging divine automaton for protection and substitution, its initial power is at the level of a heavenly sovereign, capable of evolving alongside the host's cultivation realm. The essence of the divine automaton can be consumed to unleash lethal force, lasting for an hour. Lines of information materialized before Gu Changqing's eyes, filling him with immense delight. The enhancement of a red 9th grade fate is fearsome indeed, yielding a 50-fold increase in spiritual awareness. Furthermore, there exists a staggering 100-fold success rate for forging spirit artifacts and an elevated likelihood of creating spirit pattern level artifacts, coupled with the heavenly sovereign level celestial forging divine automaton. Even Gu Changqing, with his profound composure, found himself swallowing hard to steady his tumultuous heart. Above the imperial realm lies the supreme realm, which is further delineated into 4 tiers: Xian sovereign, heavenly sovereign, holy sovereign, and Tao sovereign. It is no exaggeration to say that even within the southern lands, and throughout the entire spirit domain, a heavenly sovereign's presence is enough to instill fear and command respect. Entities like the so-called Southern Overlord, the Kanglan Holy Land, would be effortlessly extinguished with a mere flick of a finger before a heavenly sovereign. However, the celestial forging divine automaton is not invincible. Each activation consumes the essence of the divine automaton, which, prior to Gu Changqing reaching the supreme realm, cannot be replenished. Should this essence be depleted prematurely, the divine automaton will no longer be able to engage offensively, though its protective effects remain intact. It can be said that as long as the celestial forging divine automaton exists, regardless of the opponent, be it a holy being, Gu Changqing can utilize it to achieve a resurrection from death, effectively granting him an additional life. Moreover, Gu Changqing gently closed his eyes to keenly assess the quantity of the essence within his celestial forging divine automaton. After a moment, he reopened his eyes, a glimmer of joy dancing within them. The essence contained within the automaton was far more abundant than he had anticipated, sufficient to activate the divine automaton 10 times. 10 opportunities for the heavenly sovereign to strike are ample enough to obliterate the Changqing Holy Land more than 10 times over. Rising with renewed determination, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. His strength has now reached the level of a divine king, with lethal power rivaling that of a divine emperor. Looking at the Changqing Holy Land, its strongest member is merely at the late stage of the divine emperor. His own prowess is more than enough to resolve matters with the Changqing Holy Land. Not to mention, he has the close ally, Xianxia, and the celestial forging divine automaton at his disposal. It is high time to settle the grievances with the Changqing Holy Land. Just as Changqing was eager to mobilize his forces and prepare to confront the Changqing Holy Land, he received an unexpected message. His father summoned him, stating there was something of great importance to discuss. Changqing was suddenly beset by an ominous premonition. Could it be that a classic narrative was about to unfold? Important matters? For Changqing, there were few things that could be deemed significant. It was likely related to his mother. He promptly set aside his work and hurried over. Upon his arrival, he discovered his father seated at a long table, a cup of wine before him, and an empty jar beside it. The wine was nothing more than ordinary turbid liquor, hardly worthy of being called spiritual wine. Even if his father had already attained the Wang realm, or if he were still in the tribulation realm, it would still be difficult to become intoxicated. Yet by the time Changqing arrived, Gu Yuan already appeared somewhat inebriated. Clearly, he had lowered his spiritual defenses with the intention of becoming drunk. Upon seeing his son, Gu Yuan gestured for him to sit across from him. "Father, what is of such gravity that you appear so solemn?" Changqing could not help but inquire. Gu Yuan gazed at his son with a mix of pride and tenderness. Taking a deep breath before speaking with a sense of tranquility, "What I am about to reveal pertains to your mother." "Indeed, mother?" A flicker of emotion stirred within Changqing. He had little knowledge of the circumstances surrounding her. His father had only mentioned that she passed away shortly after giving birth to him. However, it seemed there were deeper, classic undercurrents to the tale. Changqing had sensed this when summoned, and now his intuition was confirmed. Observing the peculiar expression on his son's face, Gu Yuan sighed, burdened with a sense of shame. "You are correct, my son. Your mother did not perish. She was taken away by her family." Listening to Gu Yuan's recounting, Changqing learned of the past. Years ago, his mother had been pursued by enemies, fleeing until she was gravely injured, at which point Gu Yuan rescued her. During her recuperation, their affection blossomed, and they fell in love, ultimately giving birth to a son and a daughter. The son was Changqing, while the daughter, his twin sister, was taken by their mother's family shortly after their birth. His mother was forcibly removed, and due to her exceptional talents, his sister was also taken away by their maternal lineage. The entire Gu family, including Changqing, nearly faced annihilation, only spared by the desperate pleas of Changqing's mother. At that time, the Gu family had been powerless against the might of her family, forced to witness the unfolding of these events without the ability to resist. As Gu Yuan recounted this, a bitter smile crossed his lips, his eyes filled with pain and guilt. "King, am I truly so ineffectual?" Changqing remained silent, merely shaking his head in response. Judging from his father's description, it was evident that the strength of one's maternal lineage, in comparison to the Gu family's capabilities at that time, was utterly insurmountable. To confront such a family head-on would lead to an inevitable demise, one that would engulf the entire clan, including the inadequately gifted newborn, Changqing. As both the patriarch and father, Gu Yuan could only grit his teeth and accept this harsh fate, burying his anguish deep within his heart. "Originally, I had no intention of sharing these words with you, but upon witnessing your ascension to the divine king realm, I felt a glimmer of hope. In this lifetime, I have long since given up on the prospect of reuniting with your mother and sister. Yet perhaps, my dear Qing'er, you still hold a chance," Gu Yuan remarked, turning his gaze towards Changqing with solemnity. "Father speaks, not to urge you to seek out your mother and sister at this moment, but rather to impart this fragment of history, for when your strength truly burgeons in the future, we shall revisit these matters." Changqing nodded, acknowledging his father's words. "Rest assured, father, I comprehend the gravity of our situation. However, from which family does mother hail?" "I do not know. Your mother, in her flight from pursuers, employed false names. It was only upon her departure that she revealed to me her true identity. Their clan seems not to belong to our spirit realm, but rather originates from beyond it with the surname Nalan. The Nalan family, Nalan Yin and Guqing Yuan, Upon returning to the courtyard, Gu Changqing reflected on the revelations imparted by Gu Yuan, etching the names of his mother and sister into his memory. Outside the courtyard, Bai Heng, tasked with gathering intelligence regarding the Kanglan Holy Land for Gu Changqing, had been waiting patiently. As the master returned, Bai Heng promptly approached and bowed in respect. Gu Changqing acknowledged him with a nod and led him to his study, where he received the reports gathered by Bai Heng. After a brief scan, his brow arched in surprise. Oh? The Southern Grand Ceremony is set to commence this year? The Southern Grand Ceremony is a prestigious event organized collaboratively by the prominent holy lands of the Southern Spirit Realm, showcasing the talents of its most distinguished individuals. Held once every decade, the host rotates among the various holy lands, making it the pinnacle gathering in the southern region. The rewards of this event are exceptionally generous, with the most coveted prize being the opportunity to enter the Dreamy Spring. The Dreamy Spring, a sacred spring from ancient times, offers practitioners who enter its waters the potential for exponential gains in cultivation, contingent upon their innate talents. Those of exceptional aptitude may find that a single day spent within its embrace equates to nearly 1,000 days of training in the outside world. However, the ancient sect that constructed the Dreamy Spring intended it for the refinement of their young elites, thus imposing restrictions. The entrance opens once every 10 years, allowing only 200 entrants, and participants must also be under the age of 25. The outcome of the Southern Grand Ceremony is intricately linked to the various factions vying for entry into the Dreamy Spring. In theory, any force from the southern region of the spirit domain qualifies to participate. However, one must be at least at the tribulation stage and under the age of 25. This requirement effectively excludes the majority of contenders. Those who reach the tribulation stage before the age of 25 are undoubtedly among the elite prodigies across the great empires, such as the Han and Qin empires. The Southern Grand Ceremony primarily serves as a contest among the prominent sacred lands in the south. For forces of the caliber of the Han and Qin empires, it is merely a formality, an opportunity to broaden their horizons. Historically, the same pattern has persisted. The prospect of seizing a coveted spot and gaining access to the Dreamy Spring seems far-fetched. Throughout history, the Han and Qin empires have participated in numerous Southern Grand Ceremonies. Yet only a handful have managed to secure a distinguished position, and it has been quite some time since their last success. However, this year, the allocation of spots for the Dreamy Spring may prove to be different. Gu Changqing, observing the allure of the Dreamy Spring, felt a flicker of ambition stir within him. As he continued to read, he encountered the name of this year's host for the Southern Grand Ceremony, Kanglan Sacred Land. This revelation provided yet another compelling reason to attend the ceremony. Lianxin, your vendetta shall be avenged. It is the perfect opportunity to seize a spot for the Dreamy Spring and subsequently present a grand gift to the Kanglan Sacred Land. I hope they will appreciate this gesture. Chapter 69, Avenging My Wife. Departing for Kanglan Sacred Land. Witnessing the glint of determination in his master's eyes, Bai Heng, who awaited orders nearby, hesitated momentarily before whispering, Master, I have gathered additional intelligence. The holy maiden, Yuling Xian, who once harmed the mistress, has a brother, Yu Baifeng. It is said that he has joined a prominent divine emperor sect in the central spirit domain and is now a disciple of a powerful divine emperor. He currently ranks 9th on the spirit rankings. A disciple of a divine emperor? Upon hearing Bai Heng's concerned words, Gu Changqing merely smiled serenely. He himself is comparable to a divine emperor, not to mention the formidable heavenly refined divine puppet at his side. The brother of that holy maiden is but a disciple of a divine emperor. Even if faced with an authentic divine emperor or the entire divine emperor sect. Changqing feels notre pédation. Preparations for departure to Kanglan City are underway. Kanglan City, under the jurisdiction of Kanglan Sacred Land, serves as the conduit between the sacred land and the outside world. Its proximity to the sacred land has rendered it one of the most prosperous locations in the south. Currently, it is designated as the venue for the Southern Grand Ceremony. Yes, I shall make the necessary arrangements. I will contact the Merchant Association to prepare the flying vessels. Bai Heng promptly bowed and exited to commence preparations. The prowess of a king-level expert allows them to traverse the skies with ease. However, prolonged aerial navigation exacts a significant toll on their spiritual energy. Thus, even those of royal caliber often opt for flying vessels during long journeys. Just as Bai Heng prepared to depart, he was called to a halt by Gu Changqing. There was no need to contact anyone else. With a faint smile, He raised his hand, and with a swift motion, a flying vessel materialized before him. This vessel, yet to be infused with spiritual energy, appeared no larger than a palm, but was exquisitely crafted and elegant. On its sides, at the front, the rear, and at the center of the deck, 9 intricate formations were meticulously inscribed. In that fleeting moment of manifestation, a small vacuum of spiritual energy emerged within the courtyard, as all surrounding energies were absorbed by the vessel, leaving Bai Heng momentarily astounded. 9 formations. Was this indeed a top-tier royal flying vessel? Such vessels, invaluable to sex, are powered by spirit stones and typically require the addition of at least 3 formations for offensive, defensive, and aerial traversal capabilities. The materials for crafting such vessels are rare, and the arrangement of formations poses a considerable challenge to any refiner. Yet the end product is undeniably remarkable. A nascent royal vessel possesses enough resilience to withstand the might of even a Xianqing, with only a celestial king having the potential to bring it down. At this moment, Changqing presented this vessel, equipped with 9 formations, a pinnacle of royal craftsmanship. To inflict harm upon it? Only the arrival of an emperor-level being could achieve that. Even a concerted assault from dozens of divine kings would scarcely affect it. To speak without exaggeration, such a vessel could easily deplete half the fortune of an emperor. Where could their master have procured such a treasure? Procured? Changqing chuckled softly. This was not something he had sought out, but rather a creation born from his practice after awakening the heavenly refinement sacred body. His initial intention was merely to avoid wasting precious materials. He aimed to hone his skills before crafting a suitable royal spiritual sword. Yet, the final product proved that Changqing had greatly underestimated the enhancement his heavenly refinement sacred body provided in the art of refining. We shall leave you in charge of the clan during our journey to the Southern Grand Ceremony, Changqing instructed Bai Heng, who promptly bowed in acknowledgement. He then took Jiang Lianxin and the Yunqi siblings, along with his father, and entrusted Xian Huang to discreetly accompany them. They boarded the flying vessel, setting course for Kanglan City, racing through the skies. Boom! The vessel cleaved through the clouds, parting the air with a thunderous roar. Yet, on the deck and within the cabin, there was an extraordinary tranquility, devoid of turbulence. An invisible barrier of spiritual energy enveloped the entire vessel. Though this flying vessel was a product of Changqing's practice, the enhancement from the heavenly refinement sacred body was not to be underestimated. The majestic flying vessel, though not ostentatiously grand, possesses an inherent elegance and charm. Its intricate formation operates in a cyclical manner, capable of drawing spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth to replenish its consumption. In contrast to the average sex flying vessels, which might expend tens of thousands of spirit stones daily, this vessel's consumption is remarkably modest. Moreover, its speed is commendable. Even as Changqing devoted himself to the study of artifact refining without distraction, the vessel maintained a respectable pace, effortlessly reaching Kanglan City within half a month. Meanwhile, the Yunqi siblings delighted in their playful antics on the deck, relishing the novelty of their flying experience. Suddenly, a resonant humming sound emerged from behind the clouds, prompting the family members to turn their heads in curiosity. A resplendent 3-tiered flying vessel, adorned with elegant eaves and illuminated by brilliant lights, burst forth from the clouds with the swiftness of a radiant celestial phenomenon. In mere moments, it soared past the family's vessel, startling many young members of the clan. What formidable power does this vessel belong to, flaunting itself so brazenly? The journey from the Han Empire to Kanglan City is fraught with peril, particularly near a nearby gorge that stretches for miles, home to countless winged demon bats. When a flying vessel passes through, these creatures swarm in droves, launching ferocious attacks. Typical royal-grade vessels struggle to withstand their onslaught, as some of these bats possess the strength of the Xianwang level, and occasionally even the Tianwang level. Consequently, many vessels either navigate around this gorge or slow their pace, striving to conceal their presence as they traverse the area. However, the family's vessel, crafted by Changqing, requires no such caution. Yet, what faction could possess such an imposing vessel? Even Yuan could not help but gaze in its direction, soon realizing, could this be the Tianyin boat of the Xianxia? Upon hearing the name Xianxia, many of the younger family members were filled with curiosity, while the elder generation fell silent, their eyes betraying a mixture of surprise and intrigue. Indeed, the Southern Grand Ceremony had proven its significance, drawing forth even the Xianxia. Observing the young ones still in bewilderment, an elder of the Gu family spoke. The Xianxia is the foremost hidden sect of our Changqing Empire. Before the ancestral figure of the Jiang family achieved his breakthrough, the Xianxia was regarded as the premier sect in Changqing, second only to the royal family. This illustrious sect, dedicated to the art of music, exclusively accepts female disciples and remains reclusive. Yet, those who emerge from its ranks invariably excel, often standing among the finest of their generation in Changqing. The first noblewoman of the Jiang family, Jiang Baiwei, once held the title of the most exceptional prodigy in Changqing during her early years. It was precisely due to a narrow victory in a contest with a contemporary saintess during a journey down the mountain from the Xianxia Pavilion several years ago that one gained renown. The Xianxia Pavilion is not only home to remarkable disciples, but is also led by two extraordinarily formidable masters, the King Xianxia and the Xianxia. Both possess the cultivation of a perfected heavenly king and have mastered a combined secret technique. Together, they are an unstoppable force against any divine king. Moreover, it is said that these two fairy-like figures are breathtakingly beautiful, embodying the pinnacle of allure in this era. An elder from the Gu family, while shaking his head and speaking, suddenly realized the awkwardness of his words and cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment, waving his hand dismissively. In any case, the Xianxia Pavilion is a significant power within our Changqing realm, truly exceptional. Given their prowess, traversing the preceding winged demon gorge should pose little difficulty. Thus there is no need for concealment. The elder was enlightening the Gu family's younger generation about the circumstances surrounding the Xianxia Pavilion. Meanwhile, aboard the Tianyin boat of the Xianxia Pavilion, a graceful fairy stood on the third level of the palace, gazing into the distance. This fairy was none other than Xianxia, one of the two masters of the pavilion. At this moment, her enchanting gaze was drawn toward the Gu family's flying vessel, surprise flickering in her beautiful eyes. What faction does that flying vessel belong to? She inquired softly of a nearby disciple, her voice melodious and clear as a mountain spring, causing the equally lovely disciple to blush and hastily turn to look. After a brief moment of contemplation, the disciple shyly admitted, "Mistress, I cannot recognize it either." Curious about the flying vessel, Xianxia was just then overheard by an elder from the Xianxia Pavilion, who also turned to regard the Gu family's vessel with some astonishment. "Is there something special about that flying vessel? It seems rather ordinary at first glance." "Ordinary? Not at all." Xianxia gently shook her head. Although she could not discern the exact grade of the Gu family's flying vessel, she sensed that it was equipped with at least 5 intricate formations, working in perfect harmony to greatly reduce spiritual energy consumption. Even if the grade of the Gu family's vessel were insufficient, the one who arranged these formations must possess exceptional skills and artifact refinement, capable of creating such an intricate array. In a place like the Changqing Empire, the emergence of such a flying vessel is indeed a rarity, and to describe it as precious would not be an exaggeration. Listening to her mistress's assessment, the disciple was taken aback. "Let's reduce our speed. Ahead lies the winged demon gorge, and it appears this faction also hails from the Changqing Empire. As compatriots, we should extend some courtesy." Xianxia chuckled lightly, issuing the command. She did not harbor any intentions of forging alliances, given the might of the Xianxia Pavilion. They need not fear even the Jiang family. In the Changqing Empire, it is the other factions that seek to curry favor with the Xianxia Pavilion, not the other way around. The turbulent news from the outside world is something the Xianxia Pavilion has never concerned itself with. Had it not been for the early defeat of their own holy maiden by Jiang Baiwei of the Jiang family, the Xianxia Pavilion would have hardly paid any heed to the affairs of the Jiang family. This exemplifies the confidence of the Changqing Empire's foremost reclusive sect. The reason why Fairy Lu spoke so was purely due to the benevolent principles upheld by the Xianxia Pavilion. Indeed, the elder immediately bowed to receive her command. Although she still held little regard for the Gu family's flying vessel, much like her pavilion master, they never shied away from aiding the weak. Consequently, with a decree from Fairy Lu, the originally swift Tianyin spirit vessel gradually slowed its pace, maintaining a distance of 300 zhang from the Gu family's vessel. This distance was sufficient to shield the Gu family's vessel from the oncoming winged demon bats, yet not so far as to leave the Gu family bewildered and unsure of how to respond to the assistance from the Xianxia Pavilion. However, what the members of the Xianxia Pavilion did not anticipate was the complex emotions of the Gu family disciples aboard their vessel, who exchanged glances filled with uncertainty. Even Gu Changqing bore a peculiar expression. This unexpected aid was beyond his expectations. Nonetheless, It must be said that the actions of the Xianxia Pavilion indeed garnered a touch of admiration from Changqing. Was it due to the assistance from the Xianxia Pavilion? Beside him, Jiang Lianxin's beautiful eyes sparkled. Yet Changqing merely shook his head with a smile. This matter is trivial. My newfound admiration for the Xianxia Pavilion stems more from their consistent and genuine demeanor. There are many sects reputed for their righteousness. Even the Zhang family claims to be the foremost righteous lineage of Han. Yet, their arrogant demeanor upon visiting the Gu family belied any semblance of righteousness. In contrast, the Xianxia Pavilion stands as the first sect Changqing has truly witnessed that embodies integrity and follows through on their words. Just as Changqing was lost in contemplation, a piercing roar of beasts echoed across the heavens. As the two flying vessels approached the winged demon gorge, the numerous winged demons lurking on the cliffs abruptly opened their eyes, their bloodthirsty gazes fixed upon the two vessels above. Then, a cacophony of beastly roars erupted, reverberating through the gorge, as the fiercely aggressive winged demon bats recklessly surged towards the two flying vessels. Activate the Grand Formation. On the Tianyin spirit vessel, Fairy Lu, with her composed and elegant demeanor, displayed no sign of panic as she calmly spoke. As her words fell, a hum resonated. The 7 formations aboard the Tianyin spirit vessel activated simultaneously, and with the consumption of spirit stones, a massive, 1,000 zhonglong barrier of spiritual energy unfurled. Just as the celestial sound spirit vessel and the Gu family flying boat were being shielded from behind, a horde of winged demon bats surged forward with ferocious roars. However, they could not even ascend the deck, as they were repelled by the ethereal barrier, shattering upon impact and dispersing into crimson mist that dissipated into the ether. Yet, the remaining blood mist only intensified the murderous intentions of the other winged demon bats. More of them charged forward, but the disciples of the Celestial Sound Pavilion remained remarkably composed. The elders of the Gu family instructed the younger generation. The winged demon bats may appear fierce, yet their intelligence is lacking. They charge blindly, though there are exceptions. Just as one elder was speaking, a fearsome roar, far surpassing that of the other winged demon bats, echoed from beneath the Gu family flying boat, causing the surrounding ethereal barrier to tremble momentarily. It was a bat lord comparable to the king realm. The faces of the Gu family elders shifted slightly. Beneath the Gu family flying boat, a terrifying bat king, towering over 5 meters and nearly twice the size of a typical winged demon bat, had appeared, its 3 pairs of purple wings unfurled ominously. It circumnavigated the ethereal barrier of the Celestial Sound Pavilion, its crimson, beastly eyes fixated on the deck of the Gu family flying boat. At the instant of its roar, it shot forth like a bolt of purple lightning, positioning itself directly in front of the Gu family flying boat, eyeing the disciples on the deck as if they were the most delectable prey, ready to charge. What audacity! Upon witnessing this scene, Gu Yuan immediately shouted, intending to intervene. In truth, the defensive capabilities of the flying vessel were such that even if this demon bat were to strike, it would sustain no damage. Gu Yuan's motivation lay in his recent breakthrough to the king realm. He was eager to test his newfound strength. However, upon the moment of collision, Gu Yuan was sent flying over 10 feet, crashing back onto the deck, his eyes wide with disbelief. So powerful? At that very moment, a crisp voice rang out from within the cabin. Lightning? Grandfather, step back. Let me deal with this beast, Gu Yunqi declared, transforming into a streak of lightning as she leaped onto the deck, her eyes fixated on the distant Bat King, brimming with eagerness. Observing this, Gu Yuan's tension eased. He was well aware of his granddaughter's prowess. However, the disciples of the Celestial Sound Pavilion on the Celestial Sound flying boat were anything but calm.